Chapter 1. I am utterly displeased. Say that again. I am absolutely furious. In a secluded alley, Lin Tianlang bellowed at a young thug with dyed yellow hair beneath his feet. Brother, the thug whimpered, sprawled on the ground like a dog, yearning for mercy. Don't you dare call me brother. Lin Tianlang interrupted him harshly. I am already in a foul mood today, having not received the admission letter from my dream university. Instead, I got an acceptance from some place called St. Lun Academy. It sounds like a pretentious, second-rate institution from who knows where. Do you understand what that means? As he shouted, Lin Tianlang increased the pressure on the thug's back, eliciting a muffled groan from him. "You don't know," the thug stammered. "It means that if I don't attend this school, I won't have any place to study. No place to study means that if I don't choose to find a job, I will have to repeat my final year of high school. I will have to take the college entrance examination again." Lin Tianlang shouted towards the sky. Brother, I never attended high school," the yellow-haired thug weakly replied. "Boss, let's take this punk down." At that moment, two more thugs, one with green hair and the other with red hair, emerged from beside the yellow-haired thug, their faces twisted with malice as they lunged at Lin Tianlang. One wielded a brick, while the other brandished a beer bottle. "Be careful," a delicate voice rang out. In the alley, aside from Lin Tianlang and the yellow-haired thug beneath his foot, there were also the green-haired and red-haired thugs rushing towards him, as well as a girl hiding at the base of the wall. The girl was petite, barely over 1.4 meters tall, yet her features were remarkably adorable. The setting of the alley was quite conducive to criminal activity, dimly lit, sparsely populated, with a green trash bin resting against the wall. The reason Lin Tianlang found himself in this place was that three thugs had dared to extend their criminal hands toward this defenseless girl, attempting to assault her in broad daylight, which was simply intolerable. Two useless scoundrels. Lin Tianlang disdainfully glanced at the advancing red-haired and green-haired thugs, then struck out with his hands like lightning. Crack! Crack! Lin Tianlang precisely grasped the hands of the two thugs wielding their weapons and crashed them together forcefully. Clang! The heads of the red-haired and green-haired thugs collided, leaving them dazed and disoriented, before Lin Tianlang tossed them to the ground as if they were mere bags of trash. "A bunch of worthless trash," Lin Tianlang complained, rubbing his hands together. "My mood was already terrible today, and now I encounter three scoundrels attempting to commit a crime in broad daylight. Brother, I didn't know you were having a bad day," the yellow-haired thug, still pinned beneath Lin Tianlang's foot, said with a mournful expression. For him, today had indeed been unfortunate. He had initially planned to extort a little money from a girl walking alone, but before he could act, a calamity had suddenly descended upon him. "Shut your mouth," Lin Tianlang roared, then stomped down hard, nearly making the yellow-haired thug spit out blood. "You scoundrels, lacking the courage to rob a man, choose to bully women instead. Bullying women is one thing, but you don't even dare to target adult females, opting instead for a defenseless elementary school girl." The more Lin Tianlang thought about it, the angrier he became. The girl hiding nearby had chestnut-colored, medium-length hair and looked to be around elementary school age. Is this what crime has come to? Where is the dignity of a criminal? If you had the guts, you would rob a bank or a cash truck. Robbing an elementary school girl is hardly an accomplishment. Lin Tianlang kicked the thug again, then spat. Meanwhile, the green-haired and red-haired thugs were left stunned by Lin Tianlang's tirade, nearly soiling themselves in fear. "Scum like you have the audacity to attempt robbery, yet can't even overpower a high school student," Lin Tianlang scoffed, sending the yellow-haired thug rolling away with a kick. "Brother, are you an ordinary high school student? How can an ordinary high school student single-handedly lift an adult man? You must be a legendary athlete." The yellow-haired thug lamented internally, not daring to speak up for fear of receiving more kicks from Lin Tianlang. "Get lost. Don't let me see you again. If I catch you again, I guarantee you won't see the moon tonight," Lin Tianlang said coldly. "Thank you, brother." The three thugs, terrified, scrambled away in a panic. Once the three thugs were out of sight, Lin Tianlang gradually retracted his fierce demeanor, relaxing once more. "Are you all right? I've scared those scoundrels away." Lin Tianlang turned to the girl, his tone softening. a stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. Yes, thank you, I'm fine. The girl shyly lowered her head and whispered her thanks, clutching her pink backpack tightly. And what about you? Why are you out here alone? Where are your parents? Lin Tianlang, though not very tall himself at around 1.78 meters, crouched down to speak to the girl, resembling an older brother addressing his younger neighbor. My parents are at home. I just came from the bookstore, the girl replied, appearing quite bashful and unable to meet Lin Tianlang's gaze. Oh, never mind. He'll escort you home. Your parents should really be more cautious, allowing such a young child to roam the streets alone. What if someone like those bad men from earlier had caught you? Lin Tianlang smiled gently, suppressing the urge to pat the girl's head. What cute little girl, she must grow up to be quite beautiful. Speaking of which, her development seems rather advanced for her age. At this tender age, does she already possess such a figure? Is she perhaps precocious? Wait, what am I thinking? Lin Tianlang shook his head, dispelling those strange thoughts. No need. I can go back by myself. The girl quickly replied upon hearing Lin Tianlang's offer. Are you really sure? Lin Tianlang asked with a skeptical glance. I'm fine. My home isn't far from here, and am not a little kid I can manage, she insisted softly. Not a little kid? Lin Tianlang chuckled at this. After all, he had just turned 18 last month and was now considered an adult. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to exercise his adult privileges and teach this girl a lesson. Hey there, little friend. How old are you? What grade are you in? Let me guess, 4th grade? Lin Tianlang asked with a grin. I. The girl bit her lip, gathering her courage to look Lin Tianlang in the eye. I know I look short, which might have led to some misunderstandings, but I actually just graduated from high school. You? What did you just say? Lin Tianlang was about to laugh when he suddenly realized he had heard something remarkable, and he jumped back in surprise. You just graduated from high school? Does that mean you're the same age as me? Yes, sorry for the misunderstanding, the girl replied, still biting her lip. Now, it was Lin Tianlang's turn to be at a loss for words. A high school graduate? 18? Only 1.4 meters tall? All right, Lin Tianlang calmly thought to himself. This isn't impossible after all. Height isn't something she can control. She might even have a condition like dwarfism, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask. Lin Tianlang scratched his head awkwardly. Oh no, mistaking a peer for an elementary school student, anyone would be upset by that. It's all right, I know I'm short, which can easily lead to misunderstandings. But regardless, thank you for saving me. The girl shyly smiled, her cheeks flushing, before lowering her head again. I should be going now. Thank you, the girl said bashfully, turning and jogging toward the alley's exit. Hey, classmate, are you sure you don't need me to walk you home? Lin Tianlang called after her. Yes, thank you, but I'm fine. The girl turned back, offering Lin Tianlang a familiar, warm, healing, sunny smile that sent a jolt through Lin Tianlang's heart. My goodness, how adorable. Oh, by the way, may I know your name? The girl shyly inquired. My name is Lin Tianlang. Lin as in the forest, and Tianlang as in Sirius. Lin Tianlang waved at her. What about you? My name is Anya. Thank you. Goodbye. Anya waved back at Lin Tianlang before disappearing around the corner of the alley. Anya, is it? Lin Tianlang silently repeated the girl's name, then leisurely exited the alley and returned to the bustling street. Though not overly crowded, there were enough people, with a few passing by him from time to time. Never mind. I should head home. After all, as long as there are books to read, that's sufficient. I truly cannot endure another year of repeating. Lin Tianlang sighed, speaking to himself. His academic performance was far from stellar. While he was not at the very bottom, he certainly occupied a position in the lower middle tier. His college entrance examination scores were mediocre, sufficient to gain admission to a university, yet aspirations for prestigious institutions were out of reach. During the application process, he had selected several ordinary undergraduate institutions, but to his surprise, he had been accepted by the inexplicably arising St. Lin Academy, a school he apparently had not even applied to. Hey there, what are you pondering? At that moment, a melodious voice, reminiscent of silver bells, suddenly rang out from behind him, startling him. Yikes! Lin Tianlang jumped in surprise. A pair of delicate hands rested on his shoulders, and he struggled to suppress the impulse to throw the person over his shoulder onto the ground. "Hey, Su Weiwei, if you keep this up, one day I won't hold back and will toss you over my shoulder. Do you believe me?" Lin Tianlang turned to respond, irritation evident in his tone. Behind him stood a girl with long, silvery white hair, possessing exquisite features, exuding a hint of allure and charm, and boasting a figure that was quite striking, certainly captivating in nature. The girl's name was Su Weiwei, his classmate, well known and popular among both boys and girls in their grade. In their class, she was undeniably the belle of the ball, and also served as the academic representative. Her academic excellence placed her among the top 5 students in the grade. Furthermore, her personality was delightful, vivacious, and cheerful. She was the type that everyone adored. It was said that the number of boys who had confessed their feelings to her exceeded 10, making her the dream girlfriend for many, though none had succeeded. However, beneath her charming facade, Lin Tianlang was acutely aware of her other side. She relished teasing others, ambushing them, playfully blowing in their ears, and intentionally striking alluring poses to entice them. These were just a few of her mischievous habits that Lin Tianlang could enumerate. As for how he knew so much, the reason was quite simple. They had been classmates since elementary school, continuing through middle and high school, sharing the same institution and class, effectively growing up together. Su Weiwei had always possessed the makings of a beauty, and Lin Tianlang had witnessed her transformation from a little girl into the striking young lady she was now. "Are you really going to be rough with a girl? How cruel!" Su Weiwei pouted, adopting a pitiful expression. "Don't do that, it frightens me." Upon seeing Su Weiwei's expression, Lin Tianlang felt a shiver run down his spine. His father was a coach in a mixed martial arts club, and under his father's training, Lin Tianlang's physical prowess far exceeded that of the average person. However, such strength was intended for dealing with villains in the presence of Su Weiwei. It was utterly ineffective. "Oh dear, what's the matter?" Su Weiwei giggled, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Her smile was radiant and enchanting, and as 2 male students strolled by, they couldn't help but glance back at Su Weiwei's dazzlingly beautiful expression, stirring within them a flicker of envy and jealousy towards Lin Tianlang. Despite their utter unfamiliarity with him, "Every time you flash that smile at me, I know something troublesome is afoot," Lin Tianlang remarked, swallowing hard. There was no denying the formidable allure of Su Weiwei's smile. Even though he was well aware of her true nature, it was challenging to evade the inadvertent wounds inflicted by that smile. Alas, the smile of a beautiful girl has an uncanny ability to ensnare a man's heart without him even realizing it. "All right, I won't tease you any longer." Su Weiwei released her grip on Lin Tianlang's shoulder and skipped to his side. "Are you heading home? If so, would you kindly escort me along the way?" "Could I?" Lin Tianlang cast a wary glance at the several hostile gazes surrounding him, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Sorry, proposal denied," Su Weiwei said with a cheerful grin. "Just look at that girl called Anya from earlier. And then look at yourself. Can you not have a shred of dignity?" Lin Tianlang silently grumbled to himself. Naturally, such thoughts were not ones he dared express openly to Su Weiwei. Otherwise, he wouldn't live to tell the tale. It was evident that Su Weiwei was quite accustomed to commanding Lin Tianlang as her personal bodyguard, having done so on numerous occasions. Though he had once attempted to resist, he chose to abandon the thought, as it stirred up some rather unpleasant memories. "Don't be like that. It's just on the way." Su Weiwei nudged Lin Tianlang's arm playfully. Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei lived in close proximity, residing within the same community, which made for a mere 10-minute walk. During their school days, they often encountered each other on their way to class, and occasionally returned home together, with Su Weiwei frequently insisting Lin Tianlang accompany her as her protector, claiming that as a beautiful girl, she was prone to encountering unsavory characters and required a skilled fighter for protection. However, despite this, Su Weiwei was truly a good friend. Uncommonly for a girl, she possessed remarkable athletic prowess, excelling in badminton and table tennis, often defeating Lin Tianlang in those sports. During physical education classes, she would occasionally drag Lin Tianlang along to play badminton, though it was merely an excuse to unleash her competitive spirit on him. In addition to sports, Su Weiwei exhibited a rare interest in video games typically favored by boys, such as first-person shooters, battle royale games, and certain MOBA titles. Even more surprisingly, she was quite adept at these games, often outperforming Lin Tianlang, which left him feeling exasperated. At times, he found himself seeking her help to improve his rankings. Of course, Su Weiwei would not assist him without strings attached, expecting treats of bubble tea or meals in return. Given the nature of their relationship, they had often been the subject of gossip at school. Frustratingly, while Lin Tianlang vehemently denied any romantic involvement, Su Weiwei would deliberately offer ambiguous responses, allowing the rumors to fester. Girlfriend? Absolutely not. Friends are one thing, but a couple? Never. This was a vow Lin Tianlang had made to himself. By the way, which school accepted you? Su Weiwei inquired as they walked home together. I won't tell you. With my grades, I doubt I got into any good school, Lin Tianlang replied, somewhat disheartened. This was ironic, considering Su Weiwei had no qualms ridiculing him for his poor exam performance. Well, if you don't want to share, I won't press you, Su Weiwei said, surprisingly sparing him further questioning. She was not foolish. Pursuing that line of inquiry would yield no benefit, and people would disclose such information when they felt inclined. And you must have done exceptionally well, right? Surely, you'll be attending one of the top universities in our city, Lin Tianlang asked with a sideways glance at, well, to avoid discouraging you, I won't say, Su Weiwei replied with a playful wink. You didn't tell me either, so if you want to know, perhaps we can engage in a friendly exchange. You think I haven't seen through your little ploys? You claim it's a friendly exchange. But every time I share first, you conveniently forget your end of the bargain. If you have the guts, why don't you go first? Lin Tianlang huffed. Fine, if you don't want to exchange, it's no loss for me. Su Weiwei shrugged, casually tucking a strand of silvery hair behind her ear. This gesture was undeniably alluring, drawing the attention of several passing boys. Lin Tianlang scoffed, remaining silent. If St. Lin Academy were to reveal its name to her, she'd probably burst into laughter. With that thought, Lin Tianlang's spirits fell slightly. After all, he yearned for the chance to attend a better university, yet he couldn't bear the thought of repeating a year. He resolved to take things one step at a time. What's wrong? You seem rather downcast. Su Weiwei observed Lin Tianlang's melancholy and couldn't resist asking, but it's none of your business. Lin Tianlang retorted brusquely. Hey, what's gotten into you today? Sometimes it's better to voice your concerns, you know? Su Weiwei raised an eyebrow. I won't say anything to you. You'll just mock me, Lin Tianlang replied. Come on, just share. I promise I won't laugh. Su Weiwei insisted, playfully patting her chest, causing quite a stir. Not saying is not saying. Your promise holds no weight with me. Lin Tianlang waved his hand dismissively. However, he paused, contemplating his dismal mood and the hope of confiding in someone. With no one at home, his father away with the club for a competition and his mother occupied, he felt a tinge of loneliness. Despite the appealing notion of being home alone, the absence of a charming younger sister left him feeling somewhat isolated. Fine, I suppose sharing one tea hurt, Lin Tianlang decided, opting to share a few innocuous details with Su Weiwei. Those three worthless thugs were utterly shameless, bullying a young girl. I'll send them to meet their maker. As they walked, Lin Tianlang animatedly recounted his recent encounter with the trio of bullies, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the girl he had rescued. She mentioned she had just graduated high school, which means she's our age. Is it really a crime to be around 1.4 meters tall? Well, Su Weiwei quickened her pace to walk ahead of him, turning to face him. You know those magical fantasy films, right? Like the Lord of the Rings? Some of the characters are called hobbits or dwarves. Are you familiar with them? I know, I've watched all 3 movies. They're quite good, Lin Tianlang responded. Great, then it's simple. That girl you just saved might be a dwarf. Su Weiwei teased, retreating a few steps while winking at him. Lin Tianlang looked utterly perplexed. Are you trying to tell me there's magic in this world? Are there elves and dragons too? Who knows? Su Weiwei giggled that I'm home now. Thanks for your escort. Bodyguard, she shot Lin Tianlang a flirtatious glance before skipping into her apartment building. What on earth? Why is she suddenly talking about all these strange things? Lin Tianlang shook his head and continued on his way home. As he walked, he retrieved his acceptance letter and diploma from his backpack, laying out a sigh. St. Lin Academy. Well, I suppose I'll have to make the best of it. The summer vacation passed swiftly, and soon it was time to return to school. During the month he spent at home, Lin Tianlang had nearly forgotten what it felt like to be in the world. Aside from the occasional basketball game with a few high school friends and Su Weiwei's sporadic visits, he had little else to occupy his time, mostly staying home playing video games, as his parents were away and no one was there to monitor him. Nonetheless, he had prepared somewhat for the new school year. The St. Lun Academy that had sent him an acceptance letter was not too far away, located on the outskirts of the city, merely an hour's ride on the subway. The academy's entrance was quite formal, resembling that of any ordinary university. It struck him as odd that he had never heard of this school before. What? You say St. Lun Academy? On the day he visited for an in-person assessment, Lin Tianlang called his father, who sounded utterly astonished on the other end. Father, what's wrong? You seem quite shocked, Lin Tianlang remarked, surprised by his father's tone. Of course I'm shocked. Son, do you know what St. Lun Academy is? It's a prestigious institution, and getting in is no easy feat. Wealth and achievements are of little use. One must possess connections to gain entry. Lin Tianlang's father bellowed on the other end of the line. But why isn't it reflected on the college entrance examination application website? Lin Tianlang felt a twinge of confusion that I have already stated that this school values connections over grades. If you have connections, you could score 0 on the entrance exam and still be accepted. Conversely, if you lack connections, even a perfect score would be of no avail. Lin Tianlang's father shouted. Dear, what is troubling you? Why the excitement? Lin Tianlang's mother's voice faintly echoed from the phone. How can I not be excited? Our son has been admitted to St. Lun Academy. Lin Tianlang's father exclaimed, overflowing with enthusiasm. So, my boy, have you befriended some influential figure like a dean or director? Otherwise, how could they have taken notice of you? I really don't know, Lin Tianlang replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Dad, is this school any good? Well, that's difficult to say. This institution is rather unique, quite different from those prestigious universities and shrouded in mystery. All I know is that the students who graduate from there are not ordinary. They are individuals who immediately ascend into the upper echelons of society, Lin Tianlang's father elaborated. Regardless, since you have been accepted, you must study diligently once you arrive. Understood? Of course, if you find it unbearable, just let your old man know, and we shall abandon this academic pursuit. With your current fighting skills, you could easily compete professionally. I have every confidence in that. Lin Tianlang's father declared with a hearty laugh. All right then, I shall hang up now, Dad-o, and Mom too. Goodbye, love you both, Lin Tianlang said, ending the call. Setting down his phone, Lin Tianlang reclined on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. A prestigious school, you say? Mysterious as well. It doesn't sound like a diploma mill, which lifted Lin Tianlang's spirits considerably. Yet, how could a noble institution seek out someone from such humble origins? Lin Tianlang's background was quite ordinary. His father was a free-fighting coach at a club, and his mother merely an employee at a regular company. While his father's salary as a coach was decent, allowing his family to live comfortably. They were far from noble status in any case, it seemed unlikely that he could forge connections with a prestigious academy. But what does it matter? Let the future handle the future. Lin Tianlang chuckled to himself. The notion of allowing the future to unfold as it may was a lesson imparted by his father. Issues that cannot be resolved or understood in the present are best left for the future. All right, time to rank up. With that thought, Lin Tianlang eagerly powered on his computer and simultaneously dialed another person's number. Hello, Su Weiwei. Do you have a moment? Ah, what's up? Su Weiwei's languid voice came through the phone. Miss Su, I'm stuck at diamond rank. Could you lend me a hand? Lin Tianlang pleaded in a charming tone. Oh, so you wish for me to help you climb the ranks? What should I do then? I don't support freeloaders, you know. Su Weiwei's slightly mischievous laughter echoed on the line. That I'll treat you to dinner another day, Lin Tianlang proposed. Let me think. No thanks, Su Weiwei replied after a moment's consideration. What do you want then? Lin Tianlang's mouth twitched, sensing an ominous premonition. How about this? You work for me, for a day. I need to clear out some old books tomorrow, Su Weiwei suggested with a laugh. Lin Tianlang pondered the offer for a brief moment, weighing the cost-effectiveness of the arrangement. What's the matter? Is it too much? If you can't agree, I'll just have to wish you a 5-game losing streak. Su Weiwei teased. And no need for that. I'll agree. It's not too difficult, Lin Tianlang responded. Working as a laborer for a day to help clear out some old books seemed reasonable enough. It wouldn't take much effort and wouldn't cost him a dime. Hee, it's settled then, Wait for me. I'm logging in now, Su Weiwei chimed in cheerfully. Thus, Lin Tianlang traded a day of his freedom for Su Weiwei's assistance, resulting in a splendid 10-game winning streak. Although he was sore for moving books the following day, he ultimately felt it was a worthwhile exchange, even a small profit. This cheerful mood persisted until the day of the semester's commencement. The admission letter, accompanied by documents, clearly stated the reporting date as September 9th. Knowing the location well, Lin Tianlang diligently packed his belongings, took the admission notice, and boarded the subway line 3 heading to the outskirts. The train to the suburbs was sparsely populated, and since it was quite early, the carriage was mostly empty. Lin Tianlang leisurely sat in his seat, scrolling through his social media feed, that he noticed that Su Weiwei had posted a new update 5 minutes ago, featuring a picture of herself with luggage, captioned "Off to University." This fellow is also reporting to university today. Lin Tianlang chuckled and shook his head, then liked her post. Various universities commenced their academic year at different times, and over the past few days, he had seen numerous high school classmates posting about heading to their respective universities. Lin Tianlang was not one to frequently post on social media, usually preferring to scroll through others' updates. However, given the significance of the day, he decided to share a brief post himself that he took a photo of himself on the way and published it. Afterward, he opened a short video app to watch some clips. Reaching St. Louis Academy required riding the subway to the line's terminus. Though the commute was manageable, it was still quite remote. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Lin Tianlang was halfway through his third video, a call came in, displaying the profile of a silver-haired girl. "Hello, what's up?" Lin Tianlang answered that, "I saw your social media update. I noticed that you like my post too. Are you also heading to school today?" Su Weiwei's melodious voice resonated through the phone. "ISNT that a question you already know the answer to." Lin Tianlang responded tersely. "Just checking in. So, are you still unwilling to tell me where you're studying?" Su Weiwei laughed that I've said it before. "Unless you tell me first. You will never find out which university I attend." Lin Tianlang retorted with a smirk. All right, I won T-Pry. Bye," Su Weiwei said playfully before swiftly hanging up. Lin Tianlang glanced at the call log and shook his head, then returned to browsing videos. After some thought, he decided that rather than wasting time on short videos, he would search for information about the school online. That he opened a browser and typed in St. Louis Academy. A plethora of results appeared, yet most were irrelevant, with scant information pertaining to the school, lending it an air of secrecy. No wonder his father insisted that connections were essential for admission. With such an enigmatic reputation, it is likely that many people were unaware of the institution's existence. Lin Tianlang stroked his chin, musing aloud, "But how did my father come to know of it? I really don't understand. I should ask him when I get back." The subway sped along the tracks, whoosh, and soon arrived at the destination. After disembarking, collecting his luggage, and recalling the route from memory, Lin Tianlang made his way towards the school's entrance. In this remote suburb, foot traffic was sparse. There were hardly any pedestrians on the sidewalks, and vehicles on the road were few and far between, with only an occasional car passing by. It seems not many people are arriving. As he walked, Lin Tianlang finally spotted a few students of similar age dragging their suitcases. There didn't seem to be any other universities nearby, so they were likely fellow students as he approached the school. The crowd gradually thickened. Groups of students gathered, laughing and chatting together. Some of the older students appeared to be upperclassmen, while Lin Tianlang noticed that these seniors were all wearing uniforms, blue and white attire resembling long robes. In contrast, those dressed in casual clothes were evidently the incoming freshmen like himself. Well, regardless of the circumstances, St. Louis Academy. Here I come. Finally, he reached the entrance of the school. The grand entrance exudes a remarkable air of elegance. Seemingly adorned to welcome incoming freshmen and returning students alike, IT appears to have been particularly embellished since Lin Tianlang's previous visit for an on-site inspection. To his surprise, the number of people present seems rather sparse. As he steps through the gates, he notes that the student count is not as substantial as he had envisioned. Previously, he had observed the situation from outside the school's gates, and today, he finally has the opportunity to explore the interior. Upon entering, he finds the surroundings to be quite pleasant and spacious. The pathways are lively, with students engaged in playful banter, both boys and girls, creating a harmonious atmosphere. A few girls catch Lin Tianlang's eye, their flowing golden hair and striking beauty captivating him. Wow, There are quite a few beauties here. He muses excitedly, his gaze wandering in search of more. Strangely, he notices an abundance of girls with golden hair, a stark contrast to the rarity he had seen on the streets. Additionally, some individuals appear unusually short, reminiscent of the girl named Ainea, whom he had rescued previously. This school, not only a haven for golden-haired girls, but also a gathering place for the diminutive? Lin Tianlang ponders as he strolls along. Truly, this elite institution lives up to its reputation. Lin Tianlang observes that the students he encounters, regardless of gender, possess an extraordinary level of attractiveness, far surpassing the average. With so many beautiful girls around, finding a girlfriend shouldn't be too difficult, right? He chuckles to himself, wiping away the drool that had formed at the corner of his mouth. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolds before him. He witnesses a boy suddenly teleporting 5 meters as if by magic, bursting into laughter with his companions afterward. What? Am I hallucinating? Did I just see someone teleport? Lin Tianlang blinks in disbelief, rubbing his eyes vigorously. No worries, it must be my imagination, he reassures himself, spotting a small pavilion ahead with a sign reading freshman reception. He strides over. Inside the pavilion, 2 male students appear somewhat bored, one of them yawning openly. Hello, senior. I'm here to check in as a new student. Lin Tianlang approaches them. Finally, a new student. Please show your acceptance letter and register your name. One of the students replies lethargically. Sure, Lin Tianlang responds, presenting his acceptance letter. The student merely glances at it dismissively, waving him off with an okay before handing him a pen. Wait, what? Lin Tianlang exclaims upon realizing the pen is an old-fashioned fountain pen rather than a ballpoint. Nevertheless, he quickly fills in his name despite the awkwardness of using the fountain pen as a newcomer. Just walk through the north building, and a teacher will assist you. And please leave your luggage here. Someone will take it directly to your dorm, the student adds. All right, thank you, Lin Tianlang replies gratefully, handing over his suitcase before continuing towards the north building. After Lin Tianlang departs, the 2 reception students exchange glances. Sensing something amiss. Hey, did you find that newcomer a bit strange? One asks. Yeah, I thought so too. He seems like a human, right? No way, you must be mistaken. Unbeknownst to Lin Tianlang, he has arrived at the entrance of the north building. The lower part of the building is open, and passing through it should lead him inside the academy. However, as he steps through, an intense wave of dizziness suddenly overwhelms him, causing his vision to blur momentarily. What is happening? He exclaims, quickly grasping a nearby support pillar for stability. The dizziness subsides as swiftly as it came, leaving him bewildered. What was that about? He wonders, rubbing his temples. When he finally looks up, he is captivated by the breathtaking scene before him. After passing through the north building, he finds himself in an expansive, beautifully designed area, featuring rows of white buildings, lush greenery, and a magnificent fountain at the center. Wow, he gasps in awe, pulling out his phone to capture the moment. The atmosphere within the school is bustling, with significantly more students than outside. The opulence of the decorations reflects a distinct Western architectural style. Groups of students chat amiably in the open spaces, most dressed in uniforms. I should take a photo to commemorate this, Lin Tianlang declares to himself, snapping pictures with enthusiasm. However, he notices something peculiar about the light emanating from his phone screen. Casting an odd array of colors, disregarding the strange occurrence, he continues to explore, filled with curiosity. Yet just as he is engrossed in taking pictures, an unexpected surprise causes him to jump. Yo-hoo, a familiar voice calls out. And as Lin Tianlang turns his phone's camera, a silver-haired girl suddenly appears in front of him. What the? He exclaims, startled, stumbling backward and inadvertently colliding with a red-haired girl. What are you doing? The red-haired girl yells, shoving Lin Tianlang away. I'm so sorry. He quickly apologizes, realizing he may have caused an incident. The girl, tall and striking with her fiery red hair tied in a ponytail, looks furious. Pervert, creepy, get away from me, she accuses, hurling insults at him. This unexpected altercation draws the attention of nearby students, who watch with keen interest. Excuse me, I truly didn't mean to. Lin Tianlang tries to explain, fully aware that he is at fault. Despite the situation's origin lying with the silver-haired girl, he casts a glare at her, who seems to recognize her role in the mishap, and quickly intervenes. Apologies, this student didn't intend to cause any trouble. I startled him, which led to the collision. Su Weiwei clarifies to the red-haired girl. What a terrible way to start the day, the red-haired girl remarks disdainfully, casting a glance at Lin Tianlang. However, her expression shifts abruptly as realization dawns upon her. No divine mark. Could he be a human? She mutters to herself, her eyes widening in shock. You are a human? Her declaration sends a ripple of intrigue through the crowd, drawing even more eyes toward Lin Tianlang. He feels a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by the sensation of being scrutinized by so many. What is going on? Why is everyone reacting this way? Aren't we all humans here? He wonders, perplexed at, oh my goodness, the red-haired girl's disdain morphs into outright disgust. How could a human be here? What is a human doing at St. Lun Academy? Her words incite a commotion among the gathered students. All eyes fixated on Lin Tianlang. The IT seems to be true. That guy really is a human without a divine mark. Someone whispers, looks like we have a spectacle on our hands. Various murmurs fill the air, leaving Lin Tianlang bewildered. What is everyone talking about? I don't understand, he exclaims, his tone growing colder. Yes, I'm a human, but aren't you all humans too? Lin Tianlang's patience wears thin, and he can no longer maintain the previous demeanor of humility, especially as he senses the palpable disdain directed at him. What? Are you insulting me? Upon hearing this, the crimson-haired girl immediately became infuriated, her teeth clenched in anger. What do you mean? How have I insulted you? Are you suggesting that you are not human? Lin Tianlang found himself utterly bewildered. However, it was evident that the atmosphere around them was rapidly becoming charged with tension. Nonsense, of course. I am not of the human race. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see my dragon horns? I am of the dragon lineage. You insufferable fool. I shall make you pay for your rudeness. The crimson-haired girl lunged at Lin Tianlang like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Claws bared, oh no. The sudden attack startled Lin Tianlang. Get back. This woman is utterly unreasonable. He pushed Su Weiwei aside and dodged to the other side. The girl's speed was far superior to that of an ordinary person. But fortunately, Lin Tianlang was no ordinary individual. Evading such an attack was well within his capabilities. Su Weiwei stumbled several steps back after being pushed, nearly falling to the ground. That guy is doomed. Indeed, provoking a Dragon Clan member will likely result in a severe beating, right? Hopefully, it won't be too brutal. The onlooking students whispered among themselves, enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei, witnessing the sudden escalation, was thoroughly panicked. Please, don't fight. She stepped forward, hoping to mediate, but was restrained by two girls beside her. Don't get involved. It's his own fault, one girl remarked. Right, I really don't understand what the admissions department was thinking, allowing a human to enroll here. Another chimed in. But he is here because of me. Su Weiwei felt anxious, still wanting to help. However, the girl beside her insisted, classmate, you're a divine being. It's truly unnecessary to stand up for a human. Exactly, humans shouldn't even be here. Su Weiwei was pushed to the outskirts, unable to intervene. After pondering for a moment, she had an idea and dashed off that if I can't handle this, I should fetch a teacher. They will certainly intervene. Lin Tianlang, please hold on for a bit longer. Just don't die. In the center of the crowd, Lin Tianlang and the crimson-haired girl were locked in combat. Her attacks were fierce. Yet Lin Tianlang seemed to toy with her, evading her strikes effortlessly. Ah, if you have the ability, stop dodging. The girl shouted in exasperation. Enough already. I merely bumped into you accidentally, and I've already apologized. Must you take it this far? I warn you, if this continues, I shall retaliate. Lin Tianlang replied, a hint of anger in his voice. He too had his limits. Despite her being a girl, such repeated provocations would ignite anyone's temper. What an opportunity! Ignoring Lin Tianlang's words, the crimson-haired girl seized the moment he paused his evasive maneuvers and lunged at him, her clenched fist aimed directly at his face. What incredible speed and strength! Truly, as a dragon, even with her bloodline power just beginning to awaken, she was far superior to us, a student in the crowd commented. Indeed, that human is in trouble. I hope he doesn't get crippled by a single punch. The spectators eagerly awaited the sight of Lin Tianlang being struck down. However, reality did not unfold as they had anticipated. With remarkable swiftness, Lin Tianlang extended his left hand, grasping the wrist of the crimson-haired girl as she threw her punch, deftly redirecting her momentum and flinging her aside. Yeah. The girl felt an overwhelming force course through her, landing awkwardly on the ground. Enough. Have you no limits? A gentleman speaks rather than strikes. If you continue to provoke me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Lin Tianlang scolded. What? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. They had expected Lin Tianlang to be knocked down, yet it was the crimson-haired girl who found herself sprawled on the ground. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? Is he pretending? Could he also be of the dragon lineage? Or perhaps a bloodline descendant? That can't be. He lacks dragon horns or blood fangs, none of the traits of a dragon or bloodline clan. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Lin Tianlang cast a cold glance at the spectators, and they instinctively took a step back, feeling the weight of his piercing gaze. The crimson-haired girl, her teeth nearly grinding to dust, felt humiliated. Being thrown to the ground in such a manner was, in her view, a profound disgrace, more unbearable than death itself. That I will fight you. She scrambled to her feet and lunged at Lin Tianlang once more. Clearly, she would not relent without a lesson. Lin Tianlang, now angered, chose to take the offensive rather than remain on the defensive, in his eyes, while the crimson-haired girl possessed strength and speed that surpassed any girl of her age he had encountered. Even exceeding some adult males, it was still manageable, especially against someone like him, who had genuine combat experience. Her chaotic flailing was surprisingly easy to counter. The two collided, their forms quickly intertwining. The speed of the girl's punches was astonishing. For an untrained, ordinary person, evasion would be nearly impossible. Yet Lin Tianlang merely sidestepped with agility, narrowly avoiding the blow, recognizing the ferocity of her strike. If it connected, the force could very well break a couple of ribs. This woman is mad. Her ferocity is truly relentless. After dodging, the girl's back was completely exposed to Lin Tianlang. It was a glaring opening, one he could not afford to miss, that he swiftly executed an elbow strike. Connecting with the girl's vulnerable back, he held back somewhat, as she was still a girl. His intention was to subdue her rather than inflict harm. The crimson-haired girl gasped at the impact, but did not falter. Instead, her fury intensified as she clawed at him. This lunatic has quite the endurance. Lin Tianlang was mildly surprised. By wise estimation, the girl should have been knocked down, yet the reality defied his expectations. He ducked beneath another of her swipes and struck back. Oh worries. With your level of combat skill, I have 100 ways to bring you to heel. Lin Tianlang seized the girl's wrist, twisting and pulling, swiftly reversing their positions until she found herself in front, and he was behind her. With one hand restraining her arm, he pressed down with the other, forcing her to the ground. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Lin Tianlang's movements were so rapid that no one could comprehend what had transpired. In an instant, the crimson-haired girl was awkwardly pinned down. Have you had enough? Lin Tianlang roared, his right hand holding her right arm behind her back while his left pinned her left arm. Immobilizing her, he pressed his knee against her lower back, effectively securing her, rendering her unable to rise. Ew. The crimson-haired girl gritted her teeth, struggling against her restraints. Oh, you still have some strength left, but it's futile. I've already controlled all your points of leverage. This struggle will only lead to dislocating your joints. Lin Tianlang marveled at her strength while tightening his grip. How infuriating, as a proud member of the Dragon Clan, to be humiliated to this extent by a human. If only my bloodline were fully awakened. The crimson-haired girl continued to resist, but her eyes began to mist over. In her mind, being seen in such a disheveled state was worse than death itself. Hey, human, don't go too far. This is St. Louis Academy. Not a place for you to run rampant. Seeing the crimson-haired girl in such a predicament, someone in the crowd finally spoke up to defend her. Hey, she started it. Lin Tianlang retorted. Could you two calm down? Let's not escalate this further. A golden-haired boy approached, attempting to mediate. I'm quite calm, but she doesn't seem capable of remaining calm. I'm afraid if I let her go, she'll leap up and tear me to shreds. Lin Tianlang found himself in a state of amusement, exclaiming, Ha! You spectators from the Divine Clan need not intervene. I shall handle my own affairs. the crimson-haired maiden shouted, her face flushed crimson from her strenuous struggles. Yet, it was in vain. As Lin Tianlang had declared, her points of leverage were firmly restrained, rendering her exertions futile, merely a waste of energy. All right. New students tend to cause quite a stir upon arrival. You too. Cease this at once. That moment. A voice suddenly resonated from the rear of the crowd. The onlooking students swiftly parted to create a pathway, revealing a tall man, disheveled and sporting a rugged stubble. Approaching with purpose, beside him stood a silver-haired girl, who sighed in relief upon seeing this man, likening him to a teacher. Upon inquiry, she confirmed her assumption and promptly brought him over. However, her expression bore a hint of peculiarity. She had expected Lin Tianlang to be the one pinned to the ground. Mr. Ger, a senior student dressed in uniform, recognized the man and hurriedly offered his greetings. Enough, cease your actions, the man addressed as Mr. Ger stepped forward and snapped his fingers. In an astonishing turn of events, Lin Tianlang felt an invisible force suddenly seize him, pushing him backward. Thus he and the crimson-haired maiden were separated. What just happened? Lin Tianlang stood frozen, having just witnessed an occurrence that defied scientific explanation. I will tear you apart. The liberated crimson-haired maiden gritted her teeth, preparing to lunge at Lin Tianlang once more. Calm down. Young lady of the dragon clan. Mr. Ger snapped his fingers again, and the crimson-haired maiden found herself halted, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, unable to inch closer to Lin Tianlang. Wait, is this a form of magic? Lin Tianlang mused, clearly witnessing the phenomenon of separation through an air wall. All right, everyone disperse and own more spectating. Seniors, proceed to check in. Freshmen, gather at the hall over there. Mr. Ger clapped his hands. His words carried significant weight, and the onlookers immediately scattered. Teacher, the crimson-haired maiden stood, her silver teeth clenched in frustration. Oh, I am not a teacher, merely an administrator of the school. You may call me Mr. Ger. You wish to inquire why humans are present at St. Luin Academy, correct? That question is best directed at the principal, as I cannot provide an answer. Mr. Ger shook his head, then continued, all new students, assemble in the hall. With that, he made his way towards the hall, while the crimson-haired maiden trailed behind him, casting a venomous glare at Lin Tianlang over her shoulder. You two, stop dawdling and head to the hall. Mr. Ger turned back to Lin Tianlang with a smile. Thank you, Lin Tianlang stammered, still reeling from the shock of the earlier events. It wasn't until a silver-haired girl waved her hand in front of him that he snapped back to reality. What is it? Lin Tianlang turned to meet the gaze of the silver-haired maiden. Are you all right? Su Weiwei inquired with an apologetic smile, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. I'm fine. I never expected that crimson-haired girl to be so unhinged, resorting to violence over the slightest provocation. Lin Tianlang sighed. By the way, how did you end up here? Why shouldn't I be here? Su Weiwei retorted. Well, it's just that it seems the universe enjoys playing tricks on me. After 12 years of primary, middle, and high school, I find myself thrown into the same university as you. Lin Tianlang shook his head, exuding a sense of helplessness. Hey, what do you mean by that? You should feel honored to attend the same school as a beauty like me. Su Weiwei protested, hands on her hips. All right, beauty, if you say so, Lin Tianlang replied dismissively, casting a sideways glance at Su Weiwei. What do you mean by that? Su Weiwei exclaimed angrily, delivering a light punch to Lin Tianlang, which of course did not hurt at all. To be honest, our academic standings are world apart. How did you end up here? Lin Tianlang questioned. From your tone, it seems you believe this is a terrible school. Su Weiwei raised a finger, gesturing in no, and replied earnestly, if you truly think that, you're gravely mistaken. This institution is a top-tier magical academy, one that many would give anything to enter. Lin Tianlang's ears perked up at the mention of magic. Had it been half an hour prior, he would have dismissed Su Weiwei as delusional, but now... Wait, you mean to say magic is real? Lin Tianlang inquired. Did you not just witness it with your own eyes? Su Weiwei replied curtly. From your tone, it seems you've known about this for quite some time. Lin Tianlang pressed further. Indeed, Su Weiwei affirmed with a smile. Why didn't you tell me? You never asked, besides, unless one sees it for themselves. Would you truly believe me if I told you? Su Weiwei's response left Lin Tianlang speechless. Well then, I suppose that makes sense, Lin Tianlang admitted, deflated. By the way, you actually managed to subdue that dragon girl. Impressive. I thought you might get beaten to a pulp, Su Weiwei remarked, walking alongside Lin Tianlang with a light step, that I was genuinely worried you might not survive until I summoned a teacher. That man named Mr. Ger, was he the one you called over? Lin Tianlang asked, surprised. Of course. Did you think it was mere coincidence that a teacher appeared just in time to separate you two? Su Weiwei retorted. But what do you mean by survive until the teacher arrives? Am I really that weak? Besides, she was just a girl. If I can't even handle a girl, I might as well end it all. But to be fair, that red-haired girl was indeed quite powerful, Lin Tianlang mused. This isn't merely a matter of gender. She is of the dragon clan, and in terms of strength, she is not something an ordinary person can match. Su Weiwei explained, shaking her head. Wait a minute, am I to understand that you are concerned for my well-being? Lin Tianlang raised an eyebrow. Who knows? After all, we are good friends. I simply didn't want to see you get beaten half to death. Su Weiwei shrugged. Enough of this. Speaking of which, what were they saying about humans and dragon clans earlier? What are these beings? Why were the others, especially that crimson-haired girl, so fixated on my identity as a human? It seemed she held a certain disdain for it. What's the deal? Lin Tianlang shifted the topic. Well, that's a complex explanation. You could consider it a form of racial discrimination, Su Weiwei pondered before responding. Can't you elaborate? What kind of discrimination? Lin Tianlang pressed. I'd rather not tell you, lest it upset you. Su Weiwei replied, oh, if that's the case, then forget it. I don't want to know, Lin Tianlang said nonchalantly, striding confidently toward the hall. Hey, how can you give up so easily? Su Weiwei caught up, tugging at Lin Tianlang's sleeve. Also, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. The two made their way to the hall together. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. The decor exuded a Western style, reminiscent of a cathedral. They found a vacant seat, and though Lin Tianlang wished to remind Su Weiwei to maintain a bit of distance as a gentleman, she appeared completely oblivious to the need for personal space. Lin Tianlang surveyed the lively environment, where everyone was dressed in casual attire, engaged in animated conversations, and brimming with excitement. But by the way, what race are those golden-haired individuals? I've noticed many of them, both male and female, and most have long hair, Lin Tianlang whispered to Su Weiwei. Those are elves, Su Weiwei replied softly. Elves? Lin Tianlang's eyes widened. Are they the kind of elves I think they are? As he spoke, he gestured to signify pointed ears, precisely the kind you imagine. Su Weiwei nodded with a smile. But they don't have pointed ears, Lin Tianlang inquired. It's quite normal that your spiritual eyes are not yet opened, making it difficult for you to perceive the characteristics of various races. Even that red-haired girl you fought with earlier has dragon horns on her head. That Su Weiwei squinted one eye and blinked. Ah, you can see them? Lin Tianlang asked. Of course I can, Su Weiwei replied. Then, what are the characteristics of my race? Lin Tianlang pointed to himself. Humans have no distinct features, Su Weiwei chuckled. TCH, why are you laughing? Aren't you the same? Lin Tianlang retorted. No, we're quite different. I belong to the divine race, and my characteristic is a faint divine mark on my forehead. Roughly in this position, Su Weiwei indicated her brow. You simply cannot see it at the moment. That's so. You're not human either? Lin Tianlang felt something within him begin to shatter. He believed his capacity for acceptance was already considerable, yet the volume of information he had absorbed within this hour was overwhelming, making his head feel as if it were about to explode. If that's the case, then yes, Su Weiwei laughed awkwardly. Let us not discuss it further. The opening ceremony is about to commence. All right, Lin Tianlang sighed lightly. Lifting his gaze forward, he saw a young man in a white robe ascend the podium in the auditorium, appearing to be in his early 30s. Good morning, esteemed new students. Welcome to St. Lewin Academy. And congratulations to you all. The voice of the man in white was resoundingly clear, resonating throughout the hall without the need for amplification. Lin Tianlang noticed there was no microphone on the podium nor speakers on the surrounding walls. Magic again, Lin Tianlang pondered, feeling somewhat astonished as the white-clad man concluded his words. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the auditorium, with the new students visibly exhilarated, clapping fervently. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the principal of St. Lewin Academy, Gary Vincent. You may call me Principal Vincent, the white-haired man proclaimed. Is this really the principal? He looks so young. Lin Tianlang thought to himself, astonished. Such a youthful and handsome principal. He overheard some girls whispering nearby, shaking his head in disbelief. Indeed, I expected the principal to resemble a venerable wizard like Gandalf, but he appears to be merely in his 30s, Su Weiwei remarked. Astonished, and his looks are quite remarkable. I never anticipated our principal would be such a striking gentleman. The opening ceremony continued as Principal Vincent delivered his passionate speech, yet Lin Tianlang hardly absorbed any of its content. However, unlike the principals from his previous middle and high schools who stretched their speeches for half an hour, Principal Vincent concluded his address in just 10 minutes, which earned Lin Tianlang's respect. All right, I'm sure you all find lengthy speeches rather tedious, so I shall conclude here. Although my script remains unfinished, who truly cares? I hope each of you enjoys your time at St. Lin Academy and strives to become a wizard of great value to society. With a casual demeanor, Principal Vincent concluded, prompting a thunderous applause from the audience. Students applauded while excitedly cheering. Now, don't rush to leave. Come over here to collect your class assignment and uniforms, boys and girls. Please separate. A familiar voice resonated. It was Mr. Jer, standing at one side of the auditorium, waving to the students. After receiving his uniform, Lin Tianlang also obtained his class assignment notice. There were a total of 4 classes in his year, and he had been assigned to Class 1. It was said that each class contained approximately 30 to 40 students. Thus, the entire year likely comprised no more than 200 individuals, a rather small number indeed. What kind of management is this? Even as university students, we still have to wear uniforms, Lin Tianlang remarked, finding the attire quite fitting. Upon donning the uniform, he was surprised to find it tailored to him, as if it had been custom-made. Initially, he thought it was a bit large when he received it, but once he wore it, it seemed to adjust perfectly to his frame. Is this also magic? Lin Tianlang mused, then followed the directions on a class assignment to locate his classroom. This assignment was merely a sheet of white paper, yet it was imbued with magic, revealing a navigational map on the back that would lead Lin Tianlang directly to his classroom. However, he was at a loss on how to interpret the map. Where exactly does this paper point to? Lin Tianlang lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. Hearing the bell ring, he realized class was about to commence, yet he still hadn't located his classroom. He wanted to ask someone for directions, but with class time approaching, most students had already returned to their rooms. Being late on the very first day would not bode well. Are you Lin Tianlang? Class has already started. Why are you still here? A voice called from behind him. Turning around, he saw Mr. Jer standing there. I can't read this map. Lin Tianlang admitted bashfully that Mr. Jer approached and took the class assignment from Lin Tianlang's hands. Class 1 of Year 1. Let me take you there. It's quite normal not to understand this magically enhanced map with your spiritual eyes still unopened. He spoke in a gentle tone, devoid of reproach. Oh, thank you, Lin Tianlang replied, feeling a bit shy as he lowered his head. Mr. Jer led Lin Tianlang to a semicircular white teaching building, which had 6 staircases clearly numbered from 1 to 6. Ascending the 6th staircase would lead directly to the first-year classrooms. All right, hurry along. You're already late, Mr. Jer encouraged, giving Lin Tianlang a pat on the shoulder. Oh, I understand now. Thank you, teacher. Lin Tianlang expressed his gratitude and hurried upstairs. The semicircular teaching building had 3 floors, with classes 5 and 6 located on the 2nd floor. Thus, Class 1 must be on the top floor. Lin Tianlang bounded up the stairs, taking 3 steps at a time, and soon spotted the sign indicating Year 1, Class 1. He quickly rushed over. This must be it. Inside the classroom, the other students were already seated in their places, and a brown-haired male teacher was passionately speaking at the podium. The classroom's arrangement was reminiscent of his middle school days, indistinguishable from what he had previously experienced. With a hint of apprehension, Lin Tianlang knocked on the classroom door. Excuse me, I apologize for being late. I couldn't find the classroom. As soon as Lin Tianlang's words left his mouth, over 30 pairs of eyes in the room turned to him, including the astonished gaze of the male teacher at the podium. Oh no, this is the most embarrassing moment, Lin Tianlang thought, feeling his body tense up, his palms growing sweaty with anxiety. I wondered why there was an empty seat over there. It turns out a student hadn't arrived yet. The male teacher exclaimed, laughing heartily. No worries. New students often have trouble finding their classrooms, and my name is Jerry Glott, and I will be your homeroom teacher. Glott? Lin Tianlang blinked in surprise, recalling that it was also the name of a type of firearm, though he wisely kept that thought to himself. Now, it's your turn. The other students have already introduced themselves, so please do the same. Mr. Glott beckoned Lin Tianlang over, patting his shoulder with a smile. A self-introduction, huh? Just a minor addition to my embarrassment. Being late is already mortifying enough. Lin Tianlang thought. He began, stepping up to the podium as all eyes focused intently on him, accompanied by whispers. Really? He's a human. I heard that our year has a human student. It must be him. Unexpectedly, I find myself in Class 1. What a stroke of bad luck. The harsh and jarring sounds drifted into Lin Tianlang's ears. Among the gazes from the audience, the majority were filled with disdain. Some bore an ambiguous attitude. A few were curious, and a very small number harbored hatred. Lin Tianlang noticed a red-haired girl seated in the fourth row of the first column by the window, glaring at him with gritted teeth. What a predicament. How did I end up in the same class as her? He rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly helpless. Long sinew, something the matter? Did you break your pen? Glotter seemed to have noticed the red-haired girl's unusual demeanor and inquired with a hint of curiosity. Her name is Long Sinew. Lin Tianlang sighed. He truly hoped she wouldn't seek him out for trouble in the future, although he wasn't particularly afraid of it. Given the disdainful gazes below, Lin Tianlang felt it necessary to project an image that he was not easily trifled with. Thus, he cleared his throat, adopting an air of arrogance, nostrils flared, and coldly declared, "Hello, everyone. I am Lin Tianlang, and my hobby is beating people up, so please do not provoke me." The effect was rather lackluster, as he glanced below to find the disdainful murmurs had only intensified. Humph. Who does he think he is? Just a mere human spouting nonsense here, utterly lacking self-awareness that he claims his hobby is beating people. What does that amount to? In the face of magic, he is but a clown. It appeared that this display of bravado had backfired. Lin Tianlang's lips twitched. This was not the outcome he had desired. Ahaha! How amusing! Glotter clapped enthusiastically, laughing heartily. This is the first time I've heard someone claim that beating people is a hobby. Regardless, Lin Tianlang, you are now part of Class 1, so do your best. Glotter patted Lin Tianlang on the shoulder. As for seating, only the last seat in the second group remained. You're okay with that, right? Glotter pointed to the solitary seat in the last row. Of course, no problem, teacher. Lin Tianlang replied hurriedly, then made his way to his seat. The seating arrangement followed a buddy system, which had its pros and cons. If one could become friends with their desk mate, it was certainly a cause for joy. However, if one could not get along, or worse, had conflicts, it would be quite uncomfortable though. His desk mate was a girl, and she was quite beautiful. Lin Tianlang's eyes lit up. A boy. There was always an inexplicable fascination with attractive female classmates. She had flowing silver hair, rosy pink lips, and expressive brown eyes. Wait a minute. What? Lin Tianlang stared, dumbfounded, at the silver-haired girl seated next to him, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The girl beamed at him, her eyes narrowing into charming crescent shapes, greeting him. Hello, nice to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. You. Lin Tianlang stammered, pointing at the girl. Lin Tianlang, why are you still standing? Class is about to start. Glotter reminded him. Why apologies? I understand. Lin Tianlang quickly sat down, feeling inexplicably gloomy. All the textbooks needed for class were neatly arranged on the desk, quite thoughtfully prepared. Lin Tianlang mentally recited calming mantras. He picked up the topmost textbook and opened it, pretending not to notice the silver-haired girl beside him. Fundamentals of Magic Theory. It looked quite impressive. Poke. Introduction to Basic Potions. Truly remarkable. Despite his reluctance to engage with the silver-haired girl, she persistently poked him with her finger, leaving him with no choice but to respond. What is it? Lin Tianlang muttered in a low voice, slightly irritated. Oh, Lin, don't be so cold. The silver-haired girl said cheerfully. Let us get acquainted. My name is Su Weiwei. Are you done causing a ruckus? Lin Tianlang replied quietly. You really are hard to shake off. Oh dear, being disliked is quite sorrowful. Su Weiwei feigned a pitiful expression, sniffling. Ugh. Lin Tianlang shook his head, redirecting his focus to the front of the classroom. At the podium, their homeroom teacher Glotter placed the book he had tucked under his arm onto the desk, wiping the sweat from his forehead. All right, since that is settled, our class meeting begins officially. Please set your textbooks aside. We won't be needing them for this lesson. Glotter commenced his lecture, discussing various school rules and important notes for new students, much of which had already been covered during the opening ceremony by Principal Vincent. In short, the content was rather dull. Lin Tianlang supported his head with his hand while listening to Glotter speak, when suddenly a small paper ball landed on his desk. What was going on? Curious, Lin Tianlang picked up the paper ball and unfolded it. Hello, Lin Tianlang. The round, charming handwriting caught his eye. Who could it be? Aside from Su Weiwei, did he know anyone else in this class? As he scanned the room, he noticed a girl in the first group, seated in the upper left corner next to him. She was quite petite, standing at perhaps no more than 1.4 meters tall. Yet her features were exceptionally cute. The girl glanced back at Lin Tianlang, and upon realizing he was looking at her, she shyly smiled and quickly turned her head away. I essed her. Lin Tianlang was quite surprised. The girl who passed him the note was none other than the one he had saved from thugs during the summer. He remembered her well, particularly her diminutive stature. It was hard to forget. Lin Tianlang decided to respond. He took out a pen from his bag and scribbled on the note. Hello, I remember your name is Ainea, right? Those thugs Haven T troubled you again, have they? After finishing, he discreetly crumpled the note into a small ball and accurately tossed it onto Ainea's desk. With his skills, such precision was no challenge. Ainea turned to look at Lin Tianlang again, still wearing a shy smile. After reading the note, she picked up her pen and began to write. A minute later, Lin Tianlang received Ainea's paper ball in return. No, they haven't. Thank you so much for that day. I truly didn't know what I would have done without you. Haha, when I see injustice, I cannot stand idly by. I believe anyone else in that situation would have acted as well. Lin Tianlang replied, tossing the note back. The two continued to exchange notes, and Su Weiwei, observing this, found it rather curious. Oh, do you know that girl? She whispered to Lin Tianlang that her. You remember when I told you about the 3 thugs? She's the one I saved that day, Lin Tianlang explained, then sent another note flying. How outrageous to target such a harmless dwarf girl. Su Weiwei exclaimed indignantly. Oh, so she's a dwarf? Lin Tianlang inquired. Yes, her petite stature is typical of the dwarf race. They generally stand around 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall, with males being slightly taller but seldom reaching 1.5 meters. Su Weiwei elucidated. Lin Tianlang and Ainea continued their note passing. Glotter soon caught on. He cleared his throat twice and gestured with his finger. The paper ball mid-air suddenly changed course and flew straight toward Glotter. What I just said was largely trivial, so I turned a blind eye. However, the upcoming content is more crucial, so please refrain from passing notes and pay careful attention. Glotter placed the note on the podium. How amusing. You're aware that you're merely spouting trivialities? Some students laughed, while others began to look around, curious to see which 2 unfortunate souls had been caught as for the contents of the notes, being the youthful banter between boys and girls. I shall not delve into it, Glotter said, casting a knowing glance at Lin Tianlang and Ainea. Ainea's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson as she shyly lowered her head. Lin Tianlang awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. While beside him, Su Weiwei covered her mouth, her shoulders gently shaking. The other students began to stir, creating a commotion in the classroom. All right, everyone quiet down. Glotter coughed lightly and continued. Next, we shall commence the crux of today's proceedings, the talent assessment. Each individual will undergo a test of their magical affinity. The magical affinity is categorized from lowest to highest as F, E, D, C, B, and A. Except for F, which denotes a complete lack of magical affinity. Any student achieving a grade above F can be deemed to have successfully entered the realm of sorcery. In other words, even students with D or E grades need not feel disheartened. As long as they are not rated F, all other concerns are trivial, Glotter proclaimed passionately. The students below surged in a chatter once more, whispering amongst themselves. Some wore expressions of confidence, while others appeared anxious and restless. Teacher, may I inquire what happens if someone indeed tests as F? A languid voice interrupted, belonging to a blue-haired young man who raised his hand. his face replete with disdain. Lin Tianlang keenly sensed the scrutinizing gazes directed at him. As soon as the blue-haired youth finished speaking, he felt several more unfriendly stares converge upon him. Humph, who do you look down upon? Lin Tianlang snorted dismissively, ignoring the glares that Su Weiwei. Is it true what I heard? That humans typically rank as F or E? Lin Tianlang whispered to Su Weiwei. This time, Su Weiwei surprisingly refrained from her usual teasing tone and instead looked at him with genuine concern. Yes. Precisely because humans possess very poor magical aptitude, we face discrimination from other races. Lin Tianlang searched Su Weiwei's eyes for signs of jest, but found her earnestness compelling. All right then, my goal is to achieve at least E. Lin Tianlang forced a smile, feigning calmness that on stage, Glotter wiped the sweat from his brow in response to the question, saying, I believe our class is exceptionally gifted. Thus, it is unlikely anyone will score an F. But teacher, what if someone does? The blue-haired youth pressed on. Luca, if you insist on pursuing this line of questioning, I cannot provide an answer. Should such a situation arise, I would have to consult the principal for a resolution. An F grade signifies a complete disconnection from magic. Remaining at St. Lin Academy would be futile, and expulsion might be imminent. Lin Tianlang felt his entire body stiffen, and if he were expelled, he would likely have to repeat a year of high school. Right? Oh no. Su Weiwei, unusually sympathetic, attempted to console him. She genuinely seemed worried for Lin Tianlang. All right, enough of this. Let's not discuss F grades. It's bad luck. I believe our classmates will surely achieve A-level results. Glotter concluded the topic with a grin, addressing the students below. Now, let's proceed. One by one, I will escort you to the awakening room. As Glotter spoke, he chanted a couple of phrases and then stamped his foot. What is he doing? Lin Tianlang wondered aloud, puzzled by Glotter's actions that he summoning a teleportation array. Su Weiwei replied with a smile. But you can't see it right now. You can see it? Lin Tianlang inquired out of course. You cannot see it, because your spiritual eye is yet to open. Once it does, you will be able to perceive it, Su Weiwei explained. All right, spiritual eye, spiritual eye. I've heard that term so many times today. Lin Tianlang sighed, resting his head on the desk. After about 2 minutes of Glotter's activity, he exhaled. All right, I have summoned a temporary teleportation array that will take you directly to the awakening room. Let us proceed in order. Zhang Suqing, please come forward. Glotter addressed the boy seated in the front row. Understood, teacher. The boy named Zhang Suqing stood from his seat and approached the podium. Now, step onto the magic circle. Glotter instructed. Zhang Suqing complied, but to Lin Tianlang, it merely appeared as if he was standing beside the podium without any visible array. Allow me to clarify, through this array, you will reach the awakening room. In the center, you will find a stone pillar with a crystal atop it. Place your hand on the crystal, close your eyes, and meditate, feeling the magical energy around you. Typically, the results will manifest within a minute. Glotter elaborated, if the result is F, the crystal remains dark, emits white light. D is green, C is blue, B is purple, and A is orange. I will not accompany you, as my own magical aura may influence the outcomes. Once you see the color of your crystal, simply return through the teleportation door. That he added, additionally, do not attempt to falsify your results. If anyone misreports their talent level and their performance in third-year classes does not align with their magical aptitude, a retest will be conducted. That if the results of the retest differ from the initial assessment, the consequences could be severe. After Glotter's remarks, he once again asked Zhang Suqing if he had any questions. Zhang Suqing shook his head, indicating he understood everything. Glotter then snapped his fingers, and Zhang Suqing vanished from the spot. Wow! The students gasped in awe at the spectacle, Lin Tianlang's eyes widening in surprise. No need to be so astonished. This is merely a simple third-tier teleportation array. If all goes as expected, you will learn about it in your second year, Glotter chuckled. Now, let's await Zhang Suqing's return. Since the waiting may be a tad tedious, I permit you to engage in quiet conversations, but no loud disruptions, lest you attract the attention of the director, which I would prefer to avoid. Glotter advised. With the teacher's permission, the students immediately began to discuss amongst themselves, the atmosphere growing lively. Some fretted over their potential poor results, while others boasted with confidence that a few seemed indifferent to their talent levels. And some optimistic souls argued that talent was not everything. Hard work was paramount. Glotter watched the students engage in discourse with a smile, remaining silent. Before long, Zhang Suqing returned, appearing as suddenly as he had left. Teacher, it was purple light, Zhang Suqing said, somewhat bashfully lowering his head and scratching his face. Well done, B-grade talent, a splendid start, Glotter exclaimed, patting Zhang Suqing on the shoulder. He then snapped his fingers, and a pen on the podium began to move on its own. Swiftly recording Zhang Suqing's talent leveled as a member of the dragon race. This talent is quite commendable. Keep up the good work, Glotter encouraged. Zhang Suqing nodded vigorously and returned to his seat, where his peers eagerly bombarded him with questions. How was it? What did the room look like? Ahem, next student, Liana. Glotter cleared his throat and called out the name. Here, a girl with a golden ponytail responded, swiftly making her way to the podium and only to be overly nervous. I wish you the best of luck, Glotter smiled as he offered his encouragement, and just like Zhang Suqing, the girl named Liana vanished from the classroom. 2 minutes later, Liana returned, reporting her result. IT was also purple. B-grade talent. Next, Glotter continued to call out names from a list. This time, a rather short boy walked up, likely of the same Dwarven lineage as Anya. Teacher, I got green, the boy said, returning with a downcast demeanor. D-grade. No worries. As dwarves, your strength lies in your craftsmanship. We shall rely on you for the forging of magical artifacts. When the time comes for third-year course selection, make sure to excel in your forging class. Understood? The words of Glot seemed to serve as a potent tonic, instantly igniting a spark of life in the otherwise despondent dwarf boy's eyes. Subsequently, the students ascended to the podium one by one, disappearing into the center of the transference array before returning to the classroom to announce their talent levels. Most of them possessed talents around the C grade, until a boy named Luca took the stage. He was the one who had inquired about what to do if one received an F grade, and revealed an impressive orange A grade talent. When Luca approached the podium, Lin Tianlang felt as though he caught a deliberate glance from him, one tinged with a hint of disdain. As expected, I knew I would surely achieve an A grade. After all, such is the innate talent bestowed by the divine lineage. Luca declared haughtily as he descended from the podium, "Oh, not let your pride carry you away." Luca, Glot admonished with a hint of sternness. Humph, Luca scoffed, inhaling dismissively through his nostrils, refraining from retorting against Glot's words. Following Luca, the subsequent students seemed to suddenly elevate their performance, with several others revealing a grade talents. Moreover, these individuals bore a striking resemblance to Luca, exhibiting a similar air of unwarranted arrogance and contempt. In Class 1, where Lin Tianlang found himself, the number of students was neither too many nor too few, exactly 40. Each student took a minute or two to test their talents in the awakening room. And time passed swiftly. Soon, half of the students had completed their assessments, and without exception, those with D or even E grade talents received consolation and encouragement from Glot. Conversely, those who achieved the grades were mostly met with Glot's caution against excessive pride. Shortly thereafter, it was the turn of a girl named Anya. She shyly walked towards the podium, glancing back at Lin Tianlang midway. You can do it. Lin Tianlang smiled encouragingly, gesturing to her. Anya nodded and stepped onto the podium. Perhaps due to her exceptionally charming and delightful appearance, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience as she ascended. Many boys' eyes sparkled with admiration, causing Anya to shyly lower her head. Before long, Anya vanished from the magical array, and upon her return, she bashfully reported her results to Glot. Teacher, I have a purple talent. Not bad. For a member of the dwarf clan, attaining a B grade talent is quite exceptional. Glot laughed heartily, ruffling Anya's hair. Among the dwarves tested thus far, Anya was the most talented, as the preceding 6 or 7 had all been D or E grade. Anya beamed with joy, her smile seemingly akin to an arrow that struck the hearts of many boys. Such an adorable smile. How rare it is for a dwarf to possess a B grade talent. Luca's voice rang out. Indeed, indeed. Several voices echoed in agreement with Luca's laughter. Yes, he chuckled. He cast a fleeting, dismissive glance in Lin Tianlang's direction. I do not like this person, Lin Tianlang muttered under his breath, clenching his fists. The reference to the human race was evidently aimed at him. Well, I do not like him either. Merely a member of the divine lineage. What is there to be so proud of? Su Weiwei clearly aligned herself with Lin Tianlang, voicing her opinion in response to his words. Next, Lin Tianlang, I could see that moment. Glot called out Lin Tianlang's name. Looks like you're up next. Good luck. Su Weiwei smiled warmly, offering her encouragement that I'll just aim for any grade. My expectations aren't high. Lin Tianlang sighed, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he approached the podium. As he stepped up, the classroom fell silent, with 30 pairs of eyes fixated on him, accompanied by whispers. So, it's that human. I wonder what his talent will be. Is there even a need to speculate? Surely it must be an F grade. It's rare to see an E grade talent among humans. Let us hope not. Although he is a human, we're in the same class, and I still wish for him to achieve at least an E grade. It would be quite embarrassing if he were to be dismissed with an F grade, considering I once shared class with him. These whispers were a mix of harsh judgments and genuine curiosity. Leaving an uncomfortable impression, do not mind what others say. Just focus on yourself, Glot murmured in Lin Tianlang's ear. Although I find it strange for a human to be here, you were personally chosen by the principal. So there must be a reason for your presence. Thus, do not bear too heavy a burden, understand? I understand, teacher, Lin Tianlang nodded. The revelation that he was personally selected by the principal surprised him. All right, I wish you the best of luck. Glot patted Lin Tianlang on the shoulder. Suddenly, a force seemed to seize Lin Tianlang, pulling him backwards sharply, followed by an overwhelming sensation of dizziness. This dizziness mirrored the disorientation he experienced earlier that day beneath the grand northern building of the school. It was far more intense, as though he were being thrust into a tube and then abruptly released. When he regained his senses, Lin Tianlang found himself no longer in the classroom, but rather in a dimly lit small chamber. The room was cramped, roughly 4 square meters in size, with a stone pillar standing in the center, upon which rested a round crystal. Should I place my hand upon it? Lin Tianlang approached the crystal, swallowed hard, and then placed his hand atop it. The moment he did, an overwhelming force surged into his mind. What is this pain? Ugh! Lin Tianlang clenched his teeth, feeling as though his consciousness had been suddenly shattered. Escaping his body, he transcended through walls, traversed mountains, rivers, skies, and seas. What the hell is happening? My head feels like it's going to explode. Lin Tianlang cried out in agony as a whirlwind suddenly spiraled around him. Lifting the edges of his clothing, his consciousness continued to drift outward until it reached a certain point, only to abruptly retract, as if a ball of yarn that had been unraveled was suddenly wound back together. All forcibly stuffed back into his brain. Lin Tianlang felt a wave of nausea, staggering backward several steps before collapsing onto the ground, retching but thankfully expelling nothing. When he looked up, he noticed the crystal was emitting a dazzling light. However, the color was peculiar, not one of the typical whites, greens, blues, purples, or oranges. Why is it glowing red? Lin Tianlang rubbed his eyes, a large question mark forming in his mind, just as Lin Tianlang's consciousness dispersed. Far away from St. Lun Academy, on an altar, the eyes of a stone statue in the center suddenly glimmered with an eerie black light. The statue resembled an ancient warrior, clad in armor that clung closely to its form, exuding an air of strength and a palpable sense of dread that compelled one to bow. Destiny, the statue intoned, its glowing eyes flickering with the cadence of its voice. The King of Kings. Lord of Demons. Suddenly, the space beside the statue tore open, and a cloaked figure emerged, immediately prostrating before the statue. The cloaked figure trembled, unable to meet the statue's dark gaze. I sensed that familiar power. The statue spoke once more, its tone dark and laden with malice. That is them again. This is the power of the ancient gods. Lord of the ancient gods, are you implying? The cloaked figure nearly pressed its forehead to the ground. Visibly terrified. Yes, it is them again. This marks the 3rd occurrence, does it not? The statue's voice was devoid of emotion, only exuding a chilling coldness. It seems I must hasten to unravel this seal. This time, I must break the cycle of fate and take the initiative. The statue suddenly radiated a formidable aura, a gust of wind lifting the cloaked figure's mantle, revealing a grotesque, twisted, and snarling face beneath. Lord of Demons, what do you mean? A new inheritor of the ancient gods has emerged, the statue replied, that a new inheritor of the ancient gods. The voice directed towards the statue, suddenly elongated, echoing far and wide. 5 centuries ago. There were 5 awakeners who sacrificed their lives to seal me here. That I wonder, how many awakeners will there be this time? Hey, what's going on? Why hasn't the human returned yet after such a long time? It has been 5 minutes since Lin Tianlang entered the awakening chamber, while the students who tested before him returned in about 2 minutes. He is currently the one who has taken the longest. The students in the classroom began to whisper among themselves, their voices growing louder. Grodd observed the commotion below and glanced at his pocket watch, feeling a twinge of anxiety. In my opinion, he must have placed his hand on the crystal and found that it did not glow. And now he is too embarrassed to come back. Luca exclaimed with unabashed laughter. His words sparked a wave of laughter, and several other divine students joined in. Could it be that he is truly an F grade? Su Weiwei, sitting at her desk, nervously wiped the sweat from her palm. Although she often teased Lin Tianlang, in this serious setting, she genuinely felt concerned for him, just as everyone was lost in their thoughts. The teleportation array suddenly stirred. Lin Tianlang returned, staggering as he emerged from the center of the array, barely managing to steady himself by gripping the edge of the podium. Damn it, I've experienced motion sickness from cars and boats, but never from a teleportation array, Lin Tianlang muttered to himself. Since he touched the crystal and his consciousness spread out and returned, he felt as if he had transformed. He could see many things that were usually invisible, as if his vision had improved by 4 or 5 levels. Looking down, he noticed he was standing on a blue circular pentagram, which had previously been invisible but was now clear. When he glanced up, he nearly jolted in shock. The students with golden hair, whose ears had appeared normal at first glance, now revealed themselves to possess pointed ears. Furthermore, some sported horns atop their heads. For instance, the red-haired girl had 2 sharp, slightly curved horns that looked quite menacing. Some individuals exhibited protruding white fangs, while others displayed a faint red mark on their foreheads. My goodness, does this class truly contain not a single person I would consider a normal human? What happened? Grot cleared his throat, prompting Lin Tianlang to respond. Below, many of those with faint red marks on their foreheads, including Luca, cast scornful glances at him, seemingly eager to witness his embarrassment. Teacher, my situation seems a bit complicated. What does red signify? Lin Tianlang scratched his head and inquired. As his words fell, the classroom plunged into a brief silence before erupting into laughter. This guy must have lost his mind. What red? It's because the crystal didn't glow. So he just made up a color. Ha. I can't breathe from laughing. A boy with a red mark on his forehead guffawed. If you're going to make up a story, at least make it a plausible one. Lucas scoffed, shaking his head with a knowing expression. Silence. However, Grot suddenly roared, silencing the other students' laughter. He then looked seriously into Lin Tianlang's eyes. Are you certain? Red? Yes, so what does red represent? Lin Tianlang wiped the sweat from his brow. But he could at least ascertain that it was not F grade. After all, the crystal did at least glow. Red, Grot's expression gradually transformed into one of shock as he took a shaky step back. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, red, that has not appeared in centuries and is not classified among the conventional talent levels. It's an S-grade talent. Lin Tianlang stood frozen in place. Below, the room fell into utter silence, enveloped in a deathly stillness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luca leaped from his seat, pointing a finger at Lin Tianlang and shouting, Teacher, stop joking. Look at him, a human waste with no special abilities. Even achieving E-grade talent would be a miracle. How could he possibly be higher than A-grade? An S-grade? Lin Tianlang had long tolerated Luca's arrogance, but hearing him bark like this ignited his anger. Hey, I say, you keep calling me a human waste. How annoying. What are you then? Lin Tianlang considered himself no pushover. While he wouldn't typically be irked by few words, being provoked and insulted repeatedly was intolerable. If not for the presence of a teacher, he would have loved to toss this fool out of the classroom. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, an inexplicable phenomenon erupted in the classroom. Luca suddenly levitated from his seat, then was forcefully thrown backward. Thud! Luca crashed against the back wall of the classroom, howling in pain. You dare!" As he yelled, fear gradually crept into Luca's eyes. The other students gaped in shock. And even Lin Tianlang himself was taken aback. "Did I do that?" He glanced at his hands, realizing that in a fit of rage, some force had surged from within him, manifesting his intent. Lin Tianlang. "Remain calm," Grat said sternly. "The innate magical power within you is extraordinarily potent, strong enough to influence physical objects. This is both a blessing and a curse. If controlled well, it can expedite your learning of magic. But excessive magical power may cause significant destruction if it spirals out of control. That I understand, teacher." Lin Tianlang nodded, feeling a whirlwind of emotions that on one hand, throwing Luca out felt immensely satisfying. On the other, this newfound power, which he had never experienced before, instilled a sense of dread. "All right, until I teach you how to control your magical power, refrain from using magic indiscriminately. Lin Tianlang, you may return to your seat." Grat nodded. Lin Tianlang made his way back to his desk. Sitting in the last row, distance from the podium, he felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him as he walked back. After the earlier incident, no one dared to mention his identity as a human anymore. The previous disdainful expressions had vanished, replaced by curiosity and a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Luca clumsily got back on his feet, returning to his seat in a dejected manner, muttering curses under his breath. However, he seemed hesitant to look at Lin Tianlang, likely afraid that the latter might retaliate again. "All right, everyone, let us continue the testing. We've lost some time, and we need to hurry. A third of the students have yet to complete their tests." Grat clapped his hands and announced the name of the next student to step up for testing. The testing resumed in an orderly fashion, but the results of subsequent students seemed to garner little interest. The conversation revolved primarily around Lin Tianlang. Lin Tianlang rested his head on his desk, occasionally hearing his name mentioned. "That guy's Lin Tianlang, right? Is he really human? I don't know. It shouldn't be possible. The divine race with the highest affinity for magic can't even achieve S-grade talent. This person isn't human. He must be a monster. Indeed, I agree that I heard this morning that he seems to have fought with a dragon girl in hand-to-hand combat. You know, what happened? He knocked her down. It was a complete domination. Normally, a human's physical prowess would be no match for a dragon's, right? Terrifying. It's best to avoid provoking this person in the future. That IT seems he's become a figure of intrigue on the very first day of school." Lin Tianlang sighed inwardly, clearly not seeking the spotlight. "Separation line, ugh. How annoying." Lin Tianlang sighed. Feeling somewhat helpless, he slightly turned his face and noticed a faint red mark on Su Weiwei's forehead. It was subtle, yet noticeable upon closer inspection. "Speaking of which, I never expected that after knowing you for 12 years, you're not human," Lin Tianlang whispered. "Ah, well, you see, the only difference between the divine race and humans is a divine mark." Su Weiwei chuckled awkwardly. Subsequently, Glot pronounced her name, and she winked at Lin Tianlang before ascending the podium. As Lin Tianlang anticipated, Su Weiwei's talent level was A-grade. It seemed that among the divine race, none possessed a talent level lower than A. A sudden pang of envy struck him. "What on earth is your background, and how come you possess an S-class affinity for magic? Moreover, your innate magical prowess is astounding." Upon returning to her seat, Su Weiwei pouted, her cheeks puffed out. "What background do I have? I'm merely an ordinary person," Lin Tianlang replied despondently. "According to their narrative, I'm just a humble human but you needn't belittle yourself like that. Being someone who has tested an S-grade talent, it has nothing to do with being humble," Su Weiwei remarked, her expression complex. No, I'm not deprecating myself. I am merely acknowledging my identity. Once I accept who I am, should others attempt to use my identity against me, I shall not be incensed." Lin Tianlang's tone brightened. "Exactly. At that moment, I'll flaunt my S-grade talent before them, and with a mocking tone, say, 'Ha! Even as a mere human, I possess an S-grade talent. What level of rubbish are you then?'" Just imagining that scene made him secretly revel in delight. As he spoke, he began to chuckle, his laughter growing louder until the students seated in front of him glanced back in surprise. "You truly are something," Su Weiwei noted, her expression turning peculiar, as if to convey that she did not recognize this person. Half an hour passed, and at last, everyone completed the magical affinity talent test. The class meeting had been split. half occupied by Glot's ramblings, the other half devoted to testing everyone's magical affinity talents, and thus the morning flew by. Upon Glot announcing the end of class, the students immediately erupted into a cacophony, some engaged in loud discussions, while others sighed heavily. The classroom presented a scene Lin Tianlang had never witnessed before: elves with pointed ears and golden hair, dragons sporting horns atop their heads, diminutive dwarves, blood clan members with long fangs, and those resembling ordinary humans but marked with divine symbols on their foreheads. None appeared normal. What a calamity! Why must I be cast into such a place? I merely wish to attend a regular university, Lin Tianlang lamented, resting his head on the desk. For now, it was fortunate that no one sought to provoke him. Su Weiwei chatted nearby with several girls. Her naturally cheerful disposition made it easy for her to mingle, quickly integrating with others. However, just as he savored a moment of tranquility, trouble approached unbidden. "Hey, human!" A sharp voice rang in Lin Tianlang's ear. He looked up to find a red-haired girl, long sinew. Indeed, she was not human. She had 2 dragon horns atop her head. Is there something you need?" Lin Tianlang inquired. "I must admit, your magical talent is impressive, far superior to the typical human waste. Yet in terms of physical strength, you could never match our dragon clan. This morning, I was careless. Let us have a rematch. This is a challenge," Long Sinew declared sternly, slapping a letter of challenge onto Lin Tianlang's desk. Her declaration undoubtedly captured the attention of nearly all the remaining students, who turned to witness the spectacle. "If you manage to win, I shall grant you a condition." Long Sinew lifted her nose, exuding confidence. During the magical talent test moments ago, this woman had demonstrated a B-grade talent, considered commendable. However, compared to the A-grade talents of the divine race students, it paled in comparison. Lin Tianlang surveyed the eager gazes of those around him, narrowing his eyes. Although he had no desire to engage Long Sinew in combat again, this presented an excellent opportunity to establish his reputation. Accepting the challenge was not wholly disadvantageous. Very well, with that thought, Lin Tianlang readily agreed to Long Sinew's duel. "Where and when?" "Excellent. The location shall be the open space on the first floor, and the time is now." Long Sinew huffed, turning on her heel and striding away, her red ponytail swinging in Lin Tianlang's face. "I shall await you below." Sighing, Lin Tianlang resigned himself to swiftly resolving this predicament, rising leisurely to follow Long Sinew. A spectacle is about to unfold. The impending duel quickly drew a wave of spectators. Let us go, and watch the show." Long Sinew hurried down the stairs, while Lin Tianlang took his time trailing behind. As they reached the corner of the corridor, a petite figure suddenly dashed out, pulling Lin Tianlang aside. "Are you out of your mind? Fighting a dragon?" the newcomer exclaimed anxiously, tugging at the hem of Lin Tianlang's garment due to her diminutive stature. "It was Ainea." "Oh, it's you. What? Are you worried about me?" Lin Tianlang chuckled. Aside from Su Weiwei, he had other acquaintances in the school who bore no ill will towards him. Ainea's cheeks flushed a bright red, and despite fumbling for words, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "All right, you saw me take down 3 ruffians by myself that day. My martial skills are formidable. There's no need for concern," Lin Tianlang replied cheerfully. "But she is a dragon. She possesses immense strength, unlike ordinary folk." Ainea shook her head vigorously, her adorable demeanor endearing. "Fear not. I exercise caution. Moreover, there's a saying, better to strike first than to be bombarded later. If I avoid confronting some troubles now, they will only spiral into endless issues later on. And I detest troublesome matters," Lin Tianlang asserted, decisively turning to descend the stairs, leaving Ainea with a waving back. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Tianlang spotted Long Sinew already waiting in the open space, her demeanor indicating impatience to deliver a beating. "You certainly take your time." Long Sinew crossed her arms, expressing dissatisfaction. Lin Tianlang chuckled lightly, opting not to respond. What are those two planning? Nearby students, noticing the tension between them, gathered curiously. Two newcomers from class 1 of the first year are about to duel. Duel? Can first-year students cast spells for a duel already? It's not a magical duel. It's a physical fight. A fight? My goodness, that girl is a dragon. Is that boy out of his mind? Or has he fallen under a spell? I'm not sure. Don't ask me. I just arrived, the crowd gradually swelled. Lin Tianlang spotted Ainea's petite figure among the onlookers and offered her a reassuring glance. Su Weiwei. Come quickly, their essay show to watch. From the back of the crowd, Su Weiwei was drawn over by several girls, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Her expression was somewhat conflicted. She was unsure whether to be concerned for Lin Tianlang. After all, he had already subdued Long Sinew once this morning. Doing so again should pose no significant challenge. Right? That human, who knows what his background is, to have tested an S-grade talent. How arrogant. I truly wish to see him begging for mercy on the ground. One girl with blue hair remarked that, "You're simply envious that others possess talent superior to yours." Su Weiwei thought to herself, but refrained from voicing it. The blue-haired girl was also of the divine race, with an A-grade talent. The girls who had brought her over were all of the same race. Having quickly bonded over casual conversation, "Ts about time. Shall we begin?" Lin Tianlang yawned, noticing the crowd had formed a circle around them. "Humph. Don't get too cocky. This morning, I merely let my guard down, allowing you to win by chance." Long Sinew huffed, though her expression had shifted to one of seriousness rather than disdain. "Let us go." "Understood. Let me give you 3 moves, lest others accuse me of bullying a girl." Lin Tianlang cracked his neck, stretching his muscles slightly more earnestly. That guy actually dares to say he let his opponent have 3 moves? Does he not realize that with the dragon's strength and speed, one blow could leave him crippled? Someone go notify Nurse Aurelia. We have a patient who has made an early reservation. The crowd erupted in chatter at Lin Tianlang's bold declaration. "Fine." Long Sinew gritted her teeth. "You said it. Don't blame me for being merciless." As the words fell, Long Sinew sprang forth on the tips of her toes, her entire being shooting forward like a bullet, hurtling towards Lin Tianlang. Accompanying her movement was a fierce gust of wind. What astonishing speed! Truly, the explosive power of the Dragon Clan is unparalleled. The onlookers erupted in admiration. That's merely average. This young girl's bloodline power has likely not yet fully awakened. Once it does, her speed will surpass what it is now, remarked a robust boy with dragon horns, a senior from the 4th grade. That is a senior from the Dragon Clan? The boy who had spoken first glanced sideways and chuckled. "Indeed, I've never witnessed anyone daring enough to challenge a Dragon Clan member in unarmed combat. I find it rather intriguing," replied the 4th grade Dragon Clan boy. "This fellow, unless he possesses some extraordinary ability, is either ignorant or foolish." A golden-haired elven senior beside the Dragon Clan boy interjected. Just then, the distance between Lin Tianlang and Long Sinew had diminished to less than half a meter. The former's gaze sharpened as he propelled himself into a front flip, deftly evading Long Sinew's punch. It appears he was using his full strength this morning. His speed has notably increased, Lin Tianlang remarked with some surprise. However, what seemed like an ordinary flip to him was a spectacle entirely different in the eyes of the spectators. "No way, a flip? I've yet to see any race other than elves perform such agile maneuvers. Is that person an elf? Yet, judging by his physique and hair color, he looks nothing like one, and he lacks pointed ears. Damn it." Long Sinew gritted her teeth and executed a fierce roundhouse kick aimed at the rear. Lin Tianlang landed precisely within the range of her kick. The power was commendable, but the speed of the kick can never match that of a punch. The flaw was too glaring. Had I not stated I would allow you 3 moves, you would have already lost due to this opening. As Lin Tianlang spoke, he bent backward, evading the kick with ease. "You're so light-hearted. Taste this." Long Sinew, gritting her teeth, followed up her kick with a counterpunch. This time, Lin Tianlang chose not to evade but to block with his raised hand. Bang! Long Sinew's fist struck Lin Tianlang's raised left arm. Although her fist was small, the force it contained was surprisingly formidable, sending Lin Tianlang staggering back 5 steps. "Lin Tianlang," Anya called out from the crowd. Su Weiwei's expression turned anxious, her right hand clenched into a fist. "Fool, you could have avoided that. Why didn't you?" Lin Tianlang gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "This girl possesses immense strength." That was excruciating. He glanced at his left arm, where the impact had already turned red and swollen, seemingly deformed. Even a slight movement sent waves of pain coursing through him, indicating that his bones had not escaped unscathed, and no need to continue. That lad's left arm is already incapacitated, asserted the fourth-grade Dragon Clan senior. His words garnered agreement from many nearby. Indeed, he was far too ignorant, underestimating the strength of the Dragon Clan. He was dodging quite well, yet he chose to take it head-on. Truly, he hasn't learned his lesson. Some spectators, sensing that the outcome was determined, opted to leave rather than continue watching. You've lost. Your left arm should be broken, Long Sinew remarked, a slight smirk gracing her lips. The power of the Dragon Clan is indeed formidable. Lin Tianlang concealed his incapacitated left arm behind him, stating, however, it remains within my limits. You've exhausted your 3 moves. Now it's my turn. A wild grin spread across Lin Tianlang's face. This strike not only grounded his understanding of Long Sinew's power, but also ignited a fervor within him. What? Whoosh! Lin Tianlang propelled himself into the air, launching a counterattack from above towards Long Sinew. You brought this upon yourself. If your left hand becomes utterly useless, don't blame me. Long Sinew shouted as she retaliated with a punch. Were a direct fist fight, Lin Tianlang would undoubtedly have no chance of victory, potentially risking his right hand as well. Thus, he had no intention of confronting Long Sinew head-on. He slightly shifted his body, narrowly evading her strike, and landed a sweeping kick directly to her waist. Ugh! Long Sinew gasped. Yet Lin Tianlang offered her no respite, following up with a fierce right punch. Startled, Long Sinew quickly raised her hands to block Lin Tianlang's blows, though not as absurdly powerful as those of the Dragon Clan. Still delivered enough force to leave Long Sinew's hands numb. But it didn't end there. A punch was swiftly followed by a sweeping kick, then a consecutive jump kick, forcing Long Sinew to retreat 3 steps. Despite the loss of one hand, Lin Tianlang's assault remained as relentless as a tempest. Jabs, elbow strikes, swings, and sweeping kicks poured forth in a relentless barrage, leaving Long Sinew overwhelmed and devoid of any opportunity to counter. However, prolonged defense inevitably leads to mistakes, and ultimately, the opening in Long Sinew's abdomen was exposed. Lin Tianlang struck without mercy, landing a punch that bent her over in pain, with her midsection wide open. He seized her neck and executed a swift throw, toppling her to the ground. I apologize, but it appears I am the victor, Lin Tianlang stated, mirroring his earlier stance by pinning Long Sinew beneath his knee, pressing her head down to the ground, rendering her immobile. So fast. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. What just transpired? It seemed Lin Tianlang unleashed a tempest of attacks, and then Long Sinew was effortlessly subdued, all within a minute. How is this possible? It's utterly inconceivable for a human to overpower a member of the Dragon Clan. The blue-haired girl beside Su Weiwei gasped in disbelief, her mouth agape. Others shared her astonishment. Indeed, one party had been pinned down, but wasn't the role reversal rather perplexing? Why don't I understand? You're merely a human. Yet unlike this morning, after being subdued, Long Sinew struggled a bit before conceding. Her voice choked, and her eyes misted. I have practiced combat since childhood, enduring my father's rigorous training since I was 6. It's only natural that you cannot surpass me. Your strength and speed exceed mine. Yet your reflexes and techniques are vastly inferior, Lin Tianlang explained. Long Sinew had no retort. Perhaps the dignity of the Dragon Clan lay shattered at her feet, leaving her speechless. What a lively scene. Truly, freshmen are so spirited upon their arrival at school. That moment, a voice resonated. Principal Vincent. The gathered students gasped, hastily parting to clear a path. The white-haired man who had delivered the freshman speech that morning emerged from the crowd, a gentle smile adorning his face. Principal. Lin Tianlang promptly released the red-haired girl beneath him and stepped aside. Your arm is broken. I assent it? The principal inquired without a hint of reproach, his tone gentle. Yes, Lin Tianlang nodded. No matter, extend your hand to me, Vincent instructed, beckoning Lin Tianlang to offer his arm. Complying, Lin Tianlang raised his hand. The fractured bone emitted a sound of grinding as he lifted it, causing him to gasp in pain. Why healing magic may not be as refined as that of Miss Avelina, but I can manage such minor injuries, Vincent remarked with a smile, gently placing his other hand over the fractured area of Lin Tianlang's arm. A faint azure glow emanated, enveloping Lin Tianlang in a warm, comforting sensation. Gradually, the swelling at the fracture subsided, and the broken bone seemed to mend itself. In less than 20 seconds, Lin Tianlang's left arm returned to its original state. Wow! Lin Tianlang marveled at his now unscathed left arm, his eyes sparkling with awe. The surrounding students gazed at Vincent's spellcasting with admiration. It's merely a standard level 3 bone-setting spell, Vincent stated, casting a gentle glance at the students. However, it is already noon. I presume you all haven't eaten yet. Do not linger idly here. Go and have your meals. With the principal's directive, the students dispersed, abandoning their spectatorship. Lin Tianlang, I apologize, but I must request some of your time. Rest assured, I will have someone reserve a portion of lunch for you. Vincent addressed Lin Tianlang. With the principal speaking, Lin Tianlang had no choice but to acquiesce. Nodding eagerly, of course, no problem. Very well, let us proceed to my office. Vincent chuckled, leading the way. Lin Tianlang hurriedly followed behind him. Wait a moment. However, at that very moment, a voice emerged from behind Lin Tianlang. Long Sinew stood up from the ground. Clenching her silver teeth, though she appeared somewhat trembling, I said, if you win, I will agree to one thing. Now that I have lost, it is not that I cannot afford to lose, so feel free to make your request. As long as it is within my capability. Ha! How intriguing. Go ahead. I am in no rush, Vincent replied with a smile. Oh, Lin Tianlang scratched his head and then turned to look at Long Sinew. The red-haired girl pressed her lips together, her eyes revealing a deep sense of unwillingness and confusion, seemingly struggling to comprehend why she had lost, as long as it is something you can accomplish. Any request is acceptable? Lin Tianlang inquired, raising an eyebrow. Just don't go overboard, Long Sinew said through clenched teeth, her hands tightly clasped. Her heart must have been racing, fearing that Lin Tianlang would make some unreasonable demand. Should she agree or refuse? Rest assured, it will not be excessive. We are not familiar with each other, and you possess nothing I desire. How about this? From now on, let us coexist peacefully in class. And please do not trouble me again, Lin Tianlang stated, striking what he perceived to be a cool pose as he turned to leave, following the principal and leaving Long Sinew alone, bewildered in the wind. So, in the eyes of the other, it was merely I who was being unreasonable from the very beginning. Long Sinew stood still for a long time, her silver teeth clenched tighter, her heart shrouded in confusion. Aren't humans merely incapable and insatiable? This fellow, who could have made some outrageous demands, why did he ask for nothing at all? How is it? 15 minutes prior, in the principal's office, Vincent sat at his desk, sipping a cup of tea. While in front of him, Jerry Grott responded at a remarkably powerful talent, almost uniquely an S-class magical aptitude. Grott remarked, seated opposite Vincent.S class. Vincent stirred his tea with a spoon, his thoughts seemingly drifting far away. Moreover, the innate magical ability is exceptionally potent. Without any prior learning or training, he can already influence space with mere thought. There was a student in our class who mocked him. In a fit of anger, he threw him to the back of the classroom with just his mind, which startled me greatly. Grott continued, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Indeed, that is truly formidable innate magic. Generally speaking, only a purple tier mage can achieve such feats with mere thought. Most individuals must rely on incantations to assist in realizing this. Vincent said slowly. The two fell silent for half a minute, neither uttering a word. Principal, if I am not mistaken, you two possess only an A-class talent, correct? Grott queried. Yes, this is quite normal for those of us from ordinary lineages. An A-class talent represents the upper limit, although A-class talent can indeed be subdivided into A-A and A, with most ordinary divine beings falling within the A to a level talent range. Vincent spoke gradually. Yes, Principal, you must be then. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but I only possess an A-, Grott remarked with a bitter smile. While that is true, talent does not determine limits. For us, often, external factors are of greater importance. Consider Florin. His magical aptitude is merely B. Yet, look at his current magical prowess. In many aspects he has surpassed me, and his talent in potion making is something I cannot even aspire to. I often find myself seeking his counsel on matters pertaining to it. Vincent chuckled, sipping his tea. Indeed, that Griffin fellow, with his B-class aptitude, must have faced considerable bullying during his student years. A B-class divine being is practically equated with trash in the eyes of other divine races. Grot sighed softly. Yes, Vincent replied in a light tone, his voice lingering. However, the principle that talent does not determine limits applies only to those below A-class, not to those with S-class talents. For us, we are merely users of magic and elements. Equal to the magical forces that we contribute our magic, and the elements assist us in manifesting spells. Yet for those with S-class talents, they are the sovereigns of magical elements. The elements are but their subordinates, willingly offering their service without seeking recompense. Vincent leaned back in his chair, stating, "Isn't it a bit exaggerated to say they enslave elements?" Grot opened his mouth in surprise. That is indeed the case. According to historical records, the last appearance of an S-class talent was 500 years ago. Vincent escorted Lin Tianlang to his office. Upon entering, Lin Tianlang began rubbing his eyes incessantly. He beheld the feather duster he used to clean the bookshelf, the teapot he brewed tea with, the paper and pen he wrote with, and a parrot perched atop the light fixture. "What a beautiful parrot," Lin Tianlang remarked, admiring the bird with its vibrant red and yellow plumage. "Huh. While I am indeed a parrot, you should refer to me as Lord Shili," the parrot replied. "Nanny." Lin Tianlang was taken aback, astonished that the parrot could speak. While it is known that trained parrots can utter a few phrases, he had never encountered one that spoke with such personality and flippancy. "Ha! Do not be so astonished, appearing as if you have never seen the world. Gary, where did this fool come from? Not even recognizing my noble self." The golden magic parrot? The parrot, calling itself Lord Shili, flew onto Vincent's arm and inquired. Lin Tianlang stood in stunned silence. He understood this was surely magic, but such a personified parrot was unusual. Was this perhaps a soul inhabiting the parrot? "Shili, this is a new student who just enrolled. It is only natural he does not recognize you." Vincent scratched Shili's chin gently. "Could you step outside for a moment? I need to have a private discussion with this student." "What matters could be so secretive that I am not allowed to hear?" Shili muttered. Though being a parrot, it could not decipher his expression. "Never mind, I have some free time anyway. I shall take my leave." With that, Shili flew out of the office through the window. "Oh, not be nervous. Please have a seat," Vincent said with a smile, gesturing toward the sofa. Lin Tianlang sat down. The sofa was soft and comfortable. On the tea table in front of him, a cup of hot tea had mysteriously appeared, steaming gently. "You must find this place quite overwhelming, yes?" Vincent lifted his teacup and took a sip, then smiled. "I scarcely know how to articulate it. Everything is simply too wondrous," Lin Tianlang admitted. Perhaps due to the principal's amiable demeanor, he felt little tension. "Indeed, for you in the human realm, magic may seem like mere fantasy. Yet, magic is indeed real. It once existed in your world, but was gradually suppressed by your science, until it faded into obscurity." Vincent spoke in a calm tone, as if casting a spell that relaxed Lin Tianlang's taut nerves. "Principal, you just mentioned the human realm?" Lin Tianlang keenly seized upon a keyword. "Yes, as you can see, you currently reside in St. Louis Academy, which lies within the magical realm," Vincent said softly. "The primary purpose of calling you here is to address your inquiries. After spending an entire morning today, I believe you must have a plethora of questions yearning for answers, and I believe I can fulfill the role of your respondent." "Really?" Lin Tianlang's eyes sparkled. Indeed, he had numerous questions that, of course, please do not hesitate. Feel free to ask. Vincent chuckled, his demeanor exuding an aura that lacked the oppressive weight typical of a principal, instead resembling that of a gentle and refined scholar. "Principal, you mentioned the human realm and the magical realm. I wish to understand the relationship. Have I crossed over? Can I return home?" Lin Tianlang posed his first question. "I shall first address your second inquiry. You can indeed return home. Our school's policy requires boarding on weekdays, but you are free to return home during weekends and holidays. You may leave, just as you arrived, directly through the northern gate." Vincent replied, then pondered for a moment before continuing. "As for the relationship between the two realms, is somewhat complex and cannot be succinctly explained in just a few sentences. Our two realms were once one world, but according to historical records, a cataclysmic war divided the world into the human realm and the magical realm. The magical realm retains the ecology of the original world, while the human realm is predominantly governed by your kind. With magical creatures nearly extinct, for certain reasons, we in the magical realm are aware of your human realm's existence, while you remain oblivious to ours. Why? Why can we not know of your existence? Lin Tianlang was somewhat perplexed, but soon came to an understanding on his own. Indeed, for him personally, arriving in such a world was already astonishing enough. The thought of revealing the existence of another realm known as the magical world to his own world would undoubtedly create an earth-shattering sensation. It would likely lead to a complete upheaval of the entire world, wouldn't it? It appears you have already grasped the situation. I believe further explanation is unnecessary. Vincent smiled slightly and took another sip of his tea. So, I wish to know why this morning so many people harbor such significant prejudice and hostility towards my kind, the humans. Lin Tianlang continued to inquire. In our world, magic reigns supreme, and the very fabric of our existence is woven upon it. Among the principal races of our realm, we have the divine, dragons, elves, vampires, dwarves, humans, beastmen, and demons. Among these, the demon and beastman races stand as common adversaries to the others, while humans suffer discrimination due to their exceedingly poor affinity for magic. In our world, magic is of paramount importance. To lack magical ability is akin to being utterly inept in your realm, Vincent patiently elucidated. However, you have been assessed and found to possess S-class talent. If you diligently study magic and prove to others that you are not one of the worthless individuals, I believe they will accord you the respect you deserve. Study magic? Lin Tianlang lowered his head. Feeling a turmoil of excitement and confusion within it, in his youth, he had indeed been quite enamored with the notion of magic. Yet as he matured, his interest waned, for he had come to realize that such things were mere figments of imagination. Now, being suddenly informed that what he once cherished, which he believed to be non-existent, was indeed real, rendered his emotions complex and tumultuous. Will I be able to learn it? I have never encountered such concepts before. I'm entirely a blank slate, Lin Tianlang remarked. You need not worry about that at all. In this regard, everyone begins from the same starting line. All magical education commences at the age of 18. For only those sufficiently mature possess the capacity to wield such power. Moreover, you are not the only one hailing from the human realm. There are quite a few others, while the human realm is predominantly human. A small number of other races reside among you, such as the girl who accompanies you, Vincent said with a smile. Indeed, I never imagined that someone I have known for so long would not belong to my race. Lin Tianlang responded, bemused. Then, Headmaster, I have another question. For them, although they are hidden among us, your world is not transparent, is it? Lin Tianlang pressed further. Yes, the magical realm keeps its existence secret solely from your kind in the human realm. However, other races are aware of our presence, Vincent replied. Thus, they're also permitted to attend St. Louis Academy. They need to maintain a certain level of contact with the magical world. Given this, Headmaster, does that mean I am the only one who should not be here? Why then have I come to this place? Lin Tianlang finally posed his most profound question. Silence reigned for a long moment. After Lin Tianlang posed this question, Vincent did not respond immediately, but rather fell into a prolonged silence. All my life, I have been merely an ordinary individual, a typical high school graduate preparing for university and subsequently entering the workforce as part of society, that I do not perceive myself as different from others. Lin Tianlang added when he noticed Vincent's silence. However, this time Vincent responded swiftly, interrupting Lin Tianlang before he could finish. You are not ordinary, Lin Tianlang. You are anything but ordinary, on the contrary. You are exceptionally unique. I hope you remember this. As Vincent spoke, he rose from the sofa and walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back. As for why you are here, I cannot disclose that to you at present. It is something you must gradually uncover for yourself. I can only say that your arrival is linked to a significant mission. Vincent's voice softened as he spoke. Mission? Lin Tianlang laughed. Surely it does not involve facing off against someone like Voldemort. Vincent smiled slightly, but did not provide a direct answer. You need not concern yourself with that for now. At this juncture, you still have ample time. Leave the future to worry about the future. Vincent's words echoed a sentiment very similar to that of Lin Tianlang's father, something he wholeheartedly agreed with. In the following 15 minutes, Lin Tianlang posed several other questions to Vincent, who patiently answered each in detail. The conversation with the headmaster ultimately lasted around half an hour. Although it could be termed a conversation, it was more akin to a question-and-answer session. Eventually, Vincent remarked, "It is getting late, and I presume you have yet to have lunch. Let us conclude our discussion here. You may return for a midday rest." With those words, the two ended their discourse. Lin Tianlang bid farewell to the headmaster and exited the office. Fortunately, he remembered the route he had taken, allowing him to quickly return to the courtyard fountain. Vincent had informed him that his lunch was already prepared in the dormitory, so he need not head to the dining hall. Along the way, Lin Tianlang encountered Mr. Jer, who was patrolling the school, and inquired about the location of his dormitory. Following Mr. Jer's directions, Lin Tianlang made his way to the dormitory area. Upon arrival, he could not help but exclaim in awe. This place was less a dormitory than a residential complex. The so-called dormitory buildings resembled lavishly decorated residential apartments. The residential area featured an abundance of such buildings, each no taller than 3 stories. Lin Tianlang arrived at the assigned residence number 13 and ascended to the 3rd floor. What is this? The layout is indistinguishable from that of a residential building, he mused as he approached room 302, his assigned room. Surely my roommates must already be here, he thought, feeling a twinge of apprehension. His entire high school experience had been spent in a boarding environment where all students were required to reside on campus. He vividly recalled his first dormitory assignment, where he shared space with a rather irritable centaur whose character and demeanor left much to be desired. His sleeping area was akin to a refuse heap, making it exceedingly difficult to endure. Lin Tianlang had cohabited with that individual for half a year, and their relationship had been far from amicable. However, once that person vacated the dormitory, Lin Tianlang's situation improved considerably. Being assigned a dreadful roommate was an experience truly hard to bear, especially in a crowded dormitory accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. He had heard tales of some dorms housing over a dozen occupants, and he could scarcely imagine what such a scenario would entail. Let us hope that my new roommates are all decent individuals, Lin Tianlang sighed, suddenly recalling his identity as a human, which was not particularly favored in this world, causing him to feel a renewed sense of worry. Regardless, I should enter. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianlang knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by a bright and tidy common area. To the left of the entrance was a kitchen, while the right led to a corridor that presumably led to the bedrooms. This arrangement resembled more of an apartment than a dormitory. "Hey, don't take my stuff!" At that moment, a voice rang out from within the room, and Lin Tianlang saw 2 figures emerge from the corridor on the right. One was running ahead, while the other chased closely behind. The individual in front had medium-length black hair that fell just past his ears and a standard male physique, while the one pursuing him had flowing golden hair, pointed ears, a slender build, and a fair complexion. An elf? Lin Tianlang noted as he glanced at the golden-haired boy, while he caught sight of a faint reddish mark on the forehead of the other, indicating he belonged to the divine race. Lin Tianlang recognized both individuals. They were classmates and appeared quite familiar. The two continued their playful chase in the common area until the golden-haired boy spotted Lin Tianlang standing at the entrance and abruptly halted. "What is the matter? Not chasing anymore?" the black-haired boy queried. The golden-haired boy did not respond but merely pointed towards the entrance. The black-haired boy followed his gesture and noticed Lin Tianlang. Hi there." Lin Tianlang greeted them. "Oh, so the third person sharing this dormitory with us is you? I never would have guessed that we would be rooming with such an impressive individual," the black-haired boy exclaimed first. With an S-level talent and extraordinarily high innate magical power, he immediately took pleasure in teaching a lesson to those arrogant fools, which was truly satisfying to behold. Do you know me?" Lin Tianlang asked, somewhat surprised that the other party displayed neither hostility nor disdain, appearing quite different from the other divine beings. My friend, I might not have memorized your face yet, but there is only one human in our class. And that must be you." The dark-haired young man laughed heartily. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Carrion, hailing from the human realm, part of the divine race. Leah, an elf from the human realm," the blonde youth added with a gentle smile, presenting himself as well. "You are all from the human realm?" Lin Tianlang was even more astonished. The number of students from the human realm was already significantly lower than those from the magical realm. And both of his roommates were companions from the human realm. Was this merely coincidence, or was there some deliberate arrangement at play? Indeed, to be honest, our fellow humans are far superior. Those from the magical realm seem to think they are something special. Flaunting their arrogance, Carrion expressed with indignation, clearly harboring quite a bit of resentment. Just a moment ago, when I conversed with several divine students, they laughed at me upon learning I was from the human realm, calling me a bumpkin who had never even seen magic. That I nearly lost my temper. A bunch of country bumpkins who don't even know what a smartphone is dare to mock me. Haha. Lin Tianlang chuckled, feeling an immediate sense of camaraderie. By the way, my friend, Leah began to inquire. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. That I'm Lin Tianlang, from the human realm, human race. Lin Tianlang introduced himself, feeling considerably relieved as his two roommates appeared to be quite amicable. Haha, greetings. What a pleasure. Carrion boomed, extending his hand towards Lin Tianlang. They shook hands, and Lin Tianlang noted the impressive strength in Carrion's grip. He then shook hands with Leah, whose delicate, slender fingers resembled those of a young girl. Is this dormitory only for 3 people? Lin Tianlang inquired. Yes, there are 3 rooms in an apartment, so only 3 of us can reside here. Carrion replied, 0.1 room per person. How splendid. Lin Tianlang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, just earlier, a little goblin came by and dropped off a lunch bag in your room. What was that about? Carrion said, when suddenly, Leah swiftly snatched a book from Carrion's hands. That is my personal property. Leah declared sternly. TCH, why be so stingy? Carrion retorted, you two know each other. Lin Tianlang asked, observing their familiarity that belied their recent acquaintance that, we were classmates in high school and roommates for 3 years. Carrion replied with a smile, AT first. We thought it was quite a coincidence. Who would have imagined that after 3 years as classmates and 3 years as roommates, we would still end up in the same dormitory here? Leah laughed as well. Ha! Indeed, quite a coincidence, Lin Tianlang echoed, reflecting on his own childhood friend, who had been with him from elementary through middle and high school, and now, even in another world, they remained side by side. He found himself at a loss for words. My brother, let me tell you, don't be deceived by Leah's serious elf faade. He is quite the bookworm with a hidden collection that rivals mine. Carrion whispered to Lin Tianlang. Hey, Carrion, do you underestimate the keen ears of elves? Your volume is hardly different from whispering directly in my ear. Leah retorted, exasperated that no worries. If you hear it, you hear it, Carrion shrugged nonchalantly. The atmosphere among the 3 was remarkably harmonious. After chatting for a while, Lin Tianlang returned to his room. The furnishings matched those of the apartment. A clean, spacious bed, a bedside table, a desk lamp, a wardrobe, and a study desk. A standard single room, far superior to the cramped dormitory with 4 bunk beds and no desk he had in high school. On the desk, he found a paper bag containing a sandwich, a potato, and an apple. These 2 roommates seemed rather pleasant. Lin Tianlang mused as he began to eat the sandwich. He quickly finished his lunch and returned to the common area. The midday break lasted from 12 to 2:30, a 2.5-hour window for students to eat lunch and take a nap. Naturally, whether to eat or nap was entirely up to the individual. Some who wished to pursue cultivation could skip both without issue. The school rule was simply to remain in the dormitory, doing whatever one pleased. Thus, Lin Tianlang, who considered napping a waste of time, chose instead to spend the afternoon playing with Leah and Carrion. Since both were also from the human realm, there was no generational gap, and the 3 got along splendidly. Particularly, Carrion had brought along a plethora of entertainment devices, including a smartphone, a gaming console, and a power bank. Unfortunately, as it was an otherworldly school, smartphones had no signal, or else they could have gamed together. Nonetheless, thanks to the deck of playing card Carrion had brought, the trio spent the afternoon playing cards. Lin Tianlang quickly became familiar with his new companions. Although one was divine and the other an elf, their upbringing in the human realm meant they bore no prejudice against Lin Tianlang. A human that I really don't understand what is so impressive about those from the magical realm, that I have plenty of friends from high school and middle school who are all wonderful people. While humans may not wield magic, the technology we've developed is hardly inferior. Carrion remarked while playing a pair of twos. Indeed, arriving here, there's no signal at all. Smartphones have become mere decorations, which feels rather strange. Leah sighed, his pointed ears perking up. 4 kings, a bomb. And you have 1 card left? Hey Lin Tianlang, do you have a pair of kings? Hurry and play it, or we'll lose, Carrion urged Lin Tianlang. They were farmers, attempting to outplay Leah, the landlord. All right, royal flush, Lin Tianlang shouted, slapping down the jokers and overturning Leah's 4 kings. Pass. Leah shook his head in resignation. I thought you both had 1 king each. It seems we're about to lose. This is a royal flush. What else did you expect? Carrion chuckled. From here on out, we'll just keep playing pairs. Pair of 4s, Lin Tianlang nodded as he played. Pair of 6s, Carrion followed suit. Leah shook his head, signaling he could not play. He only had 1 card left. Pair of 10s, pair of queens, pair of aces. Lin Tianlang and Carrion continued trading cards, swiftly reducing their hands to 3 and 2 cards, respectively. I'm out of pairs. Lin Tianlang glanced at Carrion. The latter swallowed nervously and cast a furtive glance at Leah, who was pursing his lips with a hint of a smile. Oh no. I suspect he has an ace, Carrion said. Let us hope not. Lin Tianlang replied with a resigned smile before playing a 5 that Carrion hesitantly laid down a jack. This is the highest card I have, Carrion stated. Then it seems this is the end. Leah beamed, gently revealing his card. A single ace. You guessed correctly. This is indeed the last ace in my hand. Leah laughed. Carrion slumped back, exclaiming, I'm truly impressed by you. Are all elves so lucky? You've won 5 rounds in a row. My luck has always been rather good. Leah replied with a smile. Lin Tianlang chuckled as well. He didn't mind winning or losing, as it was merely a way to pass the time. The brief afternoon break soon came to an end. At T2:15, the 3 of them left the apartment together, with 15 minutes to spare before class at 2:30. They made their way downstairs, where they coincidentally ran into Su Weiwei, who was also heading to class. The silver-haired girl waved cheerfully at Lin Tianlang, accompanied by a short-haired girl who exuded an air of coolness. Good afternoon, Lin Tianlang greeted Su Weiwei. Beside them, Kalion's eyes sparkled as he quickly surveyed Su Weiwei. Well, this girl is truly stunning. Do you know her? Yes, I've known her for quite some time. Lin Tianlang nodded in response. She's your desk mate, right? Leah interjected. I noticed her a bit this morning. Yes. Lin Tianlang nodded again. Su Weiwei appeared quite pleased and eagerly approached Lin Tianlang, casting a curious glance at Kalian and Leah. Are these 2 your roommates? Yes, this is Leah, and this is... Lin Tianlang was about to introduce Kalian when Kalian brushed Lin Tianlang's hand aside and interrupted. No need. I can introduce myself. I am Kalian. Delighted to meet you, clearing his throat. Kalian spoke with a hint of theatricality, seemingly want to make a good first impression on Su Weiwei. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kalian, Su Weiwei exclaimed eagerly. And this is... Leah, Lin Tianlang reiterated. Leah smiled and politely bowed her head. This young lady is Su Weiwei, my deskmate and longtime classmate. Lin Tianlang introduced the 2. What do you mean by this young lady? Su Weiwei said, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. Oh, it seems quite lively here. Weiwei, who are these folks? A black-haired girl strolled over leisurely, standing behind Su Weiwei. She addressed Su Weiwei as Weiwei, indicating a friendly rapport between them. This is the guy I mentioned. And the other 2 are his roommates, Su Weiwei replied warmly. What? You call me that guy too? Lin Tianlang chuckled. Humph, you call me that first. I'm just making sure I don't get the short end of the stick. Su Weiwei retorted with a playful huff. Even if I didn't call you that, you would still call me that, right? Lin Tianlang said. Oh what? Su Weiwei shrugged. All right, it's clear you 2 are quite familiar with each other. Let me introduce myself. I am Morisha. Just call me Morisha for short. It's a pleasure to meet you both, Morisha said. Then her gaze settled on Lin Tianlang. I remember you. You have quite remarkable talent, especially as a human. Those arrogant individuals must have had quite the reality check. As Morisha spoke, a glimpse of 2 pearly fangs was visible at the corners of her mouth, revealing her vampiric nature. I'm Kalian. He began to introduce himself, but was abruptly interrupted by Morisha. No need, you're Kalian, right? And this is Leah. Got it, I remembered. Morisha nodded at the two, exuding an aura of rationality and calmness. By the way, is it really appropriate for us to chat here? Class is about to start, Morisha stated nonchalantly. Yes it. Then we should hurry. Let us go, Lin Tianlang exclaimed, slapping his thigh and leading the way. Thankfully, he wasn't directionally challenged and could recall the path after a single pass. Suddenly, panic set in. Time was running short. The 15 minutes they had seemed to evaporate, leaving only 2 minutes before class began. If they were late, it would not bode well. Sorry, everyone, I want to be late, so I'll go ahead, Morisha said calmly before suddenly speeding off, disappearing in an instant. Vampires are remarkably swift. Their physical prowess is only surpassed by dragons. Sorry, I guess I must leave too. Good luck, everyone, Leah said apologetically as she gracefully darted ahead after Morisha. Apologies, but among the remaining 3, Lin Tianlang is the one with the best physical condition. However, before he could make a move, Su Weiwei grasped the back of his shirt. Hey, don't think about running off without me. Wait for me, Su Weiwei called out. I already arrived late once this morning. I really don't want to be late again, Lin Tianlang lamented, unable to sprint with such a significant burden holding him back. I'll be off, taking advantage of Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei dragging each other down. Kallian laughed heartily and dashed past them. Now, only Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei lagged behind. Su Weiwei, stop messing around. I genuinely don't want to be late. Lin Tianlang struggled to break free, then took off running. How could you do this? Wait for me. Su Weiwei chased after him. Despite their efforts, they ultimately arrived 2 minutes late. Upon reaching the classroom door, the teacher was already preparing to commence the lesson. What is going on? Late on the very first day of school, the blonde teacher said with a frown from the podium, displeased, and your desk mates. How amusing. It seems tardiness is now counted by desks rather than by individuals. The two did not retort against the teacher's words, merely bowing their heads in silence. Below, Luca and several other divine students began to whisper derogatory remarks, in the northwest corner of the classroom. Kallian struggled to stifle his laughter, while Leah displayed a subtle smile, though less overtly than Kallian. Sitting behind Kallian was Morisha, who poked him with her long, sharp nails, signaling him to maintain composure. The audience seems quite entertained. Kallian, have you thought of something amusing that warrants such laughter? The teacher cast a cold glance at Kallian, her pointed ears revealing her elven lineage. Such laughter from Kallian would be akin to a whisper in the ears of an elf. And no, not at all. Kallian quickly suppressed his laughter. Since you're so amused, I assume you wouldn't mind standing at the back of the classroom to calm down, right? The teacher continued in an authoritative tone. And no, that's unnecessary. Kallian quickly shook his head. Yet as soon as he spoke, he found himself involuntarily floating from his seat and landing at the back of the classroom. It turned out the teacher had cast a spell, her fingers moving with finesse. Kallian now dared not utter a word, lowering his head like a quail, standing obediently. This blonde teacher was on an entirely different level of severity compared to their homeroom teacher. Gloat from the morning. Observing Kallian's predicament, Lin Tianlang struggled to contain his laughter, his cheeks flushed from suppressing it. You two, you should join him at the back of the classroom as well. It's a lesson for you. If you're late to my class again, I might just have to escort you to my office, the teacher declared, casting a glance at Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei. The two immediately lowered their heads and shuffled to the back of the classroom. Tails between their legs, it's all your fault. Lin Tianlang whispered to Su Weiwei, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Oh really? What do you want? Su Weiwei raised an eyebrow. What do I want? You owe me compensation. Lin Tianlang tried to keep his voice low. Compensation? How do you propose I compensate you? Su Weiwei blinked innocently, suddenly adopting a flirtatious demeanor. Could it be that you want me to? Eek! Lin Tianlang was startled by Su Weiwei's expression and quickly moved a meter away from her. This girl might snap at any moment. He had seen this alluring expression before, and while it was manageable privately. This was a classroom. At the podium, the teacher was ready to begin the lesson. She introduced herself, snapping her fingers lightly, and a line of white text appeared on the blackboard. My name is Nerwei, your theory of magic teacher. From now on, I will be teaching you the fundamentals of magic. The self-introduced blonde teacher stated calmly, then snapped her fingers again. Suddenly, a textbook flew from a stack on Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei's desk, landing in their hands. And yours. Nerwei turned her gaze to Kallian, causing his textbook to soar into his grasp as well did I in the classroom. A synchronized rustling of pages echoed as the students opened their books to the first page. Lin Tianlang followed suit. Using the textbook for the Magic Theory class entitled Fundamentals of Magic Theory, it is anticipated that volumes 2 and 3 will follow, though it remains uncertain whether there will be 4 and V. Upon opening the first page, he was immediately greeted by 2 dense columns of text accompanied by an illustration. This marked Lin Tianlang's first encounter with a non-scientific subject outside of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, which piqued his interest. Today, in the inaugural lesson of magic theory, the first point to be conveyed is the hierarchy of magic. Take the podium, Nerwei began her lecture. There are 9 major ranks of mages: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, silver, gold, and forbidden spells. The white and green ranks are collectively referred to as novice mages, while blue and purple denote intermediate mages. Orange and red signify advanced mages, and silver and gold are known as masters. Forbidden spells, due to their unique nature, are categorized separately as forbidden spellcasters. With each progression to a higher rank, a mage's abilities are exponentially enhanced. This is particularly evident in their control over magic and elements. The higher the rank, the greater the mastery over magic. As the students listened intently, a hand suddenly shot up. Teacher, how significant is the disparity in combat power between the ranks? Is it substantial? The individual raising the question, adorned with dragon horns, belonged to the dragon kin. Combat power? Nerwei paused momentarily. In broad terms, a higher rank invariably correlates with greater combat prowess. However, mages do not solely engage in combat. There are myriad other professions requiring magical expertise: architects, potion masters, blacksmiths, rune masters, cartographers, and various other vocations, which you will come to learn in due time. Combat is merely one facet of a mage's role and constitutes a relatively minor portion of their responsibilities. Most mages only require a modicum of combat ability for self-defense. Combating other races necessitates specialized warriors that on a more nuanced level. The higher the rank, the more influences the mages control that a mage typically can wield spells 1 or 2 ranks beyond their own. However, such spells often lead to unimaginable consequences due to the difficulty of control that a purple rank mage might force themselves to cast a 6th-level spell. Yet whether they can control it remains uncertain. Conversely, a gold rank mage can reduce a 5th-level spell to the scale of a 1st-level spell, exemplifying mastery. The overall content of the magic theory lesson proved to be rather tedious and monotonous, leading to a sense of fatigue among the students. Lin Tianlang, situated at the back of the classroom, noticed that several students in the front row were beginning to doze off, while no one had yet succumbed to resting their heads. Many had started to nod off. Lin Tianlang suddenly felt that standing at the back was not so bad after all. At least it kept him alert. He glanced at Su Weiwei beside him. Observing her earnest demeanor despite standing during the lesson, diligently taking notes with a fountain pen. This individual was quite serious about her studies, consistently ranking among the top in her classes during middle and high school. In contrast, Lin Tianlang's textbook appeared almost pristine by comparison. Mimicking her, he began to jot down notes, underlining key points just in case the teacher decided to check their notes later. Meanwhile, boredom led some students to engage in hushed conversations. However, they seemed to underestimate Nerwei's keen hearing. The acute sensitivity of the elven ears allowed her to catch even the faintest disturbances. Among those whispering, only those quietly discussing academic points were spared, while all others engaged in idle chatter were swiftly called out. After a few instances, no one dared to speak again. As Lin Tianlang listened to the lecture, he continued to observe his fellow students. He noticed Anya straining to see, her view obstructed by the taller student in front of her. She was attentively following the lesson, fervently scribbling notes. Given her petite stature, the aged fountain pen appeared oversized in her hand. Lin Tianlang also spotted Long Sinew, the red-haired girl, who seemed on the verge of dozing off, intermittently nodding as she fought to stay awake. Then there was Leia, who appeared quite serious, fixated on the blackboard, though her hands remained motionless, suggesting her textbook was likely still quite clean. asked for Callian. He had leaned against the wall, eyes nearly closed in slumber. Finally, after 2 grueling hours, the torment came to an end. Lin Tianlang felt as though his brain had been stuffed with an overwhelming amount of information, leaving him in a state of confusion akin to mush at T. St. Lin Academy. A major class lasts for 2 hours, while a minor class spans 1 hour. Each morning consists of 1 minor and 1 major class, while afternoons include 1 major class only. Although the overall schedule provided significantly more rest compared to the 5 classes in the morning and 4 in the afternoon during high school. The monotonous 2-hour magic theory lesson was nearing the brink of insanity. The moment the bell rang to signal the end of class, the classroom erupted with nearly jubilant cheers. Next to Lin Tianlang, Su Weiwei, who had been so earnest earlier, now bore a fatigued expression. Lin Tianlang himself was perplexed by how he had endured the class, particularly since it had been a standing lesson. Finally, it's over. My legs feel like they've turned to jelly. Su Weiwei stretched, showcasing her graceful physique. This individual maintained her figure remarkably well, thanks to her commitment to physical activity. Not that I can blame you. Standing for an entire class is no small feat, Lin Tianlang grumbled, though he felt little fatigue himself due to his physical condition. All right, enough with the rambling. Are you ever going to stop? Su Weiwei puffed her cheeks, playfully admonishing him. Lin Tianlang was rendered speechless by her playful irritation. Indeed, now that the standing portion was over, there was no point in dwelling on it. However, he truly wasn't bothered. He merely wished to voice his complaint. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the school day commenced its conclusion, with students departing the classroom in groups. With an hour and a half remaining until dinner at 6, this period was designated for student leisure activities. Where to go? Lin Tianlang rubbed his hands together, contemplating where to venture, when Callian extended an invitation. Got some free time? Let's head to the activity area. I've heard it's packed with all sorts of facilities. Really? Lin Tianlang's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. The two of them left the classroom together. Hey, wait for me, Leia called out, joining them. Guided by Callian, the trio made their way directly to the activity area after exiting the teaching building. Wow, is this entire area the activity zone? Lin Tianlang exclaimed in awe. The activity area was located on the eastern side of the campus and was impressively spacious. Upon their arrival, the three were momentarily taken aback by the array of options available. From soccer fields to basketball courts, badminton courts, tennis courts, table tennis courts, volleyball courts, and fitness areas, essentially every conceivable recreational facility was present. The activity area was already bustling with students, with most facilities occupied by those actively engaging in various sports. At first glance, the students partaking in activities resembled those Lin Tianlang had encountered before, save for the more distinct features of the golden-haired, pointed-eared elves and the dragonkin adorned with horns. Isn't this supposed to be the magical realm? Lin Tianlang mused, somewhat perplexed. The layout of the entire activity area bore a striking resemblance to those he had previously encountered, leading him to question whether he had somehow remained in the human realm. Indeed, it is the magical realm. However, while there is no direct connection between the magical world and the human realm, there exists considerable interaction between the two. Races residing in the human realm bring cultural influences to the magical realm, while the magical realm often sends emissaries to the human realm for observation and learning, ensuring that the gap between the two does not widen excessively, Leia clarified. Isn't the magical realm rather dismissive of everything in the human realm? Yet it seems they've managed to emulate it quite well. Callian crossed his arms, scoffing. Not quite. The activity area you see, imbued with the essence of the human realm, was constructed only after Principal Vincent assumed his role. He has consistently emphasized that the magical realm needs to learn from the human realm in many aspects. Stagnation will only render our magical culture increasingly antiquated. At a low, resonant voice suddenly interjected from behind the trio. They turned to find Mr. Gurr standing there, having approached unnoticed. In fact, the advancements in technology within the human realm are not inferior to our magic in many respects. Without the need for wind magic, humans can soar through the skies aboard airplanes. Without destructive magic, the missiles created by humanity possess formidable destructive capabilities. And without the need for powered magic stones, humans can operate enormous machines using steam engines and diesel engines. Indeed, humanity is a remarkably inventive race. MRDGE continued. This activity venue you see before you is a creation of a human realm, crafted by humankind, which we have merely adopted for our own use. The success of this venue is evident, garnering immense praise among the students. Prior to this, their extracurricular lives were predominantly limited to reading and practicing magic, which was rather monotonous. Humph, the human realm holds great prowess. Carrion asserted with a sense of pride. Though magic possesses its own allure, it cannot conjure smartphones or MOBA games. Carrion, that sentiment scarcely reflects the words of a deity, Lin Tianlang remarked with a chuckle. What of it? I was born and raised in the human realm. I care not for divine lineage. My identity is that of a human. I have come here solely to learn magic, and once I have mastered it, I shall certainly return. Carrion replied, nonchalantly to ha ha ha. Mystica laughed. Indeed, the various races within the magical realm have long ceased to possess much to be proud of. We ought to learn from the human realm, if we wish to foster our own progress. Speaking of which, you should also take the opportunity to engage in some activities that I must attend to my duties elsewhere. With that, Mr. Good bid farewell to the three and departed. The trio waved goodbye to Mr. Good and made their way toward the center of the activity venue on the basketball court. Many students were engaged in a spirited match, while others cheered from the sidelines. Lin Tianlang noticed a Dragon Clan boy clad in red, energetically sweating in the center of the court, showcasing remarkably sharp skills. His ability to maneuver past defenders and shoot was quite impressive. Even two players could not contain him. Basketball, being such a physically demanding sport, truly highlights the Dragon Clan's superior physique, Carrion suddenly lamented. How so? Lin Tianlang raised an eyebrow. Honestly, I was quite the basketball champion in high school, but against the Dragon Clan, I find myself at a disadvantage. Carrion admitted, appearing somewhat deflated. Lin Tianlang could not disagree. The dragon sinew he had dueled earlier that morning, despite being a girl, possessed extraordinary athleticism, making it difficult to fathom what male dragons would be like. You were a basketball champion? Is that true? Care for a one-on-one match sometime? Lin Tianlang inquired, evidently intrigued. He himself was no slouch in basketball, having been a member of the school team in his second year. Although he had since left the team in his final year. Sure, I could officiate your match, Leia interjected. Let us explore elsewhere for now, Lin Tianlang suggested. The three continued their leisurely stroll, eventually arriving at the badminton court. There, a crowd had gathered, both boys and girls, all shouting excitedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Tianlang, though not an expert in badminton, had acquired some skills while training with Su Weiwei, and while he would not claim to be exceptionally talented, he was certainly above the average untrained player. That area seems quite lively. Shall we take a look? Lin Tianlang proposed, moving toward the commotion. Sounds good, the other two concurred, following closely behind him. Upon reaching the badminton court, they found two figures in the midst of a heated match. On the left side stood a Dragon Clan boy with short black hair, while on the right was a girl with flowing silver locks. The girl, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, exuded the aura of an athlete. Her silver hair was tied back in a ponytail, presenting a striking contrast to her usual free-flowing style. It's her. Lin Tianlang realized, recognizing that the girl was none other than Su Weiwei. He glanced at the boy opposite her, who was already panting heavily and struggling to keep up. Su Weiwei was undeniably attractive, often regarded as a campus beauty, but having grown up with her, Lin Tianlang felt somewhat desensitized to her allure. With her impressive looks complemented by her athletic prowess, Su Weiwei became a formidable presence. For boys, having a girlfriend who not only cheered them on from the sidelines, but also played alongside them offered a uniquely exhilarating experience that was different from mere support on the court. Su Weiwei moved with agility, her badminton racket dancing gracefully in her hands, and no matter the angle from which the shuttlecock approached, she returned it with precision, often placing it in difficult spots for her opponent to reach. While her adversary displayed commendable skill, he ultimately fell short, succumbing to a score of 0-15 against her, clearly overwhelmed by her prowess. As the match concluded, he sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, waving his hands in surrender, and no more, you're a monster, thank you, Su Weiwei replied with a smile, acknowledging the audience with a wave that my skills are merely average. Really, the Su Weiwei is quite remarkable, isn't she? I didn't expect her athletic abilities to be so exceptional, Carrion exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. What's this? You're not developing feelings for her, are you? Lin Tianlang teased, raising an eyebrow. Perhaps a little. What of it? Carrion retorted. Huh, it seems you have succumbed to her charms, Leia laughed. Hey, how can you say that? Carrion protested, playfully punching the air, that it's only natural to have a crush on someone so beautiful and talented. Besides, we're 18 now. It's about time to set our sights on romance. I certainly don't wish to remain single until graduation. Beautiful and talented, Lin Tianlang mused. I admit her external attributes are indeed impressive. But what? Never mind, it's nothing. Lin Tianlang placed a hand on Carrion's shoulder. If you need help, my friend, I would be more than willing to lend a hand, perhaps even play matchmaker. Really? Carrion's eyes sparkled with excitement. You mean it? Of course, Lin Tianlang nodded. As long as you can tolerate her playful nature, he thought to himself, but chose not to voice it. Hey, Lin Tianlang. Suddenly, the light and melodious voice of the silver-haired girl called out to them. Su Weiwei had spotted the trio, standing at the edge of the badminton court, and waved enthusiastically. The crowd parted slightly, allowing the trio to become the center of attention. It's the human who dueled that dragon girl this morning. Someone recognized Lin Tianlang. His duel with Long Sinew had garnered quite a bit of attention, and coupled with his distinct human identity, he had become known to many to don't be fooled by his human appearance. He is not someone to be trifled with. The crowd made way for Lin Tianlang, Carrion, and Leia, suddenly placing them in the spotlight. Come join us for a game. Su Weiwei beckoned cheerfully to Lin Tianlang. Ha, why not? This is a splendid opportunity to get closer. Lin Tianlang grinned, unaware that he had retreated to the same line as the crowd, leaving him in the spotlight alone. I know, but we just witnessed her incredible skills. There's no point in seeking humiliation. Besides, she called you specifically. Carrion, who had previously seemed keen, now waved his hands dismissively, appearing disinterested. Perhaps I'll pass. Lin Tianlang chuckled, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, responding to Su Weiwei with a nervous smile. Honestly, I can't compete with you, and with so many people around, why would she choose me? Come on. You have nothing else to do right now, do you? Su Weiwei was brimming with enthusiasm, having already played several matches. Her youthful energy radiating from her. Could you hold this for a moment? Just then, a calm voice emerged beside Lin Tianlang, but a figure extended an object toward him, and on reflex, he accepted it without a second thought. After a brief half-second, he finally reacted, looking down to discover that the object in his hand was none other than a badminton racket. The person who had handed it to him was Mori Shah, who stepped back a pace and, with a calm demeanor, gave Lin Tianlang a thumbs up, signifying her encouragement. You can do it. Wow, is that person from the human race about to compete? Oh, a new challenger has emerged. I wonder if they can prevail. Being formidable in a fight doesn't necessarily translate to prowess in sports. If you ask me, just not being completely shut out would be an achievement. Among the onlookers, voices of both skepticism and support could be heard. Yet, no one could deny that Lin Tianlang was a brave challenger, despite the fact that he had not formally accepted Su Weiwei's invitation. Wait, I don't think I ever said I wanted to play, did I? Lin Tianlang gazed at the crowd, somewhat speechless, unsure of how to respond. However, despite the potential for being put in a difficult position, the badminton racket was already in his grasp. If he were to back down now, he would not only face ridicule from Su Weiwei, but would also be looked down upon by his peers. Weighing the options, Lin Tianlang concluded that the consequences of refusing the challenge would be far worse. So he steeled himself and decided to go for it. After all, he had endured a fair amount of humiliation at the hands of Su Weiwei. So it was nothing he couldn't handle. All right. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, Lin Tianlang stepped onto the badminton court, standing face-to-face with Su Weiwei across the net. I accept this battle. Wow. The surrounding spectators, sensing that an exciting match was about to unfold, buzzed with excitement. Hey, don't lose too badly, Carlian shouted from among the crowd, delighting in the fact that he was not the one being humiliated. Lin Tianlang's lips twitched. He should have just shoved the racket into Carlian's hands earlier. So, what's the score going to be? Su Weiwei chuckled, exuding confidence in her ability to defeat Lin Tianlang. Huh, don't get too cocky. Let me make it clear that I want to go easy on you, just because you're a girl. Maintaining his bravado, Lin Tianlang issued a warning, lest he feel too embarrassed to speak after being thoroughly trounced. As the tension escalated between the two competitors, the crowd grew louder in anticipation. The atmosphere was electric. In a corner of the activity area, Principal Vincent stood quietly beside a tree, reflecting, "Youth is truly a wonderful thing." Principal, it seems your initial proposal to establish this activity area was indeed a wise decision. The students' extracurricular lives have been greatly enriched, while also allowing us to maintain a connection with the human realm, a true win-win, remarked Mr. Ger beside Vincent. If only I were a few decades younger, I might just join them in their games. Indeed, one must engage with the youth to stave off the decay of the mind. Vincent sighed softly. Principal, you jest. You are far from aging, Ger replied with a smile. No, although my appearance remains that of someone around 30, my actual age is significantly greater. In recent years, I have felt my magical prowess waning. The cycle of life cannot be defied. With Vincent's keen perception, he could observe every detail of the match unfolding on the badminton court without needing to see it firsthand that moment. The battle between Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei was in full swing. Both players engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, showcasing a remarkably thrilling match. Good shot. Keep it up. The surrounding spectators cheered, the fervor even drawing the attention of some upperclassmen, who cast curious glances their way. Bang! Puff! Whoosh! The two were constantly moving and jumping, the tiny shuttlecock seemingly suspended in the air. Powerful smashes occurred frequently, the speed so intense one might even imagine seeing a trail of flames behind it. Unlike in their usual pursuits, be it academics, sports, or gaming, Su Weiwei entered a hyper-focused mode whenever she was engaged in any activity, ensuring that her matches with Lin Tianlang were anything but leisurely. They were intensely competitive. Before long, Lin Tianlang was drenched in sweat from the exertion. Although he trailed Su Weiwei in terms of points, he was faring better than those who had been completely shut out. Managing to regain a point for every two played at this juncture, the score stood at 4-8, perhaps due to Su Weiwei having played 3 or 4 matches prior. Her stamina seemed to be waning, while Lin Tianlang was brimming with energy. Thus, he found this match somewhat easier than before. Thus, Su Weiwei's offensive rhythm had noticeably slowed, and she incorporated more defensive maneuvers, allowing Lin Tianlang to seize the opportunity and launch a series of aggressive attacks. Netting him 2 more points in quick succession, as he had stated, there would be no mercy in his game against Su Weiwei, if giving it his all wasn't enough to win. Then holding back was out of the question. Oh, you've improved, haven't you? Su Weiwei gasped, her breath coming in quick bursts, her cheeks flushed red. Or perhaps you've regressed. Lin Tianlang shot back, taking the opportunity to retort. Having frequently been at a disadvantage in their verbal sparring. Oh, feeling bold. Are we? Prepare yourself. Su Weiwei huffed, unleashing a fierce smash in response to Lin Tianlang's taunts. He retrieved the shuttlecock with urgency. But after returning it, he was left vulnerable for the next shot. Su Weiwei expertly directed the shuttlecock into the corner, claiming another point, bringing the score to 7-10, with Lin Tianlang trailing by 3 points. Among the crowd, a girl with long red hair tied in a ponytail discreetly concealed herself, watching the match quietly without joining in the cheers. Unlike others who focused primarily on Su Weiwei, she was more intrigued by Lin Tianlang. The duel earlier that morning had won her over to him, yet it did not deepen her resentment. Rather, it sparked a curiosity about him. Dragons, after all, respect powerful adversaries far more than they harbor grudges. They admire strength and continually seek to learn from those who surpass them, hoping to one day eclipse those who once bested them. This fellow really skilled at badminton too, Long Sinew mused to herself. Although she had dabbled in badminton, she found it perplexing. Preferring more straightforward sports like running or swimming, she felt less inclined towards such technical endeavors. Hey, just then, a voice suddenly erupted behind Long Sinew, startling her as its owner embraced her from behind. "What are you doing? You scared me half to death," Long Sinew exclaimed. The newcomer was a girl with long purple hair, an attractive visage adorned with a broad smile. The playful antics of the two girls garnered some attention from those nearby, particularly since both were strikingly beautiful, causing a few boys to steal glances. However, the captivating match between Su Weiwei and Lin Tianlang quickly drew their focus back. Xiaoyu, why are you so jumpy? The purple-haired girl asked. Licc, you can't just surprise someone like that. It's bound to frighten them. Long Sinew pouted, lightly reproaching her friend. Oh, so you're watching a match? That girl is Su Weiwei, right? She is impressive. Not only does she look good, but she plays exceptionally well. Wait, isn't that guy her opponent, the one who awakened an S-class talent? I didn't expect him to be so skilled at badminton too. He is certainly quite different from my preconceived notions of the human race, mused the purple-haired girl, who was named Licc, her gaze lingering on Lin Tianlang with a hint of intrigue. Long Sinew nodded slightly, her attention fixated on Lin Tianlang as if lost in thought. What is this? Are you so captivated that you might have a crush on him? Licc teased, flashing a mischievous smile as she poked Long Sinew's cheek. Nonsense, how could that be possible? Long Sinew exclaimed, hastily denying it. I'm a dragon. How could I ever harbor such feelings for a human? Ah, I see. Just curious. Huh, that is what you meant, right? Licc gently shook her head. Amused. No, I'm not curious about anything. What is so interesting about him, anyway? A faint blush crept on a Long Sinew's cheeks as her voice grew louder in denial. If you're not interested or curious. Then what is with the staring? Licc shrugged, feigning innocence. What is it to you? Long Sinew retorted, her face flushed as someone was on the verge of losing their composure for being teased. Licc wisely decided to rein in, her tone taking on a slightly more serious note. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I suppose you're feeling rather indignant, aren't you? This morning, you confidently challenged someone to a duel, only to find yourself defeated in a domain where you felt most assured. It must be incredibly frustrating, wouldn't you say? Licc had accurately identified Long Sinew's inner turmoil, to which the latter nodded in acknowledgement. I truly cannot comprehend it. He possesses no extraordinary abilities. His striking force and speed align perfectly with the physical capabilities of the human race, but of course, he is significantly stronger than those I have encountered before, but he hasn't transcended the limits of his kind. Why was I bested by him? His techniques, although not particularly powerful, have consistently rendered me immobile. Meanwhile, on the badminton court, the match between Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei was nearing its climax. The intensity of the contest was palpable, and Lin Tianlang was already drenched in sweat. Yet his opponent was also nearing her limit, her cheeks flushed and her movements noticeably slower than at the start of that moment. The score stood at 13-14. According to the rules, the first to reach 15 points would claim victory, but Su Weiwei had already played several matches prior to facing Lin Tianlang, resulting in noticeable fatigue that diminished the pressure she exerted on him compared to earlier rounds. For the first time, Lin Tianlang saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Though it felt somewhat unjust, as a longtime punching bag and sparring partner, he yearned to triumph over Su Weiwei, uncertain if she would grant him this opportunity. In a flash of brilliance, Lin Tianlang seized the incoming shuttlecock, executing a feint that suggested a powerful smash, but instead merely tapped it lightly. The shuttlecock soared back, not following the path Su Weiwei anticipated, but landing much closer to the net point. 14 all. The score was tied. The spectators erupted in astonished gasps. In the previous matches, Su Weiwei had dominated her opponents, leaving them utterly crushed. Now, at last, she faced a rival deemed her equal, as believed by the onlookers. And the match had become genuinely captivating. After all, one-sided victories lacked excitement. Now, as the score reached match point, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation, the climax of the contest upon them. The final point loomed. Lin Tianlang dared not display even a hint of complacency. At this critical juncture, whoever faltered would face defeat. Su Weiwei served, lightly tapping the shuttlecock over to Lin Tianlang's side. The height of the shuttlecock was neither too high nor too low, making a smash impossible. Consequently, Lin Tianlang executed a side reverse shot, sending the shuttlecock barely over the net. Su Weiwei swiftly advanced, delicately lifting the descending shuttlecock. The pressure returned to Lin Tianlang as the shuttlecock soared low, nearly grazing the net, prompting him to rush forward to intercept it. The two exchanged several shots back and forth, until Su Weiwei, the first to change tactics, sent the shuttlecock further afield. Lin Tianlang retreated to return the shot with considerable force. The shuttlecock darted across the net, yet Su Weiwei managed to block it once more. The two engaged in a fierce rally for over 20 exchanges, still unable to determine a victor in this final exchange. Both players exerted their utmost, which proved taxing for the beleaguered shuttlecock, which had been struck back and forth so many times that several feathers had snapped. Remarkable! The surrounding spectators were entranced, their eyes darting left and right, nearly overwhelmed. After several more exchanges, both players' rhythm slowed due to waning stamina, yet they stubbornly persevered. Their breaths grew increasingly labored, the relentless movement and striking exacting a heavy toll on their endurance. The Su Weiwei, already at a disadvantage in this regard, ultimately succumbed to fatigue, unable to match Lin Tianlang's sneaky lift. After nearly 50 exchanges of fierce competition, the battered shuttlecock finally descended to the ground, its mission completed. Its life had been spent in this match, its feathers entirely torn, leaving only a few remnants. 15. 14. Victory! Kalyan was the first to cheer, clapping vigorously. Leia joined in, applauding as well. With their encouragement, the surrounding students followed suit, clapping in unison. Bravo! Impressive! Spectacular! Lin Tianlang wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief. His clothing was entirely soaked, likely capable of yielding a liter of sweat if wrung out, that a subtle joy blossomed within him. Although to outsiders, defeating a girl might not seem a remarkable achievement, for him, someone who had endured countless defeats, this successful counterattack was a source of immense satisfaction. What an exhilarating match! Su Weiwei wiped the sheen of perspiration from her brow. Her attire, too, was dampened by sweat, rendering it slightly translucent and imbued with an alluring appeal. Well, my designated punching bag finally managed to win against me once. You must be quite pleased, right? Su Weiwei said with a smile, placing her racket down. Haha, I concede. Lin Tianlang couldn't help but raise his head in mirth, feeling both elated and vindicated. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally triumphed over her once, and he would no longer be subjected to one-sided ridicule in badminton. I say, don't get too cocky too soon. I let you in just now. Remember, I was the one who delayed you this afternoon, causing you to be late. I thought I'd grant you a victory to lift your spirits. Otherwise, with your skills, you would be far from defeating me. Su Weiwei replied, somewhat annoyed. Haha, say what you will. It matters not to me. Lin Tianlang, caught up in his elation, paid little heed to Su Weiwei's words. Oh, what? Don't believe me? If you doubt it, shall we have a rematch tomorrow? Su Weiwei raised an eyebrow, challenging him to, let me think about it. If I have the time, Lin Tianlang stammered, his voice wavering slightly. He wasn't foolish. He was acutely aware of how much of an advantage he had enjoyed to secure this victory. If he were to face a fully prepared Su Weiwei tomorrow, it would likely result in a humiliating defeat. Hey, what? Now that you've won one match, are you afraid to play a second? Someone from the crowd shouted. Exactly. The other students encouraged Lin Tianlang to accept Su Weiwei's challenge. Observing this, Su Weiwei's lips curled into a slight smile. Having known Lin Tianlang for so long, she understood that, given the circumstances, he would never refuse. Fine. If you want to do it again, then let's do it. I'm not afraid of you, Lin Tianlang finally declared. As the remarkable badminton match concluded, the event was drawing to a close, and students began to disperse in waves. Some headed directly to their dormitories, while others made their way to the cafeteria. Having just secured a hard-fought victory, Lin Tianlang was escorted to the cafeteria by Kalyan and Leia. Despite his personal inclination to return to his apartment for a shower first, feeling uncomfortable in his sticky, sweat-soaked clothes, he followed along. Ah, bro, I never expected your badminton skills to be this impressive. You actually won. Honestly, I thought you would end up like the last guy, completely shut out. Kalyan laughed heartily, draping his arm over Lin Tianlang's shoulder as they walked. Impressive? It's merely the result of being tormented by that girl. Lin Tianlang shot Kalyan a sidelong glance, keeping his true feelings to himself. The thought of facing a fully energized Su Weiwei tomorrow made him suddenly anxious. The Su Weiwei he had played against today had only been at about 70% of her capacity. Should she bring her full strength to bear tomorrow, she could easily sweep him off the court. With tomorrow still looming ahead, Lin Tianlang began to ponder how he could avoid an embarrassing defeat against Su Weiwei. If his performance varied too drastically from today's, he would lose face. However, in this world, nothing comes free, especially not from Su Weiwei. That if he truly wished for her to go easy on him, it was likely he would have to barter something in return, perhaps a day of servitude over the weekend. Though not a full day. At most half a day, that was his bottom line, Lin Tianlang mused inwardly. The trio continued their journey to the cafeteria, chatting as they walked. That a red-haired girl stealthily trailed behind them, her gaze primarily fixed on Lin Tianlang. Her expression a complex mix of confusion, curiosity, resentment, admiration, and conflict. Why do I feel like someone is following us? Leia suddenly turned to glance behind. Yes, an elf. His senses were exceptionally keen. The red-haired girl quickly ducked behind a tree, narrowly avoiding being spotted by Leia's sudden turn. What do we have that's worth following? We're neither wealthy nor alluring. Surely, it can't be that a beautiful girl has taken a liking to one of us. Ha ha! With a hearty laugh, Kalyan exclaimed. That was close. I nearly got discovered. Meanwhile, Long Sinew concealed herself behind a large tree, taking a moment to calm her suddenly racing heart. When she finally emerged from her hiding place, she realized the three individuals had vanished without a trace, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. I've lost track of them, she mused. But what's it to me? That insufferable human. What could possibly pique my curiosity? I have no desire to engage with him. I hope to never speak to him again. With that, Long Sinew bit her crimson lip and turned to head back to her dormitory. However, in a nearby thicket, a purple-haired girl peeked out, observing Long Sinew's retreating figure with narrowed eyes. This girl is quite the enigma, she remarked. Noon. Lin Tianlang had only consumed a simple sandwich, having yet to experience the dining hall. Upon arriving there, he was nearly left in awe by the modern decor, reminiscent of opulent Western restaurants, with a diverse array of culinary delights available in a buffet style. The trio each took a plate and proceeded to fill it with an impressive selection of meats, breads, salads, and more. The variety was not only abundant, but also remarkably delectable. The thought of indulging in such sumptuous meals daily filled Lin Tianlang with a sense of happiness. He vividly recalled the dismal cafeteria of his high school, where burnt vegetables and charred rice were commonplace. Aware of the cafeteria's poor quality, the school administration had relaxed restrictions on takeout, permitting students to order food from outside. This policy change had enabled Lin Tianlang to survive his high school years on takeout, as the cafeteria's offerings were truly dismal. After a satisfying meal, the evening was refreshingly free, unlike the grueling late-night study sessions of high school. At T. St. Louis Academy, evenings were generally designated for leisure activities. Some students opted to engage in various pursuits, while others preferred the tranquility of the library, and many chose to return to their dormitories for rest. A few teachers also offered supplementary classes during this time for students who struggled academically. With no phone signal or charging outlets, Lin Tianlang decided against returning to his dormitory, opting instead for the activity center. Although he had already exerted himself playing badminton with Su Weiwei in the afternoon, he had personal fitness goals to meet. His daily regimen required him to complete 60 pull-ups and run 10 laps, a commitment to maintaining his physical condition, while the activity center boasted a soccer field. It lacked a track, but this was of little consequence. After fulfilling his pull-up quota on the bar, Lin Tianlang began jogging around the center. The number of students present in the activity center was far fewer than in the afternoon. Yet there was still a decent number, particularly on the basketball court, where most areas were occupied, leaving only one or two open. Completing a lap around the center was no small feat, and Lin Tianlang planned to run 3 laps before calling it a day. This level of exertion was ideal for him, striking a perfect balance between fatigue and ease. Upon finishing his 3 laps at a steady pace, he concluded his workout for the day, returning to his apartment. He took a refreshing shower, by the time he emerged, it was already 9:30, with only 30 minutes left before lights out. Leia had long since retreated to her room, leaving only Kalyan in the living room, engrossed in his video game. Are you not concerned that you'll run out of battery at this rate? Lin Tianlang inquired, towel dry his hair. I believe I mentioned I brought sufficient power banks, didn't I? Kalyan replied, raising an eyebrow. I spend 5 days at school each week, returning home on weekends to recharge them. So my gaming device's battery life is hardly an issue. My goodness, how many power banks did you bring? Lin Tianlang asked, intrigued. Point 5. Kalyan held up 5 fingers, then quickly returned his hand to the game console. Phew, that was a close one. All right then, I shall retreat to my room. Enjoy. Lin Tianlang gave Kalyan a thumbs up before heading back to his own space. He generally preferred playing on his computer at home, having no games on his phone, save for a few brief video scrolls to conserve battery life for his return home. He powered off his phone. The lighting in his room was quite novel. It was not electric, nor was it a candle, torch, or oil lamp, but rather a self-illuminating crystal lamp that cast a glow akin to an electric light. Yet softer and more inviting. The base of the crystal lamp was a knob. Turning it all the way down plunged the room into darkness. With no other activities to engage in, Lin Tianlang climbed into bed. Today had been overwhelmingly impactful for him. His worldview had been utterly transformed. Magic was indeed real, which was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, discovering that his longtime friends were of a different race added to the bewilderment. Encountering so many new experiences made this night one destined for sleeplessness for Lin Tianlang. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, he drifted into a drowsy slumber. When he next opened his eyes, the first rays of morning sunlight had pierced through the curtains into his room. His window faced the rising sun, providing ample light. After washing up and donning his uniform, Lin Tianlang made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. The breakfast spread at St. Lin Academy was equally lavish, offering beverages such as milk and various juices, alongside an assortment of breads, corn porridge, oatmeal, and hearty dishes like potatoes and meat patties with eggs. After finishing breakfast, he returned to class just in time for the start of lessons. It was Tuesday, with the first class scheduled to begin at 8 in the morning, lasting for 2 hours until 10. Good morning. Lin Tianlang greeted as he entered the classroom, where his deskmate, Su Weiwei, was already seated, her bright smile welcoming him. Good morning, he replied casually as he took his seat. Good morning, Weiwei. Several girls entered the classroom, cheerfully greeting Su Weiwei. Wow, you're here quite early, remarked a girl with short black hair. Morisha. Good morning, everyone. Su Weiwei responded with a beaming smile. This girl certainly knows how to attract attention, Lin Tianlang thought, observing how quickly she had made friends within just 2 days. Hey, I haven't been as fortunate as you. I admire your social skills, he said self-deprecatingly. He considered himself not socially anxious, yet he tended to be more passive in social situations. If others approached him, he was more than willing to forge new friendships. But he rarely sought out others himself. As the classroom filled with students, conversations flourished, with a few girls eagerly chatting with Su Weiwei, leaving Lin Tianlang comfortably in the background at IN Class 1. Surprisingly, there were more girls than boys. With no one vying for his attention, Lin Tianlang observed his classmates. Although they had only recently met, distinct social circles had already formed, with groups of 3 or 4 engaged in lively discussions. Ania was also quite popular, with many girls gathered around her, as she appeared to be enjoying herself. Hey, what are you looking at? Someone approached Lin Tianlang, drawing his gaze upward to find Kalyan. Of course. Brothers are the best, he thought. That Ania you're eyeing? Leia had appeared behind him, gesturing toward Ania, following his line of sight. Huh, good taste. Ania does seem quite adorable, Kalyan chuckled, patting Lin Tianlang on the shoulder. What on earth is going on here? Well, I won't deny her cuteness, Lin Tianlang retorted, rolling his eyes at Kalyan, yet their gazes unexpectedly met with Ania's, who shyly smiled back at him. That smile is rather disarming, Lin Tianlang mused, recalling how Ania had intervened to stop him before his duel with Long Sinew the previous morning, feeling a sense of gratitude. Among the girls, aside from Su Weiwei, whom he had known for a long time, Ania seemed to be the only one who harbored no hostility toward him, at least that is the impression at present. Weiwei, do you have some time this afternoon? Shall we go to the activity center together? A girl beside Su Weiwei clasped her hands together, inquiring, her gaze briefly wandering to Lin Tianlang, revealing a hint of disdain. Yes, Weiwei, let us go to the activity center this afternoon. The 2 other girls chimed in, gently tugging at Su Weiwei's sleeve, their tone tinged with a playful plea. I'm truly sorry, everyone, but I already have plans for this afternoon. Su Weiwei replied apologetically. I have arranged to play badminton with this fellow beside me. As her words fell, 3 hostile gazes fixated on Lin Tianlang, whose eyes were innocent. However, suddenly recalling something, he fixed his gaze on Su Weiwei. Badminton? Who, me? Oh no, after a night's sleep, I completely forgot about this. I lost to him yesterday and felt a bit disgruntled. Su Weiwei wore a helpless smile, glancing back at Lin Tianlang. Yet that look was laced with mischief, the implication unmistakable. Prepare to be thoroughly defeated. The school bell rang, and students scattered throughout the classroom returned to their seats, ready for class. Once the 3 girls departed, Lin Tianlang leaned in closer to Su Weiwei and said in a flattering tone, This afternoon, could you perhaps go easy on me a bit, spare me some face, and not let me lose too badly? Oh, were you addressing? There is no one called that here, Su Weiwei replied with a beaming smile. Lin Tianlang took a deep breath. Lady Su Weiwei, might I implore you to show some mercy this afternoon? Ah, I see. So, were you planning to offer as a bride? Su Weiwei's smile grew even more radiant. What do you wish to obtain from me? Lin Tianlang said somewhat dejectedly. Whenever Su Weiwei displayed that expression, he dreaded the outcome, knowing it would not bode well for him. Let me think. There's a legendary skin I've wanted for quite some time. Su Weiwei mused, placing her finger on her lips in a thoughtful manner. In a way. That skin costs 168. I simply don't have that much money. Lin Tianlang felt a cold sweat. Well then, it seems I shall have to completely shut you out this afternoon. No, you can think of something else. Lin Tianlang hurriedly interjected. Something else, huh? Suddenly, I remembered I haven't been to the arcade in ages, and I could use a gaming partner. Su Weiwei pondered that the arcade sounds fine, but I can only accompany you for half a day at most. Lin Tianlang sighed in relief. He had been to the arcade with Su Weiwei before. They had gone with groups of 7 or 8, and at times it had just been the 2 of them, of course. The latter scenario often involved Lin Tianlang being dragged along after she had leveraged some form of leverage against him. Half a day, Su Weiwei exclaimed in surprise that I usually consider time at the arcade in full days. Since you only have half a day, how about this? 1 day it is. Lin Tianlang gritted his teeth and declared. After saying this, he mentally cursed himself. Damn it, I truly lack principles. Just yesterday, I had resolved to only accompany her for half a day, yet here I'm so easily compromising. That is more like it. Su Weiwei chuckled. Then this afternoon, I shall begrudgingly use only 99 of my effort. Only 99. That would mean you're only easing up by 1. That's simply 1 do. The first 2-hour class of the morning was History of Magic, taught by the homeroom teacher, Glot. Glot's teaching style was quite engaging. What would typically be a dry subject was transformed into captivating stories through his narration, making even Lin Tianlang, a student who usually struggled with humanities, listen intently. The first lesson of magic history focused on the origins of magic. Lin Tianlang initially believed that the history of human civilization, spanning thousands of years, was extensive enough, excluding the excessively primitive era of early humans. However, the history of the magical realm stretched back even further, spanning tens of thousands of years. Under Glot's vivid storytelling, 2 hours of magic history passed swiftly, significantly better than the previous day's magic theory lesson. The second class was a 1-hour session on magical creatures. Isn't this simply a biology class with a prefix magic added? Lin Tianlang mentally scoffed. However, this magical creatures class was quite different from any biology class he had attended before, as each unit focused on a specific magical creature, rather than delving into cells, peptide bonds, proteins, and amino acids as in mundane biology. Flipping to the back of the textbook, Lin Tianlang was surprised to find dragons. Please turn to the 3rd page of your textbooks, the boy sitting in the last row of the second group. Could you please refrain from hurrying to the back? We are studying the mountain wolf. Not dragons, a brown-haired female teacher standing at the podium remarked, arching an eyebrow at Lin Tianlang. In an instant, many eyes turned toward him, and Lin Tianlang felt a bit embarrassed, quickly flipping back to the correct page. Seeing Lin Tianlang being called out, Su Weiwei beside him couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The girl next to him should have reminded her deskmate in a timely manner rather than watching him make a mistake. Sarivana admonished, glancing at Su Weiwei's cheeks flushed. and she quickly suppressed her laughter. This time, it was Lin Tianlang's turn to struggle to contain his amusement, though he managed to hold back his laughter. He reveled in Su Weiwei's moment of embarrassment. All right, let us continue with the lesson. The mountain wolf is a common magical creature found in mountainous areas, possessing a strong sense of territory and often appearing in packs. They are quite dangerous creatures. Although individual combat strength is not formidable, prey targeted by them often faces the onslaught of dozens of mountain wolves. Their numerical advantage makes them formidable hunters. The content of the magical creature's lesson was not overly tedious. At least it did not induce drowsiness for Lin Tianlang. Soon, the morning classes concluded, and students noisily left the classroom, some heading to lunch while others returning to their dormitories, often in groups of 2 or 3. "Have you not gone out? Shall we have lunch together?" Carrion, leaving his seat, invited Lin Tianlang. "Sure. Having a companion for lunch is certainly better than being alone." Lin Tianlang readily accepted Carrion's offer. "I want to join as well." Leia chimed in, following closely behind. The 3 of them walked to the dining hall together. Carrion stretched and exclaimed, "This morning's classes nearly bored me to death." "It wasn't too bad. Glot's teaching style is quite interesting." Leia replied, "I agree, and the content of the magical creature's lesson was also not dull, certainly better than yesterday's magic theory." Lin Tianlang added sincerely. "Hey, regardless of anything, this afternoon is the main event. The spellcasting class. We can practice magic." Carrion shouted excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Before long, afternoon arrived, and the students returned to the classroom. There was a palpable sense of excitement and anticipation in the air, with the teacher yet to arrive. The atmosphere was already buzzing. "Hey, this is the spellcasting class. I wonder what the first spell we will learn is. I'm so looking forward to it." Yes. However, I hope the first spell isn't too difficult." A few girls in the upper right corner of the classroom were chattering away, while Luca in the back wore a disdainful expression. "Humph, it's just a spell, simple and straightforward. It's something anyone with hands can learn. What is there to worry about?" That's right, the boss is so capable, he'll learn it in no time." A sycophant beside Luca chimed in. "Of course. You need to feel inferior for us divine beings. As long as our minds are sound, spells are as easy to us as eating and drinking." Luca crossed his arms, declaring as he spoke. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tianlang in the back, muttering, "Humph, let us see if this human can make a fool of himself again." Possessing a high affinity for magic is not a remarkable feat. One may have such an affinity, yet remain incapable of wielding any spells, rendering them utterly ineffectual. Nevertheless, while he might grumble, Luca was hesitant to confront Lin Tianlang directly with such words. Firstly, Lin Tianlang was a formidable opponent, capable of defeating dragonkind with his martial prowess, and Luca certainly could not claim to be his equal, nor could his few companions. Secondly, the overwhelming magical energy that Lin Tianlang nearly unleashed the previous day left a profound impression on him. He certainly did not wish to find himself unceremoniously discarded to the back of the classroom once more. Unbeknownst to Lin Tianlang, who was resting his head on his desk with eyes closed, Luca was silently cursing him. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei had moved to join another group of girls, leaving her seat conspicuously vacant. The classroom buzzed with its usual liveliness until a stunningly graceful teacher with flowing black hair entered the room. With her entrance, the noise in the classroom quieted instantly, particularly among the boys, whose eyes widened in astonishment. The black-haired beauty seemed to revel in their attention. With a slight smile, she cleared her throat and announced, "Good afternoon, students. My name is Dumela. You may call me Teacher Dumela. From this day forward, I shall guide you in the study of magical incantations." The students erupted in cheers, hastily returning to their seats. Lin Tianlang glanced sideways and noticed the excitement radiating from Su Weiwei's face. All right, Dumela continued. "While I appreciate your enthusiasm, we must commence our lesson shortly. So please quiet down. I am my class. You will learn to control and harness your magical energy, enabling you to cast simple spells through incantations." As she spoke, she snapped her fingers and vibrant fireworks erupted above the classroom. First and foremost, there is no need to rush to our textbooks to master the art of magic. The initial step is to learn to sense your magical energy. As magicians, we are merely vessels for magic or containers. if you will. In terms of magical theory, I trust you have a general understanding of the hierarchy among magicians. The higher the rank, the greater the capacity to contain magical energy. And consequently, the more magic one can hold. With a wave of her hand, the disorganized books on the podium neatly align themselves. The most fundamental aspect of magic is controlling your own energy, allowing it to serve as an extension of your hand to accomplish tasks you desire. Magical energy can be perceived as an extension of our hands. Many things we cannot achieve with our hand alone can be accomplished through magic. For instance, summoning a pen to fly into your grasp. Melot demonstrated, and with a flick of her finger, a pen from a student's desk soared into her hand. Or for example, turning the pages of a book to the desired one. After returning the pen, she effortlessly opened the book titled Basic Spells to the first page. Lin Tianlang blinked. Although he had witnessed numerous magical phenomena yesterday and earlier today, he still found it utterly fascinating. I believe you have seen your parents use magic to control dishwashers, allowing them to attend to other tasks simultaneously. Extremely convenient in this regard. Lin Tianlang felt a twinge of dissent. A dishwasher could accomplish the same feat, albeit with a bit of noise. Next, let us practice sensing our magical energy. This will take up half of our lesson. It is a rather ethereal sensation. You may wish to close your eyes and allow your consciousness to sink, feeling the surging magic within you. This process may prove somewhat challenging, but once you succeed the first time, subsequent attempts will be easier. Dumela articulated clearly from the podium that if you successfully sense your magical energy, you may cautiously attempt to manipulate it, such as moving the pen before you by 10 centimeters. Remember not to exert too much force. Excessive magical energy can be quite destructive. As she spoke, she produced a pencil, focused momentarily, and astonishingly snapped in half, startling several girls. This is the consequence of wielding too much magical force, Dumela said with a smile. Well, I have shared all I needed to. Now it is your turn to attempt to sense your magical energy. Close your eyes, delve deep within yourself, until you can feel that power. Those with a high magical affinity may achieve this swiftly, but those with lesser affinity need not despair, for this is not absolute. The most critical aspect is to find your inner calm. The students promptly closed their eyes, beginning their attempts to sense their magical energy. Lin Tianlang followed suit, endeavoring to quiet his thoughts, a task made difficult by his restless nature. The classroom fell into silence as everyone focused inward. As time passed, this endeavor required not only magical affinity, but also the ability to quiet one's mind. The quicker one could achieve tranquility, the faster they could delve deeper into their consciousness to feel the presence of magic. Observing the students with closed eyes, Dumela took a moment to examine herself in a small mirror. Soon, 15 minutes had elapsed, and the first student opened her eyes, Su Weiwei. Her beautiful gaze lifted, and she glanced down at her desk. Fixating on the pen before her, she willed it to move, and, after a brief pause, it soared into her hand. Hearing the commotion, Dumela turned her attention to Su Weiwei. The latter smiled at her teacher, then gently waved her hand, causing the book Basic Spells to flip open to the first page without physical contact. Dumela smiled approvingly at Su Weiwei, but remained silent to avoid disrupting the other students. Gradually, more students succeeded in sensing their magical energy, most of whom were from the divine race, with a few elves among them. Their expressions radiated excitement, though they maintained a respectful silence. Among them was Luca, who, after moving his pen a mere centimeter, cast a scornful glance backward at Lin Tianlang, who remained with his eyes shut, sneering. What of being S rank? A human is still a human. The mastery of magic will never rival that of the divine race. However, as more students opened their eyes, the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly animated. Lin Tianlang, oblivious to the unfolding events around him, finally settled his mind and followed the teacher's guidance, allowing his consciousness to sink. He gradually entered a peculiar state, feeling as though his awareness descended from his head into the depths of his being. He did not know where this place was, but he was acutely aware that it resided within the confines of his own body, for he felt no detachment from it. His consciousness drifted aimlessly within the depths of his being until he suddenly sensed something flowing within him, akin to a rushing river. He directed his awareness forward and discovered a magnificent, Surging river of stars. A breathtaking sight. This magic? Lin Tianlang pondered. He attempted to use his thoughts to divert the celestial river, and astonishingly, the radiant stream indeed split into two, as he willed it to do so. He felt a surge of joy. The magical energy seemed to leap with excitement, as if welcoming its master. This energy appeared to be an innate part of his being, easily manipulable, as if guiding his limbs to move effortlessly. Surely, this must signify success in sensing my magic, Lin Tianlang mused, gradually opening his eyes. You've finally awakened, Su Weiwei exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing him open his eyes. However, Lin Tianlang soon realized that it was not only Su Weiwei gazing at him. The entire class, including teacher Dumela, was focused on him. Among the gazes directed his way were those of disdain, contempt, and impatience, predominantly negative expressions, save for Aeneas, which bore a look of concerned It appears our final student has also succeeded in sensing his magical energy. Dumela clapped her hands. You certainly took your time, Su Weiwei teased lightly, standing beside Lin Tianlang. Was it really that long? Lin Tianlang's gaze flickered momentarily. The teacher allotted us an hour, which should have been more than sufficient, as most had completed their tasks within half an hour. Yet here you are, taking the full hour, with just a minute to spare before exceeding the limit, Su Weiwei remarked irritably. Typical of the human race. It takes you half a day to sense a bit of magical energy. Truly pathetic. At the same time, Luca's mocking voice chimed in. Why don't you first try to manipulate your own magical power? Dumela interjected, stepping down from the podium and approaching Lin Tianlang directly. A woman. Dumela possessed a remarkably curvaceous figure. Her ample bosom and shapely posterior drew attention effortlessly upon reaching him. She exuded a captivating fragrance that could easily ignite male hormones. Seems we have a little human friend here. How intriguing. I have taught at St. Lin Academy for 5 years, yet I have never had a human student. Upon closer inspection, noticing the lack of a divine mark on Lin Tianlang's forehead, Dumela raised an eyebrow. Come now, give a try. Make your pen float. All right, good teacher. Lin Tianlang swallowed hard, diverting his gaze from Dumela's bosom to the pen before him. Feel the magic. Use the magical pen. Come to me, my pen, he murmured softly, beginning to summon the power he had just sensed, buried deep within himself. The river of magical energy within him quickly responded to his call. Surging forth with exuberance, he could feel the exhilarating flow of this power within his body. However, at the moment the magic burst forth, things spiraled out of control. The rushing magic resembled a flood, propelling the pen into the air instead of gliding into his hand as he had envisioned. Subsequently, an even more ludicrous event occurred. His desk exploded into fragments, akin to a C4 bomb detonating beneath it. The explosive disarray startled Su Weiwei, who promptly took a couple steps back. What on earth just happened? Lin Tianlang gazed down at his masterpiece, his expression blank and his mind haze. This desk, which he had barely interacted with for 2 days, had been shattered into 6 or 7 pieces, and the culprit was none other than himself. The classroom fell into a brief silence. Many students taken aback, yet soon after, a wave of laughter erupted, led by none other than Luca. This is hilarious. The teacher asked you to move the pen, not to blow up the desk. Luca laughed raucously, prompting other divine students to join in the mockery. Lin Tianlang nervously glanced at the teacher standing nearby, but she seemed unperturbed. Well, this is rather unexpected, Dumela remarked, then twirled her fingers above the pile of desk fragments. Softly uttering an incantation, Lin Tianlang was certain she had cast a spell, though he did not comprehend its content. Under Dumela's control, the fragments began to shift, and, as if time were reversing, they reformed, returning to their original state 3 seconds later. The intensity of the magic was exceptionally high. Such power was not typical of a newly awakened mage, especially considering your human heritage, possessing an initial magical strength that far surpassed even that of the divine race is truly astonishing. Dumela fixed her gaze on Lin Tianlang. What is your name? Lin Tianlang. What was her magical talent level during yesterday's assessment? S-rank teacher. Lin Tianlang replied, honestly, S rank. I see. Dumela narrowed her eyes, revealing a knowing expression. Then with a flick of her wrist, she returned to the podium. All right, let's not waste any more time and continue with the lesson. Everyone, let us refocus on our studies. Now, we will need our textbooks. So please turn to page 2 of Basic Spells today. In addition to learning to feel magical energy, we will also learn a magical incantation that a rustle of pages fill the air as students turn to the designated page. And beside Lin Tianlang, Su Weiwei quietly inquired, "Hey, Lin Tianlang, how did you manage that just now? What do you mean, how did I manage that? Blowing up the desk?" Su Weiwei gestured with her hands. "I have no idea. I didn't intend to blow up the desk. I merely wanted my pen to float into my hand," Lin Tianlang replied with a wry smile. When the desk exploded, it felt oddly reminiscent of yesterday, like the magic had suddenly spiraled out of control. The incantation we're going to learn today is called the levitation spell. It is a straightforward yet practical spell. When you encounter heavy objects that you cannot lift, feel free to attempt this spell, as it will allow them to float. When reciting the incantation, simply infuse it with a hint of magical energy for it to take effect. For now, we will refrain from infusing energy and instead focus on the pronunciation of the incantation. Come, repeat after me. Dumela began leading the students in chanting the spell, the classroom resembling that of an elementary school where the teacher guided the children in recitation. However, the subject matter was not classical poetry or phonetic alphabets, but magical incantations. The precise pronunciation of the incantation is of utmost importance. A mispronunciation could lead to results entirely different from what one intended. Dumela emphasized, especially since some spells have similar pronunciations that, if you mispronounce them, you may inadvertently cast another spell. Should that spell be one of considerable harm, it could spell disaster. If you don't believe me, allow me to demonstrate. Dumela began to recite the incantation. The first attempt executed flawlessly. As the final syllable fell, the textbook before her began to levitate gently. Rising into the air, she dispelled the spell, allowing the textbook to fall, then recited the incantation once more. This time, she deliberately mispronounced a syllable, and to everyone's astonishment, the textbook ignited spontaneously. The girl closest to the podium was startled by the sudden flames, while the students behind her gasped in shock. Did you see that? The pronunciation of the fire spell is quite similar to that of the levitation spell. A single slip can lead to such consequences. Dumela stated gravely. The repercussions of mispronouncing an incantation can vary greatly. Minor errors may simply result in the spell failing, necessitating a repeat. However, severe mistakes could lead to unimaginable consequences. Throughout history, numerous mages have lost their lives due to a single mispronounced word in a spell. First, learn to pronounce the incantation correctly, and then attempt to infuse it with magical energy to grant the spell its magical efficacy. Infusing energy is also a crucial aspect. Adjust the amount of energy you channel according to your needs. If you infuse too much energy, the resultant effect may deviate significantly from your intention, most likely resulting in excessive power. However, I am not overly concerned about that at the moment, as the amount of magic you can currently wield is still quite limited. So the risk of excessive power is minimal. Dumela spoke. Her gaze lingered on Lin Tianlang. Now, let's take some time for everyone to practice on your own. In the classroom, students began to chant the incantation. The atmosphere growing noisy. Some pronounced it correctly, while others had slight deviations. However, influenced by one another, even those who had initially pronounced it correctly found themselves misled, prompting Dumela to step in several times to correct the class. Levitation spell. Su Weiwei focused on her pencil case, quickly reciting the incantation. She succeeded. Her pencil case floated effortlessly to about 15 centimeters above the desk. "Haha, I did it!" Su Weiwei exclaimed joyfully, tugging at Lin Tianlang's sleeve. Look, it's floating! Ha, congratulations!" Lin Tianlang responded sincerely. Just like you come to know Su Weiwei, she excelled at grasping new concepts swiftly, whether in sports or magical spells. Not bad, not bad. Dumela smiled brightly. Look, someone has already succeeded. Everyone else, give it your all and aim for success before class ends. Su Weiwei's successful incantation garnered the attention of many in the class. Luca, on the other hand, wore a grim expression, evidently displeased at being overshadowed. "Damn it, I was so close," Luca, somewhat dissatisfied, quickened the pace of his incantation, resulting in several mispronounced syllables, yet the pen before him remained utterly motionless. Anya, on the other hand, gazed at Su Weiwei with admiration, her face reflecting a how impressive expression. Before resolutely nodding and returning to her own efforts, Su Weiwei's friend, Morisa, offered an enthusiastic thumbs up, signifying you are amazing. Su Weiwei smiled shyly and glanced at her deskmate, Lin Tianlang, who was not faring as well. His attempts at the incantation consistently yielded inaccuracies that you're not pronouncing it correctly. It should be said this way. Su Weiwei advised, I want to be guided by classmate Weiwei too. Several girls nearby exclaimed. They cast envious glances at Lin Tianlang, who wore an innocent expression, thinking, why am I being caught in the crossfire again? Haha, if anyone has questions, feel free to consult that student over there. Her name is Su Weiwei, right? What a lovely name, Du Mela remarked with a smile. With the teacher's permission, a crowd quickly gathered around Su Weiwei, each vying for her guidance, effectively pushing Lin Tianlang aside. Su Weiwei felt it inappropriate to refuse and began assisting with the instruction. Gradually, many succeeded, managing to levitate either their pens or textbooks into the air. Those who successfully cast the spell were assigned the task of teaching others by Du Mela, alleviating some of the crowd around Su Weiwei. Nevertheless, her group remained the largest. Anya also succeeded, and at that moment, 3 girls surrounded her, one of whom, a girl with blue short hair and dragon horns, chattered incessantly. Lin Tianlang concentrated on his textbook, attempting to make it float. Not right. Try again. Budako Zhou. Still incorrect. Budakong Zhou. Wrong again, once more. Floating spell. Another failure. He repeated the incantation. Floating ko spell. No response, he continued, after several attempts without success. Lin Tianlang's mouth felt parched. Floating spell. On his nth attempt, Lin Tianlang had little hope left. The pronunciation of the spell bore little resemblance to any language he had encountered, leaving him uncertain of what he was even saying, only aware he was approximating the sounds. However, this time he seemed to succeed. As the final syllable of the incantation resonated, his textbook suddenly soared upward, striking the ceiling. Lin Tianlang was startled, as were the girls nearby, seeking Su Weiwei's help. Don't do that recklessly. You infused too much magic. Du Mela hurried down from the podium to Lin Tianlang's desk. He quickly dispelled the spell. This was simple, as he merely needed to withdraw the magic he had exerted. The textbook, now free from magical influence, fell back onto Lin Tianlang's desk. Try again, but don't infuse too much magic. Just a little will suffice, Du Mela emphasized. All right, I'll give it a shot, Lin Tianlang replied, sweating profusely, then focused intently on the textbook, reciting rapidly. Floating spell. Whoosh! The textbook soared once more, this time crashing directly into the ceiling. My goodness, Du Mela exclaimed, rubbing her temples. Teacher, I swear I only infused a tiny bit of magic. Lin Tianlang replied with a wry smile. Was it truly a tiny bit or a billion tiny bits? Du Mela retorted, exasperated. I fail to comprehend. Even if others correctly pronounce the incantation, given your initial awakening as fledgling mages, even with all your might, you shouldn't be able to make an object float more than 20 centimeters, while others are figuring out how to make objects fly higher. Why is it that with you? It's about not letting them fly too high. During the remainder of the class, everyone earnestly practiced their magic. Many, after considerable effort, succeeded in using the floating spell to elevate small items from their desks, with heights varying between 10 and 20 centimeters. However, the last row of the classroom presented a different scene altogether. Unlike the other budding mages diligently attempting their spells, one desk consistently had objects unexpectedly shooting into the air. Is your magic really that hard to control? Su Weiwei remarked. Bemused, I'm truly trying my best, Lin Tianlang replied, somewhat irritated. The precision of the incantation was no longer an issue. Once he had succeeded, he faced little difficulty in repeating it accurately. However, the infusion of magic posed a significant challenge. Lin Tianlang either infused too little, failing to elicit any response from the objects, or too much, sending them soaring skyward, perpetually unable to find the delicate balance required for them to hover effortlessly in midair. Initially, Dumela remained at Lin Tianlang's side to guide him. However, upon realizing he would likely not resolve the issue immediately and assessing there was no imminent danger, she shifted her attention to assisting others to be by the time the class bell rang. 2/3 of the students had successfully cast the floating spell, leaving those who hadn't feeling quite dejected. All right, class is dismissed. The homework is quite simple. Master this spell and preview the next one we'll learn. This is hardly a burden, is it? Dumela announced. The students nodded in agreement. The assignment was not merely manageable, but practically negligible. For those who had already succeeded in casting the spell, it only remained to preview the material, a glance at the textbook sufficing to complete the task, rounding it off to be virtually no homework at all, unlike the extensive assignments from the morning's history of magic class. Having concluded the spellcasting lesson, it was time for after-school activities. Lin Tianlang, feeling despondent, followed Su Weiwei to the badminton court, merely fulfilling the promise made the previous day. Many students were aware of the thrilling match from yesterday afternoon and the subsequent invitation, so this afternoon's game drew an even larger crowd than before. Though he lacked confidence in defeating Su Weiwei and was unsure if she would go easy on him, he nonetheless gave his all. Their match remained captivating, yet Su Weiwei, in better form today, displayed a noticeable improvement in her prowess compared to yesterday, while Lin Tianlang had managed to exchange blows with her previously. Today, despite not being utterly overwhelmed, he found himself consistently on the defensive. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 5-15, Su Weiwei triumphing by a substantial 10-point margin at the conclusion of the game. The majority of the surrounding girls cheered for Su Weiwei, while several boys jeered at Lin Tianlang. Hey, did you throw the match? Losing is one thing, but how did the score get so lopsided? Callian shouted loudly, if you think you're so great, why don't you give it a try? Lin Tianlang retorted, somewhat exasperated. In truth, a score of 5-15 was satisfactory for him. He had initially approached the match expecting to be completely shut out, so scoring even once felt like a significant achievement. As for how many points were due to Su Weiwei's leniency, that remained uncertain. Shall we continue? Su Weiwei asked, smiling brightly, clearly in high spirits. If we continue, let's play a guessing game for a bit. I'm too drained for another match, Lin Tianlang replied. With mealtime still some time away, leaving Su Weiwei there alone likely wouldn't be well received. Yet the fatigue was genuine. Every time he played against her, Lin Tianlang poured all his effort into it, whether in positioning or striking, striving to keep pace with a rhythm. A guessing game. Then, Su Weiwei pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, shall we aim for 200? Okay. Lin Tianlang readily accepted. 200 guesses were not particularly challenging. Unlike a match, the objective of a guessing game was entirely different, whereas a match sought to score by evading the opponent. The goal here was to ensure the opponent could return the ball, preventing it from hitting the ground. 198, 199, 200, 201, 202. The spectators' eyes darted left and right, following the ball soaring through the air. The two quickly reached their target of 200 guesses, but they continued onward. How impressive that they can maintain such a long rally while remaining concealed in the crowd. Long Sinew observed, astonished as she watched the pair play. Indeed, quite remarkable. You play badminton too? Long Sinew's companion, a petite girl with chestnut medium-length hair, stood beside her, equally incredulous. Oh, you, startled by the sudden address from Long Sinew, glanced at the girl beside her, who was a whole head shorter, and found herself at a loss for words. Particularly, as she searched her mind, she realized she could not recall the name of the girl before her. Nevertheless, she recognized her as a classmate. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ania, by the way, classmate. It seems I haven't remembered your name either, Ania said, her cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. Hello, classmate Ania. My name is Long Sinew, and I'm very pleased to meet you. Long Sinew hastily replied, appearing somewhat inept at handling unfamiliar individuals. Me too. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ania smiled brightly. So, do you also play badminton? Long Sinew. Me? I can play a little, but compared to those two on the court, I am quite lacking. Long Sinew scratched her face awkwardly, her other hand fidgeting as she struggled to find a place for it, eventually opting to clasp it behind her back. Those two are so impressive. They can rally so many times without missing the shuttlecock, Ania remarked enviously, her gaze fixed on the duo on the court. And what about you, Ania? Oh, I am quite clumsy and lack athletic ability. When it comes to playing sports, I can easily trip over my own feet. Besides, I am so short that I probably wouldn't even clear the net in badminton. Ania sighed lightly, a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. I see that I am truly sorry. Long Sinew spoke softly. Do you know the person from the court? He seems quite different from the humans I have encountered before. Long Sinew. Try not to call everyone human all the time. They all have names, you know. His name is Lin Tianlang. Lin as in the forest, and Tianlang as in Sirius, Ania said with a smile. Lin Tianlang, you say? It sounds like you're quite familiar with him. Long Sinew inquired. Not as familiar as Su Weiwei. Actually, we can hardly call ourselves acquaintances. We merely know each other. Ania's cheeks flushed a deeper shade. Oh, is that so? I thought from what you said earlier that you had known him for quite some time. Long Sinew twirled a strand of her red hair around her finger. I grew up in the human realm and have interacted with many diverse humans. Among them, there are some who are quite wicked. But there are also many good-hearted individuals that I am unsure of how humans in your magical realm are perceived, nor do I understand why there is such deep-seated discrimination against them in this world. Therefore, I can only share my thoughts. I find Lin Tianlang to be a rather admirable person. Perhaps you could try getting to know him better? Ania suggested with a smile. Speaking of which, it seems you had a misunderstanding with him yesterday, and even got into a fight. But that should have been a misunderstanding, right? Indeed, it was a misunderstanding, Long Sinew said, her gaze drifting towards Lin Tianlang on the court. Somewhat lost in thought. The intensity of the rally was significantly lower than in a match, yet that did not imply it was devoid of physical exertion. Matches often required explosive bursts of energy, while a rally demanded sustained effort, which could still be quite exhausting over time. Eventually, both players began to tire, the rally concluding at 604 hits. The shuttlecock nearly falling apart. It had been an exhilarating bout of exercise, leaving them drenched in sweat, ready to return to their apartment, shower, change clothes, and comfortably head to the dining hall. Thus, the second day at St. Louis Academy of Magic came to a close that evening. Lin Tianlang settled into his apartment to tackle his homework, facing a mountain of assignments in the history of magic that made his head spin. The following days were a predictable cycle of classroom, dining hall, activity area, and apartment. Aside from the study of magic, life at the academy bore a striking resemblance to the high school experience Lin Tianlang remembered. Eating, participating in activities, attending classes, and sleeping, a repetitive cycle of 4 simple tasks. On Wednesday, Lin Tianlang attended a course on the application of magic, which explored various scenarios for using magic, including combat and architecture. On Thursday, he encountered a class on magical astrology, also known as divination. This course was rather esoteric, delving into the principles of various forms of divination, along with its history and significant events. Strangely enough, not only did he, a materialist from the human realm, express skepticism towards the course, but many local students from the magical realm shared similar doubts, as divination was often dismissed. Finally, Friday arrived. Today, Lin Tianlang attended a new class called Magical Texts, which focused on ancient scripts from the magical realm, comparable to a foreign language class in high school. The content proved somewhat tedious, especially since it was scheduled for the afternoon. Nevertheless, the students were surprisingly lively, primarily because the end of the class heralded the start of the weekend. When they could return home at St. Louis Academy, students had the option to stay on campus during the weekend, but for those from the human realm, returning home was the obvious choice, despite the wonders of the magical realm. The allure of smartphones and computers was undeniable. At long last, the weekend had arrived. Lin Tianlang stretched languidly in his seat, gazing out the window. 5 days had passed since arriving in this world, and in just 2 hours he would be heading home. Such a thought filled him with excitement. What should I do when I get home? Lin Tianlang began to fantasize that it was hard for him to believe that a person who regarded computers as his second life had been away from them for 5 days. Where did I wander off to? A delicate jade finger poked Lin Tianlang's left cheek. I wasn't daydreaming. I was merely contemplating how to spend this weekend. Lin Tianlang replied, that I in the magical text class. Su Weiwei also exhibited an unusual lack of focus, her mind clearly elsewhere. This was not only due to the impending end of class, but also because the content of the course was rather dull. The instructor, an elderly teacher with gray hair and beard, spoke in a monotonous tone. Fortunately, being Friday and near the end of the day, the students' spirits remained high. Had it been the first class on a Monday, many would likely have fallen asleep. Oh, thinking about how to enjoy the weekend. Didn't you already make plans? Su Weiwei rolled her eyes at me. What plans do I have? Lin Tianlang responded, utterly perplexed at I have something to do. How come I am unaware of it? Hee. Have you forgotten something? I'll give you a moment to jog your memory, Su Weiwei said with a mischievous smile, though there was something unsettling about it. Lin Tianlang's many little question marks coalesced into one large one. Oh no, I really don't recall. What on earth could it be? I mean, how could you know something I don't? Do I really need to remind you to this extent? Su Weiwei said, her expression unchanging. Have you forgotten what you said on Tuesday? You promised to accompany me to the arcade on Saturday, and I would let you off easy. What is this? Trying to feign amnesia and backtrack. A smirk graced her lips. Oh no, it was that. Lin Tianlang felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, especially as he noticed the increasingly frightening expression on Su Weiwei's face. It seems someone is about to go back on their word. Let me think about how to tease him. After all, I put in the effort and expect some reward. It's rather unsatisfying otherwise. Su Weiwei's lips curled into a devilish smile. Lin Tianlang could almost swear he saw a pair of devilish horns sprouting from her forehead. Come on, it's just a simple favor. You haven't really sacrificed anything. Lin Tianlang screamed internally, though he dared not voice it. Su Weiwei, I never intended to backtrack. Lin Tianlang forced a smile, hoping to ensure his future peace that, oh well, this girl is now my deskmate. She has far too many means and opportunities to torment me. For the sake of my tranquil days ahead, I suppose I shall sacrifice this Saturday, as if I were being dragged off to remedial classes. Now, that's more like it. Su Weiwei's smile blossomed once more. Her smile was indeed lovely, yet Lin Tianlang found himself too preoccupied to appreciate it. Sigh, she looked so exceptional on the outside. How can her personality be so trying? Yet despite his thoughts, Lin Tianlang had to admit that Su Weiwei enjoyed significant popularity among both girls and boys, seemingly reserving her worst traits solely for him. Last, the magical text class concluded, and the students erupted in cheers. The instructor gathered his materials and left the classroom, only for a figure named Grotto to stride in shortly thereafter. Hey, what is all the rush for? Grotto bellowed. After 5 days together, the students had grown accustomed to their teacher's temperament. While he often liked to scold, he somehow lacked any real authority in response to Grotto's reprimands. The students frequently laughed it off. During breaks, Grotto would sometimes engage in casual conversations with the students, with the boys discussing topics unique to their gender. Many girls often seek out Jelluit to glean the latest gossip circulating within the campus, such as which couples in various grades are breaking up and reconciling. It seems Jelluit is quite well informed about such matters. Teacher, we're going home after school. Can we take our time? Carrion exclaimed loudly from his seat. What is the rush? All you do is hurry. Jelluit scolded, his eyebrows raised and spittle flying. Listen closely, especially you who are returning to the human realm. Remember, you must not display any magic in front of others. Do you understand? If your magical abilities are discovered, it will lead to serious trouble. Got it, teacher, the students chorused in response. Jelluit nodded in satisfaction and departed from the classroom. Lin Tianlang began to pack his bag at his desk. The weekend homework was not particularly burdensome. The recently concluded magical literature class had assigned some copying tasks, while the history of magic class had set a plethora of material for memorization and preparation. The spellcasting class had introduced a new incantation for practice called the unlocking spell, which could open locked doors. I can finally go home. Su Weiwei stood up from her seat, stretched her limbs, and flaunted her figure. By the way, how has your week been? She inquired. Not too bad. Everything seems quite normal, Lin Tianlang replied. Initially, he had faced considerable discrimination due to his human heritage, but gradually, the situation had improved. Most of his classmates, aside from a few staunch bigots, had accepted him as a companion. In fact, his human identity had sparked curiosity among several students, and occasionally, someone would approach Lin Tianlang for a chat. Oh, but it feels a bit strange that, I don't know why, but it seems like someone has been following me after school these past few days, Lin Tianlang suddenly remarked. Achoo! Long Sinew, who was packing her bag, suddenly sneezed, quickly wiped her nose, and glanced back at Lin Tianlang, relieved to find that he had not been looking her way. "Ha, you must be imagining things. Who would follow you?" Su Weiwei laughed heartily. "I think I might be overthinking it." Lin Tianlang scratched his head and chuckled along. Realizing she had not been discovered, Long Sinew relaxed and hurriedly finished packing her bag in preparation to leave. However, before she could step out of the classroom, a blue-haired dragon girl blocked her path. "Long Sinew, do you have a moment?" "Sorry, I'm quite busy," Long Sinew replied, shaking her head. The blue-haired girl smiled helplessly, said nothing further, and stepped aside. "Sigh, why is it so difficult to find a few people to play with?" the blue-haired girl muttered to herself, then noticed Su Weiwei tidying up and her eyes brightened as she hurried over. Wei, the blue-haired girl called out cheerfully, "Da-da, it's M.O. What's up?" Su Weiwei responded with a smile. The blue-haired dragon girl, M.O. Hellish, was someone Lin Tianlang recognized as a close friend of AI Naya, often seen inseparable from her. She was a lively and cheerful girl, always chattering away. Su Weiwei maintained a good rapport with most of the girls in class, and M.O. was clearly one of them. "Weiwei, do you have time after school?" M.O. asked eagerly. "Well, I don't have anything pressing." "Why do you ask?" Su Weiwei replied, "It's not a big deal. I just wanted to ask if you're free." "Would you like to play hide and seek?" M.O. said, somewhat shyly. "Nanny, hide and seek?" Lin Tianlang, eavesdropping from the side, nearly burst out laughing. "Come on, we're all 18. Isn't that a game for 8-year-olds? Hide and seek? Oh." Surprisingly, Su Weiwei seemed quite interested. "Now that you mention it, I haven't played that in ages." "Why would M.O. suddenly suggest such a game?" "Actually, it wasn't my idea. It was mainly because little AI Naya wanted to play. So I agreed to join her. But since we're playing, it will be more fun to gather more people," M.O. explained, sticking out her tongue. "All right then." Su Weiwei pondered for a moment before smiling and nodding in agreement. She turned to pat Lin Tianlang on the shoulder and said, "Hey, you're also free, right? You heard the invitation. Why not join us?" "Me?" Lin Tianlang was momentarily taken aback, noticing M.O. looking at him with eager eyes, seemingly anticipating his acceptance. Hide and seek felt a bit childish, didn't it? He thought to himself, it's one thing for girls to play, but would it not seem a bit ridiculous for a grown man to join? Yes, Lin Tianlang should definitely join us," M.O. exclaimed with her hands clasped together, beaming. Seeing her enthusiasm and realizing he had nothing better to do, Lin Tianlang felt somewhat reluctant to decline. After all, as a human, it was quite rare for him to be invited without prejudice. Perhaps it was a good opportunity to enhance his social standing. "Well, I suppose I could join to be honest, I haven't played that game in a long time. And I do miss my childhood," Lin Tianlang said with a smile, agreeing to participate. "Great." M.O. bounced with delight. "Now we have 2 more people. It'll be much livelier." "All right. When and where shall we gather?" Su Weiwei inquired. "Let us meet in the courtyard right now. It's almost time to gather, and little AI Naya is already there. The others should be arriving soon," M.O. said excitedly. "How can playing hide and seek make you this happy?" Lin Tianlang thought, shaking his head in mild amusement, yet refraining from voicing his opinions. Sometimes being a little childish isn't such a bad thing after all. "Hey, over here." After finishing packing, Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei made their way to the courtyard, where they spotted a blue-haired girl waving at them from a distance. After inviting the two, M.O. eagerly dashed downstairs, arriving early at the gathering spot. "Wow, there are quite a few people here," Su Weiwei remarked, somewhat surprised. Lin Tianlang was equally taken aback. Aside from M.O., there were 5 others present, 3 of whom he recognized, including himself and Su Weiwei, that made a total of 8 participants for this game of hide and seek. "Ah, you 2 are here too?" Lin Tianlang asked curiously upon seeing Carrion and Leia. "Hey, why would I come if you could?" Carrion rolled his eyes in annoyance. "This afternoon, Lishi invited me over. So since I was free, I decided to join," Leia replied with a smile. "Then this guy insisted on tagging along, so I let him." Hey, Leia, what do you mean by that? She clearly invited me too." Carrion exclaimed loudly. It does sound like your style to be so shameless," Lin Tianlang thought, chuckling inwardly. After a week of interaction, he had come to understand both of his roommates to a certain degree. Leia appeared to be serious and gentle on the surface, but she had a knack for making unexpected remarks. However, due to her attractive appearance, she had garnered quite a bit of attention from the girls in class. As for Carrion, he was a true bro, carefree and somewhat shameless, unhesitatingly calling others dad just to get a meal delivered. All right, I admit I have some ulterior motives, Carrion said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he noticed Lin Tianlang and Leia looking at him skeptically. Did you see that couple over there? He pointed to a pair of lovebirds not far away. What do you think? Well, the taste of dog food is quite nice, Leia said, but it's not a big deal in my opinion. Not a big deal. Carrion's eyebrows shot up. How can you say it's not a big deal? Don't you have any desires in that regard? Haha, I believe these things depend on fate. When the time comes, everything will fall into place, Leia replied. Well then, take your time waiting for your fate. You can't just sit back and wait for things to happen. You need to take the initiative, Carrion said with a somewhat mocking tone. For instance, when there is an opportunity to interact with the opposite sex, you should seize it. Relationships are built gradually, not instantaneously. Kalyan shook his head and spoke with a tone of authority. It seems you have a clear analysis. Given your tone, do you already have a target? Lin Tianlang raised an eyebrow and inquired, It's not quite a target yet, but I have identified several approachable individuals. Our class has quite a few beauties. I think Ania, Su Weiwei, and Long Sinew are all rather impressive, including Jalixid. They're all quite delightful. Kalyan shared his list of potential interests. Haha, splendid. You have ambition. I look forward to the day you manage to win over one of them. Lin Tianlang chuckled at Kalyan's enthusiasm, patting him on the shoulder. Setting the other two aside, if you can secure either Su Weiwei or Long Sinew, I shall gladly call you father. Hey, don't underestimate me, Kalyan protested. Wow, I didn't expect you to have your sights set on 8 girls. Ania clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with joy. Apart from the 3 boys, Lin Tianlang, Kalyan, and Leia, the remaining 5 were all girls. Excluding Ania, Su Weiwei, and Momo, the other 2 girls were golden-haired elves, one with long hair and the other with short, bearing a striking resemblance, suggesting they might be sisters. By the way, why propose a game of hide-and-seek? The long-haired, golden-haired sister inquired. Ahaha. Originally, I intended to invite everyone to play volleyball. However, a certain individual expressed a strong aversion to being seen falling, and thus the proposal was dismissed. Momo chuckled, glancing at Ania. Momo, please refrain from such blatant hints. Ania blushed and playfully scolded. It's perfectly fine. Hide-and-seek can be quite entertaining to be honest. I haven't played in ages, and I'm feeling a bit nostalgic. The last time I played was when I was 8. Su Weiwei said, her face beaming with excitement. Reflecting on the last time he played hide-and-seek at that age, Lin Tianlang mused, it seemed it was indeed with Su Weiwei he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Despite having known Su Weiwei for so long, it felt like just yesterday she was an obedient and sweet girl, and he wondered when she had evolved into this cunning version of herself. Thank you all for taking the time to play with me despite your busy schedules. That I apologize for my lack of athletic ability. I can only invite everyone to join me in hide-and-seek. Ania said bashfully, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with regret. It's perfectly all right, Ania. Hide-and-seek is a lot of fun. The elf sisters laughed in unison. As long as that's the case. What do you think? Boys, is it a bit childish? Ania turned to Lin Tianlang and the others. No problem at all. By the way, I excel at hiding and hide-and-seek. Leia responded with a grin. So do I. Kalyan thumped his chest and then playfully punched Lin Tianlang beside him, saying, Hey, express your support. You rascal. No problem at all. Lin Tianlang made an okay gesture. Then let the inaugural hide-and-seek tournament of St. Luin Academy officially commence. Momo declared loudly, her excitement barely contained. With 8 of us, how do we decide who will seek and who will hide? Leia asked, Isn't that simple? We could just play rock, paper, scissors, Kalyan suggested. However, I still hope to be one of the hiders, he added. You need not worry about that. I shall take on the role of the seeker. Momo announced dramatically. You 7 can hide to your heart's content. Just don't let me catch you. My skills in seeking are quite formidable. Oh, is that a declaration of war? Su Weiwei raised an eyebrow. a glint of competitive spirit evident in her eyes. Let's get fired up. Who would have thought hide-and-seek could ignite such passion? All right, the play area will be confined to the courtyard. You all have 200 seconds to hide. But if someone gets caught, they will join the Seeker S ranks. Momo giggled mischievously. Now hurry and find your hiding spots. This is about to get exhilarating, Kalyan exclaimed, with the added challenge that caught individuals would also become Seekers. The hiders had to be more cautious, ensuring that neither the Seeker nor other hiders discover their locations. After all, if another hider got caught, they might rush towards the position of anyone still concealed. Hurry, start hiding. I will begin counting down, Momo declared loudly. 1, 2, 3, 4. With her eyes closed, Momo continued counting, while everyone else sprang into action. I'm off. See you all later, Kalyan announced, sprinting away. Ania, where do you want to hide? Su Weiwei asked. Point 60, 61, 62, 63. Momo continued counting aloud. Su Weiwei, isn't this the infection mode? I suppose my position isn't convenient to disclose. Ania's cheeks flushed, her fingers fidgeting slightly. Oh right, ahaha. I forgot. My apologies, Su Weiwei replied somewhat awkwardly. Is Su Weiwei being a bit sneaky, paying such close attention to others' hiding spots? Could she be preparing for her own capture? Lin Tianlang pondered. That in that case, let's all do our best. Let us aim to avoid capture, Su Weiwei said with a bright smile before departing. You two stay safe. Ania smiled shyly at Lin Tianlang before skipping away. Well, it seems I must find my own hiding spot, Lin Tianlang thought, observing the two girls as they moved away before running in another direction. This should suffice. Lin Tianlang concealed himself, pondering. His hiding spot was a bush approximately 50 meters southwest of Momo, large enough to completely conceal a boy's frame that he nestled deep within, enduring the warmth and earthy scent of the leaves, along with a few ants. Yet, for the sake of not being caught, he found these inconveniences tolerable. Another advantage of this location was that it provided a clear view of the Seeker S movements. Through the gaps in the foliage, he could observe Momo's every action and predict her next move. Point 150, 151, 152. Momo continued her countdown, her voice booming. All right, now let us see where the others are hiding. Once concealed, Lin Tianlang began scanning for the positions of other hiders. The first person he spotted was Kalyan, who had chosen a rather bold hiding spot right behind a tree adjacent to Momo. This location had its pros and cons. While it offered a broad view, allowing him to track the Seeker's movements and adjust his position, it was also perilously close to Momo, increasing the risk of exposure. In summary, it was a spot that only a skilled hider could master. Lin Tianlang shook his head, not considering Kalyan's choice to be wise. Following the Seeker's movements and hiding in places they wouldn't expect sounded appealing. But, however, in the game of hide-and-seek, the more one moves, the greater the likelihood of revealing oneself, as it is quite possible to be caught by the Seeker just as one turns to relocate. Frankly speaking, it would be far better to find a sufficiently good hiding spot from the outset and remain there in silence. As Lin Tianlang continued his search for others, he noticed the elf sisters hiding in a corner. A position that, to be honest, was even less advantageous than that of Kalyan. Although Kalyan's spot was prone to exposure, it at least allowed for easier relocation. The sisters' position, on the other hand, was not only a likely thoroughfare for the Seeker, but also made it exceedingly difficult to move elsewhere, rendering it a veritable dead end. Searching for others, Lin Tianlang found that Leia was exceptionally well hidden, and he could not discern her whereabouts at all. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei exhibited remarkable boldness, standing directly amidst the crowd near the activity area, seemingly unhidden. Her position was, in essence, completely exposed, yet surrounded by many other students, making it quite challenging to spot her at first glance. However, Lin Tianlang was all too familiar with her silvery long hair, which aroused immediate suspicion. Upon a second glance, he indeed located the young girl. This girl is truly audacious, Lin Tianlang mused. This method of hiding exploits the psychology of the Seekers. A typical person playing hide-and-seek would instinctively seek a place to conceal themselves, and those who stand out so boldly are generally assumed to be uninvolved in the game. While leveraging this psychological tendency, Seekers easily become distracted by other individuals when glancing in Su Weiwei's direction. leading them to the conclusion that those nearby are unrelated to the game, thus unconsciously overlooking her presence. Yet this tactic has its merits and drawbacks. For those who are particularly observant, such a strategy may not only fail, but could also serve to reveal the individual outright. Continuing the search, there remained one last person. Lin Tianlang employed all his observational skills, but could not find Anya anywhere. This girl, being quite petite, was exceptionally suited for hiding, and it seemed she was fully utilizing her physical advantage. Effectively vanishing in plain sight, point 198, 199, 200. All counted. M.O. exclaimed as she opened her eyes, immediately scanning her surroundings with vigilance that, of course, it was impossible to find anyone at first glance. If it were that easy, the game would lack excitement. I'm coming to catch you all, so be good and wait for me, M.O. sang, then began her pursuit. All right, it seems I must also conceal my presence well. Lin Tianlang thought to himself, standing at the edge between the courtyard and the sports field. Su Weiwei was waving and cheering, seemingly fully immersed as a spectator in the game. Possessing such an ability to blend into her surroundings truly made her a formidable opponent. Where has everyone hidden away? Let's start by catching that seemingly foolish little Anya. M.O. chuckled, appearing to regard Anya with complete disdain. Why, dear girl, if that is your mindset, I can only say you have encountered a skilled opponent. Lin Tianlang thought that if he, as a hider, could not even detect Anya, then M.O., having lost sight of her for 200 seconds, would undoubtedly find it even more challenging to locate her. M.O. roamed about, searching every corner of the courtyard. Kalyan commenced his actions, and, as anticipated by Lin Tianlang, he intended to coordinate with M.O. Soon discovered the large tree where Kalyan had initially hidden. However, it was evident that Kalyan was no longer there. He had moved to a bench about 20 meters away. Well done, Lin Tianlang chuckled, shaking his head, wishing Kalyan the best of luck in evading capture. It seems everyone is taking this seriously. It won't be so easy. M.O. exclaimed that I caught one. As M.O. approached the wall corner where the elf sisters were concealed, the long-haired blonde girl darted out from behind the wall, prompting a delighted shout from M.O. Hey, stop, no running. M.O. called out joyfully. The golden-haired girl had no choice but to halt, for the rules of hide-and-seek dictate that being found constitutes a loss, rather than being physically caught. Running away so hurriedly. Could you be a decoy? If so, then the other one is over there. Caught another one. M.O. excitedly rushed over, pulling out the short-haired girl as well. Why was it so ineffective? The elf sisters were completely captured, indicating that their decoy strategy had failed against M.O. I told you, I'm quite formidable, M.O. declared proudly. According to the rules, you are now seekers as well. So let us go catch the others together. M.O. proclaimed with confidence, having caught 2 individuals within the first 10 minutes. A remarkable start for a seeker. All right, the elf sisters conceded, then dispersed to search for others. The number of seekers surged to 3, and the pressure on the hiders intensified. Lin Tianlang observed that Kalyan seemed to be under considerable strain. Hiding from 1 person was manageable, but evading 3 was an entirely different challenge. The disadvantage of not selecting an optimal hiding spot initially was now glaringly apparent, as Lin Tianlang could see the panic in Kalyan's expression, who was at a loss for where to hide. Ultimately, after 5 minutes of cat and mouse, Kalyan was caught. However, he did not meet an untimely end, for M.O. and the elf sisters had converged on his location, leaving no angle for escape, with no options left. Kalyan was captured. Caught another one, M.O. exclaimed joyfully. This infection mode is incredibly difficult to evade. With 3 people chasing, there's simply nowhere to hide. Kalyan protested. Regardless, Kalyan, you are now part of the seeker team. Let's root out the remaining mice, M.O. laughed. Indeed, if I can't survive, neither shall the others, Kalyan suddenly howled dramatically. The game continued, with the numbers now at 4 seekers against 4 hiders, negating the hiders' numerical advantage. With the increasing number of seekers, it was merely a matter of time before Lin Tianlang and the other 4 would be caught. It seemed the game was nearing its conclusion, Lin Tianlang thought. As the golden-haired girl stood less than 3 meters from the bush he was hiding behind, seemingly oblivious to its presence as she scanned the area intently. Nevertheless, Lin Tianlang dared not relax his vigilance, holding his breath in fear of making a sound that might reveal his location. After another 10 minutes, under the collective efforts of the 5 seekers, Leia was finally captured. This individual had cleverly utilized her physical advantage to climb a tree. No wonder Lin Tianlang had been unable to find her earlier. Her hiding spot was exceptionally well chosen. If it weren't for Mo's serendipitous glance upwards, she might have remained hidden indefinitely. "Ha! I've been caught," Leia remarked nonchalantly, displaying no hint of disappointment. "Wow, Leia, you really hit high up. I was just contemplating whether anyone would climb a tree, and lo and behold, someone did," Mo said, puffing her cheeks but still delighted to have caught another person. With only 3 hiders remaining, the game time had already surpassed the halfway mark. The agreed time was 1 hour. If no one was caught within that time frame, the remaining hiders would triumph. Conversely, if all were caught, the seekers would emerge victorious. However, those who were caught need not feel disheartened, for the infected still had a second chance to win by assisting the seekers in capturing all remaining hiders. They would only truly fail if they were caught, while others succeeded in escaping. Time ticked away, with only 15 minutes left in the game. Following Leia's capture, the seekers made no further progress in locating the remaining 3 hiders. Each feeling increasingly perplexed, as the situation unfolded. Lin Tianlang's desire for victory intensified, and the yearning to win grew stronger within him. How absurd! This was merely a game of hide-and-seek, yet has ignited an insatiable competitive spirit. After a while, during one of Callion's approaches near the courtyard edge, Su Weiwei was finally discovered. "Oh dear, I've been caught," Su Weiwei remarked, a hint of reluctance in her smile. "That Su Weiwei, you truly are impressive. I've never encountered someone who plays hide-and-seek so brazenly," Mo quipped, blinking her eyes. As time passed, the number of spectators on the field dwindled. Su Weiwei's hair, already quite conspicuous, drew even more attention as the idle onlookers who had been providing her cover continued to diminish, naturally increasing the likelihood of her being discovered. "Sigh. We were so close to victory," Su Weiwei lamented, "but you all took so long to notice me that the people beside me are nearly all gone." Mo chuckled awkwardly, then suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Xiaoan, I've finally caught you. I've searched high and low for you." It turned out that Naya had been hiding beside a small volleyball cart against the wall. The cart was so diminutive that it gave the impression that no one could possibly hide there. Nevertheless, Naya cleverly utilized the seeker psychology and her own petite stature to remain undetected for so long. "What a pity, the time is almost up," Naya said helplessly, her expression reflecting her unwillingness to accept defeat. Indeed, she had every reason to feel discontent, with only 5 minutes left in the game, 300 seconds remaining. If they could just count down those 300 seconds, victory would be theirs. That I never expected that Lin Tianlang would manage to hide until the very end. "What a surprise," Su Weiwei declared, placing her hands on her hips. "Humph, we must drag him out." Callion rolled up his sleeves, exuding an air of determination. "All right, let us split up and search," Mo said with enthusiasm. "This final battle will determine the ultimate victory for us seekers. Let us go for it." The 7 of them began to disperse in search of Lin Tianlang. Naya, I'll search with you," Su Weiwei smiled at Naya. "Okay," Naya replied shyly, nodding in agreement. "When I was hiding earlier, I paid attention to that guy's position. I think it's generally in this direction." Su Weiwei accurately indicated Lin Tianlang's approximate location, to the extent that Lin Tianlang felt as if the silver-haired girl had pointed directly at him from afar. "All right, I understand. Follow me," Naya said with a smile. The 2 girls walked confidently towards Lin Tianlang's hiding spot, as if they were already aware of his location. "Please, let it just be a coincidence," Lin Tianlang silently prayed. With only 2 minutes remaining, he needed to hold out for another 120 seconds to claim victory. However, his hopes were dashed as the 2 girls stopped right in front of the bushes where he was concealed. Lin Tianlang, we found you, okay. Will you come out on your own? Or should we drag you out?" Naya spoke softly towards the bushes. "Hey, Lin Tianlang, stop pretending. Hurry up and come out," Su Weiwei said rather impolitely. They must be deceiving me. I cannot fall for it. Lin Tianlang gritted his teeth, resolute in his decision. Patience was crucial in a game of hide and seek. One must not emerge until the very last moment or until caught. No matter how dire the situation became, it seems we have no choice but to drag him out. Su Weiwei smiled at AI Naya. Naya nodded in agreement, and the two girls advanced to part the bushes, revealing Lin Tianlang's head and body. Found you, AI Naya said, her cheeks slightly flushed that moment. Lin Tianlang felt as if all his strength had been drained away in the final minute before victory. He had been unable to hold out until the end. Well, you certainly know how to hide, lurking in such a filthy place with ants and bugs all around, Su Weiwei said with a hint of annoyance. Then waved to the others. Hey, we found him over here. All right, the others responded as they hurried over. Hey, what's wrong with you? AI Naya noticed something was off with Lin Tianlang and asked, Come on, give us some reaction. Su Weiwei poked his forehead with her finger point 1 minute. Lin Tianlang said, his face a mask of despair, gesturing with his finger to indicate just one more minute, and I would have one. Why couldn't you have come a minute later? Su Weiwei and AI Naya exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to say. Is there anything more disheartening than failing at the last moment before victory? Lin Tianlang lamented, his expression one of bitterness, as he reluctantly stood up from the bushes, brushing off the leaves that clung to him. Oh wow. So you were hiding here? Mo, and the others arrived, beaming with smiles. Great. Now that everyone has been found, it seems our seeker team has won. So according to the rules, all 7 of you win, and I am the only loser. Lin Tianlang felt as though he might implode. Due to the initially agreed-upon rules, the captured individuals would become seekers, changing their victory conditions to align with those of the seekers, the last person found. Lin Tianlang had no chance to become a seeker, thus becoming the sole loser. Oh no, this feels even worse. It seems so. You didn't get a chance to be infected and became the only loser in this game. This is hilarious. Callian laughed heartlessly. Sigh. Lin Tianlang sighed. If only he could have held out for one more minute, he would have been the sole victor instead of the lone loser. The disparity was indeed quite stark and difficult to bear. All right, our first hide-and-seek tournament at St. Lune Academy has concluded successfully. The winning team is the Seekers. However, as the original Seeker, I declare today's MVP to be Lin Tianlang. Regardless, hiding until the end is quite impressive. Especially in such a hot and bug-infested bush, I certainly wouldn't have been able to endure it. Mo clapped her hands, and the others joined in applause. Lin Tianlang felt a bit bashful, lowering his head and scratching his hair. Although he lost, he had garnered unanimous recognition from his peers. Su Weiwei and Xiao AI and I were also quite impressive. Su Weiwei, your bold and straightforward approach truly astonished me. And Xiao AI and I initially thought you would be easily caught, yet you managed to hide for so long, nearly causing me to feel utterly embarrassed. Mo continued her commentary. Haha, you flatter me. Su Weiwei replied with a smile. Hey, I'm not as foolish as you make me out to be. AI Naya pouted, somewhat displeased, her expression adorably striking Kalian's heart like an arrow. I can't take it anymore. AI Naya's expression is just too devastating. Kalian clutched his chest and staggered back, feigning an inability to cope. Though the hide-and-seek game after school today was rather childish in nature, it still brought forth a variety of other sentiments. Overall, it was quite a success and not boring at all. Hey, Kalian, what are you doing? The girl with golden hair remarked upon witnessing Kalian's reaction. Oh, I see. It's because you found our AI Naya too adorable and got overwhelmed. The girl with short blonde hair added with a jab. What are you all talking about? AI Naya blushed deeply, her face as red as an apple, making her even cuter. Lin Tianlang swallowed hard. He understood Kalian's reaction, for AI Naya was indeed excessively charming, particularly with her unintentional expressions that made it hard for anyone to resist. Her charm was entirely different from Su Weiwei's. The latter exuded a seductive allure that captivated the heart, while the former was simply adorably irresistible. Hey, Kalian, you should be careful with such strange expressions. It might scare girls away. You could end up without a girlfriend, Su Weiwei cautioned. Really? Really? Kallian exclaimed, startled, quickly restoring his usual demeanor. Observing Kallian's antics as he morphed through various expressions like a clown, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's this? Kallian becomes serious upon hearing the words girlfriend? Mo teased with a grin. AI Naya's cheeks remained flushed, but curiosity sparkled in her eyes. Clearly intrigued by the topic, as for the elf sisters nearby, they were even more obvious, their pointed ears perked up, eavesdropping on the conversation. Suddenly thrust into the center of attention, Kallian cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. Hey, how should I put it? Love is a natural interest for a normal man like me, right? It's the people who lack interest in such matters who are truly abnormal. Ha! The girls all laughed, with Mo seizing AI Naya's shoulders, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So, Xiao, AI and I, are you interested in this sort of thing? Interested? Not interested? Oh, is it possible that there is already someone you fancy? Momo, Anya exclaimed, seemingly so embarrassed that she wished to vanish into the ground. What about classmates Su Weiwei? Momo turned her gaze towards Su Weiwei. Hee, it's a secret, Su Weiwei winked, deliberately glancing at Lin Tianlang. What are you looking at? Do you have someone you like? And who is it? Why should it concern me? Lin Tianlang's lips twitched slightly. He was quite apprehensive about Su Weiwei's sudden attention, for it usually indicated that this girl had something else on her mind regarding him. So, Kallian, with such fervor, does that mean you already have a target in mind? The Elven sisters inquired curiously. Ahem, while I do not have a specific target just yet, I do have a general direction. Kallian cleared his throat and almost bellowed a declaration of ambition. Regardless of the circumstances, my overall goal is to find a girlfriend within a year and escape the ranks of the single. Kallian's loud proclamation immediately drew the attention of all the other students in the courtyard, as if the heavens themselves were about to be shaken by his voice. As dusk gradually descended, Lin Tianlang gathered his belongings to take home and stepped through the grand gates of St. Louis Academy. The moment he exited, his previously serviceless phone instantly regained signal, and numerous vehicles were parked along the main road outside the school. After spending 5 days in a different world, returning to this place infused with the essence of humanity was a wave of familiarity. Indeed, while magic is marvelous, one cannot help but feel the allure of modern elements. Lin Tianlang gazed at the setting sun in the west, reflecting on his thoughts. Yes, indeed, but I've heard that the magical realm presents an entirely different spectacle. I long to witness it, Su Weiwei remarked beside him. She was naturally accompanying Lin Tianlang home since their paths aligned. Having company on the way back from school was preferable for Lin Tianlang. It was certainly better than being alone. Yet, suddenly recalling Kallian's earlier declaration, Lin Tianlang found himself curious about Su Weiwei. This girl seemed to have no evident weaknesses when it came to matters of the heart, although she had gotten along well with many boys during high school. He had never heard Su Weiwei explicitly express her affections for anyone or her high school classmates. Su Weiwei was regarded as his closest companion. However, Lin Tianlang understood that Su Weiwei likely viewed him merely as a dear friend, or perhaps, less generously, as someone she did not regard as a potential romantic interest. Curiosity about what it would be like for her to fall in love suddenly flickered in Lin Tianlang's mind. As for himself, he let out a sigh. After 18 springs and autumns, he had yet to lose his virginity. He had never experienced a first love, first kiss, or a first hand-holding. He had remained solo until now. Though Kallian's declaration was bold, Lin Tianlang found himself in agreement that I too yearn for a girlfriend. Hey, where has your mind wandered off to? Su Weiwei's dissatisfied voice interrupted, waving her hand in front of Lin Tianlang. What is up? Lin Tianlang snapped back to reality. Were you even listening to what I just said? Su Weiwei retorted, somewhat annoyed. It went in one ear and out the other. Could you please repeat that? Lin Tianlang sheepishly requested. Humph, you clearly weren't paying attention. Su Weiwei crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. What I said was that others have told me that the magical realm is completely different from the human world, and I really want to go see it. The magical realm? Isn't our school already part of the magical domain? Lin Tianlang inquired. The school is just a minuscule portion. I'm referring to the grand world of magic. I've heard that it is an environment entirely distinct from the human realm. Su Weiwei's eyes sparkled with longing. How do we get to the magical world? We exited through the North Gate, which connects to the human realm. However, to enter the magical realm, we must go through the East Gate. Didn't you notice how many students head towards the East Gate after school? Those are local students from the magical realm. Su Weiwei explained. Upon reaching the subway station, the two took the train back to their familiar city center. After disembarking, they bid farewell at the entrance of their residential complex. Once home, Lin Tianlang's first order of business was to charge his phone and then dive into a few rounds of gaming on his computer. Having not touched electronic devices for 5 days, he felt the urgent need to make up for lost time. After 10 minutes online, the pinned account belonging to Su Weiwei sent him a team invitation. Lin Tianlang raised an eyebrow, clicked to accept, and connected to the team voice chat. Moshi Moshi? Hee, this lady has come to help you rank up? ISNT at an honor. No fees required. Su Weiwei's melodious voice resonated through his headphones. Having a female friend to game with would certainly evoke envy in many, Lin Tianlang mused. Although, for the time being, Su Weiwei was nowhere near his girlfriend candidate list, she was still quite pleasant as a friend. Extremely honored. I'm ready. Let us start, Lin Tianlang responded. The two enjoyed 3 hours of gaming bliss, wrapping up their session well past 10 o'clock in the evening. The following day, Saturday, Lin Tianlang kept his promise to accompany Su Weiwei to the arcade, where they indulged in a day of unrestrained fun from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. They shared lunch, splitting the bill evenly. Su Weiwei had never once insisted that Lin Tianlang treat her. Unless someone was treating out of a sense of obligation, they always shared expenses. Overall, Saturday was quite enjoyable. During a break to exchange game tokens, they were mistakenly assumed to be a couple by the staff, which left Lin Tianlang feeling quite embarrassed as he vehemently denied it, insisting they were merely close friends. That Su Weiwei, however, chose to remain silent, seemingly relishing the opportunity to tease him. On Sunday, Lin Tianlang spent the day at home, diligently working on his assignments. He had homework for his magic literature, magical history, and, of course, the spell assignment for his spellcasting class, which was the unlocking spell. Lin Tianlang found this spell simpler than the levitation spell learned on Tuesday, though the incantation proved somewhat challenging to pronounce. Nonetheless, he managed to control his magical energy well enough. Within an hour, he had familiarized himself with the incantation and attempted to lock his door before using the unlocking spell. Watching the door unlock slowly under the influence of magic, Lin Tianlang marveled at the wonders of sorcery. At noon, he called his parents to update them about his situation at school. Naturally, he couldn't mention anything about magic. Therefore, when asked what he was studying, he casually mentioned management. Then, Monday arrived, and once again, Lin Tianlang returned to the Magic Academy to commence another week of magical training. This week's curriculum was similar to the first, primarily focusing on the foundational theories of magic, alongside classes in spellcasting, magical biology, magical history, magic literature, and practical magic. While the theoretical magic classes tended to be rather dull, the other subjects were quite engaging. From the experiences of the past 2 weeks, Lin Tianlang undoubtedly found the spellcasting class to be his favorite. I team it twice a week, each session lasting 2 hours. This week, Lin Tianlang learned a new spell called telekinesis, allowing him to control objects with his mind. After reciting the incantation, he attempted to manipulate a textbook to hit Kallion from a distance. The latter was sent scurrying about, flustered by the animated textbook, and in a fit of embarrassment, retaliated by using telekinesis on a large book. Soon, intrigued by the spectacle, Leah and Su Weiwei joined the fray, turning the scene into a chaotic 4-way battle. Before long, Momo and Morisa became involved, and even Anya could not escape, as Momo dragged her into the fray. The group seamlessly transitioned from individual skirmishes to a team battle, with Lin Tianlang, Anya, Momo, and Leah facing off against Su Weiwei, Kallion, and Morisa. Professor Dimura initially refrained from intervening until the chaotic battle grew increasingly intense, with more participants joining in the fun, prompting her to step in and put a stop to the commotion. Throughout that week, Lin Tianlang's primary endeavor was to learn how to control his magical energy. His situation was quite unique. Most others possessed inherently low magical energy and thus rarely faced control issues. Lin Tianlang, however, often struggled with his magical energy during spellcasting classes, leading to several instances of it spiraling out of control. The T.O. addressed this. Professor Dumara held 2 extra sessions specifically for Lin Tianlang to teach him methods for controlling his magical power. After several days of diligent practice, Lin Tianlang finally saw significant improvement in his ability to control his magic on the weekend of the second week. Upon returning home, Lin Tianlang discovered that his parents had also returned from their trip. They inquired with concern about his experiences during the 2 weeks of school that he shared a portion of his life, but withheld details about his classes, relying on improvisation for what he shared about his studies. He simply could not divulge that he was learning magic. If he did, whether they believed him or not would be a trivial matter. What a humorous situation it would be if they believed that Lin Tianlang had gone mad and sent him to a hospital. The following weeks, the 3rd and 4th, passed in a similar manner. As time spent together increased, Lin Tianlang's identity as a member of the human race was no longer subjected to significant discrimination. The only exception was Luca, who occasionally made contemptuous remarks about Lin Tianlang that it seemed that this person's disdain for humans was deeply ingrained, and correcting his mindset was a formidable challenge. Lin Tianlang was too indifferent to bother with him, simply choosing to ignore him. Apart from that, there were no other notable occurrences, and life in a magic academy remained relatively stable. Until 1 month into the semester, their class schedule underwent a change to a new subject. Potion crafting was added, and naturally, they were introduced to a new instructor, Florent Griffin, a professor of potionology. "Listen up, my class has several rules that must be conveyed to you in advance," Griffin stated from the podium. His voice elongated. He was tall and slender. Lin Tianlang estimated him to be about 185 centimeters, clad in a black robe that exuded an air of intimidation. Potion classes were held in a specially designated laboratory, furnished with numerous tables equipped with cauldrons, crucible tongs, test tubes, and flasks, reminiscent of a chemistry lab setup. The first rule is that whispering is strictly prohibited in my class. You are not to speak without my consent. And certainly, you must not interrupt while I am speaking. Even if you raise your hand, I will not pause to entertain your foolish inquiries," Griffin said languidly. He presented himself as a quintessential, arrogant deity, utterly dismissive of those around him. "Secondly, absence without a valid reason is unacceptable in my class. Should I discover anyone skipping class, the consequences will be dire," Griffin remarked with a sinister chuckle, his expression betraying an eagerness for punishment despite ostensibly cautioning against truancy. "Lastly, I must impress upon you that potion crafting is not only a refined craft, but also an art. I do not expect to mold each of you into a master alchemist. However, I hope that when you leave this academy, you will possess the knowledge to concoct a potion or 2 in case of emergencies." "Humph. We shall now commence roll call. When your name is called, respond with present. Do not play tricks. Do not behave in an eccentric manner that produces strange noises. Do not respond with nor simply raise your hand without answering. I will treat it as if I did not see you. Is that clear?" After outlining the rules of the potion crafting class, Griffin waved his hand and summoned a roster, beginning the roll call. Ellie Fowler, present. The deity-like student responded immediately. Jason Rort, present. Foveler, present. The roll call continued until Griffin paused at Lin Tianlang's name. Lin Tianlang, present. Lin Tianlang promptly replied upon hearing his name. Griffin's eyes narrowed, and a glint of intrigue flickered across his face. He halted the roll call and leisurely approached Lin Tianlang's side. "So you are Lin Tianlang, the first human ever admitted to St. Laurent Magic Academy. Incredible. I have heard whispers of your unprecedented S-grade magical affinity. How fascinating it is that the race deemed the weakest awakens the strongest magical talent. Yet, from my observation, you appear quite unremarkable." Luca and the others watched with gleeful anticipation, eager for Lin Tianlang to embarrass himself. Beside him, Su Weiwei looked anxious, nervously sweating for Lin Tianlang. The seating arrangement in the potion crafting class followed the class roster, and Su Weiwei still shared a desk with Lin Tianlang. "I have heard high praise of you from the principal. Therefore, do not disappoint me, understood? Can I trust that you are not the kind of imbecile utterly ignorant of potion crafting?" Griffin remarked with a cold smirk. Lin Tianlang nodded, feeling somewhat suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere. "Very well." Griffin let out a satisfied grunt, then turned back to the podium to continue the roll call. "Wow, what tremendous pressure! It's 10 times more intense than Professor Nailway. Lin Tianlang patted his chest. Griffin's height was imposing, and given that Lin Tianlang was seated, he had to raise his head almost entirely to meet Griffin's gaze. Indeed, he appears to be a rather intimidating instructor, Su Weiwei whispered nearby. Lin Tianlang, Su Weiwei, did I not establish the rule against whispering in my class from the very first moment? Do you think I would not notice your hushed conversations? Griffin roared, I will not remind you a second time that if I catch you again, you will be expelled from my classroom immediately. Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei instantly fell silent. Goodness, while Nail Wei is an elf with good hearing. How can Griffin, a deity, possess such acute ears? Upon completing the roll call, the classroom fell into silence. Seemingly satisfied with the atmosphere of intimidation he had cultivated, Griffin resumed his lecture. Well, now that roll call is finished, and no one is absent. Splendid. Let us delve into today's main topic. Potion crafting is a marvelous magical reaction resulting from the interaction between various materials. The process of alchemy is intriguing, yet it also bears its dangers. I trust none of you wish to witness your cauldron explode. Griffin cleared his throat. In the first 2 classes, I will help you thoroughly understand the principles of potion crafting before allowing you to engage in hands-on practice. Remember, your textbooks are merely references. The art of potion crafting is infinitely variable. The contents documented in your books are but a mere drop in the ocean. Therefore, rather than blindly tinkering with the textbook, I require that you primarily follow my instructions and refrain from acting independently. Should anyone disregard my commands and create a hazardous situation, they shall face severe consequences. Griffin's gaze settled on Lin Tianlang as he spoke. First, I wish to pose a question that I hope you all took the time to review the textbook yesterday when the homeroom teacher informed you of the changes to the schedule. Even if no assignments were given for potion crafting, you should have proactively prepared. Who can tell me how many levels there are for potion masters? Lin Tianlang, would you care to answer? Griffin sneered at Lin Tianlang swallowed hard and stood from his seat. Su Weiwei looked at him anxiously, seemingly wanting to offer a hint but too timid to speak. Anya and Leo wore worried expressions, while Kalyan had a wicked smile, clearly relishing the spectacle. What, did you not prepare? Lin Tianlang, surely you can't be stumped by such a simple question. Griffin taunted with a smirk that, in truth, Lin Tianlang had done some light reviewing the previous day. He had always enjoyed chemistry in high school, which naturally extended to a keen interest in potionology within the magical realm. He had casually perused the foundational textbook on potion crafting, so his mind was not blank. After a frantic search through his thoughts, he finally found the answer that, there are 5 levels for potion masters: beginner, intermediate, advanced, special, and master. Lin Tianlang replied. Not bad, you actually prepared that I shall increase your impression score by 1%. You may sit down, Griffin snorted, opting not to press Lin Tianlang further. The remainder of the class revolved around the principles of alchemy and the history of potionology, and the entire session concluded without incident. After class, everyone rushed out of the potion crafting room, eager to avoid being left behind by such a formidable instructor. Wow, the potion crafting teacher is incredibly strict, Leah exclaimed upon leaving the classroom. Lin Tianlang nodded vigorously in agreement. He seems like the type who will not tolerate any defiance of his will. A truly self-important instructor, Su Weiwei remarked. After a month of interaction, Su Weiwei had grown familiar with Lin Tianlang's roommates, Leah and Kalyan, as the two often approached Lin Tianlang after class, leading to casual exchanges that fostered familiarity. Ugh, such a terrifying teacher makes me reluctant to attend potion crafting class, Kalyan said. That is all right. In our 4th year, we can choose advanced courses, so you can simply opt out of potion crafting. Morisha chimed in. I certainly won't choose it. Even if it weren't for Griffin, I would still avoid potion crafting. Just thinking about the materials and the crafting process gives me a headache. Kalyan shrugged his shoulders and remarked. Everyone, let us return to the classroom together. We cannot afford to be late for our next class, which is magical creatures. The schedule has not changed significantly since the addition of potions. It merely introduced a new subject. Although Griffin's demeanor was quite fearsome, he seldom troubled those who did not misbehave in his class. An exception to this was Lin Tianlang, who seemed to attract Griffin's particular scrutiny. More than half of the questions directed during class were aimed specifically at Lin Tianlang. And on the rare occasions when he failed to respond adequately, Griffin would unleash a torrent of scorn upon him, calling him useless and foolish. Nevertheless, for the most part, things proceeded smoothly, though Lin Tianlang occasionally sensed that someone was tailing him. While it was no longer a daily occurrence, he was still followed every other day. After more than a month, Lin Tianlang was convinced that this was not a mere figment of his imagination. He was certain he was being followed and contemplated addressing the matter in due time to discern the stalker's intentions. The reason for postponing this course of action was quite simple. After a month and a half since the start of the semester, the first exam for the first-year young wizards at St. Lun Academy was upon them. The subject of the examination was magical theory, designed to assess the students' grasp of the theoretical knowledge they had acquired over the past month and a half. "Hey, how's your preparation going? The exam is this afternoon, during lunch that day." Su Weiwei eagerly approached Lin Tianlang to strike up a conversation that, "Oh, don't even mention it. I have no idea what I've learned this past month and a half. I've always struggled with humanities. I barely scraped by in Chinese tests," Lin Tianlang replied with a grimace. Chinese was already quite esoteric, and magical theory is bound to be even more abstract. "Ha, a fellow sufferer." Kalliang burst into laughter, clapping Lin Tianlang on the shoulder, that "I've always hovered around 80 in Chinese." "Ah, this doesn't seem like something to be proud of," Leia said, half amused, half exasperated. "Only half understood. I fear you hardly listen at all," Su Weiwei remarked, shaking her head in resignation, that "I can't help it. It's just so dull and hypnotic. I don't want to fall asleep in class," Lin Tianlang lamented, resting his head on the table. "Stop picking on me. What about you? As for me, I'm doing just fine. Magical theory has a lot to memorize, but as long as you commit it to memory, you'll be all right." Su Weiwei winked confidently, her face radiating assurance. "All right, continue enjoying your lunch. I'm off to find AI air." With a cheerful tune, Su Weiwei sauntered away. "And you, Leia? How prepared are you?" Lin Tianlang inquired again after Su Weiwei had left "As for me." Leia swallowed a mouthful of pasta. "Well," as Su Weiwei said, "magical theory isn't particularly difficult. You just need to memorize it. And memorizing is my forte, so I'm good." Leia appeared quite self-assured about the upcoming exam. "Understood. It seems I am the only jester here," Lin Tianlang sighed. "Don't worry. I'm here with you. You're not alone," Kalliang reassured him, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of failing. However, Professor Wei had warned that if anyone failed this exam, they would have to stay behind for remedial classes during the afternoon activity period, which would be quite unfortunate. Despite 1,000 reluctances, the exam arrived punctually that afternoon. One cannot escape what is destined to happen. It was Wednesday, and the 2-hour afternoon class was originally scheduled for magical theory, but today it would be dedicated to the examination. Upon returning to the classroom, the students, unusually subdued compared to their typical boisterous afternoons, settled into their seats, clutching their textbooks and notebooks, hoping for a last-minute cramming session. "Divine beings, please let me pass my theoretical exam." Lin Tianlang clasped his hands together and offered a silent prayer towards the window. His antics elicited a chuckle from Su Weiwei, who covered her mouth and said, "Lin Tianlang, you don't really believe in that stuff, do you?" "I didn't used to, but now I do," Lin Tianlang replied without turning around. "Oh, why's that?" Su Weiwei asked, surprised by his response. "Think about it. Magic exists, so it stands to reason that divine beings may also exist," Lin Tianlang asserted earnestly. "Oh, do you know which deity you should pray to?" Su Weiwei inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I have no idea," Lin Tianlang admitted. "If you don't know, why pray? You might as well spend that time reviewing your textbook. You might just stumble upon something that will be on the exam." Su Weiwei retorted with a hint of exasperation. "To be fair, Lin Tianlang was not the only one engaging in last-minute prayers. With only 2 or 3 minutes left, there was hardly enough time to read anything substantial. However, if he spent those 2 minutes praying, perhaps it might yield some divine intervention. Regardless, it was too late for any further discussions, as Professor Wei had entered the classroom. "All right, everyone, our exam is about to commence. Please put away your textbooks and notebooks." Wei said sternly. A chorus of reluctant shuffling ensued as the students stored their materials in their desks. "Excellent. You have 2 hours for the exam. During this time, no whispering or glancing at notes is permitted. Do not harbor any delusions of getting away with cheating. You understand. If I catch anyone cheating, you will receive a score of 0. Wei concluded, waving her hand, and suddenly each desk was graced with a test paper, distinctly marked with the magical flair of the wizarding world. How convenient to have the test distributed magically. Lin Tianlang thought to himself that, in contrast to his previous experience in the human world, where exams were often distributed one by one or row by row, leading to confusion and errors, here it seemed much more efficient. All right, the exam begins. You may start writing, Nai Erwei announced. The students promptly picked up their pens and began to answer. However, Lin Tianlang did not immediately follow suit. Instead, he picked up the paper to examine it. As a student who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and 3 years of high school, he understood that the first step upon receiving the exam paper was to scan it thoroughly, identifying which questions could be addressed quickly and which should be deferred to Su Weiwei, seated beside him, was doing the same, and their eyes inadvertently met. The girl winked at Lin Tianlang, who responded by rolling his eyes in exasperation. The exam was out of 100 points, primarily consisting of fill-in-the-blank and true or false questions, with 2 essay questions and no multiple-choice items. The fill-in-the-blank questions were essentially gaps from the textbook, while the true or false questions were not particularly challenging. Even if one was unsure, guessing would yield a 50% chance of correctness, much better than the 1 in 4 odds of multiple-choice questions. Having reviewed the paper, Lin Tianlang finally picked up his fountain pen and began to write. He recorded whatever he could recall for the fill-in-the-blank questions, tackling the true or false questions with half his own knowledge and half sheer luck. As for the 2 essay questions that followed, he resolved to leave them to fate. The classroom was enveloped in a hushed silence, the only sound being the scratching of pens against paper. Lin Tianlang stole a glance at Su Weiwei, who was completing her answers at an astonishing pace, selecting true or false responses almost instinctively. By the time Lin Tianlang had finished barely a quarter of his exam, Su Weiwei had already completed half of hers, and a furtive glance around the room revealed that most students were working at a pace comparable to his own, which relieved Lin Tianlang. Thank goodness. It seemed that only Su Weiwei's speed was particularly intimidating. The statement that wizards are vessels for magical power, not its masters. Is it correct? Lin Tianlang pondered, slowly marking it as true. While the exam was challenging, it remained within Lin Tianlang's capabilities. It was not the sort that left one utterly bewildered. 2 grueling hours later, upon Professor Nai Erwei's command of pencils down, Lin Tianlang submitted his exam paper with trepidation, exhaling a sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, at least it was finally over. Nai Erwei waved her hand, magically collecting all the exam papers before departing the classroom. After Nai Erwei's departure, the students in the classroom immediately erupted into a fervent and animated discussion, their voices chattering away, transforming the atmosphere into one of delightful chaos. Oh no, I can't recall the answer to the 5th fill-in-the-blank question at all. No worries, I left the last major question entirely blank. My score will simply begin to be deducted from 90. What a relief! Likewise, I too was utterly baffled by the final major question and scribbled down random answers. Came the reply from a nearby classmate. Naturally, the topic of discussion revolved around the recent exam, with some expressing joy while others displayed signs of dejection. Luca was loudly boasting about his performance, while a few sycophants flanked him, showering him with compliments. That guy is truly insufferable. Just because he did well on the exam, he thinks he has something special, scoffed Lin Tianlang, standing beside Kalyan, who clearly didn't fare too well himself and had sought out Lin Tianlang for shared misery. On the other side of the same table, Su Weiwei radiated brilliance, her demeanor sparkling with joy, making it obvious that she had performed exceptionally well. Lin Tianlang noticed that Long Sinyu was also slumped over her desk, seemingly drained of all energy from the examination. Nearby, a girl with purple hair flitted around her like a little bird, chattering incessantly, but Long Sinyu appeared too fatigued to respond. Hey there, how did you all fare? Leah approached, her face adorned with a beaming smile. Leah, this is the loser-esque corner. If you performed well, please refrain from joining our lamentations. Kalyan retorted, arms crossed defiantly over his chest. Oh, come on. Is it really that dramatic? Leah chuckled. I think I did all right, probably around 70 points. Huh. 70 points, and you're so cheerful about it. Kalyan seemed taken aback by Leah's nonchalance and carefree spirit, with that dazzling smile on her face. One might think she was expecting a score of 90. Ha ha ha. It's all over now. Why worry so much? Worrying won't change anything, so I might as well just enjoy myself, Leah stated with a tone of obvious reason. Well, that's true. 70 points at least keeps you above passing.as for me. I'd be lucky to scrape together 50. Callian shook his head, self-deprecatingly admitting. Come on, it can't be that bad, right? I'm certain I can manage 60. Lin Tianlang reassured him with a sympathetic pat on Callian's shoulder. As Nairway had warned, should anyone fail this exam, they would have to sacrifice half an hour of their afternoon activities for remedial classes before the next exam. What? Callian exclaimed, his mouth agape. I thought you were one of my kind, but I must have misjudged you, Lin Tianlang. Get lost. Once the exam concluded, a vigorous session of physical activity in the afternoon left Lin Tianlang feeling refreshed and invigorated. After returning to the dormitory for a shower, he headed to the dining hall, pleased with this arrangement. The exam drained mental energy, while physical exercise consumed physical stamina. Lin Tianlang was now on the verge of hunger. Determined to treat himself to a hearty meal, the latest issue of the newspaper, let us see if there's anything interesting to the entrance to the dining hall. A row of shelves held newspapers for those interested. This particular publication was titled Magic Weekly, aptly named as it was released only once a week, serving as an excellent means for Lin Tianlang to stay informed about the magical realm. Thus, he made it a point to read each issue, enriching his extracurricular life. There was quite a bit of intriguing news in the magical world, with major events on the front page, entertainment news, and city headlines, resembling the newspapers Lin Tianlang had encountered before. However, unlike in the human world, where only older individuals retain the habit of reading newspapers, the younger generation had largely transitioned to smartphones. Today's dining hall menu seemed particularly appealing. Lin Tianlang selected a portion of mushroom cream pasta, along with 2 bright, roasted chicken legs, and after finding a seat, he began to eat while eagerly perusing the newspaper. The headline on the front page immediately captured his attention, prompting him to read it aloud. Mysterious rainbow gem reappears. What is it? Beneath the headline, a lengthy passage elaborated on this rainbow gem, occupying an entire page with discussions of its historical significance and speculations about its potential locations. If the rainbow gem truly reappears, I hope no one lays claim to it. The reason is simple. The energy contained within this gem is far too terrifying. Stated in an interview ago, the rainbow gem reappears. Is this today's newspaper? At that moment, Su Weiwei's voice rang out from behind him, the silver-haired girl holding a plate of pasta, her face alight with curiosity. Indeed. What about you? Are you interested as well? Lin Tianlang inquired. Su Weiwei typically only glanced at the newspaper occasionally, unlike Lin Tianlang, who eagerly read each new issue. Seeing the headline piqued her interest, she naturally settled down beside Lin Tianlang. Entirely unconcerned with the gazes of those around them, a few onlookers cast glances at Lin Tianlang, tinged with a hint of hostility and envy. Perhaps they thought that merely sitting next to a beautiful girl like Su Weiwei, even without doing anything, was somehow a transgression. Speaking of which, how can you sit so comfortably beside me while eating? Lin Tianlang said with a hint of exasperation. Huh? Is there a problem? Su Weiwei replied, blinking in confusion. And problem? Usually, when Callian and Leah are around, that's one thing. But today I'm all alone, and you're all alone too. Is it not a bit odd for a solitary boy and girl to share a meal? Lin Tianlang chuckled in disbelief. Aren't you concerned about what others might say? It would be one thing if it were just random students, but what if our classmates saw us? How would we explain that? Well, we needn't explain anything. Let them talk if they want. It's no concern of ours. After all, we're good friends, so sharing a meal is perfectly normal, Su Weiwei replied with a smile. You might not care, but I still want to find a girlfriend in the future. If you keep this up, people will think I'm taken, Lin Tianlang said, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Wow, how impressive! Have you been influenced by Callian, who is always whining about wanting a girlfriend? Su Weiwei exclaimed, her face a mix of surprise and delight. Do you have a target in mind? Not yet. But I will in time, Lin Tianlang admitted awkwardly. Hey, how did the conversation suddenly shift to this? Let us change the subject. You brought it up yourself, so don't blame me, Su Weiwei replied, rolling her eyes before taking a hearty bite of her pasta. Let us stop discussing that then. You mentioned you were interested in this headline. Do you know about the rainbow gem? Lin Tianlang asked. Well, I've come across some information about it when reading books related to magical stones. Su Weiwei nodded. Magical stones? What are those? Are they similar to spirit stones? Lin Tianlang recalled the fantasy novels he had read, many of which featured spirit stones as a form of currency, usable for trade and capable of being absorbed by cultivators to enhance their abilities. Some stories even distinguished between ordinary, celestial, and divine spirit stones, making them quite commonplace. Spirit stones? You've been reading too many fantasy novels. The two are completely unrelated. Magical stones are gems infused with magical energy. These magical gems can be used directly or embedded into items. The most common use is embedding them into weapons to grant the weapon the power of the gem. Common varieties include fire element stones, water element stones, wind element stones, and so forth. Different elemental stones possess unique magical powers, resulting in various effects. Su Weiwei explained that, of course. Gems also vary in quality. Unrefined gem ores contain the most chaotic energies and are largely ineffective. However, after refining, reworking, and forging, the magical energy within the gems is purified, resulting in increasingly powerful gems. For instance, a high-quality fire gem can unleash powerful flames to repel enemies with just a mage's magical energy. Su Weiwei elaborated with great clarity. Understood. Lin Tianlang nodded. The rainbow gem is a gem of rainbow attributes, then? His reasoning seemed sound. Who knew if the world's rules were indeed as he imagined? I could just burst your bubble right now, Su Weiwei said with a radiant smile. If you don't understand something, it's best to remain silent. The rainbow gem is not simply a gem of rainbow attributes. It is also known as the all-attribute gem, meaning that it does not merely contain the powers of fire, ice, or lightning. Rather, it amalgamates all of these into one. Just imagine how powerful such a gem would be. Are you implying that even opposing elements like fire and water can coexist? Lin Tianlang's eyes widened. Although he was not particularly adept in the study of magical theory, he was not entirely ignorant. Fire and water were widely recognized as incompatible elements in the realm of magic. Indeed, this is precisely why the rainbow gem is such a remarkable stone that integrates all attributes. The power of the rainbow gem has been documented in various tomes. Each appearance of the gem inciting a tempest of bloodshed, with many sacrificing their lives in the pursuit of its might. The last sighting of the rainbow gem occurred 5 centuries ago, after which it vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence of its existence for hundreds of years. Su Weiwei remarked. It is said that it was shattered into 6 fragments scattered throughout the magical realm. The intent behind its destruction being to prevent anyone from harnessing the complete power of the rainbow gem. That I still struggle to grasp the concept of this gem. Could you provide some more relatable examples? Lin Tianlang chuckled. Simply stating how formidable this gem is does little to enlighten me. It would be far more illustrative if you could explain how it could potentially defeat a D-level expert in a single blow. Let me think, Su Weiwei mused, stroking her chin. Consider this. Possessing the gem would grant you the ability to command an entire nation. Of course, this assumes that the gem is whole. Merely possessing a fragment would not afford such immense power. Su Weiwei elaborated. This newspaper is clearly sensationalizing the situation. The rainbow gem does not exist in a complete form. How could it possibly manifest intact? They have deliberately omitted the word fragment to attract attention. She cast a disdainful glance at the newspaper before dismissing it. Haha, that's the nature of marketing, that if you only speak the unembellished truth, who would take notice? Lin Tianlang laughed. News on mobile devices follows the same trend. The term shocking and unbelievable often exaggerate trivial matters, making it seem as if the sky is falling. The back of the newspaper contained entertainment sections and trivial news, devoid of anything captivating. After a brief perusal, Lin Tianlang set the newspaper aside. He and Su Weiwei chatted leisurely while finishing their dinner. After their meal, they parted ways. Su Weiwei returned to her apartment, while Lin Tianlang proceeded to the activity area. He had cultivated the habit of strolling there after dinner, followed by a bit of practice. Martial arts skills, if not maintained through regular practice, could easily become rusty. Back home, his father would spar with him, but now at school he lacked a training partner and had to rely on solo practice. To facilitate this, Lin Tianlang had secured a soft pad to the trunk of a tree in the corner of the activity area, using it as a makeshift punching bag. Lin Tianlang unleashed a flurry of punches against the bag, executing hooks. Jabs, straights, thrusts, and whip kicks, each movement fluid and uninterrupted. If the tree could speak, it might lament, "What have I done to deserve this? Why must you strike me so?" Suddenly, Lin Tianlang sensed the presence of a watcher lurking in the shadows. He had discerned a pattern over the past 2 weeks. This stalker was always present during his evening training sessions. "All right, come out." Lin Tianlang halted his punches and turned, his voice cold. Naturally, there was no response. The stalker either believed they had gone unnoticed or chose to feign ignorance. "Not coming out? Huh." Lin Tianlang smirked, having appeared to be practicing while actually monitoring the stalker, as every move that "I don't care who you are. You've been following me for a month. What do you want? If you have the courage, step forward." Lin Tianlang shouted, "Do you truly think I don't know where you are? You're right behind that tree to my left. Will you come out willingly, or shall I drag you out?" Despite his bravado, Lin Tianlang felt a twinge of anxiety. What if the stalker was an imposing figure? This was the magical realm. If their power surpassed his own, he could be in trouble. After all, this world was not solely governed by physical strength, yet he could not allow himself to appear weak. He had to maintain his composure. "Apologies, that was me." A timid voice emerged from behind the tree. Lin Tianlang squinted. Finally, someone dared to reveal themselves. "Let's see who you truly are." Though the night was dim, Lin Tianlang quickly recognized the figure with the striking red ponytail and the pair of dragon horns adorning her forehead. Long Sinew. "Is it you?" Lin Tianlang exclaimed in surprise, his mind racing with possibilities, even considering Su Weiwei as a potential stalker, but he never anticipated it would be Long Sinew. Sorry, Long Sinew mumbled, her gaze cast downward, her voice barely audible. "Why have you been following me without a word?" Lin Tianlang inquired. "When did you realize?" Long Sinew bit her lip, avoiding his question and instead posing one of her own. "I noticed 2 weeks ago. Even as a human, I possess a degree of intuition. One can feel when someone is watching from behind," Lin Tianlang replied, unsure of how to proceed. "So, what exactly do you want? Are you here to challenge me again?" No, not at all." Long Sinew quickly shook her head in denial. "That I merely wish to learn combat techniques from you to—" Lin Tianlang was taken aback, doubting his hearing. This girl had been following him to learn combat skills? What kind of reasoning was that? "Oh no, my head is starting to itch. It seems I need to think more clearly. Are you serious?" Lin Tianlang took a deep breath and asked. "Yes," Long Sinew affirmed, biting her lip and nodding. "During our last duel, I lost to you because you said my combat skills were lacking. I relied solely on brute strength and speed, which led to my defeat. That I suppose I did say that," Lin Tianlang conceded, nodding. "So, you wish to—" "Yes, I want to learn combat techniques from you." Long Sinew completed her thought, her cheeks flushed under the dim light. If it were daytime, Lin Tianlang would have noticed how her demeanor had shifted from aggressive to bashful, a stark contrast to the girl who had once charged at him without hesitation. "To be honest, I'm not a professional instructor. I'm not quite sure how to teach," Lin Tianlang admitted, scratching the back of his head. Teaching combat requires a certification. While he was skilled, being able to teach others was an entirely different matter. If he failed, it would be a disservice to her. "That's all right. Just teach me some basic techniques," Long Sinew insisted, her red ponytail swaying as she shook her head. "Still, I am puzzled about how this relates to your stalking me. If you wanted to learn, you could have simply asked. There was no need for subterfuge. I might have thought someone was after me," Lin Tianlang inquired, perplexed. "That day, I mentioned that if I lost, I would agree to one of your conditions. When you told me not to seek you out again, I felt helpless. I happened to see you practicing here and thought I might learn something by following you. But it turned out to be impossible," Long Sinew explained, her lips tightening with embarrassment. "Hey girl, if you keep biting your lips, they'll end up bleeding," Lin Tianlang remarked. "Fine, I understand now. It seems I dug my own grave." He covered his face, realizing he had indeed made that statement. And now she was rigidly adhering to her word, leading to this awkward situation. "That I can teach you. But let me make it clear. I'm not a professional that I can instruct, but I can't guarantee you'll learn everything," Lin Tianlang said. "That's perfectly fine," Long Sinew replied eagerly. "So, do you agree?" Her voice was filled with anticipation, clearly hopeful for his affirmative response. "Very well. I agree. Since you genuinely wish to learn," Lin Tianlang nodded. "Where shall we begin?" Long Sinew asked excitedly, her face alight with enthusiasm. Tonight is rather late. I need to head back now. Why don't you come here tomorrow evening? From then on, we can meet every Tuesday and Thursday for your training. Does that sound good? Lin Tianlang remarked. The time is approaching 9:30. Typically, I would be heading back around this hour. No problem. No problem. Long Sinew quickly nodded, fearing that any delay might prompt Lin Tianlang to change his mind. All right, then I'll take my leave. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Lin Tianlang inquired as he untied the cushion from the tree. This item, after all, must be taken away. If left behind, it would likely be discarded as unwanted. No, nothing, Long Sinew murmured, her head lowered, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her again. Well then, I'm off. You should return early as well, Lin Tianlang said, waving goodbye to Long Sinew as he headed towards his apartment. Yet despite his lead, Long Sinew followed closely behind. He halted, and she halted. He moved forward, and she mirrored his steps. After this back and forth happened several times, Lin Tianlang sighed and turned around. You clearly have something else on your mind. Don you? Huh? Long Sinew stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. That you've been following me all this way. If you wish to accompany me, that would be fine. I have no objections if you don't mind. Lin Tianlang said, half amused. Oh, me. Long Sinew pointed to herself. Today, she was unusually peculiar. Slow to respond, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her usual self, leaving Lin Tianlang baffled by this disparity. Who else could it be? Lin Tianlang chuckled, covering his face. Are you coming or not? If not, I shall take my leave. All right, Long Sinew hurriedly exclaimed, hastening to walk alongside Lin Tianlang. The two proceeded towards the apartment, maintaining a meter's distance between them, ensconced in an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Hey, I say, it was Long Sinew who finally broke the uncomfortable silence. Gritting her teeth, she asked with utmost seriousness, Are you truly of the human race? Why do you ask? Lin Tianlang replied, Be why the standards of your magical realm? I'm undoubtedly the most unassuming member of the human race. Dragon horns, no blood fangs, no pointed ears, no divine marks, he stated. Yet your demeanor is nothing like that of a typical human. Long Sinew shook her head. Humans possess very poor magical aptitude, yet you exhibit the most formidable S-class talent. Humans generally exhibit a humble disposition, often too timid to speak directly to others, and dare not rebut the scorn of other races. But you exude such confidence, entirely unlike the common traits of your kind. Humans are typically frail and weak, yet you can even best me in physical combat. I do not understand. Lin Tianlang mused to himself. So this is the stereotype of humans in the magical realm? He then inquired, what kind of roles do humans typically fulfill in your world? Generally, they serve as the lowest tier of servants. Engaged in the most menial labor, Long Sinew replied. Due to their inability to wield magic, they are unqualified for even slightly more advanced positions. Like slaves, then? Lin Tianlang squinted. There are some humans who occupy managerial roles, and their status is somewhat elevated. However, the vast majority fit the description I just provided. Long Sinew explained at IC. Lin Tianlang nodded. Her clarification shed light on why humans face such discrimination, unable to contribute yet still requiring sustenance. Those who are burdensome yet unproductive could easily be labeled as parasites. Hence the disdain they encounter in the magical realm. Point 1 could only say that humanity itself bears some responsibility for this perception. There is little else to be said. I've arrived. So, shall I come find you tomorrow evening? The two reached the entrance of an apartment building, and Long Sinew paused to ask cautiously. Yes, let us leave it at that. See you tomorrow. Lin Tianlang waved to her before continuing towards his own apartment. With the matter of the stalking incident resolved, a wave of relief washed over Lin Tianlang, allowing him to sleep particularly soundly that night. As Thursday dawned, a new report card appeared on the bulletin board at the back of the classroom. In just one night, the theoretical exam papers from the previous afternoon had been graded, and the results were promptly announced. Why? For no reason. Looking at the report card, Callian cried out in despair, drawing the attention of those nearby. What with the commotion? Lin Tianlang rolled his eyes. Callian's score was perilously low at 63. Just 3 points shy of failing. Searching for Callian's name, Lin Tianlang couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the score. What the heck are you laughing at? Callian fumed, throwing a punch in Lin Tianlang's direction. Ha ha ha, Callian, you're in quite the predicament. Leia joined in the laughter, her score being around what she had anticipated, a solid 74, placing her in the middle tier. Leia, you at least passed, but how is it that this guy managed to pass? Callian exclaimed in frustration. His score was a mere 59, just 1 point away from the passing mark. Yet that single point made a world of difference. Until the next theoretical exam, Callian would have to attend remedial classes with teacher Naiwei every afternoon. Hey, what are you two discussing? Su Weiwei suddenly interjected, smiling brightly. This is the low-score group. You the highest score in the class. Could you kindly step aside? Lin Tianlang retorted. Indeed, Su Weiwei's score was an impressive 98. The highest in the class, by the way. Ania also scored quite high at 92, ranking third in the class. The second place belonged to Su Weiwei's friend, Elmorisa, whose score was also astonishing at 97. Just a point shy of Su Weiwei's, it seemed that these two were a study group of sorts. Hey, our Weiwei is kindly showing concern for your situations. Lin Tianlang. What else with your attitude? One of the girls behind Su Weiwei couldn't hold back, exclaiming loudly. Exactly. You have no sense of self-awareness. Just look at our Weiwei. Her well-proportioned figure, beautiful hair, and that adorable face. You should be vying for her attention. Not talking to her like that. Another girl chimed in. Actually, I didn't mind, Su Weiwei hurriedly clarified. However, the two girls seemed intent on continuing their tirade. By the way, Weiwei, we just heard that you had dinner with this guy yesterday. Oh my goodness, he didn't do anything to you, did he? You had dinner with Su Weiwei. The kind of dinner? Callian shouted, equally astonished. Lin Tianlang desperately attempted to explain, but it seemed no one was inclined to listen. Thus, the light-hearted morning passed in playful banter. Eventually, Su Weiwei stepped in to clarify the nature of their relationship, allowing Lin Tianlang to escape further scrutiny and interrogation. Just like in high school, Su Weiwei's popularity had skyrocketed in the past month. With her beauty and vivacious personality, she often socialized with others, naturally drawing attention that if such a high-profile beauty were to have a boyfriend of lowly status as a human, others would undoubtedly be reluctant to accept it. At noon, Lin Tianlang was dragged to the cafeteria by Callian. Although Su Weiwei had clarified her relationship with Lin Tianlang, Callian still harbored suspicions about the two that your relationship with Su Weiwei can't be that simple. Can it? Callian assumed a menacing posture, interrogating. Of course, his self-proclaimed intimidating stance had no real effect on Lin Tianlang. Honestly, there's nothing between us. We've just known each other for a long time, Lin Tianlang reiterated. You better hope so, Callian retorted as he returned to his seat, snorting dismissively. Callian, pressing him like this isn't he going to yield anything? Leia chimed in with a smile. Leia, you too? Lin Tianlang lamented. Why does no one believe me? Haha, sorry. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that the way you two usually interact suggests there's more than mere friendship. Leia continued with her unwavering smile. And honestly, I think you two make quite the pair. Let us put a stop to this. This topic isn't up for discussion. Lin Tianlang quickly gestured for silence. I'm just stating the facts. The only guy who can joke around so naturally with Su Weiwei is you, Leia remarked, continuing to state the obvious. Lin Tianlang found it difficult to refute the claims made against him. However, to be candid, the jesting between them was primarily instigated by Su Weiwei's frequent visits to him, and his remarks were merely reasonable retorts. Let us not dwell on this topic any further. It is time to enjoy our meal. Continuing the discussion felt as though it might lead to unfortunate consequences, prompting Lin Tianlang to hastily change the subject. The afternoon unfolded with the typical history of magic class. As the bell rang to signal the end of the lesson, Glotter announced the arrangements for the upcoming examination on Monday, eliciting a chorus of groans from the students. Seriously? We just finished the exam on magical theory. And now we have to tackle history of magic so soon? This lament came predominantly from students hailing from the magical realm. In response, Lin Tianlang merely smiled, choosing not to utter a word. After all, he was a man who had endured the rigors of a hellish high school experience, where 5 exams were crammed into a single week. His perspective was far broader than theirs. How tedious, Glotter remarked sternly upon hearing the students' complaints. Does finishing the magical theory exam exempt you from other subjects? It is an opportune moment to assess how well you have absorbed the material over the past month. I have heard from Professor Niwei that those who fail will be required to attend remedial classes during their free time. Surely, you wouldn't want me to impose such a fate upon you? A wave of cold sweat broke out among the students below. Oh, I certainly would not. He continued with a mocking laugh. It would be absurd to waste time on your remedial lessons when I have my own affairs to attend to. With a derisive chuckle, Glotter made a dismissive gesture. Should anyone fail the examination next Monday, the punishment would be straightforward. They would be required to transcribe everything covered in the third unit 5 times. Of course, I am aware of your thoughts. It must be handwritten. Should anyone dare to resort to magical cheating, the number of transcriptions would simply double. Glotter's laughter echoed as he exited the classroom, leaving the students within to exchange bewildered glances. Hey, you seem remarkably composed, Su Weiwei observed, glancing at Lin Tianlang, who exhibited no change in expression upon hearing the exam announcement, unlike the previous days when his lamentations over the theoretical exam were quite dramatic. Oh, as for history of magic, I have no concerns, Lin Tianlang replied. Meeting her gaze, he found the subject rather intriguing, and he appreciated Glotter's teaching style. Attending class felt more akin to listening to historical tales than traditional instruction. This approach made memorizing various historical events remarkably easy. Well, that is quite a rarity, Su Weiwei chuckled. What do you take me for? Lin Tianlang retorted, somewhat irked. During the subsequent free period, Su Weiwei invited Lin Tianlang to play tennis, to which he readily agreed without much thought. Unlike her prowess in badminton, Su Weiwei's tennis skills were rather mediocre. Naturally, Lin Tianlang was equally unskilled, resulting in a playful exchange of points where the server would score. With few participants in tennis, the audience was small. Leah spectated nearby, while Kalyan begrudgingly sought out Professor Niwei for extra lessons, after being confined in the remedial room for over half an hour. Kalyan finally emerged. Upon finding Lin Tianlang and Leah, he began to vent his frustrations. That evening, Lin Tianlang arrived punctually at the training venue. Long Sinew had arrived even earlier. Upon his arrival, he found the red-haired girl anxiously pacing back and forth. Apologies for the wait. Lin Tianlang greeted her. No, not at all. Long Sinew quickly replied, though her voice held a slight tremor. Lin Tianlang noted her seemingly shyer demeanor in private. Let us not waste time and begin, Lin Tianlang suggested. Strike me. Long Sinew paused, surprised that I am instructing you to strike me. Engaging in combat is the fastest way to enhance your fighting skills. You will attack me, and I shall point out your mistakes and the proper techniques. Lin Tianlang explained. Okay. Long Sinew nodded eagerly, taking a deep breath before launching a punch towards him. The wind from her punch whistled through the air. Lin Tianlang was consistently astonished by the power of the dragon lineage. Such strength was rare among the girls in the human realm. Her speed was commendable, yet still insufficient. You are currently relying solely on brute force, which is ineffective. Striking with mere strength does not only fail to increase speed, but can also lead to distorted movements. With a simple sidestep, Lin Tianlang evaded Long Sinew's punch. Stop. Maintain this position. Do not move, he instructed. Oh, right. Long Sinew quickly complied, holding her punching stance. Do you see this? This is your flaw. I merely dodged. I did not counterattack. If I had intended to strike, observe my current position relative to you. Your defenses are wide open. This entire side of your body is exposed. Your neck, chest, abdomen, and hips, all are points I could target. The time spent guiding Long Sinew in combat techniques passed swiftly. Before long, it was 9:30, signaling the end of their session. They walked back together, still maintaining a distance of about a meter. Thank you. Upon reaching her apartment building, the red-haired girl softly expressed her gratitude to Lin Tianlang before hastily retreating inside. Friday passed without incident, a rather ordinary day. The weekend was also tranquil, save for Su Weiwei's invitation to Lin Tianlang for an afternoon of gaming, which was the only noteworthy event. Lin Tianlang performed admirably in the History of Magic exam on the following Monday, achieving an impressive score of 80. When results were announced the next day, Kalyan nearly lost his temper upon seeing Lin Tianlang's score. The reason was simple. Kalyan himself had failed the exam, scoring a mere 55, and was destined to face the unfortunate consequence of extra writing. The following 2 weeks at the Magical Academy unfolded peacefully. However, on November 3 RD, the class schedule for the young sorcerers underwent a significant change. After 2 months of study, They had grasped the fundamentals of magical knowledge and spells, paving the way for practical application. Indeed, a new course titled Magical Practice had been introduced. Some students inquired with older classmates about the nature of this course, discovering that it was less about magical practice and more akin to a combat class. The curriculum focused on teaching the young sorcerers essential combat skills so that they could protect themselves in times of danger. This was the very purpose behind the course's inception. Upon learning that they would attend their very first magical practice class on Tuesday, excitement buzzed among the students. This course was a rare opportunity, occurring only once a week, yet it spanned an entire morning. Yes, 2 consecutive classes combined to form an extended session lasting 3.5 hours. Tomorrow is the combat class. I can hardly wait. During dinner, Kalyan eagerly exclaimed while ferociously tackling the steak on his plate. Over the past 2 months, the young sorcerers had learned numerous practical spells, though most were merely everyday incantations, with very few applicable in combat. Ah, magical practice? The moment has finally arrived. Just then, a blue-haired boy passed by their table. Luca, with his irritating voice, scrutinized Lin Tianlang as he spoke. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Lin Tianlang replied with a dismissive huff. Maintaining a stoic expression, Luca was not well-liked among his peers, associating only with a handful of sycophants from the divine lineage, all of whom were equally contemptible. "Listen, human, it seems you've been faring well these past 2 months. But that's merely because I Haven T sought you out. Let me clarify. Knowing a few mundane spells does not equate to mastery of magic. The true essence of magic lies in its application in combat. Tomorrow, I shall ensure you understand. Say whatever you wish. I'm always ready to engage." Lin Tianlang interjected, cutting Luca off before he could finish. He had no desire to converse with Luca any longer. After 2 months of school, most of their classmates had moved past Lin Tianlang's human lineage, engaging with him amicably. Only Luca and his circle continued to look down on him. Lin Tianlang had little to say to such individuals. Engaging in a battle of wits with them would only bring him discontent. As long as they did not truly provoke him, he would treat their words as mere noise. Luca was momentarily speechless by Lin Tianlang's retort, and in a fit of anger, he spat, "Just wait." Then he left in a huff. Lin Tianlang cast a glance at Luca's retreating figure, let out a cold snort, and resumed his attention to the dinner on his plate. "Damn it, my pleasant mood for dinner has been utterly ruined. It's truly frustrating." He speared a piece of sausage and popped it into his mouth, only to find that his companion, Kalyan, was staring intently in one direction, his expression somewhat lewd. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Lin Tianlang waved a hand in front of Kalyan. "That I'm watching classmate Inya," Kalyan replied, his gaze unwavering. Following Kalyan's line of sight, Lin Tianlang discovered that Inya and her friends were seated at a table 2 spots behind them, seemingly engrossed in a delightful conversation. Inya was laughing joyfully, her smile radiant like a blossoming flower, and coupled with her charmingly cute face, she attracted the attention of several nearby boys. "You can look all you want, but could you at least manage your expression? Must you drool so lewdly?" Lin Tianlang said, exasperated. "You're blocking my view. Could you kindly move your disgusting face out of the way?" Kalyan replied disdainfully. Lin Tianlang raised an eyebrow, unable to contain himself, and swiftly delivered a decisive blow to Kalyan's head. "Can you not be so infatuated with looks and neglect your friends? If you were to claim she was your girlfriend, that would be one thing, but she's light years away from you. Can't we have a civilized conversation without resorting to violence? Sometimes I genuinely wonder if you possess dragon blood, considering how painfully you hit," Kalyan said, clutching his head, looking innocent. "Ah!" Leia burst into laughter. "Apologies, that was just too amusing. I couldn't help myself. I'm not saying this, but with that pig-like expression of yours, you can't possibly be serious about Inya. Can you?" Lin Tianlang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what if I am?" Kalyan shrugged. "Classmate Inya is simply adorable, with a pleasant temperament and a friendly demeanor. Who wouldn't like her?" Kalyan countered. "Merely expressing liking is insufficient. You must take action," Lin Tianlang replied, exasperated that a girlfriend won't simply come running to you. "One must pursue it, I understand. It's just that the timing isn't right." Kalyan shook his head. "Huh? What do you mean by timing?" "Just admit you're cowardly," Lin Tianlang said, his sarcasm palpable. "I am cowardly. So what? Any objections?" Callian readily admitted, and no objections, as long as you're happy. Lin Tianlang shook his head. After dinner, Callian and Leia returned to the apartment, while Lin Tianlang headed to the activity area to practice boxing, a space that was rapidly becoming his own. The next day, the highly anticipated magic practice class finally arrived. The class was to take place in a spacious grassy area near the woods on the west side of the campus. Early in the morning, after finishing breakfast, the young mages of Class 1 arrived at the designated gathering point in accordance with the class schedule. However, upon reaching the grassy area, they found no sign of the teacher. The students exchanged glances, puzzled. Is the teacher not here yet? I don't know. The class bell has already rung. I asked the teacher late. The students engaged in light-hearted discussions about the potential content of the class, unaware that a dark figure was swiftly approaching them from the grass, moving at an alarming speed, completely catching them off guard. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and a purple magic circle appeared beneath the students' feet. Everyone jumped in shock as the magic circle burst forth with a violet glow, the air crackling with an overwhelming magical presence. What is happening? The students cried out in panic, attempting to flee, only to find their legs wouldn't move. Huh! At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed through the air. A black-clad figure gradually came into focus. A man with short white hair, crimson eyes, pale skin, and dressed in a flowing black robe, laughing heartily as he appeared among the students. Welcome to my class. The man boomed, my name is Corodal, your instructor from Magic Practice. So, how did you find my thunderous array? Did it frighten you? Impressive. The little mages exclaimed in awe, clapping enthusiastically. This dramatic entrance was certainly unforgettable. However, to their surprise, Corodal did not accept their applause. Instead, he bellowed, "What are you applauding for? This is not something worthy of applause. On the contrary, I would prefer if, upon witnessing the formation just now, you had taken some action. A mage, when faced with a sudden magical occurrence, regardless of whether it is an attack directed at them, should take measures to protect themselves, rather than standing idly by." The students exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. If it hadn't been me who attacked you just now, but rather a dark mage from the demon clan, you would all be dead. Every last one of you, Corodal said with a dismissive look, then suddenly appeared to recall something. Oh, right, I forgot. You're merely a bunch of fledgling mages, with hardly any combat skills. It's no wonder you couldn't respond to my formation just now. So, you're aware of that, are you? The students silently screamed in their minds that this teacher a bit unhinged, performing tricks like this? Callian whispered to Lin Tianlang. Lin Tianlang remained silent, for he noticed Corodal's gaze fixed upon him. You, my dear student, my mind is perfectly sound. Thank you for your concern, Corodal replied coolly. Callian sheepishly shrank back. I realize you are merely fledgling mages. Thus, I can overlook your lack of response earlier. However, it is imperative for you to understand one fundamental principle. Always remain vigilant. From today onward, I shall intermittently launch attacks during class, and you must be prepared to use the techniques I teach you to confront the enemy. This will also serve as my method of assessment, Corodal declared. Today's first lesson will be a commonly used and practical combat spell. The repulsion spell that its name suggests. This spell can help you repel your enemies. When you encounter foes you cannot handle, you can use this spell to push them away, granting you precious time to escape. Corodal proclaimed, then fixed his gaze on Callian. Let us observe its practical effect. The student who just claimed I have issues with my mind, please step forward to assist. Lin Tianlang and Leia quickly moved aside, decisively selling Callian out. Me. Teacher, I assent that inappropriate, Callian said, forcing a smile, attempting to decline. You have no say in this. When I call you, you come. No arguments, Corodal said without a moment's hesitation, using telekinesis to pull Callian closer. Callian's face paled slightly. This teacher was truly unpredictable in his actions. Stand there, don't move. Corodal positioned Callian about 10 meters away from himself, then signaled the students on either side to create some space. Many stifled giggles, preparing to witness Callian's plight. Observe closely, should this student be an enemy intending to attack me? If I cannot overpower him, I can utilize this spell to repel him, Corodal announced loudly. Teacher, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said you had issues with your mind. Callian internally screamed in despair. This hypothetical was utterly absurd. No matter how one looked at it, he could never be an adversary Corrodal couldn't defeat. Right? Repulsion spell, Corrodal intoned the incantation, then thrust his left hand forward. Whoa! Callian was forcefully pushed back as though struck by an unseen force, letting out a shout as he was sent sprawling several meters backward. Ouch! Callian landed on the grass. Fortunately, the soft ground cushioned his fall, mitigating the pain. Did you see that? That is the practical effect of the repulsion spell. Now that my enemy has been repelled, what should I do next? Corrodal inquired of the surrounding students. Run away. The students replied in unison, barely concealing their amusement. Callian's predicament was undeniably comical, eliciting laughter. Correct? Corrodal nodded, then mimicked a fleeing motion. Now that time has been bought, you can use this opportunity to escape. But what if you find the enemy pursuing you again? Then use it again. The students continued to speak. Yes, exactly. That's right, Corridor exclaimed, simultaneously casting a repulsion spell once more. Callian was sent flying even farther. Ha ha, this teacher is quite amusing, Su Weiwei remarked with a gleeful smirk as she observed Callian's misfortune beside Lin Tianlang. Indeed, he possesses quite the personality. Lin Tianlang nodded in agreement. It was the first time he had encountered a teacher who would resort to physical means when a student spoke out of turn. Hey, stop pretending. This is just grass. Falling a couple of times won't hurt much. Since you're not dead, hurry back to your team, Corridor called out to Callian, who was 30 meters away. Callian remained silent, rubbing his rear end, and returned to the group like a quail. The other students, witnessing Callian's dismal fate, struggled to suppress their laughter laughing. This student's outcome is merely a demonstration. Anyone who disrupts my class in the future will find themselves as the subject of a new spell demonstration. Corridor declared nonchalantly. Callian quietly hid behind Lin Tianlang. Avoiding Corridor's gaze, it seemed this incident had genuinely frightened him, as he dared not utter a single word. All right, everyone, the demonstration is complete. Now it's your turn. Today's lesson will be divided into 3 parts. For the first part, I will guide you in practicing the incantation technique, including pronunciation. Yes, it will be quite similar to your spellcasting lessons. However, we won't be practicing those trivial, everyday spells. Achoo! In the teacher's office, Dumela suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Is someone speaking ill of me? Dumela wiped her nose, somewhat puzzled. Back on the grass, Corridor continued explaining the upcoming activities. For the second part, I will pair you up for dueling practice. Each of you will take turns casting spells on one another. This serves 2 purposes. First, to practice the caster's spell accuracy, which is quite understandable if a spell cannot hit its target. No matter how powerful it may be, it is ultimately useless. Secondly, it allows the target to personally experience the sensation of being struck. As for the third part, I shall keep it a mystery for now. We will discuss it once you have completed the first 2 stages, Corridor said mysteriously. All right, let's proceed with the first stage. Everyone, follow my lead and recite without infusing magical energy. Corridor proclaimed loudly. Repulsion spell. Ji'in to Azao. The young sorcerers hurriedly echoed their teacher, but their syllables were clearly incorrect. No, no, no. This incantation consists of only 3 syllables. Where do you get 4 from? Corridor corrected. Once more, repulsion spell. Ji'in to Azao. This time, their accuracy improved somewhat, yet remained uneven. Not separate the first syllable into 2. It is that the young sorcerers were earnest in their expressions, yet Corridor inexplicably grew more irate. Ji'in. Anyone who continues to pronounce Ji'in will be expelled immediately. Corridor roared in exasperation. Now, each of you, one at a time, starting with you. After more than 20 minutes of effort, everyone finally managed to pronounce the incantation quite accurately, except for the first syllable G, which was still often mispronounced as Ji'in. Not bad, but of course, verbal practice can only take you this far. You must successfully cast the spell once to truly remember the correct pronunciation. Now, let's begin the practical exercises. As soon as Corridor finished speaking, the students grew excited and began pairing up. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet, Corridor bellowed, his voice booming. The young sorcerers immediately froze in place. Who permitted you to form your own groups? Corridor shouted, then snapped his fingers. Wah! The students were startled as a force abruptly shifted their positions. All right, this is how the groups are formed for the remainder of the time. You may begin practicing in any relatively open area of this grass field that I will be patrolling below, so do not slack off. If I catch anyone slacking, they will be the target for the next new spell demonstration. Corridor threatened. The weight of his words was formidable, and the students promptly scattered, seeking out space to practice with their partners. The grass field was vast, with 40 students from Class 1 divided into 20 groups. They dispersed like stars across the expanse without feeling crowded. It seems the second stage is beginning now. Lin Tianlang observed his surroundings. The sound of incantations rose and fell like waves as everyone diligently practiced. Kalyan was paired with Leah, while Su Weiwei teamed up with one of her female friends. Long Sinew's opponent was Mo, and Lin Tianlang glanced beside him to find himself partnered with a petite girl with chestnut-colored hair. "We are partners," Ania said with a smile, her expression always radiating warmth and comfort. In no wonder Kalyan was interested in Ania. With such a soothing smile and adorable face, it was hard not to feel drawn to her. Speaking of Kalyan, Lin Tianlang noticed several envious and fierce glares directed at him. The most venomous glare came from Kalyan himself, who was likely seething with jealousy. The remaining stares emanated from a few other boys. It was inevitable. Apart from Su Weiwei, Ania was quite popular in the class, making it difficult to compare the popularity of the two. "Yes, let's begin our practice," Lin Tianlang smiled. "MHM." Ania nodded vigorously, looking particularly cheerful for some reason. "Please take care of me. Please take care of me." Lin Tianlang laughed heartily, giving Ania a fist bump. "Now, let's get started." Ania's expression shifted slightly. "Just so you know, I won't hold back." "Oh, are you declaring war on me?" Lin Tianlang raised an eyebrow. "Since it's a turn-based game, 1 round each, ladies first. Bring it on." "All right." Ania's demeanor grew serious as she closed her eyes for a moment to think, then opened them again. She raised her right hand in a pushing motion and loudly recited the incantation. Repulsion spell. Nothing happened. Lin Tianlang had braced himself for being sent flying. However, 5 seconds passed, and there was still no reaction. Ania maintained her spell-casting posture for a while, but eventually burst into laughter. "Ah, it seems I failed." Not just Ania, scenes of failed spell-casting were unfolding everywhere, besides the sound of incantations. Laughter was the most prevalent sound. After all, the sight of expending all one's energy with no result was utterly amusing. No worries. "Now it's my turn," Lin Tianlang said with a loud laugh, his smile growing wild. "Just so you know, I won't hold back either. GDUI Zao." "Ha!" Lin Tianlang struck a pose he believed to be impressive. However, aside from the grass beneath him swaying slightly, there was no response whatsoever. The movement of the grass was merely a result of the wind created by Lin Tianlang's gesture, unrelated to any magical energy. This is a bit embarrassing. Hoo-ha! Ania couldn't help but laugh, her eyes squinting with delight. "It seems you're in the same boat. Your fierce demeanor startled me. Yet nothing happened." "You don't understand. This is a mutual display of respect. The next round will be different," Lin Tianlang insisted. "Humph, but it is my turn now," Ania said, smirking. Her expression turned serious once more. "Watch this repulsion spell." Boom! This time, as soon as Ania finished speaking, there was an audible reaction that a small explosion echoed in the air, and Lin Tianlang suddenly felt a tremendous force rushing towards him, sending him flying. Fortunately, he didn't fall as clumsily as Kalyan. He was merely pushed back 7 or 8 steps. However, even so, he ultimately lost his balance and fell. "Are you okay?" Ania asked with concern, seemingly a bit startled. I'm fine. The grass is very soft. It doesn't hurt at all." Lin Tianlang replied. "That is indeed a candid truth. It truly does not hurt. Congratulations to you, succeeding on your second attempt." Lin Tianlang began to applaud. Ania, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered her head slightly. "Wow, Ania, you're quite impressive," exclaimed the girls from the nearby practice groups, who were filled with envy. "Oh no, I merely had good fortune and recited the incantation correctly." Ania's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. "There is no need for such modesty, Ania. Sometimes, luck is indeed a part of skill," Lin Tianlang remarked, brushing off the grass that clung to his rear. "Nevertheless, it appears I cannot lag behind." he declared, his eyes sparkling with determination. That I'm ready. Ania nodded, preparing herself for the next round. Ready? Then here I come. Watch this. Repel spell. Lin Tianlang thrust his hand forward once more. Ha! The strands of hair at Ania's temple fluttered in the breeze, a result of the gust created, entirely unrelated to Lin Tianlang's efforts. Why is this happening? I felt certain I pronounced it correctly, Lin Tianlang exclaimed, scratching his head in frustration. Another failure. How could this be? Well, obviously, you're dragging out the syllables of the spell, making it impossible for it to take effect. At that moment, from behind Lin Tianlang came the booming voice of Corridor, followed by a swift slap to his head. Incantations must be executed quickly, accurately, and decisively. Do not elongate the syllables, or you will easily render the spell ineffective. Corridor admonished him. Why, yes. Understood. Lin Tianlang nodded vigorously. As time passed, an increasing number of students successfully cast the spell. After numerous attempts, Lin Tianlang finally grasped the essential technique and was drawing closer to success. Repel spell. Lin Tianlang furrowed his brows and recited the incantation swiftly and accurately. Boom! At last he succeeded. The magical energy began to manifest its influence, lifting half of Ania's hair, although the spell was successfully released. It veered off course, and Ania was not repelled. You did it. Ania smiled, but it seems you missed. Yes, next time will be flawless, Lin Tianlang declared, clenching his fist and nodding. Ania had successfully cast the spell 5 or 6 times and was becoming quite adept. Each time it was her turn to cast against Lin Tianlang, he would be repelled. Repel spell. Finally, this time, Lin Tianlang's spell truly succeeded in the most genuine sense. Ania was pushed back 5 or 6 steps. The distance of the repulsion was determined by the amount of magical energy infused. After 2 months of study at the school, Lin Tianlang had become much more skilled at controlling his magic, ensuring he would not lose control. When casting spells on a delicate girl like Ania, he certainly did not wish to exert too much force, as he did not want to send her crashing to the ground and risk injuring her fair skin. Hey, how is your practice going? At that moment, the unmistakable voice of Su Weiwei rang out. One glance at her smiling face made it clear she had no issues. How about it? Of course, everything is fine, Lin Tianlang said, scratching his nose with a triumphant grin. Oh, so confident. Su Weiwei replied with a sly smile, then turned to Ania. Ania, would you mind if I borrowed your partner for a couple of rounds? Ah, no problem. Please don't mind me, Ania hurriedly responded. Hey, can you at least ask for my opinion? I never agreed to practice with you. Lin Tianlang crossed his arms defiantly. Oh, come on, are you scared? Su Weiwei laughed. Scared? Not a chance. Lin Tianlang scoffed. I'll join you. Practicing with you isn't out of the question. You go first, or should I? Ania and Su Weiwei's partner quickly moved aside, giving the two a bit of space. Since I made the request, you should go first. It's turn-based, so it doesn't matter who goes first or second, Su Weiwei said, shrugging her shoulders. All right, then I want to hold back. Lin Tianlang laughed heartily. Repel spell. With his previous experience, the incantation flowed much more smoothly this time. AS's voice fell. Magical energy surged forth, sending Su Weiwei flying back 4 or 5 meters, barely managing to regain her balance. How was that? Lin Tianlang asked, lifting his chin. Not bad at all. Now it's my turn. Su Weiwei steadied herself, a smirk playing on her lips. Repel spell. Su Weiwei cast her spell with far greater speed than Lin Tianlang. Swift and fierce, as the final syllable of her incantation echoed, a powerful surge of magic erupted, rushing towards Lin Tianlang. Holy cow! The force was far more intense than Lin Tianlang had anticipated. He shouted in alarm, unable to maintain his footing, and was sent flying nearly 10 meters away. Su Weiwei, you did that on purpose, Lin Tianlang yelled as he climbed up from the grass. Fortunately, it was soft, so he was unharmed. My bad. I lost control. Su Weiwei stuck out her tongue, looking a bit sheepish. If you're all right, I'll take my leave now. With a playful face, the silver-haired girl dashed away. Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei seemed to be quite familiar with each other, Ania remarked, glancing between Lin Tianlang and the fleeing Su Weiwei. It's all right. That girl just loves to tease me, which is rather annoying, Lin Tianlang replied with mild irritation. Hee, Ania giggled softly, remaining silent. Shall we continue practicing? MHM. The two resumed their back-and-forth practice. Soon enough, over an hour had passed, and nearly all the students had successfully cast the spell. Observing that everyone seemed to be ready, Professor Corridor announced the conclusion of the session. All right, it appears everyone has practiced sufficiently. We can wrap up now. Please gather here. We are about to enter the third phase of today's lesson. Corridor clapped his hands. The little sorcerers promptly ceased their practice and assembled before him. Excellent. Everyone's efficiency has been commendable. Corridor nodded approvingly. Next, we will transition into the third part of our lesson, which is genuine practice in real-life scenarios. Your adversaries will not stand idly by as your practice partners did. You must possess true combat skills, which can only be cultivated through actual combat. Corridor's words ignited a flurry of chatter among the students. They exchanged glances, engaging in fervent whispers, all curious about what Corridor meant by genuine combat, eagerly awaiting the eccentric bloodline teacher to elaborate further. The third part of the class, I call the combat phase. Next, I will divide you into two large groups, each consisting of 20 individuals. Your task will be to represent your group and engage in duels with a member from the opposing group. As Corridor spoke, he rubbed his fingers together, and a 5-meter radius circle appeared on the grass. You will battle within this circle, with each side using the repel spell to attack their opponent. The first person to knock their opponent out of the circle wins. Victors will earn a point for their group, and the group with the highest score will emerge victorious. Corridor declared triumphantly. So this is how we fight. Suddenly, I feel a bit excited. Indeed, I wonder how the groups will be divided this time. The students appeared increasingly exhilarated. Luca and a few others were expressions of pride and disdain, seemingly brimming with confidence in their impending victory. Unsurprisingly, Lin Tianlang felt the familiar gaze from Luca. If he were not placed in the same group, a confrontation with him would be inevitable. However, Lin Tianlang would prefer not to be grouped with Luca. This division is simple. Corridor gestured with ease, swiftly splitting the students into two sides. The left side will be Group A, while the right side will be Group B. Since the rules are clear, we can commence, Corridor remarked. Unsurprisingly, Lin Tianlang and Luca's factions stood at opposite ends of the student group, naturally establishing a relationship of opposition between the two. Familiar faces, such as Kalian, Leah, and Su Weiwei, who were close to Lin Tianlang, found themselves in the same group as him. Given this arrangement, there was no need for concern. After all, his friends were all in the same faction, and they could unreservedly obliterate their opponents. Group A, which student wishes to be the first to take the stage? Corridor inquired. Teacher, I'll go. Luca raised his hand almost immediately. Excellent. Corridor nodded approvingly. Luca stepped into the circle, casting a disdainful glance over the students of Group B. Group A was predominantly composed of divine beings, while Group B featured mostly elves and dragons. Now, Group B, discuss and select a representative to face off against Luca if you cannot reach a decision. I shall choose one at random. Corridor directed his gaze towards Group B. The students exchanged glances, none eager to step forward. Although Luca was somewhat obnoxious and not particularly likable, one could not deny his prowess. He was exceptional both academically and in magical ability, frequently praised by Professor Dumara in spellcasting classes. Wait a moment, teacher, Luca interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Tianlang. Is it permissible for me to choose my opponent? As anticipated, Lin Tianlang found himself targeted. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged the inevitability of the situation. Very well. Which student from Group B do you wish to challenge? Corridor asked. Luca, emboldened by the teacher's affirmation, became increasingly brazen. Lin Tianlang, he declared, calling out Lin Tianlang's name. If you have the courage, step up and duel me. Do you dare? All eyes from Group B immediately turned to Lin Tianlang. So it's you. Do you accept Luca's challenge for a duel? Corridor inquired with intrigue. Hey, are you sure you can handle this? Su Weiwei, standing beside Lin Tianlang, expressed her concern. Indeed, Luca may not be well liked, but his strength is undeniable. I observed how he practiced with his partner earlier, and his partner was left in quite a predicament. Leah added. Luca, gazing at Lin Tianlang, smirked with growing confidence, seemingly certain of his ability to defeat him. If Lin Tianlang chose not to accept the challenge, it would only serve to highlight his cowardice. Humph, even in this situation, I must rise to the occasion. Lin Tianlang scoffed, locking eyes with Luca. The air between them crackled with tension. As if sparks were flying from their gazes. It would be best to settle this here and now, and perhaps silence this insufferable brat forever, Lin Tianlang muttered as he stepped in the circle. Positioning himself opposite Luca. Good, splendid, Corridor clapped his hands, evidently pleased with the turn of events. I thought you wouldn't dare to accept. Luca sneered, looking at Lin Tianlang. Oh, what is there to fear? Lin Tianlang retorted with a cold smile. Listen, human, you still have time to surrender. Otherwise, I shall ensure your defeat is nothing short of humiliating. Divine beings are divine beings, and humans are humans. Setting aside other factors, in a contest of magic, the innate talent of a divine being is not something your inferior race can easily surpass. Luca's expression grew increasingly frigid. Well then, I shall see just how formidable you, the so-called divine being, truly are. If you lose later, don't question your existence. Lin Tianlang shot back without hesitation. Humph, we shall see. Luca snorted. Before the duel even commenced, the atmosphere within the circle contrasted starkly with that outside. Within the circle, it felt like a powder keg ready to explode. The audience outside began to cheer for their respective champions. With Lin Tianlang supporters surprisingly outnumbering Luca's, it seemed Luca's popularity was not as robust as he presumed. Aside from the divine students within his social circle, others appeared rather apathetic. In contrast, Group B rallied wholeheartedly behind Lin Tianlang, clearly eager to see someone teach the arrogant Luca a lesson. Everyone, Lin Tianlang glanced back appreciatively. The unwavering support from Group B made him feel victorious already. The outcome of the duel seemed secondary. Of course, winning would be even better. However, Lin Tianlang did not believe he would lose to Luca. Over the past 2 months, his mastery of magic had improved significantly, bolstering his confidence. Gentlemen, you may begin when ready. Remember, treat this duel as a genuine battle. Your opponent will not stand idly by for your spells to hit. So you must learn to move, evade your opponent's spells while attempting to strike them with your own. Corridor advised. Are you ready? Corridor called out loudly. Ready. All right, 3, 2, 1, begin. As the battle commenced, both participants made their moves almost simultaneously. Repulsion spell, Lucas shouted, successfully casting the spell and sending it hurtling toward Lin Tianlang. In contrast, Lin Tianlang chose not to cast a spell initially, but instead opted for mobility. With his agile movements, it would not be easy for Luca to strike him. Whoosh! The powerful shockwave of the repulsion spell surged past Lin Tianlang, narrowly missing him. Knock him out! Send him flying out of the circle. The students from Group A shouted in encouragement. The members of Group B, displeased with Luca's confidence, quickly rallied behind Lin Tianlang. Lin Tianlang, counterattack now! Go, Lin Tianlang! Teach this arrogant fool a lesson! Hey, don't you dare lose! Kallian yelled from the crowd. Go for it! Su Weiwei and Leah joined in the chorus. Anya anxiously watched Lin Tianlang, her fingers intertwined, nervously murmuring, Come on, you can't lose. You can do this in the circle. Luca, seeing his first attack miss, immediately recited his second spell. A powerful gust of magical wind swept past Lin Tianlang, lifting the hem of his uniform. That was close. He almost got hit. Repulsion melody. Lin Tianlang swiftly initiated a counterattack, reciting the spell and channeling his magic. However, something seemed amiss with his incantation, and the spell failed to activate, resulting in no effect. Several divine students from Group A erupted in laughter. Haha, just as expected from you. Human, you mispronounced the incantation. Luca's laughter grew increasingly derisive. It's time to end this. Human, get out of the circle. Repulsion spell. The third magical incantation shot forth from Luca's palm. Fortunately, Lin Tianlang remained on the move, rolling forward to evade the spell once more. Human, is this all you can do? Hiding like a rat. Is this your only skill? Luca continued to laugh maniacally. The students of Group B were growing anxious for Lin Tianlang. At this moment, he found himself under immense pressure, with no opportunity for retaliation. Despite his agility, the duel left no room for error. Being struck by a spell would undoubtedly send him flying out of the circle, resulting in defeat. If it weren't for the rule prohibiting close combat in this duel, I'd have thrown you out long ago. Lin Tianlang gritted his teeth internally, within the confines of the circle. The scene was rather peculiar, with Lin Tianlang and Luca locked in a tense standoff. Rather than a duel, it could be more aptly described as a game of evasion, with one casting spells while the other dodges. During this time, Lin Tianlang attempted to counterattack, but alas, his recent training had not been particularly smooth, and now, amidst the fierce clash, he had failed 3 consecutive times. One of those attempts could have been deemed a success. Yet it was so poorly aimed that even though Luca stood nearly motionless, Lin Tianlang could not land a hit. Within the confines of the small circle, the space for evasion was limited, forcing Lin Tianlang to rely almost solely on a method of repeated lateral jumps to avoid attacks. This evasive tactic bore a significant flaw. It made it all too easy for the opponent to discern his patterns. Once his movements were anticipated, Luca could readily launch a preemptive strike, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. Ha! Is this it? Human race, is this all you've got? Luca's mocking laughter reverberated in the air, inciting frustration. However, the continuous casting had also drained Luca significantly. After a while, his frequency of spell casting began to diminish, and he started to breathe heavily. This presented an opportunity for Lin Tianlang, who promptly seized it and loudly intoned his incantation. Repulsion spell, the two uttered their spells almost in unison, and then, astonishingly, their magical energies collided mid-air, producing a resounding boom. The dissipating magic transformed into a fierce gust of wind that swept outward, ruffling the hair and clothing of the surrounding students. Among those closest to the point of impact, Lin Tianlang and Luca felt the effects more acutely. Lin Tianlang's casting speed had been slightly swifter than Luca's, causing the collision to occur nearer to Luca. The force of the wind upended Luca, sending him crashing to the ground, while Lin Tianlang merely staggered back a couple of steps. It was clear to all that this was the decisive moment. Both had been affected by the shockwave, and the first to recover would gain a significant advantage, able to cast first and force the other out of the circle. In this regard, Lin Tianlang held a slight edge. As he had not been knocked over like Luca, panic surged within Luca as he scrambled to rise from the ground, but Lin Tianlang acted first, his mind ablaze with anger. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Zinai!" and thrust his hands forward. This time, he did not chant an incantation. Instead, he directly unleashed his magical energy as a weapon. Not good, the intensity of that magic. Lin Tianlang, stop! Kaladal suddenly sensed the anomaly and hurried to intervene. Yet, it was too late. The magical force he had released coalesced into a massive fist of air, hurtling directly towards Luca. Luca screamed as he was struck by the colossal magical punch, akin to being hit by a truck, and was sent flying nearly 30 meters back. It felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over Lin Tianlang's head, abruptly cooling his heated mind. Once he regained his composure, he noticed the astonished expressions of the surrounding students, mingled with a hint of fear. As Lin Tianlang stood, the students took a step back, their gazes fixated on him, as if he were a monster. Damn it, I lost control of my magic. Lin Tianlang thought regretfully, realizing that his earlier frustrations had led him to lose control. Nearby, Luca lay groaning on the ground, crying out, "Teacher, he is going to kill me. He wants to kill me. Be quiet." Kaladal glared at Luca, reprimanding him. Luca's current condition was pitiful. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his nose appeared broken, blood seeping from both nostrils. The students slowly approached Luca, covering their mouths in shock at his dismal state. Su Weiwei lingered, glancing at Lin Tianlang, seemingly at a loss for words. "That I know. I lost control of my magic. It's rather frightening." "I sent it." Lin Tianlang sat down on the grass, feeling disheartened. Over the past 2 months in the spellcasting class, Dumela had emphasized not only learning incantations, but also controlling one's magical energy. Once magic spiraled out of control, the consequences could be unimaginable. An unintentional injury to a classmate due to lost control of magic was considered a severe violation. Lin Tianlang understood he had caused a grave incident, and a stern punishment awaited him. "Well, you don't seem to have sustained serious injuries. With Miss Avelina's abilities, your minor wounds are easily treatable," Kaladal reassured Luca. "Teacher, Are you calling this a minor injury? Look at my face. Look at me, Luca lamented, his expression woeful. Such dramatics. You haven't broken any limbs. That is quite fortunate, Kaladal thundered, silencing Luca. As you can see, an accident has occurred and I must take Luca to Avelina for treatment. Today's practical class ends here. Everyone return to the classroom. Kaladal instructed the other students before fixing his gaze on Lin Tianlang. Lin Tianlang, you stay here and wait for me. Understood, teacher, Lin Tianlang replied quietly. Head bowed, the students jostled and departed from the grass, while Kaladal, with Luca in tow, vanished in a flash. What a disaster! How did things escalate to this point? Lin Tianlang's mind was a tumultuous mess. While the previous moment felt exhilarating, he recognized that his actions had crossed the line that Su Weiwei and Ania lingered at the back of the departing students, both casting worried glances at Lin Tianlang. Yet ultimately saying nothing. At last, Lin Tianlang found himself alone on the grass, his mind blank as he pondered what awaited him. Back in high school, fighting was a serious offense. Those who left others severely injured risked suspension or expulsion. He feared that what he had just done might be deemed equally grave. Would he face expulsion? Lin Tianlang felt anxious. Over the past 2 months at St. Ron Academy, he had gradually embraced magic and grown fond of the school. Although his human heritage was not particularly well received, the situation was improving. The school offered a rich array of extracurricular activities and ample free time, with a manageable academic workload, allowing him to enjoy a relaxed life. Magic was fascinating, far more engaging than the drudgery of math or language studies. Aside from the somewhat tedious theoretical classes, the other subjects held varying degrees of intrigue. If he were to be expelled for this incident, it would break his heart. He had developed a sense of belonging during his time at St. Ron Academy. While Lin Tianlang's thoughts raced, a dark figure suddenly materialized in the air. Kaladal had returned, gazing intently at Lin Tianlang with a cold demeanor, though the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smirk. You realize the consequences of leaving a classmate in such a state? Kaladal inquired, his smile accentuating the sharpness of his fangs, lending him an even more sinister air. I don't know, Lin Tianlang replied, still looking down, unable to meet Kaladal's gaze. Acknowledging his mistakes offered little solace, and his mind was a tangled mess of confusion. You don't know? Is your control over magic just as poor during Melas lessons? Is it so easy for you to lose control? Kaladal pressed out. No, that is not it. I usually control my magic well. I just don't know why it's suddenly. Lin Tianlang attempted to explain, but found his words woefully inadequate. Indeed, the spectacle of lost control was what Kaladal had witnessed. And this was the first practical class of the day. Leaving such an impression on the first lesson was unlikely to be excused by any explanations. Was it out of anger? Kaladal suddenly suggested. Lin Tianlang lifted his head. To your age, it's entirely normal to be impulsive. That student, Luca, certainly provoked you. Had I been your age and faced such taunts, I might have charged at him and knocked out all his teeth. Kaladal remarked, his tone surprisingly devoid of reproach, that I know your situation is unique. Your name, Lin Tianlang, has become quite renowned among the faculty due to the principal S repeated emphasis, with your unprecedented S-class magical talent. Coupled with your naturally high magical capacity, and being of human descent, it's quite challenging for others not to remember you. In a relaxed tone, Kaladora remarked, Teacher, I thought you would scold me harshly. Lin Tianlang scratched the back of his head and continued, Scold you? There is no need for that. Rather than berating you, I would prefer to reprimand that. Luca, we are all classmates, and such remarks are utterly infuriating. Kaladora smiled gently and added, I understand that your intentions were not malicious. Your overwhelming magical talent currently imposes far more limitations than advantages upon you. In the realm of magic, controlling one's power is inherently more challenging than merely increasing it. If recklessly unleashing magic with a sole measure of ability, silver and gold tier mages would be commonplace. The growth of a mage's magical capacity typically occurs through 2 means, consuming potions or the passage of time. Of course, if one is in an area rich in magical energy, the accumulation may be somewhat expedited, but not significantly so. Consequently, many individuals possess similar magical capacities and strengths. The true distinction between mages lies in their control. Kaladora explained slowly, A gold-tier mage is not merely defined by their ability to wield magic of that tier, but more importantly, by their capacity to control such power that a truly exceptional mage can adapt their strength, advancing or retreating as necessary. Those who only know how to unleash their power without restraint can merely be likened to rampaging demons, hardly deserving of the title mage. Do you understand me, teacher? Lin Tianlang expressed his surprise at Kaladora's words. The latter had not scolded him, but had instead offered encouragement. What can I say? The principal has specifically requested that we pay more attention to you, stating your importance, and such, Kaladora shrugged. Your peers possess a naturally lower intensity of magical power, allowing them to wield it with ease and minimizing the likelihood of losing control. Their current magical capacities are limited, rendering them incapable of rampaging. However, you are different. Strictly speaking, the power you currently possess far exceeds what you can manage at this level. This is both your advantage and a significant risk. Hence, you must learn to control it effectively. Yet, discussing these matters excessively now is of little use. Ultimately, it is through practice that you will truly understand. Lin Tianlang nodded appreciatively at Kaladora. However, my lengthy discourse does not excuse you from punishment. The fact remains that you have injured a classmate, which is a serious violation of school rules. Therefore, punishment is inevitable. You understand this, correct? Kaladora stated firmly. Teacher, I understand. I do not intend to evade punishment, as long as I am not expelled. I am willing to accept any form of punishment, even if it means cleaning the toilets for a month, Lin Tianlang replied with serious intent. Is your expectation so low? Rest assured, you will not be expelled. Even without leniency, your actions have not reached the severity warranting expulsion, Kaladora chuckled, patting Lin Tianlang on the shoulder. The specifics of the punishment are generally determined by the administrator. Let me take you to Mr. Gare's office. Kaladora led Lin Tianlang to the faculty office building. The administrator's office was located on the second floor, marked by a conspicuous sign that was easily visible. Due to the unexpected incident, the practical class had ended prematurely, and it was not yet the official end of class. The other students were still engaged in their lessons. As a result, Mr. Gare had no other business at this hour, and was likely in his office. Please come in. Kaladora knocked on the door, and upon hearing the voice of the occupant, he pushed the door open and entered. Mr. Kaladora, what brings you here? Mr. Gare, who was tidying the shelves against the wall, inquired upon seeing Kaladora and Lin Tianlang. This child has come to collect his punishment notice, Kaladora replied, lazily. Oh, what trouble has this little one caused? Mr. Gare asked with a smile. He accidentally lost control of his magical power and injured a classmate. Violating Article 17 of Rule 3, Kaladora explained that I leave the offender in your capable hands. Jar, you may decide how to punish him. By the way, this child mentioned he would be willing to clean the toilets for a month as long as he is not expelled. Kaladora added before leaving the administrator's office. Thus, the office was left with only Lin Tianlang and Mr. Gr. Magical power lost control and caused injury. Is that correct? Mr. Gr inquired. Yes, during the magical practice class, the teacher had us duel in pairs. Lin Tianlang nodded and replied truthfully. Very well. Let me think about the punishment. You said you were willing to clean the toilets, correct? Mr. Gr asked again. Lin Tianlang nodded. Once more did I in that case. This is not a significant matter. As long as the injury is not severe, the punishment will not be excessively harsh, provided that it was not intentional. There is little issue. Therefore, the punishment will be to clean the toilets, Mr. Gr declared. Lin Tianlang's eyes widened in surprise. He had merely made a comparison and did not expect to be assigned the actual task of cleaning toilets. What is wrong? No, I have no problem with it. I just feel that this punishment seems rather lenient. Lin Tianlang scratched his head and said, Do not underestimate this task. You will be responsible for cleaning all the male toilets in the teaching building, and you must do it manually without using magic. Additionally, you will need to complete this during your afternoon activity time. Effectively canceling your activities, Mr. Gr raised an eyebrow. You shall diligently fulfill this duty for the next 2 weeks. Young man, the final outcome of the punishment was somewhat unexpected for Lin Tianlang. He personally felt that being assigned to clean the toilets for 2 weeks was rather lenient, not only resulting in no loss, but even a slight gain. Naturally, such thoughts were not ones he could express openly. Should Mr. Gr perceive his attitude as inadequate, he might increase the punishment from 2 weeks to 2 months, which would be far less enjoyable. After announcing the disciplinary measures, Mr. Ger released Lin Tianlang to return. Coincidentally, it was time for the end of class, and Mr. Ger needed to fulfill his duties as an administrator by patrolling the school, leaving little time to remain in the office with Lin Tianlang. Upon leaving the administrator's office, Lin Tianlang made his way directly to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was bustling with students, many of whom were familiar classmates. However, for some unknown reason, upon seeing Lin Tianlang approach, his classmates instinctively made evasive gestures, distancing themselves from him, indicating a lingering fear. In response, Lin Tianlang could only sigh, feeling somewhat helpless, yet considering it from another angle. Instilling fear in others was not entirely a negative outcome. At the very least, this would likely reduce the number of individuals seeking to trouble him, which was undoubtedly a positive development. He most desired to avoid unnecessary conflicts and enjoy a peaceful existence. In the cafeteria, Lin Tianlang did not see Kalion or Leia. After selecting his desired food from the serving area, he casually found a seat to sit down, and he thought to himself that he should finish eating quickly and return to his dormitory for some rest. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in Lin Tianlang's ears from both sides. One voice was light and lively, while the other was soft and gentle. The two owners of the voices seemed surprised by each other's presence. Exchanging glances before calling out, Lin Tianlang wished he could split his vision to observe both sides simultaneously. Unfortunately, he could not even cross his eyes, let alone see clearly. Thus, he turned his head swiftly to glance at each side, only to find a silver-haired girl on the left and a petite brown-haired girl on the right. "Oh, it's you too," Lin Tianlang remarked. "Anya, you're here too?" Su Weiwei smiled and said, circling the table before naturally sitting down opposite Lin Tianlang. "Oh, I didn't." Anya stammered, her cheeks turning a bright, "It's all right. Anya, you can come and sit here," Su Weiwei encouraged with a smile, gesturing to the seat beside her. Okay, Anya murmured, her head lowered, her face still flushed. She placed her tray down and sat in the seat next to Su Weiwei, also facing Lin Tianlang, though not directly opposite him, but rather at the upper right corner. So what is going on now?" Lin Tianlang pondered while taking a bite of the curry rice on his plate. Somewhat perplexed by the situation, Su Weiwei and Ania sat down opposite each other. What on earth is going on? Don't they have a place to sit? That seems implausible. Lunch has only just begun, and there are still quite a few seats available in the cafeteria, so it shouldn't be a challenge to find a spot. Is something the matter?" Lin Tianlang coughed lightly and inquired. "How did you manage to sit so naturally opposite me? And you even brought Ania along." Lin Tianlang felt as if he were suddenly the target of numerous gazes, as if they wished to slice him into pieces. Su Weiwei and Ania, with their contrasting styles, had turned Lin Tianlang into the cafeteria's most wanted him, and it was already excessive to claim one of them. How could he possibly have both? Why not go to Zinni? It's nothing significant, just that someone caused quite a ruckus today, and I wanted to check in on the situation. Su Weiwei lightly huffed. In similar situations, Su Weiwei typically resorted to mockery, and the more trivial the issue, the more she would ridicule. However, when it came to serious matters, her demeanor shifted to one of concern and care. Such circumstances had occurred before during junior and senior high. Lin Tianlang's personality ensured he was never the model student. He had clashed with others multiple times. He recalled an incident in his second year, where he had fought 5 students and, of course, had bested them all. The altercation had escalated significantly, leading to both sets of parents being summoned for discussions, and Lin Tianlang had nearly faced expulsion. Fortunately, he only received a major demerit, as the incident's origin was not entirely his fault. Su Weiwei had worried for Lin Tianlang for quite some time during that episode, and she had only breathed a sigh of relief upon learning he faced no further repercussions. This concern had fostered a bond, ensuring Lin Tianlang never harbored any animosity towards Su Weiwei. Despite often feeling exasperated by her teasing and torment, Su Weiwei was skilled at discerning when to jest and when to refrain, always maintaining a delicate balance. Though she appeared carefree, her sensitivity ran deep. "Teacher Kaladu, didn't he make things too difficult for you? Did he?" Ania asked softly. No. Although punishment was inevitable, the nature of it was surprisingly lenient. I even felt like the teacher was somewhat lenient with me. Lin Tianlang replied with a smile. What did the teacher assign you? Su Weiwei inquired with curiosity. Being astute, she noted Lin Tianlang's lack of distress and inferred that the situation might not be severe, thus alleviating her worry. Please don't laugh when I tell you. The teacher assigned me to clean the toilets for 2 weeks, Lin Tianlang said. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Su Weiwei burst into laughter without restraint as soon as Lin Tianlang finished speaking. Her melodious laughter capturing the attention of nearly every boy within a 10-meter radius, even drawing the gaze of several girls. What? Didn't I just ask you not to laugh? Lin Tianlang protested loudly. Sorry, but I just couldn't help it. Su Weiwei's laughter was infectious, her eyes nearly squinting with mirth. Yet beneath that laughter, there was a sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. That's wonderful. Ania sighed softly, a hint of tranquility in her voice. What is the matter, Ania? Lin Tianlang asked. Oh, it's just that when magic goes awry and harms someone, the consequences can be severe. If it were worse, expulsion could have been a possibility. Yet to hear that you're merely cleaning toilets is such a relief, Ania said, her smile radiating warmth akin to that of a small sun. That smile was disarming. Upon witnessing Ania's comforting expression, Lin Tianlang felt his heart race unexpectedly. Ania, do be cautious about showing that smile to this guy. I must warn you, just like his name contains the word wolf. He is quite the lecherous fellow. If you casually bestow that smile upon him, he might suddenly lose control and engage in some rather inappropriate behavior, Su Weiwei teased, squeezing Ania's shoulder. Is that really the case? Ania seemed startled by Su Weiwei's words, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red, a mix of surprise and embarrassment washing over her. Hey, Su Weiwei, that's quite excessive. I am nothing but a paragon of virtue. Lin Tianlang exclaimed loudly, a paragon of virtue. Please, have some self-awareness. Shall I reveal your collection? In the E-drive of your computer, there exists a folder ominously titled Study Files, which contains 5 unnamed folders. And I distinctly recall one of them containing something like secrets between the PE teacher and JK female students. Su Weiwei said with a mischievous glint in her eye, mercilessly exposing Lin Tianlang's secrets. You've gone too far. And how could you know so much? Lin Tianlang roared in indignation. Thus, lunch passed in a rather pleasant atmosphere. Upon returning to the dormitory, Kallian and Leia also bombarded Lin Tianlang with questions. The afternoon classes resumed without incident. The following Thursday unfolded normally, until the evening, when Lin Tianlang's scheduled class time with long sinew prompted the red-haired girl to express her concerns. This red-haired girl rarely approached Lin Tianlang in the classroom. They only conversed more during their private combat practice sessions. Soon enough, the time arrived for the next week. Starting from Monday, Lin Tianlang's punishment officially commenced. For the next 2 weeks, he was required to clean the toilets during the afternoon activity period. However, Lin Tianlang, who initially perceived this punishment as relatively easy, soon realized he had grossly underestimated the task once he began. The cleaning duties typically fell to the school-less goblins, and their use of magic made the process remarkably convenient. Consequently, the restrooms at St. Lin Academy were spacious and accommodating. Yet, while the ample space was comfortable, cleaning without magic proved to be quite a laborious undertaking. Hey, Junior, are you here to clean the toilets too? Upon entering the first-floor restroom with cleaning supplies in hand, Lin Tianlang discovered someone was already present. The individual was tall, at least half a head taller than Lin Tianlang, with a gentle appearance. Sporting brown, shoulder-length hair and a faint red mark on his forehead. Hello, senior, Lin Tianlang quickly greeted. The emblem on the brown-haired boy's uniform bore 4 stars, with a number 2 in the center. Hello there, first-year junior. I'm Ricky from Class 2 of the 4th year. What a coincidence. Are you also here for toilet duty? The self-introduced Ricky smiled warmly. Nice to meet you, senior. I'm Lin Tianlang from Class 1 of the 1st year. Lin Tianlang replied. Lin Tianlang, I've heard of you. I've been informed that among this year's first-year students, there's a human who must be you. Quite impressive. I also heard you fought another dragon student when school started and actually won. It's remarkable for a human to triumph over a dragon, Ricky praised with a cheerful grin. Haha, senior, it's really not that glorious. Lin Tianlang scratched his head, responding modestly. You seem to have quite a few interesting stories. By the way, what led to your punishment of cleaning the toilets? Ricky asked with a friendly demeanor, making their conversation feel comfortable. Well, during last week's magic practice class, I accidentally lost control of my magic and injured a classmate. Lin Tianlang explained his presence there. What about you, senior? What is your story? Haha, you mustn't laugh at me. 2 weeks ago, during my potion class, I accidentally added the wrong ingredient, and the situation spiraled out of control, resulting in an explosion of the alchemical cauldron. Teacher Griffin was furious and sentenced me to a month of toilet cleaning. Ricky chuckled heartily. Oh, so how long have you been at this already? Lin Tianlang asked, astonished. Well, this is now the 3rd week, that if I finish this week and the next, I should be done. Ricky pondered. It's quite a demanding task. For the first 2 weeks, I was doing this alone. Each grade has 1 restroom, totaling 6 grades, which means I've had to clean 6 restrooms at ITS, quite a tiring job. Cleaning just 1 restroom is exhausting, let alone 6. Ricky grimaced. However, it's great now that you're here. With the 2 of us working together, we can definitely make it more efficient. Initially, I had contemplated enduring the arduous task of cleaning the restroom alone, but now the arrival of a companion is truly a stroke of fortune. Ricky erupted into joyful laughter. Lin Tianlang joined in the mirth, acknowledging that working together is far superior to toiling solo. Let us not delay and promptly commence our duties. We must strive to complete the task before the allotted time for activities ends, ensuring we have the opportunity to unwind at the venue afterward. In the preceding weeks, when the senior tackled this task alone, how late did he usually finish? Oh, don't get me started. It was utterly dreadful. The daily activity time was barely sufficient, and it often encroached upon our dinner time. By the time we finished and headed to the dining hall, there was hardly anything left to eat, as all the delectable dishes had been devoured. There were instances when we couldn't even finish before dinner, and we had to continue working after our meal. The 2 began their collaborative efforts. One took charge of mopping the floor, while the other attended to the toilets. Their efficiency was markedly enhanced, completing the task at a pace exceeding double that of a single individual. Before long, the first restroom was impeccably clean, and after tidying up their cleaning tools, they swiftly moved on to the next facility. During their cleaning, Lin Tianlang encountered Kalian, who had entered to use the restroom. Observing Lin Tianlang diligently scrubbing with a mop, Kalian couldn't help but unleash a wave of derisive laughter. However, Lin Tianlang's retort was equally sharp. Had it not been for Kalian's obligation to attend remedial classes with Teacher Naiwei before the upcoming theoretical exam, he would undoubtedly be at the activity area, and thus, their paths would not have crossed in the restroom at this hour. Ultimately, neither party emerged victorious, and this exchange of mockery culminated in a mutual defeat. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Lin Tianlang and Ricky successfully cleaned all 6 restrooms, averaging 15 minutes per restroom, plus an additional 5 minutes for transitions. At IT was evident that 2 people could manage this task with considerable efficiency, making it difficult to imagine how much longer it would take for 1 person to accomplish alone. According to Ricky, aside from the afternoon activity hours designated for cleaning, he usually had to return after dinner to continue until the job was completed before he could finally rest in the dormitory. Thus concluded the first day of their cleaning duties, accomplished just in time for dinner, allowing both to arrive punctually at the dining hall, with 2 more weeks of collaborative restroom cleaning ahead. A firm bond of camaraderie was forged between Lin Tianlang and Ricky in just a single day. After gathering their cleaning tools, the pair headed to the dining hall, where they soon parted ways. Ricky mentioned he would seek out his friends and quickly vanished into the bustling crowd. Lin Tianlang grabbed a tray and, after selecting his meal, spotted Kalian and Leia seated at a table. He hurried over to join them. It's Lin Tianlang. Leia laughed heartily. So, how was the first day of cleaning? Not too bad. A senior in the 4th grade was assigned to clean the restrooms with me. So, it wasn't overly taxing, Lin Tianlang replied. Speaking of which, Leia, I saw him earlier while I was using the restroom. The sight of him with a mop was truly amusing. Kalian chimed in, unabashedly laughing. Kalian, you shouldn't mock others. You're in the same boat, having been assigned remedial classes for failing your exams, Leia retorted. Now it was Lin Tianlang's turn to chuckle, pointing at Kalian and laughing heartily. Look at that. Leia knows better than you, yet you still dare to laugh at me. Enough of this racket, Calion exclaimed, evidently surprised to find himself the target of both their jests. In the following days, Lin Tianlang and Ricky continued their restroom cleaning duties each afternoon. Ricky possessed a gentle demeanor and was quite the conversationalist, making their time together enjoyable. Each day, Ricky regaled Lin Tianlang with amusing anecdotes from the upperclassmen, including tidbits about the teachers. You first-years might not be aware, but I'll let you in on a secret. It seems that Teacher Griffin has a bit of a crush on Teacher Naiwei. Ricky confided to Lin Tianlang. Is that true? Lin Tianlang's eyes widened in curiosity. Let me tell you, once the first week of their restroom cleaning passed smoothly. Ricky's amiable nature never displayed any discrimination against Lin Tianlang's human heritage, and the shared experience of cleaning fostered a strong bond of friendship between them. However, what seemed like a seamless routine faced a turning point on the Thursday of the second week. This day marked the penultimate day of Lin Tianlang's restroom cleaning punishment. With only today and tomorrow remaining, his task would soon conclude. Ugh, it's a bit chilly, Lin Tianlang thought as he finished dinner and made his way to the restroom. However, his intention was not merely to relieve himself, but rather to retrieve his forgotten backpack. After school, he had left it behind for convenience while cleaning, only to forget it in the process. It wasn't until dinner that he noticed its absence and rushed back to search for it. He believed he had left it in the first-grade restroom, but to his dismay, it was not there. Thus, he pressed on to search the second-grade restroom, and then the third-grade one. By this time, in mid-November, the weather had turned decidedly brisk, and the temperature hovered just above 20 degrees, making his thin, long-sleeved uniform feel somewhat inadequate against the chill. But a gust of wind sent a shiver down his spine. Aha! Found it! At last, in the fourth-grade restroom, Lin Tianlang located his misplaced backpack, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As he had feared it might have been taken by someone else, that it was likely left on the sink during the cleaning session earlier that afternoon. What is the situation? Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from within the restroom. Is someone there? Lin Tianlang wondered, puzzled. After dinner, students typically either returned to their dorms to rest or engaged in light activities in the activity area. Given that the teaching building was dark, it was unusual for anyone to be inside. Sir, the intel is confirmed. What the throne seeks is likely hidden within the school, another voice chimed in. Two individuals? Lin Tianlang was filled with curiosity, and their conversation seemed rather peculiar to a throne. What could possibly be concealed within the school? He remained still, straining to hear more. It is imperative to ascertain the details. Vague answers will not suffice. The first deep voice growled. With Vincent, that old fool at St. Louis Academy, I must tread carefully. I cannot afford to expose my actions. The voice continued. If they begin to suspect me, it will be troublesome. Thus, the intelligence must be thoroughly investigated. Rest assured, I will require a little more time. I will soon uncover the precise location of the rainbow gem. The second voice responded respectfully. What? The rainbow gem? Lin Tianlang gasped, astonished. The topic of their discussion was none other than the rainbow gem. He recalled the news article he had seen over 2 weeks ago regarding its emergence, and how Shi Weiwei had shared a wealth of information about the mysterious gem. Yes, you have about a month before the long holiday. We must act swiftly. After the holiday, the school will be locked down, and the gem may very well be relocated, making it exceedingly difficult for us to find it again. The deep voice reiterated. Act swiftly? The gem being relocated? Goodness! Lin Tianlang covered his mouth in shock at the revelation he had just overheard. Could it be that the gem was hidden within the school, and that someone intended to steal the rainbow gem? His heart raced, and his breathing quickened as he realized he had stumbled upon something monumental. What if he were discovered? Lin Tianlang resolved to inform the teachers immediately. No, it would be best to notify the principal directly. However, as this thought emerged, he felt a pang of regret. If he simply told the teachers, they might not believe him without proof. Furthermore, such a clandestine matter was likely known only to the principal. Alerting other teachers might prove futile without directly approaching the principal. With this in mind, Lin Tianlang began to quietly retreat from the fourth-grade restroom, hoping to escape unnoticed as the two individuals continued their detailed discussion within. However, Lin Tianlang, who was focused on escaping, could hardly pay attention to anything else. With utmost caution, he began to inch forward quietly, careful not to make a sound. Like a snail, Lin Tianlang moved his feet slowly and silently, with no noise accompanying his careful movements, other than the conversation of the two individuals in the restroom. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the faint sounds of students playing far away in the activity area. His heart raced uncontrollably. Even without placing his hand on his chest, he could distinctly hear the violent thumping of his heart. Thump, 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 thump. Quickening in pace, suddenly, without Lin Tianlang realizing it, the zipper of his backpack had come undone. Just as he was about to exit the restroom, a pencil case fell from the bag, clattering loudly to the floor. In the oppressive silence of the darkness, the sound was as thunderous as a clap of lightning. "Damn it! Someone's coming!" A deep voice growled. "Run!" The only thought in Lin Tianlang's mind was this, since he had already been exposed. There was no need to continue hiding. He quickly snatched up the fallen pencil case and bolted away, disregarding the noise of his footsteps. "Damn it! How much of our conversation did he overhear?" The low voice roared that I don't know, sir, came a frantic reply. "Didn't you say this place would be empty at this hour?" The deep voice continued to bellow. "Sir, normally, no one comes here. I don't know what's going on today." "Stop explaining. Damn it, that eavesdropper must have caught the gist of our discussion. He will certainly inform that old coot Vincent. If he becomes wary, it'll be even harder for us to act. It's all your fault. You fool! If you ruin the grand scheme for the throne, do you know what the consequences will be?" "Yes, sir. What should we do?" The voice was clearly panicking, filled with dread. "What to do?" Fortunately, your identity remains concealed. However, our time is running short. You must hasten to uncover the location of a gem. The sooner we act, the better. As for the rest, you are on your own." The deep voice uttered one last statement before vanishing. In the darkness, a shadow as black as night suddenly shot into the sky, disappearing swiftly towards the west without anyone noticing. Damn it! Who could it be? Another figure slowly emerged from the fourth-grade restroom, the dim light rendering his features indistinguishable. However, judging by his silhouette, it was evident that he was male. The chilly autumn breeze swept by, ruffling his hair parted down the middle. Lin Tianlang did not pause, fearing he might be caught, and ran frantically towards the activity area. He needed to reach a place bustling with people for cover. Thus, even if the two men pursued him, they would likely not recognize him. Having just finished a meal, such intense exertion was not ideal, and upon reaching the activity area, Lin Tianlang was struck by a familiar side stitch, pain radiating from his sides. Did they not follow? Lin Tianlang gasped, glancing back. The good news was that no one was on his tail. It seemed he had escaped just in time. Arriving at the usual spot for practicing martial arts, Long Sinew had been waiting there for quite some time. Having gone to the restroom to retrieve his backpack and eavesdrop on the two mysterious individuals, he had wasted quite a bit of time. "Hey, why are you so late today?" Long Sinew leaned against a tree trunk, arms crossed, displaying a hint of displeasure. Sorry. Lin Tianlang panted heavily, clutching his sides where the pain was sharpest. Hey, what's wrong with you?" Long Sinew noticed something was off with Lin Tianlang and inquired, "I have a side stitch." "Let me catch my breath for a few minutes," Lin Tianlang replied, leaning against the tree while enduring the discomfort and taking deep breaths. Deep breathing is the most effective remedy for a side stitch. As long as he could restore his breathing, the pain would soon dissipate. "What on earth were you doing running so fast?" Long Sinew scoffed. Over the past month, their communication had become much less awkward, and she occasionally addressed him directly by name, though she often resorted to simply calling out "hey." However, Lin Tianlang found no offense in her choice of address, as long as it bore no derogatory connotation. "Don't mention it. I almost thought I was going to die." Lin Tianlang felt his breath easing, though his heart still raced. "Die? What happened?" Long Sinew asked, her curiosity piqued. "Long Sinew, do you know about the rainbow gem?" Lin Tianlang asked earnestly, locking his gaze on hers. "The rainbow gem? Of course I know. Anyone who has read history books knows that it's an ancient gem of tremendous power. They say the one who possesses it can almost control the entire world. How absurd. Countless wars erupted over it, each one drenched in blood." Long Sinew replied in a casual tone, as if discussing something common knowledge. "Oh, you actually read history books?" Lin Tianlang expressed his surprise. Long Sinew's academic performance was rather average. In the 2 months since school began, every subject had been tested at least once. Her grades were decidedly mediocre, placing her in the lower half of the class, similar to Callian. Hey, I don't want to be a standard for measuring grades. Callian interjected. During class, Long Sinew often appeared disinterested, frequently dozing off, and had even been called out by Nair several times for her inattentiveness. Hey, am I really that uninterested in studying? Long Sinew exclaimed, throwing a punch at Lin Tianlang. The punch aimed directly at his nose, but he merely turned his head aside to evade it. Then he seized her forearm, yanked her backward, and stepped back while his other hand transformed into a knife hand. Poised to strike at her neck, Long Sinew's gaze froze, sensing a chilling gust at her throat. Of course, Lin Tianlang did not truly strike. He retracted his hand just before making contact with her delicate neck. The sensation of her skin was smooth and soft, an unexpected delight. He mused inwardly. Did you see that? Your side was completely exposed during your attack, without any defense whatsoever. I am unaware of how different your body structure is compared to ours, but I believe the neck is still a particularly vulnerable area. Had I not held back just now and struck you full force, you would have at least fainted. Once unconscious, you would have been utterly unable to resist whatever I wish to do next. Lin Tianlang explained seriously. This guy. Long Sinew felt her cheeks flush at Lin Tianlang's sudden seriousness. She had merely sought to vent her frustration with a simple punch, without intending anything more, yet he took the opportunity to lecture her. Hey, did you hear me? What you did is genuinely dangerous in a real fight. In any combat situation, one must prioritize defense, ensuring one's safety before considering offense. Lin Tianlang continued when he noticed Long Sinew's silence. Unfortunately, the darkness obscured his view of her flushed face. I know. Long Sinew murmured, lowering her head shyly. By the way, I was discussing something serious just now. Why did you suddenly swing a punch at me? Lin Tianlang questioned. It was because you said I don't like studying, and that upset me. Long Sinew pouted. At least I excel in the history of magic. Hearing this, Lin Tianlang realized it was indeed true. Long Sinew's performance in magic history ranked among the top in their class. He hadn't expected this girl, who always seemed to think of nothing but fighting, to have an interest in historical studies. I apologize, all right? Lin Tianlang raised his hands in surrender. However, regarding the rainbow gem you mentioned, it no longer exists. Its complete form wielded unimaginable power. Eventually, the gem was shattered into 6 fragments, scattered across the world. Now, it is merely a legend, Long Sinew stated. Regardless of whether it is a legend or not, at least one thing is certain. Lin Tianlang gazed into Long Sinew's eyes, under the cloak of night. The girl's gaze remained remarkably bright and clear. Her crimson locks shimmered softly in the moonlight, presenting a captivating sight. I am quite certain that a rainbow gem, or rather, a fragment of such a gem, is hidden within our school, and there are individuals intent on stealing it. What? Are you joking? Long Sinew evidently did not believe Lin Tianlang's words at first. I am not jesting. Please allow me to explain. Lin Tianlang replied, shaking his head with a serious demeanor. Over the next 10 minutes, he recounted to Long Sinew the entire sequence of events he had overheard in the restroom. Initially, Long Sinew wore a skeptical expression, but as she observed Lin Tianlang's earnestness and listened to his detailed account, her disbelief began to waver. Well, if what you say is true, what should we do? Long Sinew glanced around, inquiring, I believe we should inform Principal Vincent. If this matter holds any truth, the principal will surely be aware of it, Lin Tianlang suggested. Apologies for my tardiness today. I've taken up so much of your time discussing this that we have little left for practicing combat. The clock had struck 9, leaving only half an hour until 9:30. Typically, they would practice for a full hour and a half. But today, their time had been drastically reduced. That's all right. What you mentioned is evidently of greater importance. Long Sinew shook her head. When do you plan to approach the principal? If possible, it would be best to go now. However, it is rather late, and the principal may not be available. Therefore, I suggest we wait until tomorrow. Lin Tianlang replied. During the break between our morning classes would be an opportune time to seek him out. The first major class of the morning commenced at 8 and ran until 10, followed by a long half-hour break, with the second minor class scheduled from 10:30 to 11:30. Very well. That will have to suffice, Long Sinew nodded. What should we do with the remaining half hour? Let me think. Lin Tianlang pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. I have it. Let us utilize this half hour to assess your progress in combat training over the past month. Let us have a match. With that, Lin Tianlang stretched his limbs, eager to begin. In truth, teaching Long Sinew combat skills was equally beneficial for Lin Tianlang. Instructing others serves to reinforce one's own understanding. And practicing with a partner is certainly preferable to training alone against a tree. All right, I'm ready. Long Sinew appeared quite excited, revealing a row of pearly white teeth as she charged at Lin Tianlang with fervor. With rapid jabs from both the left and right, Long Sinew's punches came swiftly and forcefully. Over the course of the month, Lin Tianlang had observed that Long Sinew was not particularly fond of defense. She preferred to attack. Thus, he instructed her that if she favored aggression, she should hone it to perfection. After all, there is an age-old adage: the best defense is a strong offense, as long as your assault is relentless. Preventing your opponent from finding an opportunity to counterattack, there will be no need for defense. Lin Tianlang adeptly dodged left and right, yet before a seasoned fighter with 12 years of experience. Long Sinew, who had only trained for a month, was still quite inexperienced. Although she had made noticeable progress compared to a month ago, mastering combat techniques is not something one achieves overnight. It requires time to cultivate. After evading over 10 of Long Sinew's strikes, Lin Tianlang seized upon a moment of vulnerability and instantly transitioned from defense to offense. Now, it was Lin Tianlang's turn to take the initiative. But to afford Long Sinew some room for counterplay, he deliberately eased his pace, controlling the frequency of his attacks. Long Sinew became flustered, struggling to maintain her defense. However, her openings during defense were even larger than when she was attacking. Lin Tianlang intentionally presented several weaknesses for Long Sinew to exploit, yet she failed to capitalize on them. Ultimately, he ensnared the girl by the neck and brought her down to the ground. Concluding their sparring session that you've made considerable progress, but your technique remains rather chaotic, and no matter, it is quite commendable. Combat skills are not acquired in a day. You must integrate the techniques I have taught you and apply different strategies in varying scenarios. Rigidity is not the answer, Lin Tianlang remarked, mimicking his father's tone. When he had sparred with his father and been soundly defeated, it was his father who had imparted similar wisdom to him. Now, he used the same guidance to educate his student. Long Sinew remained silent, though her breathing was somewhat rapid. Due to the dim lighting, Lin Tianlang could not see the faint blush adorning her delicate face. Hey, what's wrong? Lin Tianlang noticed something amiss with the girl and inquired, why you? Let go of me. Long Sinew bit her lip, speaking with a hint of urgency. Upon hearing her tone, Lin Tianlang realized his actions had been rather ambiguous, akin to a rather intimate fall. Oh, my apologies. Lin Tianlang scratched his head, quickly releasing the red-haired girl and rising from the ground. Let us conclude today's practice. It's time to head back, he stated. Long Sinew softly murmured an and offered no further comment. As usual, the two made their way back to the apartment complex together, and Lin Tianlang watched as the girl dashed in her building before he returned to his own. The following day arrived. It was Friday, and upon completing the afternoon restroom cleaning, Lin Tianlang would have fulfilled his punitive task. The thought of this filled him with immense relief. The first period of the morning's magical biology class passed pleasantly. After class, Lin Tianlang, in high spirits, began to hum a tune. Today marks my liberation. The weekend is upon us. What's got you so cheerful? Su Weiwei, observing Lin Tianlang's exuberance, inquired with curiosity. How could I not be happy? Tomorrow is the weekend, and after sweeping the restroom this afternoon, I can finally put this behind me. Lin Tianlang explained. I see, Su Weiwei responded, then shifted her tone to a mild complaint. You should wrap it up quickly. For the past 2 weeks, I've had no worthy opponent to play ball with during afternoon activities that I'm nearly bored to death. Don't worry next week. I promise not to hold back. Lin Tianlang chuckled heartily. Do you even realize what you're saying? Su Weiwei retorted, both of them engaged in light banter. Soon, however, other female students approached Su Weiwei, as she was always surrounded by companions during breaks. She was undoubtedly quite popular. The classroom buzzed with a lively atmosphere. Compared to the high school days when one had to choose between restroom breaks and fetching water during the 5-minute interval, the half-hour break at St. Lin Academy was a tremendous improvement, allowing students to engage in various activities and fully unwind. "Hey, human!" At that moment, a voice rang out. "To be fair, aside from Luca and a few students from his circle, it had become rare for anyone in class to refer to Lin Tianlang as human anymore. Most simply address him by name. The utterance of human immediately captured the attention of nearly everyone within a 3-meter radius. They had grown accustomed to the fact that whenever someone called Lin Tianlang human, it was likely that trouble was on the horizon. Anya, seated diagonally behind Lin Tianlang, turned her head, while Su Weiwei halted her conversation with her companions, directing her gaze towards the source of the voice. There stood Long Sinew, pouting slightly, her hands clasped behind her back, fingers seemingly intertwined out of nervousness. "Oh, how unusual," Lin Tianlang remarked with interest as he looked up. Long Sinew rarely spoke to him in class, and today she was coming to seek him out. "What is it?" Lin Tianlang inquired. "Step outside. I need to speak with you," Long Sinew said, averting her gaze, her cheeks inexplicably tinged with a faint rosy hue. With that, she turned and walked towards the exit of the classroom. "Hey, what did you do to provoke her this time?" Su Weiwei whispered in Lin Tianlang's ear. "Nothing. She is not here to cause trouble," Lin Tianlang replied, following Long Sinew out of the classroom. Anya remained silent, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Meanwhile, the others displayed a mixture of curiosity and schadenfreude. "What is it?" Lin Tianlang asked once they reached the corridor outside the classroom. "About what you mentioned yesterday. Let us go see the principal now," Long Sinew stated. "Oh, right? I almost forgot," Lin Tianlang exclaimed, smacking his forehead, realizing he had nearly overlooked such an important matter. "It is imperative that I convey to the principal the matters I overheard last night regarding the Rainbow Gem. Let us hasten our departure." With these words, Long Sinew took the lead, with Lin Tianlang closely following behind. "That I must admit, from this vantage point, the fiery-haired maiden's beauty is undeniably captivating. Her slender waist sways gracefully as her vibrant red ponytail dances with each step, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance. By the way, why did you just refer to me as a human?" Lin Tianlang inquired. "Are you not of the human race? Is there an issue with that appellation?" Long Sinew retorted that, it's not a significant problem, just a bit peculiar." Lin Tianlang scratched his head. "That I cannot bring myself to call your name in front of so many classmates," he confessed, attempting to mask his inner embarrassment. The duo arrived at the faculty building and ascended to the top floor, reaching the principal's office, where they politely knocked on the door. However, there was no response from within. "Huh? Is he not here?" Lin Tianlang expressed his confusion, gently pushing the door, only to find it unlocked. "Principal, may I come in?" he tentatively called out, but still received no answer. Upon entering the office, they discovered that the principal was indeed absent. The only inhabitant of the room was a striking red and yellow parrot. "Who dares intrude upon the principal's office?" The parrot scoffed. Lin Tianlang pondered, recalling that the parrot possessed a name. "Lord Shili, I am Lin Tianlang from Class 1. Year 1, here to see Principal Vincent." Thankfully, Lin Tianlang managed to remember the parrot's name and hastily spoke. The mention of Lord Shili seemed to please the parrot, which raised its head and proudly declared, "Humph, not bad. You remember my name. However, Gary has stepped out and may not return until noon. That if you have something to discuss, I can relay it to him. Lord Shili, this matter is of great importance, and I wish to speak with the principal directly," Lin Tianlang said, inclining his body slightly. "Very well. I shall inform Gary. You may return at noon." Shili nodded in agreement. Lin Tianlang and Long Sinew made their way back to the classroom. Following the conclusion of the second period, students began to gather in groups, preparing to head to the dining hall for lunch. Tea that moment. Red and yellow parrot suddenly flew in through the window, circling twice around the classroom ceiling. "Wow, what a beautiful parrot. Is that a golden magic parrot? It's even more stunning than in the pictures." The students gasped in awe, with some recognizing the species. Relishing the admiration, Shili proudly lifted its head and then zeroed in on Lin Tianlang's desk, diving toward him while he was dozing off. That last theoretical class had left him utterly fatigued. Shili landed perfectly on Lin Tianlang's desk. "Wow, what a gorgeous golden magic parrot. exclaimed Su Weiwei in surprise. Can you speak? Do you have a name? Your feathers are so beautiful. May I touch them? Su Weiwei reached out her hand toward Shili. However, Shili evaded her grasp, squawking indignantly. Call me Lord Shili, girl, and my feathers are not for just anyone to touch. So it is Lord Shili. My apologies, Su Weiwei exclaimed, taken aback. Many others gathered around, their faces filled with curiosity as they regarded Shili. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a golden magic parrot before? Shili squawked. Scatter, scatter! I am merely here on the principal's orders to find this young man. With that, Shili pecked Lin Tianlang on the head. Ouch! Who poked me? That hurts, you know. Lin Tianlang bolted upright from his seat, relieved to see Shili perched on his desk. Oh, it's you, Lord Shili? Indeed, I am here on the principal's orders to summon you to his office. Gary is waiting for you inside. Do not waste any time. With that, Shili flapped its wings and flew out through the window from which it had entered. Wow. Lin Tianlang, do you know that parrot? The other students immediately crowded around him with questions that I suppose one could say I know it. It is the principal's pet, called Lord Shili. Quite intelligent and rather proud, Lin Tianlang explained. Just then, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Hey, human, did Lord Shili just come by? The crowd parted to reveal Long Sinew. Yes, Lin Tianlang nodded. I'm going to speak with the principal now. Hey, Lin Tianlang, what is going on? Su Weiwei grasped his sleeve. Inquiring that it's a bit complicated. I'll explain later, Lin Tianlang replied, then hurriedly rushed out of the classroom. Hey, human, wait for me. I'll accompany you. Long Sinew quickly followed after him. The remaining students exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly perplexed by what had just transpired. Weiwei, do you know what is going on? As the relationship between Lin Tianlang and Long Sinew improved, a girl asked Su Weiwei. Everyone in the class is aware that Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei share a close relationship. Their playful banter and teasing have become commonplace, and everyone has grown accustomed to it. I'm not quite sure, Su Weiwei replied, shaking her head and biting her lip. Lin Tianlang sprinted toward the principal's office. When it came to sheer speed, he had no advantage. However, Long Sinew had no competitive thoughts in mind and simply trailed behind him. Knock, 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 Lin Tianlang rapped on the office door. Come in, the gentle voice of Principal Vincent resonated from within. Lin Tianlang entered to find the principal leisurely seated on a sofa, sipping tea. Long Sinew, you have come as well? Please take a seat, Vincent smiled. Gesturing to the chairs before him, Lin Tianlang wasted no time and quickly sat down opposite the principal, while Long Sinew appeared somewhat anxious, fidgeting for a moment before finally settling beside Lin Tianlang. Deliberately maintaining a bit of distance to respect personal space. Shili informed me that you wish to discuss something? Vincent took a sip of tea before placing the cup down, addressing them calmly. Yes, Principal. It pertains to the Rainbow Gem. Lin Tianlang recounted the events leading up to this moment, detailing the specifics he had overheard without omitting a word. Vincent listened intently, not interrupting until Lin Tianlang had finished. I swear on my integrity that everything I've just said is the truth, without a single lie, Lin Tianlang concluded, raising 3 fingers in solemnity. After Lin Tianlang's declaration, Vincent remained silent, his demeanor contemplative. With the principal not speaking, neither Lin Tianlang nor Long Sinew dared to utter a word. The silence lingered for nearly a minute before Vincent finally broke it. Aside from the two of you, who else is aware of this matter? For now, it is just us two, Lin Tianlang replied, relieved that the principal had not dismissed his account at IC. Principal Vincent nodded. Indeed, since you are already aware of so much, I might as well share a bit more. Historical records indicate that the Rainbow Gem was divided into 6 pieces, which is true. Moreover, 1 fragment is concealed within our school. However, I did not foresee that the demon race would take notice of it so swiftly. Principal, you mentioned the demon race? Long Sinew interjected. Yes, Vincent confirmed with a nod. Lin Tianlang and Long Sinew exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. They had only recently begun to learn about the demon race in their magical history class. Unlike the innate races such as humans, gods, elves, dragons, and dwarves, the demon race is not a naturally occurring lineage, but rather one formed through choice. Individuals of other races, perhaps gods or elves, may willingly forsake their original heritage to become part of the demon race. The demon race is notorious for its brutality, embodying darkness and malevolence, and is a common adversary to all other races. Their nature is even more sinister than that of the Orcish race. The demons have long sought to conquer all races, aiming to unify the magical realm and establish a reign of darkness through absolute power. The Rainbow Gem is one of the sources of power they must seize. As for the whereabouts of the remaining 5 fragments, I am also unaware. However, there exists a fragment that has been preserved within our sacred Lun Magic Academy. Yet, half a year ago, something inexplicable occurred, and the power of the gem was inadvertently unleashed, drawing the attention of the demon clan far sooner than anticipated. Vincent's expression was grave. I initially intended to relocate it to a more secure location during the long holiday, but it appears that this plan must be expedited. Headmaster, is there anything you require of me? Lin Tianlang inquired. Let me ponder, Vincent replied with a slight nod. The situation is more severe than I had imagined. From your account, it seems there are spies from the demon clan infiltrating our school. Be they teachers or students, I cannot ascertain. However, one thing is clear. I am in the light, while the enemy lurks in the shadows, which is decidedly unfavorable for us. Headmaster, are you implying that we are in the light? Long Sinew remarked. Not quite at IT is I who stands in the light. Not you, Vincent chuckled. To them, you all are also in the dark. This matter is known to only 4 individuals within this academy. Myself, Gur, Florin, and Naiwei. I have not even disclosed it to the other teachers. Vincent nodded, his demeanor suddenly turning serious. Lin Tianlang, Long Sinew. I believe I require your assistance. Headmaster, just say the word. As long as it is within my capabilities. Lin Tianlang declared, thumping his chest, while Long Sinew nodded in agreement, that I hope you can serve as my covert investigation team to discern if we can uncover the spies hidden within our school. Relying solely on the 2 of you may prove insufficient. You may enlist 2 more trustworthy individuals as aides. However, remember, there is no need for an excessive number. 2 at most will suffice. It is preferable that this matter remains discreet. Should it reach the ears of the spies, we would find ourselves at a greater disadvantage. Vincent gazed intently into Lin Tianlang's eyes, his expression earnest. Can I count on you for this task? Lin Tianlang, rest assured, Headmaster, Lin Tianlang replied. Yes, me too, Long Sinew quickly added. Excellent, Vincent smiled. Thank you for coming to inform me today. This information is indeed of utmost importance. Thank you. However, for the time being, I suggest you both go enjoy your lunch. Remember what I said regarding the investigation team. Should you uncover any information, report back to me. The 2 bid farewell to the headmaster and exited his office. After their departure, Vincent summoned Siri. Siri, please fetch Gur, Florin, and Naiwei for me. Understood, Gary, I will go at once. Siri nodded and flew out the window. Alas, I never anticipated it would be so difficult to conceal. After Siri left, Vincent gazed at the portraits on the wall. Exhaling softly. You should handle the gathering of the investigation team members. Lin Tianlang and Long Sinew arrived at the entrance of the dining hall, where Long Sinew remarked. Aren't we going together? Lin Tianlang asked almost reflexively. What? Do you expect me to have lunch with you? Long Sinew bit her lip, turning her head aside, clearly not wishing Lin Tianlang to see her blushing. How embarrassing it is to have walked from the teacher's office to the dining hall with this guy. Surely someone must have seen us. What if someone from my class misinterprets us as a couple? No way. Becoming a couple with this human is absolutely out of the question. It's impossible in reality. Even if misunderstood, it cannot happen. Very well, I shall take care of this matter. Goodbye. Lin Tianlang thought for a moment, nodded, and then stepped into the dining hall first. This guy really just leaves without a second thought, abandoning me here without a shred of gentlemanly decorum. Long Sinew pouted, filled with dissatisfaction. Clang. Caught alone, little you. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out behind Long Sinew, and a purple-haired girl unexpectedly hugged her from behind, startling her. Licc. You scare me again, Long Sinew shrieked. You just walked over with Lin Tianlang, didn't you? I saw you. Honestly, you claim to be uninterested in others, yet you're not being honest at all. Licc teased, poking Long Sinew's cheek and blowing air in her ear. Long Sinew's face flushed crimson, so much so that it seemed blood could drip from it, and her ears were burning hot. Facts speak louder than words. I merely state what I observed. Any further words from you will be deemed mere excuses, Li Sisi said with a smile. No, it's really not. Please believe me. Long Sinew pleaded desperately, nearly on the verge of tears from embarrassment. He is but a human. I would never be interested in him. Oomph. What is so great about this human? You probably intended to say these things, right? Apologies, but your body is far more honest than your words. Li Sisi relentlessly pressed Long Sinew into a corner. I can't face anyone anymore. Long Sinew exclaimed, fleeing. Hey, little you, wait for me. Li Sisi hurriedly chased after her. Bystanders watched the scene with curiosity, somewhat confused by the situation. For Long Sinew, if there were a hole in the ground, she would dive into it without hesitation, burying herself beneath the earth, outside the dining hall. Lin Tianlang was unaware of the playful antics between Li Sisi and Long Sinew. He was busy searching for something to eat while contemplating the candidates for the investigation team. Su Weiwei was an excellent choice, as she was knowledgeable about the rainbow gem. Thus, the first candidate was relatively easy to determine. The crucial aspect was her personality. She seemed quite fitting for such a covert role. However, identifying the second candidate proved more challenging. The only individuals Lin Tianlang was relatively familiar with were Kalyan and Leah. Yet, Kalyan struck him as a big mouth, unreliable in nature. As for Leah, her demeanor was far too laid back, seeming incapable of handling investigative tasks. Haha, speaking of which, Long Sinew also seems ill-suited for covert investigations. Lin Tianlang mused to himself with a chuckle. With her personality, he feared she might inadvertently reveal everything. With that thought, Lin Tianlang shook his head and sat down at a table. Regardless, it would be best to finish lunch first. The headmaster likely merely suggested finding 2 individuals, not strictly requiring it. Today's lunch was as lavish as ever. Lin Tianlang retrieved sausages, steak, sandwiches, and salad from the serving area. As he speared a sausage with his fork and bit down, the juices burst forth in his mouth, releasing an enticing aroma. Hey, you seem to have something you promised to tell me later? A light and melodious voice chimed in. Lin Tianlang looked up to see a silver-haired girl standing before him, holding a tray filled with food similar to his, but with the addition of fries and pickles. The girl placed her tray across from Lin Tianlang, yet for some reason, her face lacked its usual signature smile, appearing somewhat displeased. Su Weiwei, you're just in time. Lin Tianlang, delighted to find someone, quickly stood up. Let us secure the first member. That was his inner thought. Su Weiwei, come with me, Lin Tianlang said, turning to leave. Stop with the huss. When I call you over, just come. This is of great importance. Lin Tianlang insisted, grabbing Su Weiwei by the wrist and dashing toward the second floor of the dining hall. Hey, wait. What about my lunch? Su Weiwei exclaimed, her cheeks slightly flushed. Leave your lunch there. Who would steal it? Lin Tianlang replied without looking back, completely oblivious to the fact that the silver-haired girl behind him was blushing furiously as Su Weiwei was whisked away by Lin Tianlang. Several boys in the dining hall glared with indignation. That guy just grabbed Su Weiwei's hand, right? How outrageous! A chorus of thoughts among the boys echoed the desire to upend all of Lin Tianlang as food onto the floor. Nearby, Kalyan, who had just collected his meal, gritted his teeth. This guy even promised to be my matchmaker. Yet here he is, making his move first. Well, in this situation, Leah remarked, unsure what to say, and let out an awkward chuckle. But, fortunately, aside from Su Weiwei, there's also Anya. If he truly intends to pursue Su Weiwei, then I won't be idle either. Kalyan huffed disdainfully, presenting an air of nonchalance. Lin Tianlang led Su Weiwei swiftly to a secluded corner on the second floor of the dining hall. The second floor had always been sparsely populated, with hardly any students in attendance. Ironically, due to its solitude, it had become a popular rendezvous for couples who wished to avoid the scrutiny of others while dining openly on the first floor. Over time, this upper level had earned the moniker of couples restaurant. Upon seeing Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei ascend, the couples already present merely exchanged knowing glances before returning their focus to one another. With no one around, Lin Tianlang released Su Weiwei's hand and took a seat. She settled opposite him, her delicate face flushed and her breath slightly hurried. Hey, what exactly do you want to discuss with me? Su Weiwei queried, glancing around nervously. "Hmm? What's with your face? Why is it so red? You're not coming down with a fever, are you?" Lin Tianlang inquired, observing the rosy hue of her cheeks. "No, it's none of your business." "I'm perfectly fine." Su Weiwei quickly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze while pouting. "Are you really all right? If something is wrong, don't force yourself." Lin Tianlang sighed, extending his hand towards her forehead. The moment his hand made contact, the silver-haired girl trembled slightly, her entire demeanor suddenly becoming rigid. "Your temperature is just a tad elevated, but it's not scorching. Are you absolutely certain you're fine?" Lin Tianlang withdrew his hand, stating that, Su Weiwei lowered her head, concealing her embarrassment. However, having never witnessed Su Weiwei in such a shy state, Lin Tianlang felt as if something had struck a chord within him, causing his heart to race inexplicably. "Oh no, this girl. That expression is somewhat endearing and a bit unfair," he thought. Hey, so what do you really want to tell me?" Su Weiwei asked, crossing her arms, twirling a strand of her silver hair around her finger. Her lips pursed. "Well, it's about something very important." Lin Tianlang leaned forward, his expression serious, his voice lowered. "Su Weiwei, I don't know if you would be willing to." Su Weiwei suddenly sat up straight, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly agape. "Join my clandestine investigation team." "Ah," Su Weiwei was taken aback. "After all this, is that what you wanted to discuss? I thought it was something more significant." Lin Tianlang chuckled. "What did you expect? And what else with that expression?" Today, Su Weiwei was acting unusually, her demeanor starkly different from the girl he knew. She had grasped his hand and led him upstairs to an empty space, claiming it was of utmost importance. He had assumed she might confess her feelings. Confess? Lin Tianlang was momentarily stunned, his ears flushing with heat. Although he and Su Weiwei typically did not regard each other through the lens of romantic interest, it was undeniable that she was indeed a girl, beautiful, charming, and undeniably captivating. "You're overthinking it. Why would I confess to a friend? It's not like anyone confesses to their buddies," he remarked, diverting his gaze. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Who asked your buddy?" "I'm still a girl, after all," Su Weiwei replied, slightly miffed, her eyes narrowing. "And considering how cute and lovely I am, if you were genuinely smitten, I would find it strange at all." "This girl is incredibly self-absorbed," Lin Tianlang thought, his lips twitching. Her blatant declaration of her own beauty was unmistakably the Su Weiwei he recognized. "Well, you have piqued my curiosity. If I were to confess to you, how would you react?" Lin Tianlang asked, intrigued. Su Weiwei froze once more, her cheeks reddening yet again, despite having previously calmed down. "That's easy to answer. I would undoubtedly refuse," she responded, averting her eyes and forcing a laugh. "Why are you displaying that expression again?" Lin Tianlang found it rather peculiar. Though her response was expected, it felt as if she were concealing something deeper. In any case, Su Weiwei's behavior today was exceedingly out of the ordinary. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, both sitting awkwardly while evading each other's gaze. "Say something." Lin Tianlang finally broke the stillness. He had merely intended to invite Su Weiwei to join the investigation team. Yet the conversation had taken an unexpected turn. "By the way, you seem to have a good rapport with Long Sinew, don't you?" Su Weiwei exhaled softly, crossing her arms. "Why are we suddenly discussing Long Sinew?" Lin Tianlang inquired, perplexed. "It's just strange. You two hardly interacted in class, yet today she approached you out of the blue. The tone of your conversation suggested a familiarity, as if you've known each other for quite a while." Su Weiwei remarked quietly, glancing down. "Oh, it's nothing much. At the start of the school year, we had a little scuffle, and she lost, feeling unsatisfied. Later, she sought me out, asking me to teach her combat skills. And I agreed, so now I teach her every Tuesday and Thursday. That's how we've gotten acquainted," Lin Tianlang explained, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "You two don't have any special relationship, do you?" Su Weiwei regarded him with a skeptical glance. "Aside from being classmates, our relationship is more akin to that of a coach and a student. She has been training with me for about a month now, and she shows promise in martial arts. However, mastering combat takes time and practice," Lin Tianlang replied. "By the way, why are you suddenly curious about my relationship with Long Sinew?" "Oh, it's nothing, just a slight curiosity," Su Weiwei said, twirling her hair again, her gaze drifting. "How mysterious. Lin Tianlang shook his head. So, are you interested in joining the clandestine investigation team or not? It was time to steer the conversation back on course. Lin Tianlang sat up straight, locking eyes with Su Weiwei. Dummy, stop staring at me. My face is still flushed. Well, what clandestine investigation team? Su Weiwei coughed lightly, inquiring. Well, it's time to clarify everything for you. I'll explain slowly, so listen closely. I believe you'll be quite shocked by what you hear. Lin Tianlang recounted the events that began with eavesdropping on the two mysterious individuals plotting regarding the rainbow gem, leading to his visit to Principal Vincent's office. And ultimately the principal's request. Su Weiwei listened in increasing astonishment, her eyes widening. What did you say? Fragments of the rainbow gem are hidden in the school, and someone is planning to steal them. Su Weiwei sprang to her feet. Shh! Keep your voice down. This information must remain confidential. If too many people learn of it, and it reaches the ears of the infiltrator hiding within the school, it could lead to dire consequences. Lin Tianlang quickly covered Su Weiwei's mouth, signaling her to be quiet. She promptly sat back down and nodded. I can't believe it. I'm genuinely astonished. I thought all the fragments of the rainbow gem were lost. But who would have imagined one is concealed right here in our school? Su Weiwei whispered, her excitement palpable. Indeed, I hadn't anticipated it either, Lin Tianlang concurred. Is there anything I can do to help? Su Weiwei's earlier shyness had vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Principal Vincent's intention was to establish a clandestine investigation team to uncover any demonic infiltrators within the school. His directive was clear. Our primary task would be to observe for any suspicious individuals, particularly those who often seem isolated and sneak around searching for something. Lin Tianlang pondered for a moment before speaking. I understand. I will lend my assistance. Su Weiwei nodded in agreement, saying, count me in for the investigation team. Yoshi, that's splendid. Lin Tianlang exclaimed joyfully, making a gesture of encouragement. What's wrong? Are you particularly happy? Su Weiwei inquired curiously. Well, of course I am. Primarily, I believe that your reliability in detective work will surpass mine, at least to some degree. Your involvement is indeed a tremendous asset, Lin Tianlang remarked with a smile, scratching his head. You truly find me reliable. Su Weiwei was taken aback once more, the blush that had previously faded now creeping back onto her cheeks. Then it is settled. Let's head downstairs for lunch. The food left on the table must have gone cold by now, right? Haha. Lin Tianlang laughed heartily before departing from the table. Hey, wait for me. Su Weiwei quickly followed suit. Upon returning to the first floor, the lunch left on the table remained untouched. Having resolved a significant matter, Lin Tianlang sat down in a good mood and speared a piece of steak with his fork. Popping it into his mouth, Su Weiwei approached him from across the table, holding her own plate of lunch, preparing to leave. I thought you would sit directly across from me like before, Lin Tianlang remarked, somewhat surprised at Su Weiwei's intention to leave. Hey, what are you thinking? A lone male and female dining face-to-face. Do you know what that implies? We are not in that sort of relationship, or are you trying to incite misunderstandings? Su Weiwei replied with a tone of reason, giving a light huff before departing. Well, I can't argue with that, Lin Tianlang thought, watching her retreating figure, his lips twitching in amusement. If that's the case, why didn't you feel that way before? The recruitment for the covert investigation team had reached a temporary pause. In the afternoon, Lin Tianlang informed Long Sinew about Su Weiwei's inclusion in the investigation team, to which she offered no comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. When it was time for extracurricular activities, Lin Tianlang proceeded to clean the restrooms across various grades, embarking on the final round of cleaning. Once this round was completed, the punishment would conclude, and he could once more relish the normal extracurricular activities next week, a thought that filled him with joy. Senior Ruichi, let's push a little harder. Liberation is just around the corner, having cleaned 3 grades' restrooms. Lin Tianlang eagerly spoke to the nearby Ruichi. Indeed. You too, Junior Lin Tianlang, Ruichi replied, gently brushing back his hair with a warm smile. Suddenly, a voice caught Lin Tianlang's attention, sending chills down his spine. The voice bore a striking resemblance to one of the mysterious individuals from the previous night. No way, could it be? Lin Tianlang glanced at Ruichi, pondering how such a gentle senior could be linked to the demon clan seeking the rainbow gemstone. During the eavesdropping the previous night, his anxiety had prevented him from recognizing the voice's owner. However, hearing Ruiqi speak today unveiled the connection between these two voices. Junior Lin Tianlang, what's the matter? You seem a bit perplexed, Ruiqi observed with concern, noting Lin Tianlang's strange expression. Oh, nothing, just thinking how nice it is that we're both able to work together before our liberation. Lin Tianlang said with a forced smile, concealing his true feelings that, I see. Indeed, these past 2 weeks have been much more manageable with your help, Junior Lin Tianlang. The first 2 weeks were quite taxing for me, Ruiqi said, laughing as he diligently wiped the restroom stall doors. Speaking of which, did you manage to retrieve your forgotten backpack yesterday? I recall it wasn't on your back when we left, and it might have been left in one of the grade restrooms. Regrettably, I forgot to remind you, Ruiqi casually inquired. Lin Tianlang felt a shiver run down his spine at the seemingly innocuous question. Is he trying to trap me? If my response has any inconsistencies. Could he deduce I was the one eavesdropping? Would I be silenced? With that thought in mind, Lin Tianlang hastily fabricated a lie, adopting a dejected expression as he replied, No, I only realized I forgot my backpack after returning to the apartment, which left me unable to complete my homework last night, that I hurriedly retrieved it this morning before classes, so I could only catch up on what I could. This explanation would hopefully dispel any notion he was present last night, though he wondered if Ruiqi would believe him. Although Lin Tianlang couldn't be certain that Ruiqi was the spy, it was prudent to remain cautious. He held a very favorable impression of this senior. After 2 weeks of interaction, their relationship had been pleasant, and he truly did not wish to believe such a good person could be a demon lurking within the school at I suppose there wasn't much to catch up on this morning. You must have faced a dreadful scolding from the teacher today, right? Ruiqi remarked with a sympathetic smile. Indeed, especially from Teacher Nairway. She was particularly harsh. Lin Tianlang feigned a look of despair. The two engaged in light conversation for a while longer until they finished their cleaning duties and bid each other farewell. It seemed Lin Tianlang had identified a suspect. After parting ways, he discreetly observed Ruiqi's departing figure, silently affirming to himself. After saying goodbye to Ruiqi, Lin Tianlang hurried back to the classroom. Although many would remain at school for physical training after Friday classes, most preferred to return home directly. After all, who wouldn't want to be home early if there were no other matters at hand? Just yesterday, they had established the covert investigation team, and today they had already made a significant breakthrough. Thus, Lin Tianlang was eager to locate his 2 teammates swiftly and share his discoveries and speculations with them. Unfortunately, cleaning the restrooms had consumed over 2 hours of Lin Tianlang's time, by the time he returned to the classroom. It was entirely empty. Not just his first-grade classroom, but the other classrooms were similarly deserted. The entire teaching building was nearly devoid of life. It seems everyone has already left, Lin Tianlang sighed, as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the teaching building toward the school's north gate. Each time he passed through the north gate, he experienced a brief sensation of dizziness. Now that Lin Tianlang understood this sensation was due to transitioning from the magical realm back to the human realm. He had grown accustomed to it. Once he regained a signal on his phone, Lin Tianlang promptly called Su Weiwei. Moshi Moshi, Su Weiwei's light, melodious voice came through the phone. Hello, Su Weiwei, have you arrived home yet? Lin Tianlang inquired. I just got home. What's up? Oh, nothing much. Are you free tomorrow? Would it be convenient for us to meet? Huh. Are you asking me out on a date? Su Weiwei's voice elongated teasingly. Lin Tianlang could easily picture the mischievous grin on her face through the phone. What peculiar thoughts are you conjuring up? Lin Tianlang's lips twitched. This is quite important. I need to discuss it with you. What now? Is it something important again? Can't we just talk over the phone? Su Weiwei asked. It's inconvenient over the phone, and I'm concerned that there might be eavesdroppers, Lin Tianlang replied, glancing around cautiously to ensure no one was paying attention before lowering his voice. Why don't you give me a brief overview of what it's about? Then I'll consider whether to meet you in person, Su Weiwei suggested. Well, it's about the investigation team. I have a significant discovery, Lin Tianlang whispered even more softly. All right, Su Weiwei paused for a moment. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. The CAF downstairs from my building, we'll discuss it in person. Sounds good, it's settled then. Lin Tianlang breathed a sigh of relief. Is there anything else? Nope. See you tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow, but Su Weiwei hung up the call. During the commute on the subway, Lin Tianlang found himself without other tasks to occupy his time. His phone still had ample battery, so he began scrolling through short videos. The following day, although their meeting was set for 10 o'clock, Lin Tianlang began preparing his outfit at 9:30, eager to head out. It is never particularly courteous to keep a girl waiting. The CAF situated beneath Su Weiwei's residence is only a short stroll away from his home, so it would be prudent to arrive a tad earlier. "Son, what are your plans this early in the morning?" Lin Dad inquired, his mouth full of toast as he observed Lin Tianlang preparing to leave. "Indeed, why the rush?" Lin Mom chimed in, emerging from the kitchen with a glass of milk, noticing her son putting on his shoes. "I'm meeting a classmate today that we agreed to meet at 10 o'clock. And I must leave now, or I shall be late," Lin Tianlang replied. "I see. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? You're in such a hurry today. Wait a moment and drink this milk first. Tea will help you with calcium and is beneficial for growing taller." Lin Mom insisted, pressing a glass of milk into his hands. "Mom, I'm already 18. My growth has long since ceased." Lin Tianlang chuckled. One cannot say that. Experts assert that individuals can still grow until the age of 22. You ought to be more concerned about your height. You're merely 2 centimeters shy of reaching 1.80 meters. Just 2 more centimeters would make it a neat figure." Lin Mom continued her gentle nagging. All right, I'll drink it," Lin Tianlang said with a smile, raising the glass of milk and downing it in one go. Such is the nature of a mother. Despite him being 18, she still relished in her motherly concerns. Though it may be bothersome at times, it is also quite heartwarming. "Now let's not digress. You rascal, dressed so formally, are you going to meet a classmate? It wouldn't happen to be a female classmate, would it?" Lin Dad scrutinized Lin Tianlang's attire, stroking his chin as he questioned. Today, Lin Tianlang wore a collared long-sleeve shirt beneath a checkered jacket, complemented by light blue trousers. As December approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid, necessitating warmer clothing. The temperature today hovered around 20 degrees, rather chilly. "Come on, Dad." "Haha, it's all good." Lin Dad boisterously laughed. "My boy, at your age, you should have a girlfriend by now. When I was your age, I'd already met your mother. You can't lag too far behind." "Indeed, your father is quite right that I was merely 18 when he resorted to some rather underhanded tactics to win me over," Lin Mom added with a smile, casting a loving glance toward her husband. Yes, I've heard your love story countless times. That I'm off," Lin Tianlang retorted with playful annoyance, striding out of the house. He made his way directly to the designated CF, arriving 15 minutes ahead of schedule. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ordered an iced latte and a glass of lemon soda. The iced latte was intended for Su Weiwei, who seemed to have a particular fondness for coffee. Having known her for many years, Lin Tianlang was well aware of this habit. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," a melodious voice rang out as the drinks were served. Lin Tianlang looked up to behold Su Weiwei's radiant smile. She donned a simple white long dress, layered with a purple coat, and her silvery long hair lent her an ethereal quality. However, to Lin Tianlang's surprise, he spotted an unexpected guest, dressed in a charming pink blouse and a red skirt. With a cute bow adorning her chestnut hair, she exuded an even greater aura of cuteness. "Ania, what brings you here especially alongside Su Weiwei?" Lin Tianlang asked, taken aback. "Su Weiwei invited me," Ania responded, her posture slightly stiffening upon seeing Lin Tianlang. She lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat bashful. "Well, it's unavoidable, as Ania is a rare companion from the human realm. All my other friends are from the magical world. During the weekend, the only ones I could reach out to were you and little Ania," Su Weiwei explained with a smile. "Hey, that is not quite the point. You should be aware of the purpose of our gathering today, right?" Lin Tianlang shook his head. "Yes, I'm aware that I forgot to mention that I discussed the investigation team with Ania, and she has agreed to join us. Thus, Ania is now a member of our investigation team," Su Weiwei declared, patting her chest and making a V sign. "Ania too. Is the matter regarding the rainbow gem true?" Ania inquired, her anxiousness evident as she fidgeted with her fingers. "Yes, it is indeed true, beyond any doubt," Lin Tianlang affirmed, nodding solemnly. "I understand. I will assist." Ania nodded, her expression turning serious. "However, to be frank, this task may entail some degree of danger." "Ania, Are you truly? No problem. Ainea resolutely interjected, her determination evident. Since the principal has entrusted this to us, I feel it is our responsibility to each knowledgeable individual. Moreover, such a vital artifact as the rainbow gem must not fall into the hands of the demon clan. Seeing Ainea's unwavering conviction and seriousness, Lin Tianlang couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. What significant discoveries have you made? Su Weiwei seated herself across the small round table, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the iced latte. Did you order this for me? Yes, it's for you, Lin Tianlang replied generously, then turned to Ainea. However, I did not anticipate Ainea would also be here. Had I known, I would have ordered another drink. Ainea, what would you like? Oh, there's no need to go to such trouble. I don't need anything. Ainea quickly waved her hands, refusing with haste. Hello, please add another cup of milk tea. Not iced, but the hot kind, Lin Tianlang instructed the waiter. Certainly, please hold on. The waiter replied politely before heading to the kitchen. That I told you it's unnecessary. Ainea mumbled, her head bowed in embarrassment, but a flicker of joy and surprise danced in her heart. How did Lin Tianlang know that I enjoy hot milk tea? The hot milk tea arrived shortly. Thank you, Ainea said, cradling the cup in her hands, taking a gentle breath before savoring a sip. It's warm and delicious. A blush crept across her cheeks as she took another sip. Haha, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I just ordered randomly. However, I doubt any girl would dislike milk tea. Besides, given the chilly weather, iced beverages might not be the best choice, hence I opted for hot, Lin Tianlang explained with a smile. Thank you, it's wonderful. I really like it, Ainea replied in a soft, delicate voice, her blush deepening. Hey, why are you so considerate towards Ainea while I only get an iced coffee? Su Weiwei complained, feigning displeasure. Spare me the act. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Just like me, you enjoy hot pot in summer and ice cream in winter. Besides, iced iced latte your favorite. Lin Tianlang raised an eyebrow. Humph. I'll give you credit for noticing that, Su Weiwei huffed lightly, embracing her iced latte 0.5 sugar. This girl even pays attention to such details, Lin Tianlang mused. Generally, lattes are served without sugar, but Su Weiwei preferred hers sweetened. Sometimes she opted for 7 sugars, other times for 3. Depending on her mood, Lin Tianlang, unsure of what to choose, settled for a compromise with 5 sugars. Unbeknownst to them, a faint blush adorned Su Weiwei's cheeks as she sat across from Lin Tianlang. Each girl lost in her own thoughts, sipping their drinks in silence. Speaking of which, we really ought to get to the point. Lin Tianlang cleared his throat. Both girls turned their attention to him, their gaze making him somewhat uneasy. Yet he pressed on that I currently have a key suspect, a senior from Class 2 of the 4th grade, named Ricky. Lin Tianlang began recounting his acquaintance with Ricky, detailing the thrilling conversation he had with him the previous day. He meticulously presented his suspicions and deductions, and throughout his explanation, Su Weiwei nodded in agreement. However, she remained silent until Lin Tianlang finished speaking. Well, that's more or less the situation, Lin Tianlang concluded, taking a sip of his frozen lemon soda, that I can hardly believe it. Lin Tianlang, you initially thought this Ricky Sr. seemed like a decent person. Could he truly be a spy for the demon clan? Ainea expressed her disbelief. Indeed, your analysis is quite astute, but without tangible evidence, it remains somewhat unconvincing. Su Weiwei directly expressed her opinion. In my view, as you have stated, we can only regard him as a suspect for now. We cannot hastily conclude that it is indeed him. Otherwise, if we mistakenly accuse someone else, it would lead to significant troubles. After all, once the label of the Demon Clan spy is affixed, it becomes a calamity. Honestly, I find it hard to believe that such an admirable senior could be a spy for the Demon Clan. Reflecting on the past 2 weeks spent cleaning the restroom together, we helped each other out. He has been quite helpful and genuinely friendly. Lin Tianlang propped his chin on his hands and remarked, This is merely our preliminary suspicion. We should not inform the principal so quickly. We need to observe for a while longer and gather more evidence. If we ultimately discover that Senior Richie is innocent, we can clear his name and prevent a good person from being wrongfully accused. Su Weiwei stated earnestly. I agree. Lin Tianlang nodded. Indeed, it was a wise decision to include Su Weiwei in the investigation team. If it were Long Sinew in Su Weiwei's position, she would probably have suggested apprehending him for questioning without a second thought. So, what should we do next? Ainea inquired softly. The subsequent tasks will likely require your assistance. Both of you. Richie knows me, and considering what he said to me yesterday, if he is indeed the spy, I may have already been included on his list. However, he does not recognize either of you, so you can observe more closely, Lin Tianlang stated. After we return next Monday, I will point him out to both of you. Did I understand? I will do my utmost. Ainea nodded affirmatively. For now, this is the plan. Until we find more evidence, we have no other choice. Su Weiwei took a sip of her iced latte, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. It seems this cup of coffee suits her taste perfectly. She did not make a mistake in her order. Seeing Su Weiwei's contented smile, Lin Tianlang chuckled. Yet shortly thereafter, he began to feel oddly perplexed. Why have I started to care about her feelings? To be honest, viewed from a girl's perspective, Su Weiwei is indeed quite remarkable. Thinking back to yesterday's embarrassing conversation with Su Weiwei on the second floor of the cafeteria, alongside his father's remarks this morning about bringing a girlfriend home soon, Lin Tianlang felt his ears heat up slightly. Well, it seems our discussion regarding the investigation team is nearing its conclusion. Su Weiwei stood up and stretched. Yes, that is indeed the case. Let us conclude for today. I do not wish to intrude any further. Lin Tianlang nodded and also rose. Initially, he intended to gulp down his frozen lemon soda in one go. However, it is not summer, and consuming it all at once might give him a brain freeze. It is better to take it home and enjoy it slowly. Oh, are we leaving? Ainea inquired. Doubt of course not. Su Weiwei replied with a cheerful smile, swiftly reaching out her delicate hand to tug at Lin Tianlang's clothing. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Tianlang turned back and asked. Since we are out together, let us go somewhere fun. How about Happy Valley? Su Weiwei exclaimed excitedly, appearing quite thrilled. Happy Valley. Ainea blinked, her expression inexplicably filled with anticipation. Ah, is it really a good idea? Lin Tianlang thought about shaking off the silver-haired girl's grip on his clothing. However, she held on tightly, leaving him with no way to escape. But oh, is it not allowed? Su Weiwei's voice suddenly softened, her cheerful demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a face full of disappointment and desolation. After finally managing to go out, are you really going to abandon us two girls here? Su Weiwei pouted, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, resembling someone on the verge of crying, evoking sympathy even from passers-by. What happened to that girl? She looked so disheartened. Yes, that guy must have done something terrible. How could he make such a beautiful girl cry? Truly unforgivable. Exactly, what a scoundrel. What is going on? Why have I suddenly become the target of disdain from passers-by? Lin Tianlang's lips twitched uncontrollably. By the way, Su Weiwei, with your acting skills, why not go for an award for Best Actress? Although Lin Tianlang was aware that Su Weiwei's expression was feigned, he found it challenging to outright refuse such as Su Weiwei. Especially with the silver-haired girl's pitiful expression, it was undeniably endearing, causing his heart to race a little faster. Hey, you can tone it down now. Although this was not part of the plan, it is not impossible for me to accompany you. Lin Tianlang hastily replied, realizing that if he did not persuade Su Weiwei to drop her act, he might well be murdered by the gazes of onlookers. Really? Su Weiwei beamed, the tears in her eyes instantly disappearing without a trace, as she rapidly transformed back to her original state. If you had said so earlier. Oh, I really cannot deal with you. Lin Tianlang shook his head, exasperated. Su Weiwei is truly impressive. Ainea was left in awe by Su Weiwei's acting, her eyes sparkling like stars, and she clapped her small hands together. Speaking of which, it seems that Lin Tianlang has no defense against such a pitiful expression. I should take notes for future reference. Let us set off. Our destination is Happy Valley. Su Weiwei exclaimed joyfully, then hopped ahead. Happy Valley is essentially an amusement park near Su Weiwei's home, featuring roller coasters, pendulum swings, drop towers, and flying chairs among various amusement rides. With an affordable ticket price of 60 yuan per person, the three paid at the ticket booth and, under Su Weiwei's enthusiastic guidance, entered the park. Wow, there are so many amusement facilities. Ainea looked around excitedly. Oh, Ainea, Have you never visited a place like this before? Lin Tianlang asked curiously. No. All the rides require a minimum height of 1.4 meters to participate. I heard that those who do not meet the height requirement may be at risk. When I was in middle school, I hadn't reached 1.4 meters, and after finally hitting that height in high school, the academic pressure increased, leaving me with no time to go. Anya sighed softly. I see. That makes sense. Speaking of which, Anya's height can indeed be quite a concern at times. Lin Tianlang pursed his lips. However, there is little that can be done, as it is determined by her racial characteristics. Dwarves indeed have such limitations. Let us go play that one first. Su Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if coming here was even more thrilling than going to an arcade. Are you sure you want to dive straight into something so exhilarating? Lin Tianlang glanced at the U-shaped slide, his mouth twitching. Attention, all visitors, please prepare yourselves. The slide will commence after the sound of beep. Please be ready, the electronic voice announced. Lin Tianlang was secured in his seat. Swallowing hard, Su Weiwei and Anya sat on either side of him. Su Weiwei was brimming with excitement and anticipation, while Anya appeared a bit anxious, yet there was also a hint of eagerness in her expression. Just earlier, the staff had doubted her height upon entry, but after measuring, she was confirmed to be over 1.4 meters. Thus, they successfully boarded the ride, looking quite pleased. However, regardless of the situation, why do I have to accompany them? Lin Tianlang internally screamed. He was not particularly adept at these amusement rides. He remembered playing on a vertical roller coaster during a spring outing in his first year of high school, spending most of it with his eyes closed, screaming in terror. Beep! At that moment, a piercing sound rang out, and the massive U-shaped slide began its operation, initially swaying gently from side to side. However, the swaying soon intensified, gaining speed and centrifugal force. The passengers on the slide began to scream loudly. As the slide swayed more violently, the centrifugal force increased exponentially. Lin Tianlang felt as though his heart was no longer in his chest. Instead, it seemed to follow the slide, sometimes in front and sometimes behind. Whoa! Anya was screaming loudly beside Lin Tianlang, her eyes tightly shut, and her hands gripping the armrests of her seat, as if she feared she might be hurled into the air. In stark contrast, Su Weiwei's reaction was entirely different. Her eyes remained wide open, and instead of screaming, she was shouting in exhilaration. This is so thrilling. Her silvery hair danced in the wind, resembling a jubilant little sprite. Lin Tianlang maintained an expressionless poker face, seemingly as if his spirit had temporarily vacated his body. Finally, the thrilling and adventurous U-shaped slide came to an end. Su Weiwei, her face flushed with excitement, eagerly inquired, "How was it? Wasn't it exhilarating?" "It was incredible. I was quite frightened." Anya, patting her chest to calm her breathing, responded, "But it was indeed fun. I never imagined that amusement rides could feel like this." Anya's voice had also brightened, her face alight with joy. "Hey, what about you? Why aren't you saying anything?" Su Weiwei nudged Lin Tianlang with her elbow. "You hardly screamed at all. That's impressive," Anya remarked with admiration. "Hey, are you one of those who thinks this level of amusement ride is trivial? If so, I might actually respect you a little. Although I wasn't scared, I still had to scream to release the pressure," Su Weiwei said with a smile. Lin Tianlang ignored the two girls, his face pale, his lips devoid of color. "Lin Tianlang?" Noticing his lack of response, Anya called out softly. Ugh, he bent over, gagging, but fortunately nothing came out. "Lin Tianlang." Anya's expression turned immediately to one of concern. "What the heck? You were forcing yourself, weren't you? Seriously, if you can't handle it, just scream. It would be much better, and no one would laugh at you," Su Weiwei said exasperatedly, then patted Lin Tianlang's back to help him catch his breath. After a few pats, Lin Tianlang raised his hand, signaling that he was okay. "Finally, my spirit has returned," Lin Tianlang said weakly, his voice barely audible. "Are you all right now?" Su Weiwei asked tentatively. "I'm fine now. I've caught my breath," Lin Tianlang replied, shaking his head to indicate that they needn't worry. Anya sighed in relief, her hands that had been clenched in worry now relaxing. "By the way, does Lin Tianlang not like these rides?" Anya inquired. "It's not that I can't enjoy them. I just haven't been on them in a long time, so I'm a bit out of practice. Lin Tianlang said weakly. Honestly, you need to let it all out when on amusement rides. Holding it in will only make it worse, Su Weiwei chided him. All right, let's move on to the next attraction. Lin Tianlang waved his hand dismissively. Okay then, for the next attraction, let Anya decide. Each of us can pick one ride, Su Weiwei said with a smile. Me. Anya lowered her head, deep in thought. After a moment, she looked up and spotted a roller coaster swiftly twisting and turning on the tracks. Let's go ride that, Anya declared decisively, pointing toward the roller coaster. A roller coaster. Yes, I want to ride that too, Su Weiwei exclaimed with glee. Lin Tianlang gazed at the daunting height of the roller coaster, his body involuntarily trembling. Anya, I thought you might choose a milder ride, Lin Tianlang stammered, swallowing hard. I've always heard that roller coasters are incredibly fun. So, I've always wanted to try one, Anya said, her head lowered in slight embarrassment. Hey, if you're scared, you can just watch us from below, Su Weiwei said teasingly. Huh, scared? Who do you think you're looking down on? Lin Tianlang shouted, then boldly strode to the front, exclaiming, It's just a roller coaster. Who's afraid? Ha! Seeing Lin Tianlang's bravado, Su Weiwei couldn't help but laugh. Is he really okay? Anya expressed her concern. Don't worry, no one dies from this, Su Weiwei assured, before taking Anya's hand and following him. 10 minutes later, ugh. Having disembarked from the roller coaster, Lin Tianlang doubled over in a nearby flower bed, heaving up the lemon soda he had consumed at the CF. Spilling it all over, along with the milk he had drunk that morning. I told you, if you can't handle it, don't force yourself, Su Weiwei said, patting Lin Tianlang's back with exasperation. Anya stood by, helping and asking worriedly, Are you feeling any better? This is such a failure. It was just a roller coaster. Lin Tianlang wore a defeated expression. The thrill of the vertical roller coaster paled in comparison to the earlier U-shaped slide. Honestly, I can't believe you, a grown man, have less tolerance for amusement rides than I do. A girl, it's one thing to be worse than me. But Anya is riding for the first time, and your performance is worse than hers, Su Weiwei said with annoyance. Forget it, it's your turn to choose the next attraction. You can pick something less intense. In that case, I'll definitely arrange for my favorite ride. Lin Tianlang straightened up, revealing a maniacal grin. For the next attraction, Lin Tianlang chose bumper cars. Although at 18 years old, competing against 8-year-olds felt somewhat childish, the three of them still had a fantastic time. During the game, Su Weiwei and Anya teamed up to launch a collision assault on Lin Tianlang. Initially, he was able to hold his ground, but soon other players, particularly some children, joined in, turning the scene from a 3-person battle into a chaotic melee of 7 or 8 cars. Eventually, all 8 cars collided together. Unable to move, prompting staff to intervene to restore order. Bumper cars are actually quite fun, Anya exclaimed happily as they exited the attraction. Yes, especially at the end when everyone crashed together. It was absolutely hilarious. Su Weiwei chimed in with a smile. Hey, of course you found it amusing. You're the only one constantly crashing into others. Why don't you try standing in the middle and see how that feels? Lin Tianlang retorted. He had been the car at the center of the collision, pinned firmly by the other 7 cars, unable to move at all, turning his gaming experience into a complete disaster. All right, let's hurry to the next attraction, Anya interjected to ease the tension. In the time that followed, the trio enjoyed the swinging pendulum, the free-fall tower, and the spinning chairs. The swinging pendulum was Anya's choice, while the free-fall tower was selected by Su Weiwei. Both girls favored thrilling rides, while Lin Tianlang opted for the least intense spinning chairs. Anya adapted to the amusement rides even faster than Lin Tianlang had imagined. She began to enjoy herself right from the swinging pendulum, appearing to have a great time alongside Su Weiwei. However, Lin Tianlang was still suffering, although the experiences of the roller coaster had made the subsequent swinging pendulum and free-fall tower slightly more bearable. He still found himself feeling detached from his spirit after each ride. After riding those earlier attractions, this one feels a bit dull, Su Weiwei said, somewhat dissatisfied after finishing the spinning chairs. Please, let me have a turn where we can enjoy something less intense, and give me a breather, Lin Tianlang pleaded. Today was supposed to be a day of fun, but instead he felt like he was the one enduring hardships while the 2 girls enjoyed themselves. As time flew by, they soon realized it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Having lost track of time while having fun, let's quickly find a place to grab lunch, Lin Tianlang said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. The various amusement rides had emptied his stomach, and he was now quite hungry. Yes, I feel a bit hungry too, Anya admitted shyly that I know a place where we can eat. Follow me, Su Weiwei said with a smile, leading the way. The three of them made their way to a slope where Su Weiwei mentioned there was a small stall at the top selling snacks to fill their bellies. However, just as they were chatting and walking up the slope, an unexpected incident occurred that a three-wheeled ice cream cart suddenly descended the slope at an astonishing speed that a middle-aged man was desperately chasing after the cart, shouting at the pedestrians ahead, "Watch out! Move aside! Move aside!" The pedestrians in front of the cart were startled and hurriedly dodged to the sides. Unfortunately, three individuals engaged in light-hearted banter found themselves directly in the path of the oncoming cart, which had gained considerable momentum. Happy, by the time Lin Tianlang, the one at the forefront, noticed the cart was almost upon them. "Watch out!" Lin Tianlang shouted, quickly reacting by lunging towards the two girls. Thud! The two girls were knocked to the ground by Lin Tianlang. As the cart sped past them in a thrilling rush, the pursuing man shouted two apologies as he passed the trio, then continued his chase after the cart. Phew, what a situation! Lin Tianlang exhaled in relief and turned to the two girls. Are you both all right? However, something felt amiss. Lin Tianlang noticed that the faces of the two young ladies were flushed with a deep crimson, and their expressions were filled with indignation. It was only then that he realized the placement of his hands had been rather inappropriate during the frantic tackle. "I didn't mean to," Lin Tianlang stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Smack! In response, he received two sharp slaps. "You truly are a pervert, aren't you, with wolf in your name?" Su Weiwei pouted, crossing her arms. "Lin Tianlang, you lecher," Anya muttered, her head lowered, though her cheeks were burning, nearly radiating steam. Before the two ladies sat Lin Tianlang, whose face bore the distinct imprints of the two slaps, still stinging with pain. The trio was seated at a table in front of a snack stall atop the slope, with Su Weiwei and Anya on one side and Lin Tianlang on the other. It was an emergency. "I really didn't mean it," Lin Tianlang murmured. Yet, recalling the soft sensations of the two hands, distinctly different from one another, he suddenly felt that the slaps were somewhat worth it. However, this inner thought was something he could never voice, even if it meant tearing his mouth apart. "Humph, I don't care whether you meant it or not. The fact remains that you touched us, right? So, how does it feel? Quite delightful, I presume," Su Weiwei glared, her brows furrowed in annoyance. Anya's face flushed, and she immediately averted her gaze to the floor beneath the table. "No, not at all. That's not the case." Lin Tianlang hastily waved his hands. "Oh, so you found it unpleasant. For some reason, I feel even angrier now," Su Weiwei said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, her gaze piercing. "Please have mercy on me." Lin Tianlang lamented that a definite no was unacceptable, and a denial was equally problematic. What did they want from him? "Forget it. Considering your initial intent was merely to push us aside, I won't press the matter further," Su Weiwei sighed, shaking her head, unwilling to dwell on it any longer. Perhaps she was embarrassed, as her own cheeks began to redden, eager to conclude the uncomfortable topic. Later, the out-of-control cart ultimately crashed into a large tree, mangling its structure and scattering ice cream all over the ground. Fortunately, no one was harmed, and the cart owner expressed his relief while continuously apologizing to the surrounding tourists, awaiting staff to clean up the scene. The trio later ordered a serving of fried rice noodles from the snack stall. With Lin Tianlang footing the bill, as Su Weiwei put it, he had enjoyed the benefits, and thus was obliged to pay. The fried rice noodles in the park were exorbitantly priced, while they could be had for 10 yuan at street stalls. Here they were sold for 25 yuan, with a smaller portion to boot. Lin Tianlang sighed as he watched 75 yuan vanish from his electronic account. In the afternoon, the three of them continued to enjoy their time at Happy Valley Park until 4 o'clock. Overall, the day had been quite delightful. Although he spent most of it as a companion, Lin Tianlang felt no discomfort. Sunday passed like any other, and before he knew it, Monday arrived, ushering in a new week. The morning commenced with 2 hours of magical theory, followed by an hour of magical biology. During lunch, Lin Tianlang approached Long Sinew, sharing his discovery from Friday and informing her about Ainea's addition to the investigation team. What if that guy named Richie is indeed a hidden demon spy within the school? Why haven't we informed the principal? Long Sinew said, her voice barely containing her urgency upon hearing Lin Tianlang's words. We lack sufficient evidence to confirm that, Lin Tianlang replied. We must gather more proof. I've already spoken with Su Weiwei and Ainea about this that I'd like to ask you for a favor as well. Since Richie doesn't know the three of you, it would be less likely for him to notice if you three take turns keeping an eye on him. All right, Long Sinew nodded, but I don't know what Richie looks like. That's no problem. This afternoon, I'll bring Su Weiwei and Ainea along, and I'll point Richie out to all three of you, Lin Tianlang assured her. Long Sinew agreed. After school, while students gathered in groups to engage in activities, Lin Tianlang led Su Weiwei, Ainea, and Long Sinew to sneak into the 4th grade area. Hey, Lin Tianlang. Want to play some basketball? Callian called out, but as he spoke, he noticed Lin Tianlang leaving with 3 girls, causing him to shout in frustration. This BYD, one Su Weiwei isn't enough. Now he dragging Ainea and Long Sinew along too. What is going on? Leah asked curiously, seeing Callian in a rage. That guy Lin Tianlang just took Su Weiwei, Ainea, and Long Sinew over there, Callian exclaimed, fuming. They have their own matters to attend to. Why does it concern you? Leah replied nonchalantly. How can it not concern me? They re Su Weiwei and Ainea. They're not just any girls. Long Sinew may seem a bit unapproachable, but she is quite stunning too. It's unfair for him to monopolize 3 girls. Callian shouted. Hey, Callian, although Su Weiwei and Ainea are indeed adorable, your comments are rather disrespectful to other girls, don't you think? At that moment, Moriso walked past Callian, speaking flatly, at this rate, you'll never find a girlfriend. Lin Tianlang and the 3 girls reached the window of Class 2 in the 4th grade. Richie was easy to spot, tall and slender, with a middle part of his hair. That guy is Richie. Lin Tianlang whispered to the 3 girls behind him. Looks like he doesn't resemble those Valdemons at all, Su Weiwei remarked. Richie was currently chatting with his classmates, appearing to bond well, erupting into laughter with them from time to time. Remember his appearance? We need to leave quickly. It's already peculiar for 1st graders to be in the 4th grade area, and it would be troublesome if he noticed us. Lin Tianlang cautioned. The 3 girls nodded in agreement, and the 4 of them swiftly exited the 4th grade area. Hey, weren't those a few 1st graders just now? A boy remarked, puzzled, to his companion. Seems like it. Their badges only have 1 starred. It's too bad we didn't see the numbers to know which class they belong to, another boy replied. What could 1st graders want in our 4th grade area? Why bother worrying about it? To be honest, those girls were really pretty. I'd love a chance to get to know them. Huh, you're sure they're in 1st grade? If you're brave enough, go find them in the 1st grade area, several boys urged him. With their target identified, the investigation plan of the quartet was officially underway. Except for Lin Tianlang, the other 3 would take turns observing Richie's movements discreetly during lunch and afternoon breaks. However, Richie appeared to be quite unassuming, showing no signs of activity throughout the week. Every day, whether during lunch or the afternoon as free time, Richie mostly spent time with his classmates, according to Lin Tianlang's speculation. If Richie truly was the demon spy, he would likely act alone, unless he had true demon accomplices with him. That, if that is the case, it would indeed pose a problem. That night, Lin Tianlang overheard a conversation in the restroom, and he was certain that only 2 individuals were involved. However, he could not ascertain whether the other person was an outsider or a member of the school. Hey, Lin Tianlang, how reliable is your speculation? Su Weiwei remarked to Lin Tianlang in the 2nd week following the commencement of the investigation plan. That senior Richie appears to be quite an ordinary senior, doesn't he? There's been no suspicious behavior on his part. There is no definitive answer to what is reliable or not. If it ultimately turns out that he is not involved, that would not be a bad outcome, Lin Tianlang replied, shaking his head. On my end, there's been no progress either. I have not uncovered any new suspects. While the 3 girls discreetly investigated Richie, Lin Tianlang was simultaneously searching for any other dubious targets. Yet he too was met with no success. On Wednesday, the first class of the morning was potions. The young sorcerers of Class 1 arrived early at the dedicated classroom for potions, eagerly awaiting the lesson. Most students arrived approximately 10 minutes early. As Griffin sometimes came to the classroom ahead of schedule, he never adhered to the bell as a signal to commence class. Instead, he would begin immediately upon entering the room, treating any latecomers as tardy, even when the bell had yet to ring. The potions course had been in session for over a month, and the students had gained some understanding of Griffin's temperament. Arriving late to his class would result in severe consequences. Callion had experienced this firsthand when he was unceremoniously expelled from the classroom for being tardy. Humph. Today is rather pleasant. No one has arrived late, which elevates my mood by 1%, Griffin remarked. Having entered the classroom 5 minutes early and observing the students already waiting. With that, let us commence the lesson. Today marks your first practical session. There will be no need for textbooks, so you may set that useless bundle aside. Griffin proclaimed loudly, raising his hand, which caused the classroom door to close automatically with a resounding bang. Today, you will learn to brew basic potions. Some fools refer to basic potions as base soup, which, while technically understandable, is quite a foolish nomenclature. After all, nearly all potions are concocted based on the foundation of basic potions. However, a very small portion of potions do not require a basic potion as a base. Thus, I believe the individual who coined the term base soup is clearly an idiot, for a basic potion is itself a type of potion, albeit one without any effects. Nothing more. Griffin's expression was impassive. Furthermore, let me make this clear. I do not expect any of you imbeciles to successfully brew a basic potion on your first attempt. However, should anyone manage to do so during this class, I promise to offer a reward. Griffin raised his head and spoke nonchalantly. What? Griffin is aware of the concept of rewards. The entire class was taken aback by Griffin's statement. In their astonishment, no one uttered a word. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Griffin had established a strict rule against whispering during his first class, and those who had violated it in subsequent sessions faced dire consequences, either a severe reprimand or harsh punishment. Over time, no one dared to breach this rule again. There is no need to display such shocked expressions, for I am fully aware that you will not succeed in brewing a basic potion on your first attempt. However, if there truly is a genius among you whom I have overlooked, I would not mind being generous for once. Griffin sneered. Now, let us begin our first practical session. Everyone, please retrieve the cauldrons from beneath your desks and place them on the furnace stands. Griffin issued his first command. The students immediately sprang into action, bringing the cauldrons they had noted since the first class and placing them on the furnace stands. Despite Griffin's harsh demeanor, as long as one adhered to his rules, he would not be overly difficult. Observing the students diligently following his instructions without a word of complaint, a slight smile emerged at the corners of Griffin's mouth, indicating his satisfaction with their performance. Your efficiency today is commendable. Thus far, no one has made a foolish mistake, which raises my mood another percentage point. If you could act a bit quicker, I would be even more pleased, Griffin said, his hands clasped behind his back. The cauldrons, although not particularly large, were quite heavy. Even Lin Tianlang, with his robust physique, exerted effort to lift the cauldron onto the furnace stand. The Su Weiwei, beside him, struggled even more, seemingly using all her strength to push the cauldron with her knees, expending tremendous effort to place it atop the stand. These are heavy as lead, Su Weiwei mouthed to Lin Tianlang, though no sound escaped her lips. While Lin Tianlang lacked the ability to read lips, he could roughly guess what Su Weiwei wished to convey, so he merely waved his hand and nodded. Regardless, a nod sufficed. However, Lin Tianlang's companion Anya was not as fortunate. Her small stature posed a challenge, for in order to place the cauldron on the furnace stand, she had to elevate it to the level of her neck, which was quite a daunting task. Anya's face flushed red as she puffed up her cheeks, straining with all her might, yet the cauldron remained stubbornly unmoved. Not only Anya, but also other students of shorter stature encountered similar difficulties. The boys managed better despite their height, as they had sufficient strength. However, the girls struggled considerably. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Lin Tianlang silently stepped forward to assist Anya in placing her cauldron onto the furnace stand. Anya cast a grateful glance at Lin Tianlang, only to be startled moments later as Griffin's piercing gaze fell upon them. Lin Tianlang, what do you think you are doing? Such a significant action cannot possibly go unnoticed by Griffin. Griffin narrowed his eyes, appearing before Lin Tianlang and Anya in an instant, sneering, Lin Tianlang, have you done something beyond what I instructed? Teacher, Lin Tianlang attempted to explain, but Griffin mercilessly interrupted him. Answer my question, Griffin bellowed. Yes, Lin Tianlang replied, suppressing his anger, fully aware that arguing with Griffin would yield no fruitful outcome, and merely nodded. Humph. Now that you know, why do you still choose to defy the rules? Griffin raised his chin, looking down at Lin Tianlang. Teacher Griffin, Anya exclaimed, anxious to defend Lin Tianlang. Anya, be silent. I am not speaking to you, Griffin said coldly, casting a glance at her. Lin Tianlang gestured subtly for Anya to refrain from speaking. I have stated that any actions beyond my instructions are not permitted in my class. However, that does not mean you cannot seek my approval through a report. I shall not impose severe punishment this time. But since you violated the rules, you must face consequences. Today, you shall demonstrate your skills at the podium using my cauldron. Let the entire class witness whether you are indeed a genius capable of brewing a basic potion on your first try. Yes, Teacher Griffin, Lin Tianlang responded, his eyes widening. Rather than feeling disheartened, he was somewhat astonished. As far as punishments go, aside from the potential embarrassment, this was actually quite lenient compared to Griffin's previous disciplinary measures. Lin Tianlang approached the podium, while Luca and a few others looked on with expressions of schadenfreude. As for the remaining students, Griffin's gaze swept across them, and with a flick of his fingers, all the cauldrons belonging to the shorter female students magically ascended to the furnace stands. Lin Tianlang may have violated my regulations, but his intention was merely to assist a classmate. Therefore, I shall not impose a heavy penalty. But what of you? Could you not even extend a helping hand to a fellow student? Is your camaraderie so weak? My mood has dropped by 10 percentage points, Griffin roared, his sharp gaze piercing through each student who had failed to lend assistance. Among them was Luca, who trembled at Griffin's glare, nearly collapsing onto the ground. The podium, Lin Tianlang exhaled deeply. Although there was a hint of irony in the situation, he felt that Griffin's actions were, in a way, a form of praise. Now we shall officially commence the practical session. Please retrieve the potion ingredients from the cabinets. All the necessary materials for brewing the basic potion have been prepared. Follow my instructions throughout the process, Griffin intoned coldly. Boil the water, then add the spirit root herb, and after 5 seconds of boiling, immediately add the boiling stone powder. The practical session began, with Griffin guiding the students step by step at a measured pace. Those with nimble hands managed to execute each step quite well. However, there were also some clumsy individuals who, after only a few steps, began to flounder. Among them was Kallian, who, in a fluster, inadvertently added a second too soon to the zeolite mixture, resulting in an immediate violent boiling of the liquid in the crucible, splattering everywhere. Fool! Griffin scolded mercilessly. Lin Tianlang at the podium followed the instructions step by step, finding it not overly difficult. Now, for the next step, take out your small knives and cut the 5 spirit roots into granules. Remember, they must be granules, not chunks or powder, but granules, Griffin emphasized. The students promptly picked up their knives and began working on the cutting board beside the crucible, filling the classroom with the sounds of chopping. Lin Tianlang was also cutting his 5 spirit roots at the podium. However, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an open notebook on the lectern. He had not noticed it before. It turned out to be Griffin's notebook. Upon closer inspection, Lin Tianlang found that it meticulously recorded the entire process of basic potion brewing. Although following Griffin's instructions was not incorrect, there was a risk that if he spoke too quickly, the steps might be misunderstood, leading to mistakes. However, having a notebook was different. One could simply follow the recorded instructions and review any misunderstood steps. Especially since the process of brewing basic potions was not particularly complex or difficult to comprehend. Resolving in his mind, Lin Tianlang decided to stop listening to Griffin's directives and began to operate directly according to the methods recorded in the notebook. After all, the notes were written by Griffin, so following them should yield similar results. As time passed by, Lin Tianlang executed the steps meticulously according to Griffin's notebook, consistently avoiding any significant errors. He managed the timing for adding the ingredients and controlling the heat quite well. An hour later, most of the class had experienced irreversible mistakes, rendering their potions entirely ruined. Yet, Lin Tianlang's potion was drawing ever closer to success. For the final step, he adjusted the heat to a gentle simmer, allowing the potion to brew slowly for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if the potion exhibits a clear light blue hue, it signifies successful brewing, Griffin stated. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianlang's voice rang out. "Teacher, is this correct? What?" All eyes in the class turned to focus on Lin Tianlang. Griffin, with a stern expression, strode up to the podium. He lowered his head to glance at the potion in Lin Tianlang's crucible and discovered it was indeed a clear light blue. Although it was not entirely devoid of cloudiness, it was still quite impressive. "Remarkable, Lin Tianlang. You have managed to brew a potion that is only slightly inferior to the standard basic potion, achieving a level that is barely usable," Griffin remarked, his voice still cold yet unable to conceal his astonishment. However, upon seeing the open notebook, he immediately understood everything and then scoffed. "Ha! I thought a genius in potion making had emerged from this class. But it turns out to be someone who merely relies on stealing others' notes to operate. Humph. Well, being able to comprehend my notes at least proves you're not a dullard, although not a genius." He was at least not a mediocrity. The rest of the class was taken aback. Hearing such word from Griffin was tantamount to him praising someone as a genius. A surprising occurrence indeed. "Humph," Griffin huffed, then casually tossed a pink flower into Lin Tianlang's crucible. With a loud bang, a plume of smoke suddenly billowed from the crucible, and the originally light blue potion transformed into a pale pink hue. "Ah, not bad. You've brewed a barely usable potion from a potion that is barely usable, albeit a substandard low-level weakening potion that does not meet the criteria," Griffin remarked blandly, before producing a small bottle. With a flick of his finger, a small amount of the potion flew from the crucible and into the bottle. "Although I do not fully endorse this, you may claim it as a successful brew. I keep my word. This bottle of substandard low-level weakening potion is your reward." Griffin placed a bottle containing the potion into Lin Tianlang's hand and then strode away from the podium. Ultimately, it was evident that, apart from Lin Tianlang, no other student in the class had successfully brewed the basic potion, with many failing even to reach the barely usable level. A significant number faltered at the step of cutting the 5 spirit roots into granules, either chopping them too finely or too coarsely. Lin Tianlang had indeed benefited from stroke of luck, managing to cut the 5 spirit roots into a shape quite close to the standard granule size. After class, Lin Tianlang became the center of discussion among his peers on the way back to the classroom. He frequently overheard his name mentioned. Some voices conveyed jealousy, but more expressed admiration. The next lesson was magical astrology, often referred to as divination class. This rather tedious subject was disliked by most students that on one hand, the nature of divination was overly mysterious, and on the other, it was significantly influenced by the teaching style of the instructor. Having approached nearly 3 months since the start of the semester, progress had been made in other subjects. Yet, in magical astrology, students still struggled to grasp anything substantial, although they had taken a test. The scores seemed arbitrary, with some students receiving high marks for seemingly disorganized answers, while others with meticulously written responses received low scores. "Well, I never expected you would actually receive a reward from Griffin," Su Weiwei remarked to Lin Tianlang as they walked back to the classroom. "Honestly, I think hearing a compliment from Griffin is more challenging than scoring 100 in a theoretical exam. Luck played a significant role. I didn't anticipate I would actually brew it," Lin Tianlang responded, producing the bottle of substandard low-level weakening potion, a pale pink liquid. However, there was a slight cloudiness to it, indicating it was not entirely clear. "Let me see." Su Weiwei extended her hand towards Lin Tianlang, her ample bosom slightly jiggling as she did so, exuding a hint of allure. Lin Tianlang swallowed hard, recalling the soft sensation from that day at Happy Valley, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He quickly averted his gaze and handed the potion to Su Weiwei. "Is this the substandard low-level weakening potion?" Su Weiwei examined the potion closely. "You need not emphasize the substandard part. You are not Griffin," Lin Tianlang remarked at Weiwei. "Are you walking with Lin Tianlang again?" "What are you looking at?" Just then, a voice called out from behind Su Weiwei. "Belonging to a girl with short black hair. Oh, it's Griffin's reward." Remarkable, Lin Tianlang, to have received a reward from Griffin. "That must be unprecedented," Morisha remarked in her usual nonchalant tone. "Weiwei." More voices came from behind. as two girls embraced Su Weiwei. These two girls were quite close to Su Weiwei and were among her good friends. "Hey, stop it, you two. That's ticklish," Su Weiwei chided. "Isn't this the reward from Teacher Griffin for Lin Tianlang?" "Why is it in your hands, Weiwei?" one of the girls inquired. "Because I was right beside him," Lin Tianlang said darkly, feeling overlooked despite being a grown individual standing right next to Su Weiwei. "Am I just a passerby?" "Ah, Lin Tianlang is here. My apologies," the girl with orange mid-length hair said, sticking out her tongue, showing no real remorse. Lin Tianlang shook his head helplessly, though he was not truly angry. "By the way, this is called a substandard, low-level weakening potion. How does one use it?" "Lin Tianlang, do you know?" the girl asked as she took the potion from Su Weiwei, examining it closely. "That I have no idea. But looking at it, it seems like it can only be consumed," the other girl with long black hair suggested. "Huh. Consume it. But isn't this called a weakening potion? If we drink it, won't we weaken ourselves?" "What kind of reward is that?" the girl with orange mid-length hair exclaimed, causing both to burst into laughter. "Hey, you two, don't go too far Morisha's side, otherwise Weiwei will be upset." Su Weiwei, who was about to speak up for Lin Tianlang, was suddenly silenced by Morisha's words and began to cough violently. "Hey, are you all right, Weiwei?" the girl with orange mid-length hair quickly asked. "I'm fine. I just choked a bit on my saliva," Su Weiwei replied. Then turned to Morisha. "Am I upset?" "Not at all. Who knows with you?" Morisha shook her head nonchalantly. Lin Tianlang was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the enigmatic riddle being exchanged between the two girls. "All right, return the potion to me," he demanded as he snatched it back. The girl with orange, shoulder-length hair made a face at Lin Tianlang. They meandered through the day, merely passing the time in their astrology class. And soon it was afternoon. The subsequent lesson was on spells. Nothing particularly eventful occurred, as they merely reinforced the incantations learned in the previous class, without delving into new material. During the activity period, the investigation team of 4 continued their surveillance of Ricky as planned. However, Ricky, accompanied by his friends, headed to the activity field to play basketball, not returning until dinner. Much like the previous week, Ricky exhibited no unusual behavior. On Friday, Lin Tianlang convened the 3 girls, informing them that they could temporarily cease their watch on Ricky. After 2 weeks of silence, he believed the likelihood of Ricky being a member of the demon clan had diminished significantly. Unless Ricky decided to act over the weekend, Lin Tianlang and his companions would be powerless, as they were not permitted to remain on campus during that time. Nevertheless, Lin Tianlang had already taken special note of this. It appeared that Ricky also left the school on weekends. That Friday, Vincent sought out Lin Tianlang to inquire about any progress in his covert investigation. Lin Tianlang reported everything truthfully to Vincent. It wouldn't be prudent to assume a spy would reveal themselves so easily. That would denote a lack of skill. The demon clan is exceedingly cunning. Even if there are flaws, they would not be so readily exposed. Vincent analyzed. "What should we do then, headmaster?" Lin Tianlang asked, somewhat disheartened. "Well, the options are rather limited. If it were a teacher, it would be too conspicuous. Therefore, this task falls to you, as you're less noticeable. Since there are 4 of you, it might be wise to split your efforts and have 2 seek out any other suspicious individuals," Vincent suggested. Lin Tianlang conveyed the headmaster's advice to the 3 girls, and they unanimously decided to reduce their focus on Ricky starting next week. Dispersing their efforts to identify other potential targets. On Tuesday, during the practical magic class, students took their positions on the grass, bracing for the lesson. Corridor had consistently fulfilled his promise, often springing sudden attacks during class, prompting the young sorcerers to employ their learned spells in defense. This time was no different. Having gained experience from previous lessons, the students were instinctively prepared to repel any assaults. "Corridor is here," someone shouted. A shadow darted swiftly across the grass, soon weaving through the crowd. "Ha! Here I am." The shadow materialized into Corridor, donned in a black robe, revealing his menacing, gleaming fangs. "Repel spell." Several students immediately recited the incantation, casting spells toward Corridor. After weeks of practice, they had become quite adept at utilizing the repel spell. Simultaneously struck by 3 student spells, even Corridor, despite his formidable powers, was forced back 3 or 4 meters. "Not bad," he remarked. offering a note of praise before slipping back into the shadows. "Everyone, be careful. Corridol is coming your way." The students who had just cast their spells shouted to their peers. "Understood." All students remained vigilant, prepared for Corridol's next appearance. "Here I come." Corridol emerged once again, only to be greeted by 5 repel spells. 2 spells veered off course. 1 was dodged, leaving 2 that struck Corridol, cast by Su Weiwei and Morisha. Quick reflexes, Corridol nodded in approval, choosing not to retreat into darkness. "Today, I am quite satisfied with your performance. You all maintained your vigilance. After my appearance, the speed of your spell casting has notably improved, making it no trouble to deal with those less astute foes. However, if it weren't for my deliberate leniency, you would find it quite difficult to handle a cunning and agile adversary, such as myself." Corridol proclaimed with pride that in this practical magic lesson, Corridol allowed the students to engage in free practice, continuing to solidify their use of the repel spell. That evening, Lin Tianlang, as usual, practiced combat with Long Sinew. After more than a month of training, Long Sinew's fighting skills had markedly improved compared to before. Lin Tianlang believed it to be a normal progression, though she had yet to reach a level capable of defeating her master. However, surpassing her performance from a month prior was undoubtedly within her grasp. After their practice session, they walked together toward the apartment, exchanging casual conversation, the atmosphere now markedly more lively than the previous silence. "See you tomorrow," Lin Tianlang called as he watched the red-haired girl dash into the apartment building, waving goodbye. Just then, a shadow caught his eye in the periphery that was subtle, yet inexplicably, Lin Tianlang associated it with Ricky. The shadow appeared somewhat furtive, as if attempting to evade detection. "I'll follow it." Lin Tianlang resolved within a second, stealthily pursuing the shadow. A week prior, on Wednesday at 10 o'clock at night, a figure slipped unnoticed into the second-floor restroom of the teaching building. The night was dark, obscuring the stranger's face, but it could be discerned that he was male, with a distinct middle-part hairstyle. The mysterious man with the parted hair waited in the restroom for a moment, when suddenly a pitch-black shadow swooped in from the distant horizon. The shadow quickly merged into the restroom where the middle-part man stood, transforming into a tall figure clad in a cloak upon landing. "Surely, I haven't been noticed or followed?" The cloaked figure spoke in a deep voice, and had Lin Tianlang been present, he would instantly recognize this cloaked individual as one of the 2 he eavesdropped on that night. "Reporting, my lord, I have conducted a thorough check. At this hour, all students and teachers are resting. I assure you, my movements have gone undetected," the mysterious man replied, lowering his voice as well. "Excellent. Maintain this vigilance," the cloaked figure nodded. "What news of the Rainbow Gem?" "Reporting, my lord. The search area has been significantly narrowed. I am confident of pinpointing its final location within 1 to 2 weeks," the mysterious man stated. "Expedite your efforts." "Our time is limited," the cloaked figure urged. "However, my lord, there is something I must report. I have the unsettling feeling that I am being watched. This week, I have consistently sensed someone covertly observing me," the mysterious man admitted, lowering his head. "Yes, that's so." The cloaked figure's tone turned icy. "I cannot be certain, but I have that impression," the mysterious man replied. In that case, proceed with caution. Do not draw attention to yourself. You must be discreet. You know the effort I expended to place you within St. Lewin's Magic Academy. Understand that you are a crucial piece in the grand scheme. You cannot be easily lost." The cloaked figure's voice was hoarse. "I understand, my lord," the mysterious man nodded. "However, the individuals tracking me seem rather inept, their methods elementary, akin to students, particularly those of lower grades. It appears Vincent has truly become senile, assigning such inexperienced lower-classmen as investigators," the cloaked figure scoffed. "Nevertheless, do not underestimate them. Regardless, exercise caution. You must not expose yourself." "I understand, my lord," the mysterious man nodded once more. "The throne ceiling may require 4 to 5 more years to break. Yet, if we can leverage the power of the Rainbow Gem, even its fragments will provide immense assistance, allowing the throne to emerge prematurely. That time, my king shall be invincible," the cloaked figure declared, his tone laced with a twisted pride. "May my king be invincible," the mysterious man echoed softly. "You should recognize your significance. Should we successfully acquire the fragments of the rainbow gem, your contributions will be invaluable. However, let me be clear. If you are the reason we fail to obtain the gem, you shall have no need to return to face the throne, the cloaked figure stated coldly. I understand. I am fully aware of this, the mysterious man affirmed for the third time. Remember your mission, do not let me down, nor disappoint the throne. Richie, tonight marks the final moment of confirming the location of the gem. Richie stealthily approached the comprehensive building, which serves as the dedicated teaching facility for practical classes in potion-making and magical astrology. Lin Tianlang quietly trailed behind Richie, his heart surging with an 80% certainty that this was indeed Richie himself. Had he finally slipped up? Lin Tianlang clenched his teeth, maintaining a distance of approximately 30 meters to ensure he remained undetected. "Oh, it is you," Richie said as he grew increasingly convinced that the shadow he was following was Richie. An overwhelming sense of disappointment washed over him. Just 2 weeks prior, he had held a favorable impression of Richie, viewing him as an approachable and gentle senior. Who would have guessed that beneath this gentle facade lay an ugly traitor of the demon clan? Despite being vigilant, Richie remained oblivious to Lin Tianlang's presence. The darkness of the night obscured visibility, and Lin Tianlang moved with such stealth that no sound betrayed his approach. Richie crept into the comprehensive building. His movements furtive, Lin Tianlang followed closely, his gaze never leaving Richie. As they entered the dimly lit corridor, the absence of lights rendered visibility low, though not entirely pitch black. Only vague outlines could be discerned. In such murky light, Lin Tianlang struggled to see the path ahead. Yet, Richie seemed unfazed, moving with remarkable speed as if the darkness held no sway over him. Damn it, why is this guy moving so quickly? Has he cast a night vision spell? Lin Tianlang bit his lip, correctly surmising that Richie had indeed cast a spell enabling him to see through the darkness as if it were daylight. The disparity in their vision began to hinder Lin Tianlang's ability to keep pace with Richie, who adeptly navigated the twists and turns of the corridor. Although familiar with the layout of this section of the comprehensive building, Lin Tianlang was not entirely at ease. Suddenly, Richie vanished around a corner. Lin Tianlang blinked, his eyes weary from searching in the dark. Hastening to the corner, Lin Tianlang pressed against the wall, cautiously peeking around. He would not be foolish enough to step out directly. Richie, unaware of his presence, proceeded down a lengthy straight corridor after the turn. Lin Tianlang observed as Richie abruptly halted, busily fiddling with something on the wall. Lin Tianlang retreated into the corner, intent on observing Richie's actions that he recalled that this corridor did not seem to harbor any rooms. What could Richie possibly be manipulating on the wall? At that moment, Richie stood before a painting, one that remained hidden from Lin Tianlang's view. "I have watched you for quite some time. If there is any imperfection, it must be yours," Richie declared, placing his hands on the painting and shifting it aside. The painting was not merely a wall behind it, but rather a dark, concealed passageway. A smile crept across Richie's lips. "Found you. Gem chamber." He glanced around to ensure he was not being observed. When he noticed Richie scanning his direction, Lin Tianlang quickly withdrew his head back into the corner. However, he failed to perceive a dense shadow silently approaching him. "That was close. I almost got caught." Lin Tianlang exhaled deeply and cautiously peeked out again, only to be met with a sudden, pure black shadow obstructing his line of sight. His breath hitched, feeling as if his heart had momentarily ceased its rhythm. Slowly raising his gaze, he discerned a cloak-like figure, followed by an immensely powerful, pale claw tightening around his throat. No. Lin Tianlang barely had time to struggle as the sensation of suffocation surged from all directions. Accompanied by a profound fear, the world dissolved into darkness, devoid of sound, and he quickly lost consciousness, collapsing limply to the ground. "You fool," the cloaked figure muttered under their breath, dragging Lin Tianlang before Richie and unceremoniously tossing him to the floor like a rag doll. Upon seeing the cloaked figure approach, Richie had been poised to joyfully report his discovery of the gem chamber. However, upon witnessing Lin Tianlang being flung at him, he was immediately struck dumb with fear. To have been followed here without any awareness, what a failure! The cloaked figure extended a hand and slapped Richie across the face. The esteemed Richie clutched his rapidly swelling cheek, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Yet he managed to smile. My lord, the gem chamber is right here. The fragments of the rainbow gem must be inside. Umph. Enough of this nonsense. The cloaked figure intended to state that they would retrieve the gem at once. But suddenly, a light appeared around another corner of the corridor. Oh no, someone is coming. The cloaked figure growled, struggling to suppress their fury. What? What do we do? Richie exclaimed in a panic. The location of the gem chamber has been confirmed. The situation has changed, and we shall act tomorrow. The cloaked figure instructed, quickly return to your designated area. Do not get caught or discovered. Why, yes, my lord. Richie nodded fervently. But what about this person? Ideally, he should be eliminated. However, if the newcomers discover a corpse, Vincent will undoubtedly take immediate action to seal off the gem chamber, and we 1T be able to seize it. The cloaked figure replied quietly, for now. We can only leave him here. As long as he is not dead, Vincent's group will not act swiftly. With that, the cloaked figure transformed into a shadowy wraith, swiftly vanishing. Richie, too, hurriedly made his escape, retreating in the opposite direction of the light. Thud, thud, thud. The light grew increasingly bright, accompanied by footsteps echoing from the right corner of the corridor. Soon after, the source of the light appeared. It was Gur, holding a lantern. Just last week, Vincent had alerted Gur to remain vigilant. Thus he had been patrolling the area every night. Upon entering the corridor, the lantern's glow illuminated the darkness, casting light upon Lin Tianlang, lying on the ground. Gur's eyes widened, and he rushed over in haste. Lin Tianlang, recognizing the identity of the fallen student, he hastily set the lantern aside and lifted Lin Tianlang. After calling out to him twice without response, he placed a finger at Lin Tianlang's nostrils. Noting his weak breath, checking his pulse, he found it erratic, and a faint, unpleasant aura of darkness lingered around him. This is serious. Gur quickly scanned the surroundings but found no trace of anyone else. He glanced at the painting nearby, but discerned nothing unusual. Although Gur was the school's administrator, he was unaware that a hidden passage to the gem chamber lay behind the painting. This passage was ancient, a remnant of the Academy's long history, which harbored many secrets. Given Gur's limited experience of just over a decade, he certainly could not be well acquainted with all the mysteries of the Academy. While only Vincent knew the true location of the gem chamber, Nearway, Griffin, and Gur were aware that the fragments of the rainbow gem were concealed within the Academy. Without wasting time, Gur collected his lantern and transported Lin Tianlang to the school infirmary. This marked Lin Tianlang's first visit to the infirmary since the beginning of the term. The school nurse, Miss Avelina, was a woman with long violet hair and a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Renowned for her healing spells, Gur, what brings you here at such a late hour? Avelina inquired, as her shift had not yet concluded. She was due to finish at 11 o'clock, although she would remain on campus after hours. Locating her could prove challenging. Miss Avelina, please assist in examining this student's condition. Gur laid Lin Tianlang on the examination bed, stating urgently. Without further ado, Avelina approached Lin Tianlang, who lay unconscious, and began her examination. This is not good. The cause of his unconsciousness is not due to a curse, but rather from being forcibly choked into submission, Avelina said, her expression grave. His breathing and pulse are both weak. If the assailant had been more ruthless, he could very well be in mortal danger. Understood, Gur sighed softly, shaking his head gently. What happened, Gur? Avelina inquired in a low voice. It's late at night. How could this student be in such a state? I'm not sure. Gur replied quietly that I need to inform Principal Vincent as soon as possible. Lin Tianlang has entrusted this matter to you, Miss Avelina, and no problem. Let him rest here for the night, she replied. His condition isn't due to magical injury, so healing spells won't be effective. He must recover on his own. That I will prescribe some medication, and please assist me in registering this student's class and name. He likely won't attend class tomorrow. Avelina handed a form to Gur, who quickly noted down Lin Tianlang, Class 1, Year 1, before hastily exiting the infirmary. Meanwhile, in Building 13, Room 302, Kalyan and Leah were preparing to retire for the night. However, they were puzzled by Lin Tianlang's absence. It's already 10:30. Where could that guy be? Kalyan remarked, putting away his gaming device. That I don't know. He usually returns by 9:45, almost always on time, rarely after 10. Leah concurred. Could it be that he's with a woman? Kalyan suggested unexpectedly. If Lin Tianlang were present, he would surely deliver a punch to Kalyan's head. How could that be? What nonsense are you imagining? Leah responded, exasperated by Kalyan's vivid imagination that, if not, how do you explain his tardiness? Generally, a man staying out all night is likely due to a romantic encounter, Kalyan asserted confidently. That sounds more like you. Besides, this is a school, not a city of desires. Leah retorted, covering her face, both amused and exasperated. The two continued their banter before eventually retiring to their respective rooms that, of course, Lin Tianlang still had not returned. He remained unconscious in the infirmary. The following morning, Lin Tianlang was conspicuously absent from the classroom. Typically, he would arrive alongside Kalyan and Leah, yet today only Kalyan and Leah appeared without him, which struck Su Weiwei as quite odd. Hey Kalyan, where's Lin Tianlang? Isn't he with you? Su Weiwei asked. Kalyan, initially pleased by Su Weiwei's approach, quickly lost his enthusiasm upon realizing she was merely inquiring about Lin Tianlang. I have no idea. He didn't come back last night. Who knows where he went? He replied lethargically. He didn't return all night. Su Weiwei reiterated. Yeah. Kalyan nodded sourly, still oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Seeing Su Weiwei's concern for Lin Tianlang only made him feel envious. Su Weiwei silently returned to her seat, her hands anxiously twisting together. As anticipated, Lin Tianlang had still not arrived by class time. The first class on Wednesday morning was potions, a subject where tardiness or absence was highly unusual. Nevertheless, Lin Tianlang remained absent. Su Weiwei. Where is Lin Tianlang? Anya approached Su Weiwei before Professor Griffin's arrival, her expression laced with concern. Class is about to start. If he is late for potions, Professor Griffin will surely penalize him. I am not sure. I'm worried too, Su Weiwei replied softly. However, her worries differed from Anya's. Anya was merely concerned about Lin Tianlang's punctuality, while Su Weiwei feared he might be in peril. As usual, Professor Griffin entered the potions classroom a few minutes early. He scanned the room, squinting slightly, and then nodded with a cold smirk. Excellent. No one is late or absent. Let us commence today's lesson. Please turn to page 32 of your potions textbook. The collective rustling of pages ensued. At that moment, Su Weiwei raised her hand high. Teacher, wait. Speak if you have something to say. Griffin replied impatiently, casting a glance in her direction. Lin Tianlang is not here for class, Su Weiwei announced loudly. The entire class turned to look at her, many realizing for the first time that Lin Tianlang's seat was indeed vacant. Absent. He is in for it. Luca thought to himself, grinning maliciously. That explains it. Lin Tianlang is ill. Miss Evelina provided me with his leave of absence this morning. He's currently recuperating in the infirmary, Griffin stated nonchalantly. You may sit down now. Miss Su Weiwei, please refrain from interrupting my lesson further. Lin Tianlang is ill. Su Weiwei returned to her seat, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. The potions lesson continued, yet for some inexplicable reason, Su Weiwei felt a sense of discomfort in Lin Tianlang's absence. As if something were amiss. While the young sorcerers of Class 1 attended their potions class, Miss Evelina was diligently attending to Lin Tianlang in the infirmary. Lying quietly on the bed, Lin Tianlang was covered with a blanket. A distinct purple mark marred his neck, evidence of a forceful grip. His complexion was pale, lips devoid of color, and his eyes tightly shut. Evelina checked Lin Tianlang's breathing and pulse. Although they had stabilized somewhat since his arrival the previous night, they remained faint. What torment have you endured? Who could be so cruel? Evelina murmured, sitting beside Lin Tianlang's bed, gently sighing as she wiped his face with a cloth. She then retrieved a bowl of medicinal soup, a concoction designed to expedite his recovery, and fed it to him spoon by spoon. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the sky outside the infirmary, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Rain began to pour, a torrential downpour heralding the onset of winter, the air turning cold and damp, most uncomfortable. This heavy autumn rain is not a good omen, Evelina remarked to herself, gazing out at the rain-soaked world beyond. On the other side, Gear had rushed to the principal's office early that morning that he needed to promptly report the events of the previous night to Principal Vincent, that a student had been rendered unconscious in the school, and the entire situation felt shrouded in mystery. Gear sensed that something significant was about to unfold, though he could not articulate what it was, making it imperative to consult the principal. "Come in," called a clear voice from the principal's office. Gear pushed the door open but found no sign of Vincent, only a parrot perched on a stand, preening its feathers. "Gear, what brings you here?" Siri inquired lazily. "Where's the principal?" Gear asked. "Gary went to the Ministry of Magic early this morning to attend to official matters. He won't be back anytime soon, and if you have something to discuss, I can relay it to him." Siri replied, flapping her wings. "Why is he at the ministry at such a time?" Gear inhaled deeply, then, maintaining a serious demeanor, exited the office. "Siri, I have something very important to discuss with the principal. Please inform me as soon as he returns." "Understood. Don't worry." Siri's voice trailed off as Gear left. As the rain poured heavily, the clock swiftly approached noon. Following the conclusion of the second period of astrology class, Anya hurried over to Su Weiwei. "Su Weiwei, shall we visit Lin Tianlang in the infirmary?" Anya suggested, tugging at Su Weiwei's sleeve, a hint of shyness in her tone. "Sure, I was thinking the same thing. That guy really worries me." He suddenly fell ill. "Honestly, I thought he was invincible and would never get sick," Su Weiwei replied with a smile, though her expression carried a hint of concern. "Then let us head to the infirmary now." Anya nodded vigorously. Nearby, having overheard the conversation, Leah turned to Kalyan and said, "Hey, should we also go visit Lin Tianlang?" "Huh." Kalyan rolled his eyes. "What is the point? Can't you see Su Weiwei and Anya are going? Why would we tag along and be third wheels?" Kalyan spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, it seems so." Leia appeared to suddenly come to a realization as she nodded. "I wasn't mistaken, was I? In that case, we might as well head to the cafeteria for a meal. After all, that fellow has a beautiful girl taking care of him, so we are not needed," Kalyan declared, striding directly towards the dining hall. Su Weiwei and Ania walked together to the classroom door, but suddenly, a voice from behind called out to them, "I'd like to join you," Long Sinew said, twirling her hair and averting her gaze slightly. "Ah, it's Long Sinew. No problem. Let's go together," Su Weiwei replied with a smile. "Wait, don't misunderstand. I'm just concerned because we're all members of the investigation team. I absolutely have no other intentions." Long Sinew hurriedly clarified. Su Weiwei looked at Long Sinew with a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing that everyone likely had no ulterior motives, merely concern. Long Sinew's explanation made it seem as though she harbored other thoughts. The three girls made their way to the infirmary, but upon arriving at the door, they were stopped by Nurse Avelina. "We're here to visit Lin Tianlang," Su Weiwei said politely. "Oh, you're in the same class as him?" Avelina inquired. The three girls nodded in unison. "Wow, this guy seems to have quite the charm to attract three lovely girls to visit him when he is unwell. Quite unexpected," Avelina teased, raising an eyebrow. The three girls blushed profusely, at a loss for words. "However, you're out of luck. Lin Tianlang is still in a coma and is currently resting. It's not appropriate for anyone to disturb him," Avelina said, her teasing demeanor replaced with a calm seriousness. "What? In a coma?" The three girls exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting their shock. "Isn't he just sick?" Ania asked anxiously. "Sick? Who told you that?" Avelina's expression darkened momentarily before shifting to a resigned demeanor. Lin Tianlang's situation is far more serious than merely being sick. He was brought in last night, having been rendered unconscious by some unknown assailant, and his condition is quite dire. I can't disclose too much about the patient's situation. If you wish to visit him, please come back in the evening. Perhaps he will be in a better state then." With that, Avelina dismissed them. The three girls, feeling helpless, had no choice but to leave. The revelation that Lin Tianlang's condition was more severe than just an illness left Su Weiwei feeling disoriented throughout the afternoon. During the afternoon spellcasting class, she barely absorbed any of Du Meila's teachings and was distracted during practice, failing to successfully cast a single spell throughout the entire session. Ania shared a similar fate, often lost in thought and receiving reminders from Du Meila twice that on a dark and windy night. Lin Tianlang found himself alone in the comprehensive building. The dim lighting rendered everything nearly invisible. Wandering aimlessly down the corridor, Lin Tianlang was uncertain of his purpose. He walked past the hallway repeatedly, passing by an oil painting that felt oddly unsettling, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Suddenly, without warning, a massive shadow loomed before him. Before he could utter a sound, a pale, powerful hand seized his throat. Lin Tianlang struggled to pry it off, but found himself utterly powerless. The sensation of suffocation washed over him like a tide, swiftly engulfing his consciousness. It was so cold, so dark. He couldn't breathe. Who can save me? Lin Tianlang jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. Cold sweat drenched his back as he clutched the blanket tightly, using his other hand to feel his neck. Thankfully, the pale claw was absent. However, the dream had felt too real, too terrifying. Lin Tianlang exhaled heavily. He surveyed his surroundings and recognized that he was in the infirmary. What happened? My head feels a bit sore, he thought, rubbing his temples. Just then, Nurse Avelina entered the room, and, upon seeing Lin Tianlang awake, her face lit up with joy. You're awake, Lin Tianlang, she exclaimed, hurrying to sit beside him. Pulse is normal, breathing is normal. Do you feel any discomfort? Avelina conducted a brief examination. Aside from a bit of a headache, my neck feels a little uncomfortable, Lin Tianlang replied honestly. Avelina sighed softly. Well, can you really feel comfortable? There's a dark bruise around your neck. What time is it now? Lin Tianlang asked. It's 7 in the evening. You've been unconscious for nearly a whole day, Avelina informed him. What? Lin Tianlang gasped, shocked to realize he had been out for so long. Although you appear to be fine now, it's best to stay here for another 2 or 3 hours for observation. That if everything is all right, then you can leave, Avelina said, rising from the bedside. Are you hungry? Do you feel like eating? At the mention of food, Lin Tianlang suddenly felt his stomach growl. Having not eaten all day, he was ravenous. A little, he said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Here's a piece of bread to tide you over for now, Avelina offered, placing a slice in his hand. Without hesitation, Lin Tianlang devoured the bread with remarkable speed. I'll step out for a moment. If you need anything, you can ring this bell, Avelina instructed, placing a small bell beside his bed. This was a mother and child bell system. Lin Tianlang's bell would ring to alert Avelina's bell when sounded, serving as a notification mechanism, certainly a product of magic. Avelina exited the infirmary, leaving Lin Tianlang with nothing to do. He lay back down, a nagging feeling that he had something important to do tugging at him. Yet he couldn't recall what it was. The reason for his presence in the infirmary also eluded him. The events from last night felt hazy, as though someone had wiped them from his memory. Lost in thought, Lin Tianlang closed his eyes and drifted back into slumber. Once again, Lin Tianlang found himself in the comprehensive building, walking down the same corridor. This time, he noticed that the oil painting seemed different. It had been opened, revealing a dark, hidden passage behind it. Although unsure of his actions, Lin Tianlang felt compelled to venture down the passageway. It was dark inside, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet he navigated the shadows with an eerie familiarity. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, he suddenly spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Approaching it, he entered a hidden chamber. The chamber was octagonal, with sculpted figures adorning the walls, all gazing intently at a small stone coffin in the center. Lin Tianlang found himself drawn to the coffin, gently lifting its lid to unveil a tiny, translucent, multicolored gem, elongated and irregular in shape. As he reached out to seize the gem, the scene abruptly shifted, and he found himself back at the entrance. The imagery changed once more, revealing a cloaked figure extracting the gem from the coffin. Upon turning, the figure revealed a grotesque, terrifying visage, grinning at him while brandishing the colorful gem. No, no, Lin Tianlang screamed, desperately trying to voice his panic, but found himself unable to make a sound. Simultaneously, his limbs felt utterly unresponsive, weak and limp. No. He shouted again, abruptly opening his eyes. You're awake, exclaimed a voice beside him, tinged with surprise and delight. Turning his head, Lin Tianlang saw Su Weiwei sitting at his bedside. A glance to his left revealed that not only Su Weiwei, but also Ania and Long Sinyu were present, all 3 girls seated by his side. Lin Tianlang's heart soared with joy. But that feeling was swiftly replaced by a wave of panic. I remember now. Lin Tianlang shouted in excitement as he finally recalled the crucial task at hand. The rainbow gem! The rainbow gem! He exclaimed, seizing Su Weiwei's hand. The gem is dangerous. What's wrong? Su Weiwei was startled by Lin Tianlang's sudden action. The rainbow gem! They're going to make a move today. They're going to steal the gem today. Lin Tianlang yelled. Lin Tianlang, please calm down and speak slowly. Long Sinew urged hastily. Who are they? Are you referring to the demon clan? Su Weiwei inquired anxiously. Yes, it's them. They're making their move today. Lin Tianlang declared loudly. My dream revealed it to me. It was my dream that told me. The three girls exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and fear. Are you certain, Lin Tianlang? Anya asked, her voice laced with concern. That I am absolutely certain. Lin Tianlang shouted. It was yesterday, yes, yesterday. I discovered the demon clan spy. It is Ricky. It is Ricky. Lin Tianlang spoke with fervor, but in his excitement, he accidentally choked on his words. Erupting into a fit of coughs. Don't rush. Speak slowly. Su Weiwei quickly patted Lin Tianlang's back. What happened yesterday? Yesterday. Yesterday, Lin Tianlang clutched his head, feeling a pulsating pain in his temples. His hazy memories began to crystallize. But the clarity came at the cost of a sharp headache assaulting his mind. I saw a sneaky shadow. That person was Ricky. Yes, I followed him to the main building. He stopped in front of that oil painting in the corridor on the first floor. Behind that painting, there is a secret passage. And at the end of that passage, there's a hidden chamber where the gem is concealed. Lin Tianlang recounted while still holding his head that I wanted to observe more closely. But I was attacked by a cloaked figure. Lin Tianlang gritted his teeth. What time is it now? It's nearly 10 o'clock at night. We were just about to return to the dormitory, since you hadn't woken up. But we decided to come check on you, Su Weiwei replied, her expression growing increasingly worried. Damn it, we're running out of time. Lin Tianlang clenched his teeth. What should we do now? Should we inform the principal? Anya asked, her voice tinged with panic. Long Sinew looked at Lin Tianlang, awaiting his final decision. Informing the principal is essential, but I fear it may be too late. Someone must go stop Ricky, Lin Tianlang asserted. His fists tightening. We must divide our efforts. No, we must split into 3 groups. Lin Tianlang first turned to Long Sinew, his expression grave. Long Sinew, I leave it to you to inform Principal Vincent. Please ensure this news reaches him. All right, Long Sinew nodded vigorously. Anya, Lin Tianlang shifted his gaze to Anya. Anya trembled slightly, instantly straightening up. Anya, you go notify Mr. Gur. We might not be able to reach the principal at this hour, but Mr. Gur will certainly be available. He is one of the few who knows the secret of the rainbow gem. Lin Tianlang instructed. I understand. Anya nodded emphatically. It's my turn now. Su Weiwei also straightened her posture, appearing ready to receive orders. Su Weiwei, I entrust you with notifying Professors Griffin and Nailway. Lin Tianlang said earnestly. I have no problem with that. And you? Su Weiwei nodded and looked at Lin Tianlang. I will head directly to the gem's hidden chamber to delay Ricky. I cannot allow him to steal the gem without any hindrance, Lin Tianlang stated, a resolute expression in his eyes. However, the 3 girls shouted in unison. No. Ricky is a 4th-year student. His mastery of magic and combat skills surpasses ours by at least 3 years. How can a first-year student like you hope to contend with him? Not to mention, there is also a mysterious figure whose abilities are unknown. Anya exclaimed, her face filled with dread. Moreover, your fighting skills are of little use against magic. You could be killed, Long Sinew added anxiously. But there is no other choice. Someone has to take action. If no one distracts him, I fear we will run out of time. Lin Tianlang shook his head. That is still not acceptable. You going alone is far too dangerous, Su Weiwei protested, shaking her head. That I'll go with you. Huh. Anya and Long Sinew turned to Su Weiwei that if 2 of us go to delay him, our chances will increase. Additionally, if I accompany you, we can look out for each other. Even though Ricky is a 4th-year student, it won't be easy for him to deal with both of us at once. However, you 2 must ensure the notifications reach Griffin and Nailway, Su Weiwei declared with determination. All right. Anya and Long Sinew nodded vigorously in agreement. You 3? Lin Tianlang gazed at the girls, feeling as though a surge of strength filled him. Words of gratitude could wait. We must depart immediately. Su Weiwei encouraged, giving Lin Tianlang a firm pat. Yes, let us act at once. Lin Tianlang affirmed resolutely. Putting on their shoes, the four of them dashed out of the infirmary. They split into two groups at the corridor's intersection, with Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei heading towards the main building, while Anya and Long Sinew raced towards the faculty office building. Hey, you three. Visiting hours are almost over. Miss Avelina entered the infirmary, intending to remind the three girls that their visiting time had expired. To her surprise, the infirmary was entirely empty, and Lin Tianlang, who should have been resting in bed, had vanished, leaving only a disheveled blanket behind. Where did they run off to? Avelina rushed out of the infirmary, but Lin Tianlang's figure had long since disappeared. Faster, faster! Lin Tianlang urged as he sprinted ahead, with Su Weiwei trailing behind. Although Su Weiwei had commendable athleticism, she still lagged behind Lin Tianlang in terms of speed. After all, when it comes to sheer strength and speed, women inherently possess some disadvantages compared to men. At 10 o'clock at night, most students had already returned to their dormitories to rest. Aside from the residential area, the rest of the campus lay in silence. The lights had dimmed, and the entire school was gradually succumbing to slumber. Yet beneath the moonlight, two figures raced swiftly. We're almost there. Lin Tianlang called back to Su Weiwei. All right, Su Weiwei replied. Lin Tianlang led Su Weiwei to the main building. Just like the previous night, the main building was shrouded in darkness, giving off an inexplicable, eerie feeling. Hee Rainbow Gem, come to me obediently. In the secret passage, Ricky walked carefully in the dark, rubbing his hands together, although he had tended to the slap he received from the cloaked figure yesterday. The left side of his face still throbbed with pain. Everything is going smoothly. No one has noticed me. As long as I get my hands on the gem and present it to the adults, they will surely be pleased. Ricky revealed a sickly grin, feeling confident that success was within reach. After walking for a while, he noticed a light ahead and quickened his pace. The light grew nearer. And finally, Ricky entered a hidden chamber. The chamber was octagonal, and aside from the entrance, each of the other 7 sides displayed a uniquely shaped humanoid sculpture. At the center of the sculptures lay a stone coffin. Above the coffin, a large purple crystal illuminated the chamber, casting a bright glow throughout the space. This is it. Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei dashed into the main building, racing down the corridor. Following the corridor to the left, they turned a corner and finally spotted the oil painting. Lin Tianlang observed the painting closely, noting that it seemed slightly askew, indicating it had been tampered with. Without hesitation, he grasped the painting and pulled it to the left. "It is truly here," Su Weiwei exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening. The painting revealed a pitch-black secret passage that seemed to stretch into the abyss. Ricky may have been here. There are signs that someone has moved the painting. I hope he hasn't taken action yet. If that is the case, we can go down now and stop him, Lin Tianlang remarked, then without further hesitation, stepped into the passage. Lin Tianlang, Su Weiwei called after him. Glancing at the dark passage with trepidation, "It is indeed very dark. Hold my hand." Lin Tianlang spoke as he grasped Su Weiwei's wrist, pulling her into the secret passage. Su Weiwei understood that this was not the time for hesitation. So although she felt a twinge of fear in her heart, she resolutely nodded. Moreover, the grip of Lin Tianlang on her hand infused her with considerable strength, alleviating much of the terror brought on by the darkness. The two of them navigated the pitch-black passage to ascertain their direction. Lin Tianlang extended his hand to feel along the adjacent wall, and their pace inevitably slowed. They could not run, but could only maintain a brisk walk. If only there were some illuminating spell, Lin Tianlang mused as they walked. There is one. The light spell can accomplish that. However, it is a third-level magic which we have not yet learned, Su Weiwei softly replied, gently clasping Lin Tianlang's wrist. That would be splendid. This spell is incredibly practical. We must learn it in the future. Otherwise, traversing in darkness like this makes it all too easy to trip, Lin Tianlang remarked. The walls of the passage felt damp, with a touch of moss, making it rather uncomfortable to the touch. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, they finally glimpsed a light ahead that it's just up ahead. "Let us hurry," Lin Tianlang said, his gaze sharpening as he addressed Su Weiwei. The two quickened their pace, hastening towards the light. "Ha ha! The rainbow gem! The rainbow gem!" In the gemstone chamber, Ricky stood before the stone coffin. Laughing maniacally, his sanity teetering on the brink of madness, he trembled as he placed his hands on the lid of the coffin, pushing it forcefully to the side, but it did not budge. Summoning all his strength, Ricky pushed again, and at last, the lid began to move slowly aside. As the lid creaked open, a brilliant light erupted from within the coffin. Ouch! Ricky felt a sharp pain in his eyes and quickly turned his gaze away. With renewed determination, he pushed the lid completely aside. Cautiously peering inside, he found the coffin remarkably empty. Aside from a shard of stone radiating a colorful glow, there was nothing else within. The rainbow gem. Ricky's eyes sparkled with greed as he reached out to retrieve the gem. However, before he could act, a cacophony of heavy footsteps sounded behind him. "Ricky, stop!" Lin Tianlang shouted. That he and Su Weiwei burst into the gemstone chamber. Locking eyes with Ricky. "You!" Ricky exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Lin Tianlang, his teeth clenched in anger. "I should have known it was you. You are that eavesdropper." "Humph. I never expected it either, Senior Ricky. Choosing to ally with the dark forces instead of following the path of righteousness is utterly disgusting." Lin Tianlang retorted without hesitation. "Senior Ricky, surrender. The principal is on his way out. If you turn back now, he will not make things difficult for you." Su Weiwei called out loudly. "Turn back?" "Ah!" Ricky threw his head back, laughing maniacally. "Where'd I turn back to? I was born of the throne and shall die a ghost of the throne. Without the throne, there would be no me today. St. Louis Magic Academy? Ridiculous, merely a stumbling block on the throne's path to unifying the two realms. A foolish, antiquated institution. The entire magical world is nothing but a decaying realm. This world is destined to be taken over by my king. I am on an impeccably righteous path. You want me to turn back? You wish for me to forsake the light and embrace the dark." Ricky laughed recklessly. "This world is not as you claim." Su Weiwei retorted angrily. "Su Weiwei, this man has lost his mind. Engaging in further dialogue is futile." Lin Tianlang glared at Ricky, speaking in a grave tone. By the way, Lin Tianlang, you truly astonish me. You dare to block my path with just one female classmate, 2 first-year students? Do you not find that laughable?" Ricky scoffed. "Or do you naively believe that the two of you can stop me? We may not be able to stop you, but we can certainly delay you for a moment before you escape with the gem." Lin Tianlang declared resolutely. "Ha ha ha! Very well. I admire your courage," Ricky applauded mockingly. "However, only those with strength can be deemed brave. The weak, I would rather call foolish." Ricky took a slow step forward. "You've only been at the magic school for 3 months. Aside from some basic spells, what else have you learned? The repelling spell. That is likely the only spell you can use in combat, right? Do you truly think you can stop me with just a repelling spell?" Both of their faces turned grave as they instinctively took a step back. Ricky was correct. The repelling spell was their only combat-ready magic. However, that spell, besides repelling an opponent, served the purpose of buying time for escape. Yet their goal was not to flee. It was to obstruct. "Lin Tianlang, what should we do?" Su Weiwei whispered. "I do not know." Lin Tianlang admitted, gritting his teeth, that if we can stall for a while, so be it. We have no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. We can only hold out until the teachers arrive. Even if it is not Principal Vincent, Mr. Gurr, or Professor Griffin, anyone would suffice. By the way. Lin Tianlang, isn't your magical power quite substantial? Could you not attempt to blast him away, causing him to crash against the wall and knock him out? Su Weiwei proposed with a spark of inspiration. "I will give it a try," Lin Tianlang said, a smile almost escaping him, though he could not find humor in the situation. In this serious moment, Su Weiwei's suggestion nearly elicited a chuckle. The atmosphere in the gemstone chamber began to grow tense. Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei positioned themselves on either side of the entrance, confronting Ricky, the tension mounting. "All right, the idle chatter ends here, did I say?" Lin Tianlang, in light of our pleasant interactions during those 2 weeks of cleaning the restroom. "I shall spare your life, provided you step aside now." Ricky's expression gradually turned cold. "So you expect me to step aside just because you say so?" That would be quite humiliating for me. Lin Tianlang scoffed. Su Weiwei clenched her fists at her side, preparing for battle. Internally, she felt quite anxious, her heart racing. This was a true fight, no longer the chaotic duels of practice sessions. Moreover, their opponent was a fourth-year student, and she had no idea what level of magic he had mastered or what spells he could wield. Lin Tianlang himself was not much stronger. Unlike in the past, when he fought thugs in the human realm, he had a clear understanding of his own strength and a reasonably accurate assessment of his opponents, which made him unafraid during confrontations. However, this situation was different. He faced a magician of unknown prowess in a genuine magical battle. A first in his experience, Su Weiwei, during the fight, tried to distract Ricky as much as possible. That I want to see if I can find an opportunity for close combat, that if I can get close to him, I am confident I can subdue him, Lin Tianlang whispered to Su Weiwei. Although their opponent was a fourth year, he should still be at the level of a student, as long as he was not an immensely powerful archmage. Lin Tianlang hoped to utilize his close combat abilities, his only advantage against other magicians. All right, Su Weiwei nodded. Have you finished your discussion? Ricky cracked his neck, his expression chillingly sinister. Once you were done, prepare to die. You had your chance. Fireball spell. Ricky chanted the incantation with remarkable speed. After swiftly uttering the words, he pointed his finger at the two, and a fireball the size of a basketball hurtled toward them. Get out of the way! Lin Tianlang shouted, his pupils dilating in alarm that he lunged towards Su Weiwei. Pushing her aside, boom! The fireball barely grazed Lin Tianlang's back as it shot into the passage, exploding 10 meters away and erupting into massive flames that looked quite terrifying. That is a fourth-level magic, Su Weiwei gasped. You can even discern the level of magic, Ricky sneered. But what of it? Fireball. Lightning strike spell. Ricky was about to cast his second fireball spell, but Su Weiwei acted faster. She quickly recited a series of incantations, then flicked her fingertips, unleashing a fierce surge of magic directly at Ricky. Ricky was struck, taking a step back, his incantation abruptly interrupted. Though Su Weiwei's strike failed to inflict any significant damage upon Ricky, it successfully interrupted his spell casting. Junior, I must admit, I underestimated you. I never anticipated that you could master a level 2 spell so swiftly, Ricky remarked with a chilling smile. When did you learn that level 2 spell? Lin Tianlang inquired, equally astonished his recollection. Neither in the incantation class nor in the practical magic lessons had such a spell ever been taught. I taught myself from books, Su Weiwei proclaimed loudly. Lightning strike. Su Weiwei unleashed the lightning strike once more. However, this time, Ricky, having prepared himself, easily deflected the spell, rendering it ineffective. Junior, if this is your only trump card, I can only conclude that both of you are exceedingly naive. Do you truly believe that you can defeat me with a mere level 2 spell? Ricky laughed arrogantly. Explosive spell. With a surge of magical energy, a violent force surged toward the two. Boom. The explosive magic detonated, and a tremendous shockwave engulfed them. Ugh. Both were hurled backward, crashing into the wall behind them. Intense pain surged through them, momentarily halting their breath, and their vision blurred. Is that all there is? Ricky sneered cruelly. A sudden ghostly blue light flickering in his eyes. Death curse. Ricky targeted Su Weiwei, the deadly incantation poised to be unleashed. This was a lethal spell. If struck, it would surely mean death. No. At the critical moment, Lin Tianlang, with an unexpected swiftness, uttered the counterspell. Repulsion spell. A powerful wave of magic surged forth before Ricky could complete his incantation. Ricky's final word echoed. Lin Tianlang's repulsion spell struck true, sending Ricky crashing against the wall with unyielding force. Simultaneously, Ricky's spell was released, a fierce blue beam shooting forth, but it veered off course, striking the ceiling above Su Weiwei and leaving a deep crack. That was close, Lin Tianlang exhaled in relief. Though unsure of what spell Ricky had just cast, he was grateful it hadn't hit Su Weiwei. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. However, Su Weiwei's expression was starkly different. Her face had drained of color, and her eyes reflected a glimmer of despair. Su Weiwei, are you all right? Lin Tianlang crouched beside her. Anxious, Su Weiwei mechanically turned her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Suddenly, she grasped Lin Tianlang tightly. He was taken aback. Hey, why are you hugging me all of a sudden? We're in the middle of a battle, Lin Tianlang, do you understand? That just now was a level 7 death curse. If it had struck me, I would have been finished, Su Weiwei said, regaining her composure and releasing him, her voice trembling. Lin Tianlang gasped in shock at her words. At a death curse. He had certainly heard of its notorious reputation in the incantation class. It was a favorite amongst dark sorcerers, known for its brutality, simplicity, directness, and effectiveness. The death curse directly damages the soul of its target, resulting in instant demise if struck. Only if the caster's magical power is significantly higher than that of the spell's originator could one hope to evade its grasp. Yet even then, the soul would suffer severe trauma. A level 7 spell. The death curse was not only highly effective, but also accounted for numerous fatalities, earning it the moniker of Killer Curse. Its sole drawback was its immense magical cost. Although classified as a level 7 spell, its actual consumption far exceeded that of other spells of the same rank, sometimes surpassing that of certain level 8 spells. This guy's strength is far beyond that of a typical 4th-year blue-tier sorcerer. He is purple tier. Su Weiwei clenched her fists. That wretched fool. Ricky clambered back to his feet, having been struck directly by Lin Tianlang's powerful repulsion spell. He had collided with the wall at high speed, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. You little first-year brat, a worthless human, how can you possess such formidable magical power? Ricky glared fiercely, gritting his teeth. The intensity of that repulsion spell had implications far beyond mere displacement. Lin Tianlang refrained from bantering with Ricky, seizing the opportunity while Ricky was still reeling from the impact, dashing forward in the current level of combat. If Lin Tianlang could unleash his fighting prowess, it would undoubtedly grant him a considerable advantage. The size of the gem chamber was not particularly vast. It was a regular octagon, akin to a circle with a radius of approximately 25 meters. At present, Lin Tianlang was roughly 30 meters away from Ricky, a distance he could cover in just a few swift strides. Repulsion spell. Now it was Ricky's turn to cast the repulsion spell. A straightforward and practical incantation, its brevity allowed for instantaneous casting. The momentary incantation could be uttered before an opponent could close the distance. Lin Tianlang was struck by a powerful wave of magic, sending him tumbling backward, crashing heavily onto the floor. Yet being sturdy by nature, he paid little mind to the fall, quickly regaining his footing and preparing to charge once more. You pest, Ricky snarled, thunder strike. Just as he was about to cast, Su Weiwei acted faster. Levitation spell. This was a spell learned by first-year mages in their initial incantation class, enabling objects to float. With an increased infusion of magic, its effects could be remarkable. Suddenly, Ricky found himself lifted off the ground, his incantation forcibly interrupted. Now's our chance. Lin Tianlang's heart soared with hope. He was now merely 5 steps away from Ricky, that if he could close that distance. He envisioned a scene of triumph over Ricky. However, fate had other plans. Ricky, being a 4th-year student, maintained a composure and speed that outmatched any first-year mage. Though suspended in the air, he remained unfazed. Begone. In mid-air, Ricky recited another incantation that a fierce gust of wind erupted from his position, violently sweeping outward. Lin Tianlang was caught off guard by the oncoming gale. Stumbling backward 3 paces, Su Weiwei's levitation spell came to an end. The magical energy required to levitate a person far exceeded that needed to lift a mere pin. Thus it could not be sustained for long. Ricky landed back on the ground and swiftly regained his stance. Damn it, why are both of you so bothersome? Ricky cursed. Su Weiwei, keep distracting him. Lin Tianlang shouted, charging toward Ricky once more. Enough. Ricky bellowed, fire barrier. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, a fierce inferno erupted, forming a ring of flames. Lin Tianlang found himself separated from Ricky by the fiery barrier, an impossible crossing. The temperature of this flame was no ordinary blaze. Attempting to rush through would likely incinerate him, resulting in near-certain death. Your little games are coming to an end, Ricky declared sternly. The protective barrier of the fire barrier enveloped him completely. The original plan had been for Su Weiwei to disrupt Ricky's spell casting while Lin Tianlang seized the opportunity to engage in close combat. With confidence, he believed he could overpower Ricky if they could reach melee range. However, that was no longer feasible. With the fire barrier shielding Ricky, Lin Tianlang could not approach him, without the ability to close the distance. They were forced into a long-range confrontation. This left them in a precarious position. Not only did Ricky wield stronger and more advanced spells, but even if he resorted to level 1 or 2 spells, his mastery far surpassed that of Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei. "Thunder strike," Ricky shouted, a pale bolt of lightning hurtling toward them. The speed of the lightning was astonishingly swift, leaving little chance for evasion. The only options were to defend or counter with an equally powerful spell. Yet, neither of them possessed the means to execute either option and could only watch helplessly as the lightning approached. Ugh! Lin Tianlang was struck by the lightning, staggering backward several steps. The area struck directly has numbed to the point of insensitivity. Lin Tianlang feels as if there are currents surging through his body. Tingling and uncomfortable, this fellow possesses formidable magical prowess. If only there were a means to diminish his power, Lin Tianlang thought. Gritting his teeth, Su Weiwei too was struck by Ricky's spell. Her form, lighter than Lin Tianlang's, seemed to be propelled even further away. The sight of her crashing heavily to the ground stirred immense sympathy. Her once lustrous silvery hair now lay disheveled around her. Diminish his power, weaken him, render him frail? As Lin Tianlang pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind that if he could make Ricky weak, wasn't there a potion in his possession that had just such an effect? Eureka! Lin Tianlang exclaimed with joy, recalling that he still carried a vial of inferior weakening potion, likely stowed away in the pocket of his robe, which now proved invaluable. Ricky, brace yourself. Forcing Ricky to consume the weakening potion was utterly impossible. Thus, Lin Tianlang opted to hurl the vial instead. The bottle containing the pale pink potion arced through the air, soaring above the fiery barrier. A lightning strike spell. Ricky, unaware of the contents of the vial, instinctively recited the incantation, but a flash of light struck the airborne potion bottle with precision, causing it to explode. The ensuing pale, pink mist enveloped Ricky entirely. He began to cough violently, his limbs seeming to weaken, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground. "Damn it, what have you done to me?" Ricky bellowed in fury, especially as he realized his magical strength had suddenly waned. The once ferocious flames of the barrier dwindled to mere flickers. No longer a threat. "Thank you, Professor Griffin." Lin Tianlang laughed heartily and lunged toward Ricky. "Get away!" Ricky shouted, casting a repulsion spell that a wave of magic surged toward Lin Tianlang. Yet this time, Lin Tianlang did not succumb to being thrown back. He merely staggered momentarily, regaining his balance. "How is this possible?" Ricky raged, incredulous that his spell's potency had diminished so drastically. Such was the efficacy of the inferior weakening potion. "Take this, magical heavy punch," Lin Tianlang yelled, delivering a punch through the air toward Ricky. Indeed, he uttered no incantation, merely wielding his magical energy to strike Ricky, and nothing more. However, given Lin Tianlang's magical intensity, even without the enhancement of an incantation, his pure magic retained considerable force. It was this very punch that had previously sent Luca flying, and now the scene repeated itself with Ricky. Ricky was struck squarely by Lin Tianlang's magical heavy punch, soaring backward like a severed kite before crashing headlong into the wall, losing consciousness instantly. Did we win? Lin Tianlang gazed down at his hands in disbelief, regretting not having utilized the magical heavy punch sooner. Just then, a shadow, pitch black and concealed, rapidly approached the gem chamber. Lin Tianlang moved forward to check on Ricky, confirming that he was indeed unconscious, and hurried to Su Weiwei's side. The girl, already fragile, had suffered greatly from the 2 spells. A plight Lin Tianlang, with his sturdy constitution, could endure, but for Su Weiwei, it was another matter entirely. Her uniform was torn in several places, indicating considerable injury. "Hey, Su Weiwei, are you all right?" Lin Tianlang inquired anxiously, his heart racing. Accustomed to her joyful demeanor during their playful banter, seeing her in such distress filled him with sorrow. "I'm just in pain," Su Weiwei replied weakly. "It's all right. I will take you to the infirmary at once. Lin Tianlang exclaimed hurriedly. Hee, you care about me, but look at yourself. You're covered in soot. Su Weiwei managed a pale smile. Stop talking. Even now you have the energy to jest. Lin Tianlang retorted, exasperated. Don't worry, I'm on it. No need. Just stay here. You'll soon be dead anyway. Before Lin Tianlang could finish, a voice suddenly rang out. The pitch-black shadow, which had entered unnoticed, grew taller and morphed into a human figure, cloaked in black. Meanwhile, on the other side, the action team had split up, with Anya and Long Sinew searching for help. Long Sinew arrived at the principal's office, knocking vigorously on the door, but there was no response from within. Not here. How can this be? The principal is absent at such a time. Long Sinew gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of anxiety. She was unaware of Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei's circumstances. What if she delayed summoning help, resulting in misfortune for them? The thought made her feel she would be consumed by guilt. Resolving this, Long Sinew dashed towards Nayerwei's office, hoping the teacher would be present. Meanwhile, Anya reached Gel's office. Her already limited stamina was severely tested by the RUNB by the time she arrived at the office. She was breathless, her legs trembling. She had nearly fallen down the stairs moments earlier, yet she dared not stop. She knew her companions awaited her assistance, and she could not falter. Mr. Gel, Anya pounded on the door, calling out loudly. Fortunately, Gel was indeed in his office. Upon hearing the knocks, he quickly opened the door. Anya, what brings you here? You look unwell, Gel remarked, surprised by Anya's breathlessness and flushed complexion. That be bad news. Mr. Gel, the rainbow gem is in danger. They're going to steal the gem tonight. Anya gasped, struggling for breath. What? Slow down. Gel's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Tianlang had learned the location of the gem chamber yesterday. It was behind the painting in the first-floor corridor of the main building. Anya explained, breathlessly detailing the situation. Upon hearing Anya's account, Gel's expression turned grave. Damn it, is this true? If so, that would be disastrous. Gel clenched his jaw, then looked solemnly at Anya. Anya, the principal has not yet returned to the school. He is likely still at the Ministry of Magic. I must go there immediately to summon him back. I have an important task for you. Anya, please ensure it is completed. Sir, what task? Anya felt her breathing stabilize slightly. You must immediately inform your Professor Griffin. As the vice principal and one of the informed parties, his magical strength far surpasses mine, making him a reliable ally. Hurry and tell him. Quickly. Understood. Anya nodded vigorously, not daring to delay, and resumed her sprint as soon as she caught her breath. Damn it. I hope it's not too late. Gel sighed towards the sky, also refusing to waste time, casting a wind spell to rush toward the school gate. The Ministry of Magic was quite a distance from the school, but ancient restrictions within the school prevented any large-scale magic above level 9 from being cast. Even a powerful gold-tier mage like Principal Vincent could not violate these restrictions. Teleportation was a level 10 magic, necessitating being outside the school's confines to perform in the gem chamber. Upon encountering the cloaked figure, Lin Tianlang's breath caught, and a wave of primal fear surged within him. He may not have known the face hidden beneath the black cloak, but he recognized the cloak itself all too well. It had become a nightmare for him, stemming from both the ambush he endured last night and the haunting dreams that followed. What a waste. A purple-tier mage, defeated by 2 first-year white-tier brats. Truly the epitome of incompetence. The cloaked figure scoffed at the unconscious Ricky. Then his sinister gaze turned towards Lin Tianlang, a glimmer of intrigue flickering within. Lin Tianlang instinctively took a step back, unable to recall the last time he had felt such terror. And you, little brat, have truly surprised me. How did you find your way here? Yesterday, you trailed that worthless Ricky to the complex building and were apprehended by me. I recall that when I rendered you unconscious, I also inadvertently cast a spell upon you, causing you to forget everything you witnessed yesterday. Logically, it should be impossible for you to recall the existence of the secret passage behind the oil painting. The figure in the black robe made no movements, merely standing there in silence, yet emanated a suffocating aura of oppression. This sense of oppression was entirely distinct from that of Griffin, while Griffin instilled a fear directed at his person. The pressure from the black-robed individual invoked a terror of death itself. The forgetfulness spell was somewhat unclear to Lin Tianlang. However, if Gel were present to hear the words of the black-robed figure, he would undoubtedly grasp the underlying reasons. When Gel discovered Lin Tianlang sprawled on the ground yesterday, there lingered a faint, almost imperceptible essence of darkness about him, a remnant of the dark forgetfulness spell. Unlike conventional forgetfulness spells, which merely erase a fragment of the curse-bearer's memory without inflicting significant damage, the dark variant operates through a forceful infusion of magical power into the victim's body to induce a thorough erasure. This method of memory elimination is devastatingly potent. Should the spellcaster possess sufficient magical strength, they could utterly obliterate the victim's memory system, rendering them a complete imbecile, incapable of recovery. Indeed, having witnessed such vital information yesterday, you ought to have been executed. Yet, I feared that killing you might provoke an excessive reaction from that old fellow Vincent, hence I spared your life. However, given that I have granted you this reprieve, do you truly believe that I would allow your memories to remain intact? The magic I cast upon you was ample enough to transform you into nothing more than a drooling fool. The black-robed figure spoke in a calm and measured tone, yet it was suffocating nonetheless. Lin Tianlang felt his back drenched in cold sweat as the black-robed figure calmly laid out the facts, making him feel akin to an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Thus, the only explanation is that you are not an ordinary human. In fact, it is possible that you are not human at all. The fools in a magical realm naively believe that those without divine marks, pointed ears, blood fangs, or dragon horns, who are of normal height, are merely humans. How utterly laughable. The black-robed figure chuckled ominously. You are far from an ordinary individual. Your soul is vastly superior to those self-righteous, foolish races. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how you could withstand my dark encroachment and possess such an abnormal innate magical power. What do you intend to do next? Will you kill us? Su Weiwei inquired, her face pale. Lin Tianlang felt his entire body stiffen, that he understood that if this black-robed individual truly wished to eliminate both him and Su Weiwei, they would meet their end in an instant. Oh, killing is certainly on the agenda, but there is no rush, the black-robed figure cackled, seemingly indifferent to the two ants that could be crushed at any moment. First, I will retrieve the rainbow gem. During this time, you may contemplate your last words. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I may allow you to utter your farewells before sending you off to death. I'm a person of reason. Outside the school gates, once he was free from the confines of the restrictions, Gel immediately activated a teleportation spell, heading straight for the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, Ania had also arrived at Griffin's office. Continuous running had nearly exhausted Ania's stamina. She was now relying solely on her willpower to persevere. Professor Griffin, Ania gasped, struggling to steady her trembling legs, and collapsed onto the ground. What is it? Griffin's voice resonated from within the office. Professor Griffin, something terrible has happened. Ania was too fatigued to articulate her thoughts, weakly knocking on the office door. After a 10-second wait, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Griffin's towering and imposing figure before Ania. Oh, to what do I owe the unexpected visit from you, Ania, at this late hour? Griffin remarked with his customary cold expression, a smirk forming on his lips. Ania felt her mind go blank, her words stumbling as she struggled to speak. Her breath came in quick gasps, her face flushed, and her entire body felt weak and sore from the intense, prolonged sprint. Unless one were of draconic or vampiric lineage, such exertion would certainly be exhausting for a normal person. Let alone for Ania, who belonged to the Dwarven race, possessing even less physical stamina. Drink this. Griffin narrowed his eyes, handing her a vial of blue potion. Ania obediently drank it, and to her astonishment, she immediately felt her fatigue dissipate. Her breathing normalized, her legs ceased to ache, and her muscles were free of soreness. This is a fatigue-eliminating potion. It can rapidly restore your energy, as long as you do not subject your body to prolonged overexertion. Consuming in the short term will not yield any side effects, Griffin explained nonchalantly. Now, what exactly transpired? Can you articulate the details, Miss Ania? The rainbow gem, with renewed vigor, Ania exclaimed. Lin Tianlang discovered a demonic spy lurking within our school yesterday, an individual named Ricky. A fourth-year student, Lin Tianlang trailed Ricky and uncovered the location of the gem's secret chamber. only to be knocked unconscious. This is why he was sent to the infirmary. He mentioned that the demons would attempt to seize the rainbow gem today. He and Su Weiwei have already gone to the secret chamber to thwart Ricky. Please, Professor Griffin, hurry and assist them. I implore you. Ania cried, her voice tinged with desperation. She was deeply concerned about Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei's safety and yearned for swift reinforcements to aid them. Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei, those utterly foolish imbeciles. Griffin muttered under his breath, his expression transforming into one of unprecedented seriousness. Do not wander about. Stay here. With that, Griffin swiftly departed, making his way toward the complex building. Observing Griffin's retreating figure, Ania felt a sense of reliability from this once terrifying teacher during such critical moments. And there is also Professor Nailway. Ania reminded herself, promptly heading toward Nailway's office in the gem's secret chamber. Lin Tianlang and Su Weiwei huddled closely together, their minds a blank slate. Prepare your last words. I'm a person of reason. The words of the cloaked figure echoed in their minds, flooding them with a primal fear of death. The cloaked figure was not Ricky. He could not be defeated with mere cunning and coordination. Against the cloaked figure, without external assistance, their chances of survival were slim to none. Now, their only hope rested upon the principal and others, praying they would arrive at the secret chamber before the cloaked figure could eliminate them. Your Grace, I shall soon procure the first piece of the rainbow gem for you, though the cloaked figure's expression remained hidden. The fervor and greed in his voice were unmistakable. Approaching the sarcophagus, he caressed its edges before reaching inside. When he withdrew his hand, it bore a radiant, multicolored gem. What overwhelming power! Merely a fragment of 1/6. Yet the energy it emanates is astounding. Truly the rainbow gem. The cloaked figure exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. He has acquired the gem. Next, he will undoubtedly seek to eliminate the two of us. Su Weiwei remarked, her expression dazed. Perhaps so. Lin Tianlang replied.